Chapter 161 Death Struggle. Qin Feng led the glory worker bees to heavily surround the giant demon apes. It is not known whether it was Qin Feng's intention, or it was just the reason that the glory worker bees could not resist. After the giant demon apes led their own generals to the weakest when they rushed to the place where they were, they didn't expect that they would actually break through a hole and escape from Qin Feng's encirclement. Qin Feng looked at the retreating figures of the giant monsters and did not pursue them. Instead, he first dealt with the giant monsters in the encirclement. Because the noise of the giant monsters in the encirclement was too loud, Qin Feng with a cold look in his eyes, he directly killed them himself. And of course we will obey him to the death. When the giant demon ape general heard this, he thought of the relationship between the little hornet and the little black bee. He looked around again and saw that some of the glory worker bees were mixed in. Now he could better understand the little hornet. The horror of black bees. No matter which monster beast, no one can satisfy other demands so heartily. The giant monster gorilla general is sweating from his nose and temples. He only feels chills all over his body. His body is shaking unconsciously, and regrets are rising in his heart. What kind of existence has this general offended? This general should not have come here and risked his life in vain. If I were allowed to choose again, this general would definitely stay far away from here. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Now that you have chosen, you have to go all the way to the dark side. The giant demon ape general thought of this and looked into the distance with some despair. Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to hide in the dark and did not come out, in order to prevent the little hornet from being unable to hold on and kill them. Qin Feng led the glory worker bees and sneaked directly behind the little hornet. As soon as the giant demon ape general broke through the encirclement, Qin Feng would never be able to break through the perimeter of the blood forest. This line of defense. At this time, the sun had set, and there was still light in the sky. It had not yet plunged into darkness. Qin Feng looked at the sky in the distance, then turned back and looked at the dazzling worker bees. You stay here in ambush around the forest. As soon as General Giant Demon Ape and his defeated soldiers break out of the encirclement, you will surround him, and don't let any of them escape from here. Otherwise, I will ask you a question. Yes. After hearing Qin Feng's order, the glorious worker bees looked at their king with confidence, saying that they would all stay here forever. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then flapped his wings and flew towards where Little Hornet's team was. However, he did not appear directly in front of the little wasp, but hid behind the leaves on a tree and observed. Qin Feng wanted to see how much Little Hornet's strength had improved over such a long period of time. General Giant Demon Ape saw that Little Hornet had no intention of letting him go, and the unyielding energy in his heart rose again. There were heavy flames burning in his eyes, as if the surrounding ghost fog was burning away. Although, if you didn't look at his still unstable figure, you would have thought that he had not been injured in any way and had not lost his fighting ability. The giant monster gorilla general looked at the little hornet with some resentment. Little hornet, since you won't let me go, let's fight to the death. Even if you go to HL, the general will take you with me. Then, Chong braced himself, supported his trembling body, used all the strength he had in sucking milk, gathered all the energy in his body, and released his last skill. Chapter 162 Energy Storm. The giant demon gorilla general broke through the siege of the glorious worker bees. He originally thought that he would be safe after breaking out of the siege, but he never thought that Qin Feng had a backup plan and directly sent the little hornets to intercept them outside the blood forest. The giant demon ape general couldn't help but get very angry when he saw the little hornet blocking him. However, in order to save his own life, the giant demon ape general discussed it with the little hornet, but he never expected to get a piece of important news. The little hornet turned out to be Qin Feng's subordinates. The giant monster general heard this and knew that the little hornet would not let him go. Ever since he released his last skill, Flaming Hurricane. I saw a hurricane of flames rising into the sky, like a red tornado, constantly rotating around the giant demon ape general, exuding scorching heat around it, and all the trees that touched this huge flame were burned. Stand up. The giant demon ape general knew that this was his last blow and poured all his energy into it. One can imagine its power. Little Hornet was a little frightened when she saw such a powerful skill. But then she thought about the task assigned to her by her own king, and couldn't help but look firm in her eyes. There was absolute loyalty in her eyes, and she was determined to complete the task even to the death. When Qin Feng saw the little wasp looking like this, his eyes were a little moist. Then he sighed, knowing that it would be okay if he didn't come out. Then, he vibrated his wings and flew out from the leaves. The little hornet, who was watching the skill warily, didn't notice for a moment that his king came to his side. It wasn't until Wang's voice sounded next to him that he became alert. Qin Feng glanced at the focused little hornet and shook his head helplessly. When facing this kind of situation, don't you know that life is the first priority? Fight if you can, and run if you can't. Don't you know this truth? Little Hornet heard the familiar voice, and heard a trace of concern in the words. A warm current flowed through her fiery heart, and her eyes were a little moist. Qin Feng saw the look in Little Hornet's eyes, and couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Leave him to me, and you can take care of the rest. Yes. When Little Hornet saw his king, it was equivalent to having a backbone. You will not flinch or be afraid of anything. He also had great confidence in his king. Qin Feng looked at the huge hurricane of energy flames in front of him, and felt a little nervous in his heart. But he had to bite the bullet no matter what. At this moment, the giant demon ape general exhausted all his strength and condensed it into this huge skill. His body seemed to have been drained dry. Coupled with the attack of poison, he was only supported by a will at this time. Seeing Qin Feng, who was so small in front of the powerful hurricane, he swayed twice with relief and fell to the ground, his eyes still looking directly in Qin Feng's direction. The moment he left this world, he was still thinking about it. This is the skill that I use with all my strength. I will only use it at the moment of life and death. I hope this skill will not let down the sacrifice I made at the cost of my life, and it will not let down my expectations. I hope he can make me the general brought a few monster beasts to keep me company on the road to Huangquan. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The host successfully killed the 4th level mirror monster of Earth Martial Arts and obtained evolution points ********. Qin Feng heard the system prompts and glanced in the direction of General Giant Demon Ape. He found that his body was stiff, as if he was looking in his own direction, at the exit of the Blood Forest, or at the distant Demon King's palace. All in all, his eyes were really huge, revealing a look of reluctance. Maybe he didn't expect that he could stay in this remote forest forever. Nor did he expect that his life would be in the hands of a creature with a lower level than himself. It was lost in Xiao Haifeng's hands. Qin Feng heard a lot in the blink of an eye. But the scorching temperature on the flame hurricane instantly brought his thoughts back to reality. Qin Feng stared closely at the huge flaming hurricane, his little head spinning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. At this moment, a flash of inspiration occurred. Qin Feng remembered the scene when he faced the giant demon gorilla leader's skill before, and instantly knew that he must fight a war of attrition with this skill until he was exhausted. No longer a threat. The huge flame hurricane, because it had no designated attack target, was rampaging through the forest, occasionally sweeping away blood birch trees, and occasionally igniting pieces of crimson blood birch leaves. Qin Feng aimed at the huge flame hurricane and directly released his skills. Xian Tian has no way. Dozens of sword shadows rotated in a spiral shape, rushing towards the huge flame hurricane with a fierce momentum. Such dozens of sword shadows were simply not enough to see in front of the flame hurricane. So the morning breeze never stopped. He released his sword shadow. Countless sword shadows and flame hurricanes collided with each other, and bursts of energy fluctuations were like ripples in water, rippling from the center to all sides. It shocked the surrounding Xingya worker bees, and the few giant demon apes that were already dying under the siege to regret many steps. Even Qin Feng was knocked far away by this energy wave, and his body was unstable, fell from the sky, and when Qin Feng stabilized his body, he felt his feet were numb. Despite this, Qin Feng still released his sword shadow unyieldingly, constantly consuming the huge energy storm. The flame hurricane was gradually shrinking under the consumption of Qin Feng's sword shadow, but perhaps due to the stimulation of the attack, the flame hurricane seemed to have eyes, and rushed directly towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng watched the flame hurricane rush towards him, and the scorching temperature hit his face, so he immediately used the teleportation skill to leave the place. After Qin Feng dodged the flame hurricane, it came towards Qin Feng again, as if it had already targeted Qin Feng and would not stop until it attacked him. Qin Feng looked at such an intelligent flame hurricane that was always staring at him to attack. He couldn't help but cast a puzzled glance at the giant demon gorilla general, who was already stiff and could no longer be stiff. My heart is filled with doubts one after another. However, he couldn't get an accurate answer, so he simply gave up and concentrated on dealing with the flame hurricane. After using the teleportation skill, Qin Feng directly used the sword shadow to attack the flame hurricane. Because the flame hurricane was too fast, Qin Feng could only escape with one strike. Looking at the slowly shrinking flame hurricane, Qin Feng thought to himself, There is no way to continue like this. We must think of a foolproof way to consume the flame hurricane. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and thought about it. Invisibility. Qin Feng disappeared from the place in an instant without a trace, leaving not even a trace. Qin Feng looked at the still huge flame hurricane and complained proudly in his heart. Let you chase me. Let you chase me. Now I want to see how you chase me. Chapter 163 Devouring. The giant monster gorilla general released his skills at the last moment of his life. Facing the giant monster gorilla general's skills, Qin Feng had to fight a war of attrition with him. However, after Qin Feng attacked countless times, he never thought of that the skill seemed to be spiritual, and it actually chased Qin Feng to attack. Qin Feng used the hidden skill as a last resort. The flame hurricane lost Qin Feng's goal and did not crash around. Instead, it seemed to be looking left and right for Qin Feng, constantly turning left and right. Qin Feng looked at the flame hurricane and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Within a few seconds, Qin Feng's expression became serious again. If the flame hurricane was not resolved, it would eventually become a serious problem. Qin Feng was brewing momentum again and released his skills. The sword shadow and the flame hurricane were consumed in 2 phases. I don't know how many times they collided, until Qin Feng's feet were numb. The flame hurricane gradually shrank, and its power was not as powerful as before. Slowly, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and persisted for a long time. The flame hurricane finally disappeared under Qin Feng's efforts. Into the air, Qin Feng looked at the flame hurricane disappearing in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but feel weak. His wings vibrated twice before falling from the sky. At this time, the battle with Little Wasp had ended. Little Wasp saw Qin Feng falling from the sky. Its heart tightened, and it vibrated its wings and quickly flew to Qin Feng's side like a leaf falling, and stretched out its front legs. Caught him. Qin Feng, who was falling, opened his tired eyes. He vaguely saw the concerned gaze of Little Hornet, and Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Seeing how exhausted Qin Feng was, Little Hornet held onto Qin Feng's front feet tightly and whispered, King, please have a good rest. Leave the rest to us. Qin Feng heard Little Hornet's words in his ears. He closed his eyes with relief, tilted his head, and fell asleep. This night, Qin Feng slept particularly soundly. He felt that the sky was dark and the earth was dark, and he didn't know what night it was. When he thought about it again, Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Looking at the unfamiliar hive, he instantly became wary and sat up from the bed. Looking around, he saw the little wasp that had just come in. He was instantly relieved. It seemed that the images he saw and the words he heard before he fell unconscious were not a dream. Qin Feng patted his chest and chest. When Little Hornet saw that Qin Feng had stood up, he quickly stepped forward and knelt down on one knee. King, you're awake. It's the fresh royal jelly we picked just now. I hope you can taste it. Ever since, he held a bottle of royal jelly in his front feet and handed it to Qin Feng with great piety, with a faint look of expectation in his eyes. Qin Feng nodded slightly and took the jar of royal jelly. Little Wasp also thoughtfully prepared a straw for Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng, who had just woken up, also felt a little hungry in his stomach. He picked up the straw with his front feet and took a sip of the fragrant royal jelly. Although the royal jelly produced by the wasps was not as fragrant and delicious as the royal jelly produced by the honeycomb, it contained the taste is also good, and it is considered top-notch among the royal jelly produced by other bees. Qin Feng drank a can of royal jelly to the bottom before touching it. He touched his bulging belly with his front feet and burped. Little Wasp saw her king drinking so much royal jelly, and her eyes were filled with joy. After Qin Feng filled his stomach, he asked what happened after he fainted. How long have I slept? Little Wasp knelt on one knee and arched her front foot forward. Report to the king. You slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Qin Feng didn't expect that he could sleep for so long, so he looked at Little Hornet in slight surprise. How is the follow-up work completed? Has the body been cleaned up? Little Hornet said without any hesitation. Report to the king. The follow-up work has been completed. The battlefield has been cleaned, and the corpses have been cleaned up. We are waiting for you to wake up and conduct inspection. Qin Feng waved his front foot indifferently. No need. I believe in you. Under your leadership, we will definitely complete everything perfectly. When Little Hornet saw that her king trusted her so much, the look in her eyes became even more determined. Qin Feng jumped down from the bed where he was lying, stretched, and moved his limbs that were a little inflexible due to lying for too long. He turned back and glanced at Little Wasp. The outer reaches of the Blood Forest will be left to you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. After the explanation was completed, Qin Feng left some of the glory worker bees behind so that the two parties could communicate. Then, he vibrated his wings and led a large group of glory worker bees to fly away. Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees back to the hive. Although they returned victorious from this battle, and the loss of troops was very small, Qin Feng knew how powerful the enemy he was afraid of was. The Demon King Palace and the Bloodthirsty Hall would not give up. So he must become stronger as soon as possible. Qin Feng clicked on the attribute panel and found that his evolution points were quite different. So he decided to upgrade the hive first. Qin Feng took out a Xiantian 9 lotus from the most conspicuous position in the crystal space. Looking at the few Xiantian 9 lotuses left, he felt a little sad and thought to himself, "I'd better save as much as possible and wait until the system is upgraded. Then I'll go deep into the forbidden area to explore." Qin Feng gently touched the petals of Xiantian 9 lotus. "System, I want to use this Xiantian 9 lotus." Ding! Use the God-level high-grade elixir. Xiantian 9 lotus is successful. The hive attack power +1. Hive plunder +1 inch. The current integrity of the hive is 100%. Do you want to upgrade now? Qin Feng said without thinking. Upgrade. Ding. The system has been upgraded successfully. The estimated upgrade time is 1 day. Please pay attention to the host. Time flies by minute, like quicksand in the fingertips, which cannot be grasped and dissipates in the air. In the blink of an eye, the day passes. Qin Feng was resting and reorganizing again during the day. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding. The hive has been upgraded successfully. The current level is level 30. It will reward you with 3 recovery pills and 3 healing pills. It will gain the ability to devour. Please pay attention to the host. Ding! The host can check the rest of the attributes on his own. Qin Feng was used to the system's cold attitude and couldn't wait to open the properties panel. Hive level 30. The host level cannot be higher than the hive. Items that need to be upgraded. Xiantian Julian. Number of worker bees. The transfer cooling time is 15 hours. Hive toxicity 10/20. Hive plunder 7 out of 10. Plunder the opponent's bloodline. Devour small animals. Animals of the same level can be devoured directly through the system and gain evolution points. Chapter 164. Peach Blossom Spring. In order to increase his strength, Qin Feng upgraded the hive again. But he never expected to get an unexpected surprise. The hive had new abilities. With the upgrade of the system, Qin Feng could devour small animals. For animals of the same level, Qin Feng could devour them directly through the system. And obtaining evolution points is an urgent matter for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was worried that he did not have enough purification points. But the system upgrade gave him what he needed most urgently. Qin Feng knew that the Demon King Palace and the Bloodthirsty Hall would not let him go. The most urgent thing was to improve his strength. Strength is the key. The key to staying on top of everything. On this day, Qin Feng flew out of the hive, vibrating his wings, and wandered around the forbidden area. Before the former Beast King disappeared from this world, Qin Feng came to the forbidden area, picked elixirs at will, and even tricked the Beast King. Big Pen. At that time was running out, and Qin Feng only understood a small part of the forbidden area. However, the forbidden area was far larger than what Qin Feng knew. In Qin Feng's view, this forbidden area could be equivalent to another space. With such things growing there are so many elixirs, but there are no monsters, which is really unreasonable. Qin Feng gradually flew farther and farther away from the hive. But Qin Feng didn't notice it. He passed through the woods. At this time, he saw a peak in front of him, and the peak blocked the way. Qin Feng looked left and right, seeing that there was no way ahead, thinking that he could not return without success. So he circled the peak twice. His spirit sank, and he flew towards the bottom of the peak again. At that time, he saw that in a gap revealed by the bushes, it was pitch black, not emitting the light of the rock itself above the peak. Out of curiosity, he pushed aside the bushes, and a dark cave appeared in front of him. Looking at the cave, Qin Feng was a little puzzled and thought to himself, "Why is there a cave here? What is in the cave?" Out of curiosity, Qin Feng planned to go and investigate. So Qin Feng flapped his wings, passed through the gaps in the bushes, and flew into the cave. The cave was unusually quiet, with only the humming sound that continued in the cave. Sounded. Gradually, a burst of snoring broke the tranquility in the cave. Along with the snoring, bursts of pressure spread in the cave like layers of ripples caused by a stone thrown into the lake. Qin Feng felt this pressure and thought to himself, In this cave, there is such a powerful monster sitting here. There must be an explosion in it. Maybe there will be some spiritual treasures and elixirs here. A hint of excitement flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Invisibility. To be on the safe side and prevent the monster from discovering him, Chen Feng used the invisibility technique and continued to fly deeper into the cave. Gradually, the cave became more and more spacious, and after flying for a while, a light appeared in front. Chen Feng flew toward the light, but he never thought that there was a canyon outside the cave. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Chen Feng opened his mouth in surprise. This place was like a peach blossom garden. Among the cracks in the rocks of the canyon, small streams of water flowed out and merged into a spacious creek. It emitted a pure sound of clattering and flowed into the distance. Not far away on both sides of the stream, there are patches of peach blossom forests. The peach blossoms are in full bloom. Occasionally, the breeze blows, and the petals of the peach blossoms fall piece by piece. Under the sunlight, they emit a pink light, as if this forest is in a fairyland. In the peach blossom forest and beside the stream, there are monsters coming and going, which makes it very happy. Chen Feng's vibrating wings flew out of the dark cave, and the invisibility effect had long since expired. The sun bathed Chen Feng's body, creating a trace of warmth, washing away the dark tide and dampness brought out from the cave. Feel. At this time, two little red bees passed by and saw Chen Feng outside the cave entrance. The two little red bees saw other monsters coming here for the first time, and couldn't help but be curious. Who are you? How did you get here? The little red bee circled around Chen Feng twice and looked at Chen Feng, who was different from her. Chen Feng looked at the two young bees in front of him and raised his forehead helplessly. He did not answer the questions of the two little red bees. Where is this? The little red bees looked at each other, as if they had made a decision. Come with us. We will take you to our hive. Meet our king, and let our king explain it to you. Chen Feng nodded slightly and looked at the two little red bees. Their strength was not very high, but not low either. They were both Lin Wu first-level mirrors. Two little red bees led the way, and Chen Feng followed behind with fluttering wings. It didn't take long before they arrived at a hive in the peach blossom forest. This hive is not much different from an ordinary bee, but the surface of the hive is coated with a layer of pink. This may be the reason why the hive is built in a peach forest, or it may be related to the little red bee itself. The little red bee led Chen Feng into the hive. The hive was not very big, but it could accommodate tens of thousands of worker bees. The worker bees in the hive were busy. Suddenly I saw a little black bee that was out of place coming here. For a moment, I looked at Chen Feng warily. After all, the hive is extremely important to the bees themselves, and not just any bee can come in. A little red bee saw this, and immediately reported it to his king. The two little red bees who led Chen Feng saw their partners at war with each other, and a trace of anxiety flashed in their eyes. Guys, he won't hurt us. Don't treat him like this. A relatively mature little red bee flew out. How can you two easily trust other monsters and bring him into the hive so openly? Aren't you afraid that he will attack our hive? Besides, what if he is the lackey of that demon beast? Aren't we in a dangerous situation? Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when he heard demon beast, thinking to himself, who is this demon beast? Why are they so wary of me? Why are these two little red bees so surprised when they see me for the first time? Chen Feng silently suppressed the doubts in his heart, looked around, and increased his vigilance, while preventing them from suddenly attacking. He also observed the surrounding situation. At this moment, the little red bee that went to report the news was followed by a worker bee that was larger than the other little red bees. Chen Feng's sharp eyes caught his sight, and thought to himself, could this be their king? The huge red bee coughed lightly. When the other little red bees heard the sound, they immediately retreated to the sides. A path emerged from the middle, and then knelt down in the hive. See the king! The huge red bee nodded slightly, and told them to get up. The red bee queen looked at Chen Feng, nodded with a smile, and looked at the two little red bees who brought Chen Feng. Chapter 165 Temptation. Chen Feng's vibrating wings explored the forbidden area. Unexpectedly, he found a cave on a peak. Out of curiosity, Chen Feng entered the cave and used invisibility to avoid a monster in the cave. Then continued deeper and came to a peach blossom garden. As soon as he flew out of the cave, he met two little red bees. The little red bees took Chen Feng back to the hive, but he never expected that the other little red bees were not so friendly. At the moment of tension, the queen of red bees arrived. Seeing this situation, she asked the two little red bees who came with Chen Feng. Chen Feng saw the red bee queen and ignored him. But there was a Qin Feng smile on his face. The little red bee didn't have any fear at all and answered unhurriedly. Report to the king. We met this worker bee in a cave on the peak. He doesn't know where this place is. The worker queen muttered silently twice. A cave on the peak? Could it be? There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the red bee queen. She put away the smile on her lips and looked at Qin Feng warily. What is your relationship with that demon beast? Qin Feng looked at the red bee queen in confusion. Demon beast? What is that? I have nothing to do with him. The red bee queen still looked at Qin Feng with some suspicion. What evidence do you have to prove yourself? Qin Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. I don't even know what he looks like. And if I were his lackey, I would take action when I get here. Why don't I just talk nonsense to you and just catch you all? The red bee queen heard what Qin Feng said and said it was very reasonable. Looking at Qin Feng's eyes, that didn't look like he was lying. She temporarily believed Qin Feng with some doubt. Moreover, the red queen bee did not believe that Qin Feng's ability alone could not defeat all their worker bees. The red queen bee returned to her smiling expression, led Qin Feng into the interior of the hive, and sat down directly. Qin Feng saw that the red bee queen temporarily believed him, and couldn't help but ask the questions in his heart. Queen Red Bee, I see you have mentioned the demon beast more than once. Where does this demon beast come from? I hope you can give me some advice. The red bee queen raised her head slightly and looked directly at Qin Feng. You really don't know about this demonic beast. This demonic beast has trapped us here for a long time, and we have all forgotten what the outside world is like. Qin Feng looked at the red queen bee carefully. The red queen bee was a monster with the 7th level of spiritual martial arts. What realm is that demonic beast? Why are you so afraid of him? The red bee queen paused and said, This demonic beast is in the cave you came from. It should be the Dao Jingwa demonic beast. How did you get here? How did you avoid that demonic beast? Qin Feng smiled and did not answer the question. What is the highest level of the monster here? Why not unite and defeat him together? The red queen bee sighed, quite helplessly. The highest realm we have here is the 9-layer Lin Wu mirror. We have also tried to unite to defeat him. However, there is a huge difference in strength, so we can only defend temporarily. Even so, every time we fight, our vitality will be severely damaged. We have suffered heavy losses, and before we can recuperate and recover our strength, there will be another war. And just like this, we can only barely support ourselves because of the consequences of the war. Qin Feng pondered for a long time, thinking in his mind. If you gather your strength and listen to my orders, I will help you get rid of this scourge. But the condition is that in the future you will be at my disposal. When you are at my disposal, I will not let you do anything that is against morality. What do you think? How about it, Dot? The red bee queen looked Qin Feng up and down suspiciously. Why should we believe that you can subdue that demon beast? Besides, if we start a war, you can't resist it. We will be the ones hurt in the end. And judging from your strength, you are only as strong as the 9-layer mirror of spiritual martial arts. Qin Feng puffed out his chest and looked into the distance with some pride. Just because I can come here quietly without being discovered by that monster beast. Besides, if the consumption continues at this level, how long can you sustain it? Why don't you take a gamble? Maybe you can turn the tables. The red bee queen held her head and thought for a long time. She felt that Qin Feng was wise, courageous and resourceful, and could be regarded as an adult. However, although she was optimistic about him, it did not mean that other monsters were still optimistic about him. I can promise you, but I can't guarantee the other monsters. I can help you gather them, as long as you can convince them. You're done. Qin Feng nodded and looked at the red bee queen with a trace of approval in his eyes. Thank you. After chatting for a long time, Qin Feng got up and left the hive. Originally, the red queen bee wanted to keep Qin Feng and stay at her place for one night. However, Qin Feng pushed him away. The red queen bee sent Qin Feng out of the hive. When everything is ready, how will I contact you? Qin Feng stretched his waist. Can we gather them all tomorrow? The red queen bee nodded. Qin Feng received a positive reply, paused and said, You don't need to contact me then. I'll just come directly at noon tomorrow. Qin Feng took another deep look at the red queen bee, then fluttered his wings and left. The red bee queen looked at Qin Feng's retreating back, lowered her head and pondered. At this time, a little red bee looked at the red bee queen unwillingly, with a somewhat unconvinced tone. King, why did you agree to him? He is an alien monster, and we don't know its origin yet. Besides, when the time comes that he can't resist, what will we do? The red bee queen turned back and glanced at the unconvinced little red bee. What he said makes sense. We can't support it for much longer. This is an opportunity. If he can defeat that demon beast, what we will win will be infinite light. Little Red Bee was still a little unconvinced after hearing these words. But he also wants us to obey his orders. Isn't this the same as stepping out of the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den again? The Red Bee Queen looked at the angry little Red Bee and laughed dumbly. She couldn't help but shook her head helplessly. He is different from a demonic beast. The first impression he gave me was that he was not a demonic beast that asked us to act recklessly. What's more, he himself said that he would not let us do anything that violates morality. Let's trust him for the time being. We just need to see how capable he is. Little Red Bee heard his king's words, and he knew that the king knew what he was thinking. So he felt relieved, and the wisps of unconvinced anger in his heart gradually dissipated part of it. The Red Bee Queen returned to the hive unhurriedly, and ordered all the little red bees to mobilize and go to gather all the forces in the peach garden. The little red bees received the order and immediately went to prepare. Qin Feng left the little red bee's hive, since he would not leave for the time being, in order to better adapt to the unfamiliar environment. Qin Feng observed everywhere in this peach blossom garden and prepared for the next killing of the demonic beast. Chapter 166 War of Words with Beasts. Qin Feng came to a peach blossom garden, but he never thought that such a beautiful place would contain a huge threat. During the conversation with the Red Bee Queen, Qin Feng offered a condition. As long as he helped them get rid of the demon beast, they would let Qin Feng do whatever he wants. The Red Bee Queen temporarily agreed to Qin Feng, but she could not make decisions for other monsters. Therefore, the Red Bee Queen helped Qin Feng gather all the forces in the Peach Blossom Spring and asked Qin Feng to convince them personally and see what the other monsters' attitudes were. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, he flew out of the Red Queen's hive. Qin Feng walked around the Peach Blossom Spring and had a panoramic view of the Peach Blossom Spring. The Peach Blossom Spring is neither big nor small. There are peach trees all over the mountains and plains. The fragrance of peach blossoms lingers in the nose. The petals are scattered all over the ground with the breeze, paving a pink road. It looks particularly romantic to step on it. In the middle of the peach blossom tree, there is a clear stream. This stream provides daily drinking for all monsters. Almost all other monsters live in caves. Qin Feng flew around the peak and saw a cave beside a moss-covered rock wall. It was only blocked by rocks, leaving a small gap exposed. Qin Feng got in through the gap and found that it was very spacious inside. And there were several caves. They were all connected, giving the monster a feeling of a cunning rabbit's 3 caves. If he was attacked by a demon or beast, he would be absolutely safe by hiding here. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. System, make a mark here. Ding! The mark is set successfully. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng took another deep look at the cave before flying out of the cave. He looked at the peach trees and then at the peak. He flew towards the peak and chose the rock wall of the peak. There was a particularly hidden cave above, and he flew into the cave and looked around. System, build a hive here. The system judged for 2 seconds before it sounded. Ding! The hive has been established successfully. Please pay attention to the host. In front of Qin Feng's eyes, a huge beehive appeared out of thin air with a bang. Qin Feng looked at the hive, nodded with satisfaction, stretched, flew into the hive, jumped onto the throne, held the bee's head on his front feet, and pondered for a while. If I subdue the monsters here, they can be my help. It seems that I need to pass over some of the glorious worker bees to establish a base here. Qin Feng was quite confident in conquering the monsters. System, pass over part of the glorious worker bee. The system determined for a few seconds, and then sounded again. Ding! The worker bee delivered successfully. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng was lying in the hive, and many glorious worker bees suddenly appeared in front of him. The glorious worker bees passed over, saw their king, and knelt down on one knee. See the king. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Your next task is to find out the terrain here so that you don't miss out on your daily honey picking. Yes. The glorious worker bees answered loudly. Qin Feng pondered for a while, looked at the glorious worker bees who were about to leave, and waved his front foot, etc. The glorious worker bees heard the king calling to them, so they stopped about to leave. King, do you have any other orders? Qin Feng touched his chin. You should try to keep a low profile and avoid being discovered by the monsters here. Otherwise, your sudden appearance may cause them to panic. The glorious worker bees looked at each other. As commanded, Qin Feng moved his front foot and let them go about their business. As a result, the empty hive suddenly became lively. Time slipped quietly between the fingers, and the day passed in a blink of an eye. At noon that day, it was the time agreed upon by Chen Feng and the Red Queen Bee. Chen Feng led 2 glorious worker bees to the Red Queen Bee's hive. At this time, outside the hive of the Red Queen Bee, a mass of black monsters gathered. The leader was a monster with the 9 mirrors of spiritual martial arts. Chen Feng led 2 radiant worker bees to first stop on a petal of the peach blossom tree and observe carefully. Looking at them, looking around, the expressions of every monster came into Chen Feng's eyes. And then he knew it well. The sun moved slowly, getting closer and closer to the middle position. The Red Queen Bee outside the nest looked into the distance from time to time, with a smiling expression on her face. But she was anxious and uneasy inside. What has this little black bee done? Didn't you promise to come by noon today? Why hasn't it come yet? Could it be that he lied to me? He doesn't look like that kind of monster. How could this be? And I have already gathered them here, so I can't keep letting these monsters go. Maybe the little black bee is getting scared. It was almost time for Chen Feng to make an appointment, so he was late. The queen bee's sharp eyes immediately saw Chen Feng coming through the peach blossom tree. Her eyes lit up, and a big stone fell in her heart. Chen Feng led the 2 glorious worker bees to the side of the Red Queen Bee at a moderate speed. The Red Queen Bee couldn't help but be a little confused when she saw the 2 glorious worker bees next to Chen Feng. Who are these 2? Chen Feng turned around and glanced back, and instantly understood what the Red Bee Queen meant. Oh, these 2 are my men. The Red Bee Queen was shocked and thought to herself, how powerful is this little black bee? How could he bring his men here quietly? Maybe I'm not mistaken about the monster. Chen Feng didn't care what the Red Bee Queen was thinking in her heart, and glanced at the Red Bee Queen who was deep in thought. Are all the monsters here? After hearing Chen Feng's question, the Red Bee Queen reacted for a while, and then nodded slowly. Chen Feng cleared his throat and said loudly, maybe you don't know who I am? Where do I come from? But that doesn't matter. I just want to ask you, do you want to get rid of your current life? Get rid of the intrusion of demons and beasts? The monsters looked at each other in confusion, and after a few seconds, they all answered together, we would like. Seeing such an effect, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. I can help you get rid of your current life. You can help you kill demons and beasts and get rid of their intrusion forever. But my condition is that you must let me do my bidding. I will not let you do anything that goes against your own heart. I just need you to help me in my moment of crisis. The monsters looked at Chen Feng suspiciously, and thought to themselves, how can there be such a good thing in the world? A monster suddenly appears, and wants to help us eradicate the demon monster. The condition is that we surrender. This is a bit unrealistic. It is not like just coming out of the tiger's mouth. Are you entering the wolf's den again? Moreover, this little black bee who has just arrived told us directly that he can eradicate that demonic beast. No one would believe it. Chapter 167 Sincerely Convinced. The Red Bee Queen helped Chen Feng gather all the demon beasts in the peach blossom spring. Chen Feng made a promise in front of all the demon beasts. However, they did not believe that Chen Feng had the strength to help them eradicate the demon beasts. Almost all the monsters present doubted Chen Feng's abilities. Chen Feng looked around, looking at the disbelieving eyes of the monsters around him, and knew what they were worried about. Before Chen Feng could speak again, the leader of the 9-layered spirit beast looked at Chen Feng and said, little black bee, you and I are both monsters of the 9-layer Lin Wu mirror. I dare not say such big words. How can we believe you? Besides, you have just arrived here. How much do you know about this place? Chen Feng's eyes were sharp, and he released his momentum. I rely on my own strength. Teleport. Chen Feng used the teleportation skill to come to him unprepared for the demonic beast of the 9-layer spiritual martial mirror. The earth groans. The monster with the 9th level mirror of Lin Wu was anesthetized by the thunder attack. It froze in place for an instant, without any resistance. Chen Feng showed his tail needle and attacked the 9th level mirror of Lin Wu with a smooth flow. Monster. Seeing this situation, the heart of the demon beast was in its throat, and it closed its eyes, not daring to look at the miserable state of the monster with the 9th level mirror of spiritual martial arts. However, Chen Feng just put the tail needle on his head and did not take a step forward. The monster with the 9th level mirror of Lin Wu saw the cold light on Chen Feng's tail needle with his peripheral vision, and a light gradually appeared on his forehead. A small layer of sweat wetted the surrounding hair, and even his breathing was stopped. Chen Feng put away his tail needle and arched his front foot. Concession. Chen Feng survived countless life and death struggles, although his own strength is the 9th level of spiritual martial arts. In so many battles, All Qin Feng has come into contact with are monsters in the earth martial realm. Under such circumstances, Qin Feng's strength is also forced to improve. Nowadays, Qin Feng has the strength to fight even the monsters with the 4th level of earth martial arts. Let alone this little monster with the 9th level of spiritual martial arts. The demonic beast of the 9-layer Lin Wu mirror breathed a sigh of relief when it saw Qin Feng put away its tail needle. As if it had escaped from the gate of H.L. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes as it thought to itself. If the tail needle of the little black bee pierces my mind without mercy, the consequences will be disastrous. Although I am not prepared. If I am prepared, I may not be able to escape. Pass. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the demonic beast with the 9-layer mirror of spiritual martial arts once again. And he felt that the hairs all over his body were standing on end and his spine was chilling. The other monsters breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the life of the monster with the 9-layer spiritual martial mirror was not threatened. Qin Feng's blow shocked them. At this time, they no longer had any demands and dared to challenge Qin Feng's strength. Make doubts. Qin Feng used teleportation skills to return to the original place. The Red Bee Queen looked at Qin Feng, who had returned to the original place, with complicated eyes in her eyes, as she thought to herself. It seems that I was right about the demonic beast. He will definitely lead us to defeat the demonic beast. Then, the Red Bee Queen's eyes showed determination, and her mood slowly changed. At this moment, he was truly convinced of Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng showed absolute strength, some monsters were still skeptical. At this moment, a lightning raccoon tremblingly walked out of the team of heavy monster beasts. Little Black Bee, how are you going to defeat that demon beast? If you can't defeat him, since you can come here quietly, you can naturally escape from here directly. What will we do then? Finally, it's us who suffer. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Since I have promised you that we will suffer the consequences of eradicating you, then I will definitely be able to do it. As for what to do then, this requires the joint efforts of all of us. When the monsters heard this, they couldn't help but pricked up their ears, looking curious and listening attentively. Qin Feng cleared his throat. First of all, we must lead the demonic beast out of the cave. I think the cave entrance, where the demonic beast is located, is the only way to connect this place with the outside world. If it is destroyed, you will no longer be able to enter or exit the outside world. By then, and completely cut off contact with the outside world. Qin Feng paused and looked around. The monsters' eyes were shining brightly, and they nodded in agreement. At this time, in their hearts, they no longer considered whether Qin Feng could defeat his demon beast. He no longer considered whether Qin Feng would escape from here directly after failing to defeat the demon beast. They also knew that if Qin Feng didn't really help them, he wouldn't be so considerate of them. Qin Feng saw the monsters present without any doubts, and took 2 steps in the air. Secondly, we need to evacuate you from the same place. If it fails, you can save your lives. I have found a safe location for you. You can let the old, weak, sick and disabled monsters live there first. When the monster beasts heard Qin Feng's words, there were tears in their eyes. At this moment, no matter which monster beast it was, they were all convinced. Even the slightest bit of reluctance in their hearts was consumed by Qin Feng's words. After all, they completely surrendered to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the sky in the distance. Now that your safety is guaranteed, let's talk about the battle plan. Qin Feng pondered for a long time. I need you to divide into 8 groups. When I attack the demon beast, you will harass him from 8 directions and distract him from the side, so that I can attack easily. Qin Feng paused for a moment. When you 8 groups attack, you can't be too scattered. You must cooperate closely and be organized. After hearing Qin Feng's words, the monsters present silently took notes. Qin Feng looked around. Do you understand? All the monsters present responded subconsciously. I understand. The loud voice filled the sky. At this time, the demonic beast with the 9-fold mirror of spiritual martial arts looked at Qin Feng on the hive, and fell to the ground in admiration, kneeling on one knee. See the king! The other monsters saw the monster, with the 9th level of spiritual martial arts, kneeling on the ground, and surrendered under Qin Feng's command. They couldn't help but look at each other, and imitated the appearance of the monster, with the 9th level of spiritual martial arts, kneeling on one knee. Land. See the king! The sounds echoed in the sky, one after another. This scene could not help but shock the Red Bee Queen next to Qin Feng. She turned back to look at Qin Feng, with admiration in her eyes, and knelt down on one knee with them. On the hive, the little red bees saw their king kneeling on one knee on the hive, and they knelt down on one knee in confusion. Chen Feng glanced around and looked around. He never thought that he would achieve such an effect. He originally thought that he would take his time. And with the passage of time, he would eventually surrender through running in. However, in one day, they all surrendered. Chen Feng's voice was trembling. Please get up quickly. Chapter 168 Tacit Understanding Training Camp. Chen Feng helped the monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring fight against the demonic monsters. Chen Feng revealed his plan. The monsters gathered outside the hive were convinced of Chen Feng's wisdom and strength and directly bowed to his command. There is always a kind of power among all beasts. The feeling of king. Chen Feng looked at the monsters kneeling on one knee and immediately asked them all to get up. Then, his expression suddenly became serious. Now that you have become a member of my command, don't think about betrayal. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. The monsters knelt down on one knee again. Swear to be loyal to the king to the death and never betray. Chen Feng nodded and asked them to stand up. At this moment, the demonic beast of the 9-layer Lin Wu mirror thought of the key issue again. King, when will the battle begin? Chen Feng heard the question, pondered for a while, and touched the bee's chin with his front foot. When will the next war be? How long will it take? The face of the monster in the 9-layer Lin Wu mirror turned pale, as if it remembered the tragic situation during the war, and also seemed to remember that the time for the war was getting closer and closer. Report to the king. There are still 5 days until the war begins. Chen Feng raised his head slightly and looked into the distance again. 5 days? That's enough time. During these 5 days, you need to develop a tacit understanding between each other. Once you have developed a tacit understanding, I will tell you the detailed battle plan. Yes, king. Seeing that everything had been explained, Chen Feng waved his head. I'll see you here at Mount tomorrow. The monsters and beasts spoke in unison with a tacit understanding. As commanded, Chen Feng watched all the monsters leave, and then turned back to look at the Red Bee Queen. Queen Red Bee, you have a hard day's rest today. The Red Bee Queen smiled with an expression of sincerity and fear on her face. Once certain things were established, her mood changed. Looking at the Red Bee Queen who was so respectful at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly felt uncomfortable. The Red Queen knelt on one knee on top of the hive. King, you have done a good job of defeating me. It is your duty to serve the king. Chen Feng raised his forehead. Get up. I will be here on time tomorrow at 9 o'clock. After saying that, Chen Feng led the 2 glorious worker bees and flew into the distance with vibrating wings. Chen Feng returned to the hive and laid down on the throne a little tiredly. In fact, he originally led the glory worker bees to eliminate the demonic beasts. However, the moment he saw them, Chen Feng changed his mind. The demonic beasts. The beast must learn to grow. Since they have chosen to surrender to his command, he will lead them to the peak of beast life. These monsters cannot stay under Chen Feng's protection forever. Chen Feng will face more and more enemies in the future. If Chen Feng is just soft-hearted towards them, there will be no chance for them to temper themselves. When they are used in the future, when they face the enemy, they will be defeated. What Chen Feng wants to do is to polish them into a real sharp blade. Just like the glorious worker bees. Chen Feng rubbed his aching head. Come on, bee. Assemble a small team of bee soldiers and generals. Divide them into 8 groups. And lead the training of the monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring tomorrow. The glorious worker bee kneeling under Chen Feng's throne looked at his king with admiration. As you command, king. The glorious worker bee went down to prepare. Not long after, everything was ready. Just waiting for tomorrow to start the first day of training. After a night of silence, Chen Feng stood up at dawn and personally led other monsters to train for the first time. Feeling slightly nervous in his heart, Chen Feng drank big gulps of royal jelly, and his stomach gradually became rounder. At this time, the glorious worker bees had also gotten up. After Chen Feng had eaten and drank enough, he saw that the glorious worker bees were ready. He cleared his throat and prepared to give a few instructions. All shining worker bees obey orders. Exist. The glorious worker bee heard the king's call and knelt down on the hive in fear, answering Chen Feng in a loud voice. Exist. Chen Feng looked around and nodded with satisfaction. The task I give you today is to teach them how to cultivate your daily tacit understanding. Or if there is no method, you can go and teach them according to what you understand. And I hope you will try your best in front of them. Do your best and fulfill your responsibilities. Yes. After Chen Feng finished teaching the Guangya worker bees, the Guangya worker bees couldn't wait to teach their apprentices. They just waited for Chen Feng to give the order and set off in an orderly manner. Chen Feng waved his front foot and marched towards the Red Bee Queen's territory in a mighty manner. Not long after, Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to Red Bee. Outside the Red Bee Queen's hive, many monsters have gathered here. They all came here early, and can't wait for the training to arrive. They watched Qin Feng's arrival, and knelt down on one knee with joyful expressions on their faces. "See the king!" Qin Feng looked at the eager monsters, and said nothing. After waiting not long, all the monsters arrived. Qin Feng looked around, and touched the bee's chin out of habit. "All demonic beasts, listen! Today I have brought 8 groups of glorious worker bees. These 8 groups of glorious worker bees will teach you how to cultivate tacit understanding, and how to be invincible in the war. Don't be lazy. I will pay close attention to you, and check you at any time. I hope you can work hard, and become a group of elite monsters within these 5 days. The monsters were filled with excitement when they heard Qin Feng's morale-boosting words. "Yes, King! We will definitely live up to King's expectations of us. Train hard and deliver a satisfactory answer." Qin Feng nodded approvingly. "No matter what questions any of you monsters have, you can come and ask me at any time." The monsters and beasts responded one after another. "Yes." Afterwards, the 8 groups of glory worker bees each led a group of monster beasts to teach. The monster beasts were full of energy and listened carefully to the guidance of the glory worker bees. Qin Feng flew past them from time to time, and occasionally stopped aside, watching and listening. When he saw that there was nothing wrong, he flapped his wings and came to another place. Qin Feng flew around and found that they were teaching and learning from each other without having to intervene. So he flew above the hive, looking at the empty space on the side. He looked inside the hive again. There were still no red bees. He looked at the sky again, only to find that the Red Bee Queen had spread out her troops. Each group of monsters was mixed with some small red bees. Qin Feng quite approves of this distribution result. Qin Feng looked at the monsters working hard in the distance and thought to himself, "The monsters in the sky and on the land work together to fight. In this way, their advantages complement each other. If the tacit understanding is improved again, they will become an unprecedented elite team. When the time comes, they will face the most powerful enemy in time. They are all capable of fighting, and they can be regarded as their own ace army." Qin Feng looked at the distant sky, feeling somewhat satisfied. Chapter 169 Reborn. Qin Feng spent all his energy in helping the monsters here to deal with the demonic monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring. In order to win with one blow, Qin Feng asked his glorious worker bees to conduct special training on the monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring. Qin Feng looked at the slightly tired monsters, but his eyes were still full of energy. Qin Feng sat upright on the hive and cleared his throat. "Today's special training time. You have worked hard and endured hardships to become the best beast. In the training time, everyone's training effect is quite effective. But how big the effect is, let me tell you, give it a test." When the monsters heard Qin Feng's words, they felt quite excited and knelt down on one knee. "Please give the king a test." Qin Feng waved his bee feet proudly, signaling the monsters to get up. The monsters stood up and got ready. 8 groups of monsters formed an arc, just waiting for Qin Feng to come and test. Qin Feng stretched, stood up from the hive, glanced at them casually, and then with a sharp look in his eyes, he fluttered his wings and rushed towards them. As soon as they entered their bodies, they used the skills on Qin Feng in a tacit understanding. Qin Feng felt the power of the skills, and knew that they were afraid of hurting themselves, so they did not use their full strength. But their tacit understanding improved quite a few. Qin Feng disappeared from the spot with a pop, and returned to the hive. His voice was mixed with the sound of the wind and had penetrating power, reaching the ears of all the monsters. "All monsters obey the order. All monsters must go all out. Let me see your true level." Seeing Qin Feng return to the hive, and hearing Qin Feng's words, they looked at each other in confusion. Qin Feng looked at the bewildered monsters, and couldn't help but helplessly hold his forehead. "You can't hurt me yet. If you can hurt me, it means you are ready to leave." The monsters thought about it, and thought that what Qin Feng said was right. So with a firm look in their eyes, Qin Feng rushed into their team again. They no longer released water and directly used all their strength, and their power suddenly increased dramatically. The little red bees in the sky used their skills to attack and locked every corner of the sky. Other monsters on the land locked the surrounding areas in all directions. This forms an inescapable encirclement, with no blind spots up, down, left, or right for the monsters to avoid, unless you carry the skills hard. But if you carry the skills hard, the power of the superimposed attack of the skills can be imagined. Qin Feng looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Although their skills were powerful and all aspects were in place, Qin Feng had teleportation skills and left the circle of skills in an instant. The skills were in vain. The collision formed a huge energy explosion. Even if Qin Feng left the place, he could still feel the power of the explosion. After all the monsters unleashed their skills with all their strength, they saw that Qin Feng had no desire to dodge, and couldn't help but raise their throats. At the critical moment when the skills arrived, Qin Feng used the teleportation skills to leave the encirclement. And what followed was, it was an energy explosion. So they did not see Qin Feng leave the encirclement. The red fire of the explosion was reflected in the eyes of the monsters. They all stiffened up and stared blankly at the fire. A trace of unspeakable sadness was revealed in their eyes. They forgot everything and couldn't help but kneel on one knee. There was a moment of silence on the ground. Qin Feng glanced at the fire for a few times, then turned back to look at the monsters and saw them kneeling on the ground. I couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Then I looked along the place where the monsters were kneeling and worshipped. I understood something in an instant. I was so angry that my voice resounded loudly through the sky. What are you doing? If you don't get up quickly and let me see your strength, why are you kneeling here? When the monsters heard the familiar voice, they turned around in shock, looking at the direction of the sound. After a glance, they found that Qin Feng was flying in the sky with his wings vibrating unscathed. With a worried heart, he finally let go, looked at his own appearance, then looked around, and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Qin Feng sighed with a loud voice. Go on! Come again! The monsters already knew how powerful Qin Feng was, and also knew that he could dodge. So they continued to release their skills. Colorful skills covered the sky, as if they were celebrating their success. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng experienced each encirclement again and again before returning to the hive feeling slightly exhausted. Qin Feng took a few breaths and stabilized his breath before speaking. Today's special training is just the beginning. But everyone did a pretty good job. Every monster played to its best advantage. But there are still small flaws. Due to the uneven distribution, the weights between each group, there is a big difference in strength as you lose weight. So I will adjust it for you next. Qin Feng vibrated his wings and flew down from the hive, observing each group of surrounding circles. From time to time, a monster would jump out and send it into another group, and then pick out a monster from the other group. Put the monster back. Time slipped by slowly, and the sun had fallen below the horizon. But there was still light in the sky. Qin Feng changed for a long time, and then flew back to the hive. Remember your formation and train again tomorrow at the same time and place. Yes. After hearing their affirmative answer, Qin Feng waved his front feet and asked them to disperse. Qin Feng also led the glorious worker bees to vibrate their wings and fly back to the hive on the peak. Qin Feng held the straw with his front feet and drank freely, with royal jelly. While drinking, Qin Feng's bee eyes opened up, and Qin Feng was still thinking about it. It's really not something I can accomplish with just one bee. If I had to take them by myself, I would probably lie there tired and unable to get up today. Qin Feng's last-minute thoughts still remained in his mind, and before his belly filled with royal jelly swelled, he fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, Qin Feng seemed to still be watching their training, and seemed to be testing their results. After a dreamless night, Qin Feng opened his eyes just after dawn. Qin Feng only felt a slight pain in his neck, probably because he was too tired and fell asleep directly. However, his sleeping posture was wrong, which caused some pain in his neck. Afterwards, after eating and drinking, Qin Feng took the 8 groups of glorious worker bees from yesterday to the Red Queen's hive to start the next special training. Time passed minute by minute, day after day, and in a blink of an eye, the 5 days of special training were over. All the monsters went through special training at the same time and place, and none of them gave up. The monsters were making progress every day. 5 days later, Qin Feng conducted another test, and they were completely transformed. Chapter 170 Beast Core. In order for Qin Feng to enable the monsters in Peach Blossom Spring to better fight against demons and monsters, and for them to be his helpers in the future, Qin Feng conducted 5 days of special training on them. After 5 days of polishing, they completely reborn. Even the eyes between the monsters and monsters are a little different, which is a tacit understanding factor communicating. Given time, they will surely surpass the glorious worker bees and become Qin Feng's trump card. That night, Qin Feng did not let them disperse directly after the special training like in the past. Qin Feng left them outside the hive while it was still daylight. Qin Feng stood on the hive and cleared his throat. Thank you for your hard work during this special training period. Everyone's strength has improved very quickly. And the tacit understanding between each other has also been greatly improved. You have become the closest partners. Tomorrow is the time of the decisive battle. In order for you to be better in the battle, you can use your full strength, and even perform beyond normal, so that you can replenish some energy. Qin Feng waved his bee feet, and dozens of glorious worker bees flew in from a distance. The bee feet of several bees were all carrying a jar of honey. They carried a total of 24 jars of honey. Through the fragrance of honey from far away, they came, floating over. The intoxicating fragrance of honey spread into the nostrils of the monsters, arousing their desire to drink. Qin Feng looked at the jars of honey. In order to reward them, Qin Feng spent a lot of money. Although the jars were filled with honey and not royal jelly for his own consumption, it was enough to make Qin Feng feel distressed for a while. After all, these are all picked with hard work by our glorious worker bees. Even the honey is of top quality. It is something that ordinary monsters cannot drink even if they want to. Seeing that the glorious worker bees had arrived in front of the monster, Qin Feng signaled with his eyes that the glorious worker bees placed the honey on the ground. The fragrance of honey became stronger. Gradually, the fragrance of honey surrounded the monsters. After taking a deep breath, they felt comfortable and full of power. They had never smelled such delicious honey. At this moment, they were thinking in their hearts, if we can take a sip in this life, we will die without regrets. Even if they were tempted by the scent of honey, they did not move at all, because they knew that this was their king's thing, and they could not drink it privately when the king did not speak. Qin Feng glanced at the monsters. Although they looked at the honey eagerly, their eyes were clear, and there was no trace of greed. There was approval in Qin Feng's eyes. He turned back and looked at the jars of honey again. He couldn't help but say proudly, "This is our home-brewed honey. You can taste it. Although the honey is too much for the beast and not enough for the honey, I hope you will forgive me." The monsters looked at Qin Feng with tears of gratitude and knelt on the ground. "Thank you, King, for the reward." Qin Feng nodded and asked the monsters to get up. After the monster beasts got up. At this time, the monster beast with the 9th level mirror of spirit martial arts took a step forward and said respectfully, "King, there is already a lot of honey here, and we haven't done anything yet. The king has rewarded us, and we are so grateful. We will remember this kindness in our hearts. In the future, we will be kings and will fight through fire and water." Qin Feng smiled slightly, feeling warm in his heart. "Okay, without further ado, let's taste it together." The monster beasts heard Qin Feng's words and gathered in front of the honey. They did not fight or grab it. Each group received 3 jars of honey and tasted it in an orderly manner. The monsters had just taken their first bite of honey, and they felt the delicious feeling on their tongues and tips, as if they were floating in the clouds. There was an indescribable wonderful feeling lingering in their mouths. The honey was sweet, but not it is greasy. Sweet and delicious, as if all the sweetness in life are gathered in it, making the monsters unable to help but indulge in it. After the honey entered the body, I felt a warm current flowing into the body, and then along the meridians, flowing into the limbs and bones, as if they were bathing in the sun and enjoying the warmth. Several monsters could feel that the bottlenecks in their bodies had been it was a lot looser, as if a few drops of honey would break through. And they couldn't help but look at their king gratefully. Even after the Red Queen Bee drank the honey, she felt that the honey she had drank over the years was just chaff. It was like heaven and earth. If she were given honey brewed by herself at this time, he would not be able to eat it. It's the same thing. Qin Feng looked at their expressions and felt a little funny in his heart. He also knew that his honey was unique in the world, and for any monster, taking a bite was a luxury. The time of drinking honey is very wonderful, but the beauty will pass. Each of the 24 jars of honey got a part of each monster. They did not give up until the jars were empty in the end. After drinking the honey, the monsters looked at Qin Feng eagerly, hoping that their king would reward them with some of it. Qin Feng helplessly raised his forehead. Faced with such delicious honey, they could not fight for it. Now, Qin Feng has believed in their beasts, and he also knows what kind of monsters they are. Qin Feng looked around and said helplessly, "The honey is really gone. After all, my glorious worker bees are limited, and the output is also limited. If there is a next time, I will reward you for your military exploits." After hearing Qin Feng's words, they couldn't help but jump for joy, and some of the young monsters even jumped up. Qin Feng saw that he had almost finished drinking the honey, so he signaled with his eyes to the glorious worker bees to put away the jar, and then his eyes fell on the monster beasts. "Tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle. You will still be here at Malshire tomorrow. I will lead you to make arrangements. Let us achieve the greatest success at the minimum cost. We will definitely kill the demons and monsters here. The monsters are very confident, since they were led by Chinfeng. They are no longer a piece of loose sand. They are like piles of flour. Now with the stirring of Chinfeng's water, they are constantly fused together and become an indivisible whole. Every monster is a part of it, and it cannot exist without any monster. At this time, the 9-layered mirror monster walked out of the team. King! Now that our team has been established, I hope the king will give us a name. Chinfeng pondered for a long time. It's called Xinyao. Hearing such a domineering name, the 9-layered mirror monster led all the monsters to kneel down on one knee. Thank you, the king, for the name. Chinfeng moved his front legs and asked them to stand up. He looked at the sky and saw the stars, so he let the monsters disperse. Chinfeng looked at the retreating figures of the monsters and knew that they were perfect in all aspects. Now they were one step away from success, which was the baptism of blood. After this battle, after they tasted the taste of blood, they would truly become the divine beast core. Chapter 171 Sincere Words. After 5 days of special training, Chinfeng took out his own honey and rewarded them. When he drank the honey again, Chinfeng deeply realized their simplicity. Even in the face of such delicious honey, they did not fight or complain. Seize. In fact, Chinfeng already recognized them. Chinfeng named them the Divine Beast Core. After everything was explained, Chinfeng watched their retreating figures, pondered for a while, and then led the glorious worker bees back to the hive. After the exhaustion of the first day, the remaining this period of time has been relatively relaxed. Chinfeng lay on the extremely spacious throne, drank a lot of royal jelly, stretched, yawned and fell asleep. At dawn, Chinfeng opened his sleepy eyes. In the past few days, Chinfeng had automatically formed a biological clock and would wake up at midnight. Chinfeng slowly stood up from the throne, crossed his legs, held the straw, and drank the royal jelly in large gulps until his stomach was bulging. Then, he flew out of the hive. Chinfeng looked at the sky in the distance, which was dark. It's a bit depressing, as if something is gathering, and it seems to foreshadow something. Chinfeng watched for a long time, so he left the other glorious worker bees to guard the hive to ensure the safety of the hive. Before leaving, Chinfeng gave many instructions. If the rock shakes or is about to collapse, you should evacuate immediately. Try to stay vigilant at all times and get closer to the cave entrance so that you can evacuate as soon as possible. Chinfeng put all the honey and royal jelly in the hive into jars and put them into the water drop space. He looked at the empty hive with emotion. After everything was arranged, Chinfeng led the 8 groups of glorious worker bees and flew to the Red Queen's hive. Originally, Chinfeng planned to gather the monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring directly under the cave where he built the hive. But then he thought, it's too troublesome to gather the monsters in your own hive. Not only that, it's at a remote location, and it doesn't matter whether the monsters can find it or not. Chinfeng led the glorious worker bees to the outside of the Red Queen bee's hive. All the monsters had already arrived outside the Red Queen's hive and had been waiting for a long time. Chinfeng looked at the monster beasts and felt impassioned in his heart. Today is the day of the decisive battle. We are not afraid of life and death and vow to fight to the death against the demonic beasts. After hearing Chinfeng's words, all the monsters couldn't help shouting passionately. Don't be afraid of life and death. Fight to the death. Chinfeng looked directly at the monster with the 9-layer Lingwu mirror, his expression serious. When will the demon beast wake up? The monster with the 9th level of spiritual martial arts thought about it carefully. About noon. Chinfeng nodded slightly, looked at the sky. It was still early, and then looked around with deep eyes. Not only me, but also the glory worker bees will fight with you. Later, I will lead you to that safe cave. If you fail, you can retreat to this cave. Then, I will lead you to ambush the enemy. Ambush the enemy. Long live the king. The monsters couldn't help but cheered when they heard such a careful plan. And there was no tension at all before the battle. Chinfeng was infected by the passion of the demon beasts, and a smile appeared on his serious face. His anxious heart calmed down, and he became more determined in his heart, and his desire to kill the demon beasts became stronger. Chinfeng coughed, and all the monsters fell silent. Chinfeng swung his front foot, vibrated his wings, and led all the monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring to the cave that Chinfeng was looking for earlier. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the cave. At this time, Qin Feng led the monsters to remove the stone blocking the entrance of the cave. Then Qin Feng looked inside at the light outside. I saw that the rock walls in the cave were smooth and would not collapse even if they encountered a collision. However, Qin Feng still warned uneasily. When encountering a crazy demon beast, if he hits the rock wall crazily and rocks fall in the cave, you must exit the cave to prevent casualties caused by cave collapse. If we heard Qin Feng's words, we would be a little moved for a moment. Yes, King! I will obey the king's teachings. Qin Feng looked at the cave. It is relatively safe for you to hide here. When attacked by demonic beasts, we will try our best to divert them elsewhere. But don't think that you can relax your vigilance. No one can predict what emergencies will happen. Qin Feng paused. When all the monsters come in, block the rocks at the entrance of the cave. But don't block them all. You can escape when the cave collapses. If you fail to block the entrance with rocks in time, you can hide in other caves. Qin Feng carefully explained to the monsters how to avoid casualties when facing any dangerous situation. Qin Feng didn't want the Divine Beast Corps he had just established to suffer heavy losses in this battle. In the future, Qin Feng would have to rely on them to deal with the Demon King Palace and the Bloodthirsty Hall. By then, these monster beasts would defeat them and return to them. Don't dare to come out of the cave. Qin Feng led the demon beasts to familiarize themselves with the terrain of the cave and the terrain around the cave, in order to be able to think of this place at any time, even when they were being chased and panicked. They came here to avoid the demon beasts. Qin Feng looked around and pondered for a moment. Why don't we leave the young monsters and the old and weak monsters here first and give them full safety? The monsters also knew what Qin Feng meant. This battle could be said to be a narrow escape, and they might lose their lives if they failed. The young monsters are left behind to continue their errors. But what Qin Feng didn't expect was that a young lightning raccoon walked out from the herd. King! We also have to fight. Although we are still relatively small now, we can still fight and be a part of killing demons and beasts. We also want to do our part in this war. Other young monsters and old and weak monsters, after hearing the words of the lightning raccoon, also expressed their willingness to live and die together with their companions, and to advance and retreat together. Qin Feng sighed. He didn't expect the monsters in the peach garden to be so bloody. Qin Feng nodded slightly and said seriously, In this battle, there may be casualties. You can participate in the battle, but we will not be able to protect you when the time comes. You need to protect yourselves. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Aren't you afraid? The lightning raccoon puffed out its chest and said proudly, We are not afraid. It is our honor to die on the battlefield. We are willing to sacrifice our lives in exchange for permanent peace. We hope that the king will grant us permission. Qin Feng nodded helplessly. We will try to protect you. The lightning raccoon looked at Qin Feng and shook his head. King, we can never grow under your protection. We hope you will give us a chance. Chapter 172 Ambush Battle. Qin Feng led the monsters to the cave they had found earlier. Inside the cave, Qin Feng explained to them earnestly. Originally, Qin Feng planned to keep the young, old and weak monsters here. However, he never thought that they were very bloody and wanted to fight with them. Qin Feng looked at the monsters in embarrassment, but they all nodded in agreement, with determination in their eyes. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll give you this chance. You must come back alive. The lightning raccoon and other monsters couldn't help but cheered when they heard Qin Feng's words. Thank you, Wan, for giving us this opportunity. Qin Feng looked at the light coming from the gaps in the clouds in the sky and felt that the time was almost up. Then he led the demon beasts to the outside of the cave where the demon beasts were. That is when Qin Feng came to the peach blossom spring from the outside. That cave inside. Qin Feng looked around and saw several sunken places on both sides of the cave, which were suitable for monster beasts to ambush. Qin Feng turned back and looked at the monster beasts. The first 4 groups of divine beasts are ambushing on the left and right respectively. As long as the body of the demon beast leaves the cave, you will attack him directly. The Divine Beast Corps, who were called out by Qin Feng, had serious expressions. They knew that this was an important mission. As you command, King! Qin Feng's eyes fell on the other groups of Divine Beast Corps. The last 4 groups of you formed a semi-surrounding formation not far away to intercept his path and directly attack the demonic beasts. You must cooperate with each other tacitly. Yes! The last 4 groups of Divine Beast Corps took orders and returned to the team. Qin Feng paused, his eyes resting on the glorious worker bees. Glory worker bees, listen to the order. You are divided into 2 groups and ambush on the flanks. As long as the demon beasts enter your attack range, You will attack from the flanks. The glorious worker bees knelt on one knee. Yes, King! Qin Feng looked at the monsters around him, and his voice was loud, ringing in the ears of all the monsters. You just need to harass the demon beast so that he can't do anything else, and leave the rest to me. Qin Feng knew that unless the demonic beasts really woke up, they would not be heard. Otherwise Qin Feng would not be so arrogant. After Qin Feng completed the arrangements, all the monsters were already in place, and went to ambush. Qin Feng came to the top of the cave, and quietly ambushed. Time passed minute by second. The atmosphere became more and more tense, and the surrounding monsters became more and more uneasy. Gradually, the sound of snoring disappeared in the cave, and a roar came out, accompanied by echoes, spreading around the peak. Hearing this voice, the monsters in the peach blossom spring trembled instinctively. It was the fear of demons and monsters, and it was also the deep fear emanating from their hearts. But when they thought of Qin Feng, their hearts felt inexplicably warm. Suddenly, his mind was filled with faith, and he instantly defeated the remaining fear. Following the roar, the sound of dong dong footsteps was heard in the cave again. It was the sound made by the monsters stepping on the rock wall in the cave. It was like stepping on the hearts of the monsters outside the cave. But they no more fear. Not long after, the monster poked its head out from the cave. The monsters lurking around all looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head, and they stood still until the monster revealed its huge body. Only then did Qin Feng see his whole face. I saw that he was wearing a black coat, covered with leprosy, a huge mouth with a long tongue, and blood-red eyes. He was just like a huge toad, with slender legs jumping up and down. It bounces around and makes a croak sound from time to time. Qin Feng looked at the monster curiously. He really didn't know how powerful the monster was. But no matter how powerful it was, he would kill it. Moreover, Qin Feng knew that underestimating the enemy was the biggest obstacle. Qin Feng saw that he had jumped out of the cave. Qin Feng signaled with his eyes, and moved his front foot. The monster, which was always paying attention to Qin Feng's movements, rushed forward in an instant. The demon beast showed no fear, just looking at the monster beasts attacking from all directions, with a cold light in its eyes. How dare you be so arrogant? It seems that I have taught you a lot less. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, and rushed forward without saying anything. Skills were flying all over the sky. Qin Feng took advantage of the demonic beasts and the glorious attackers in the peach blossom spring to attract the attention of the demonic beasts. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. Teleport! He disappeared from the spot in an instant, and came to the side of the demon beast. The demon beast was so troubled by his skills that he didn't notice Qin Feng coming to his side. The earth groans. The thunderous attack centered on Qin Feng and spread out in all directions. The demonic beasts were the first to bear the brunt. He only felt a sense of anesthesia filling his body. For a moment, only his eyes could move. Only then did he see Qin Feng standing next to him. The demon beast's eyes were mixed with angry flames. They were even more blood-red, as if they were fused with real blood. As long as he looked at each other, he would fall deeply into it, and he would only feel that you were trapped in a sea of blood, which is like a swamp of blood. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Qin Feng glanced at it, and felt his eyes sting. Only then did Qin Feng realize what was so powerful about it. He reacted in an instant, and shifted his gaze. The poison of the void! Qin Feng endured the pain in his eyes, showed his tail needle, and thought about the cold light, heading towards the eyes of the demon beast. But he never thought that when he looked at the demon beast just now, the speed of releasing the skill was a few seconds slower, buying a little time for the demon beast. And it was this time that saved his eyes. The demon beast only felt that the anesthesia effect had expired. Looking at the poisonous needle with a cold light, his head immediately flashed to the side. But it was too late. The demon beast only felt a numbness on his scalp and traces of blood oozing out. Qin Feng succeeded with one blow, and did not hesitate to fight. He directly used the teleportation skill to leave the place. The demon monster subconsciously touched his scalp, and saw blood stains on his claws, and his eyes were red as if they were about to bleed. While constantly dodging the skills of other monsters, he looked around for traces of Qin Feng. But he did not find Qin Feng, who had teleported away. For demonic beasts, other demonic beasts do not pose a threat at all. Their skills are used to tickle him. But Qin Feng is different. Since Qin Feng can hurt him, it means that he is very powerful. So he has constituted a threat. In this case, the demonic beast still did not take Qin Feng seriously. After all, no demonic beast had been able to kill him here for a long time. Therefore, The demonic beast did not have much worry. He thought in his heart that as long as he killed him, without Chen Feng, he is still the overlord here, and can still do whatever he wants here. Chapter 173 Heart of Fear. Chen Feng led the glorious worker bees, and the monsters in the peach blossom spring, to ambush around the cave, where the demon beast was, waiting for the demon beast to come out before killing him here. The demonic beast jumped out of the cave amidst the expectations and waiting of the demonic beasts, surrounded by the divine beast core and the glory worker bees. The confident demonic beast did not have any fear. He always believed that he was invincible. In this paradise, no monster could compete with him. However, unexpectedly, Chen Feng took advantage of the time when the demon beast was distracted and directly used his skills to injure the demon beast. This aroused the demon beast's vigilance and kept looking around, looking for Chen Feng's figure. The demon beast looked left and right, but could not find Chen Feng among the demon beasts, and couldn't help shouting angrily, "Shameless little black bee! Come out here! Don't think that it will be okay if I can't find you. You always rely on the abundance of beasts, so your ability is nothing." Chen Feng heard the words of the demon beast and couldn't help but rolled his eyes speechlessly, thinking to himself, "Of course this is my ability. At least all the monsters here are my subordinates, making me invincible. You are just envious and jealous." The demonic beasts saw that Chen Feng did not come out, so they launched an attack on the surrounding demonic beasts without hesitation. Poison tongue. I saw the demon beast sticking out its long tongue, and the black tongue exuded a foul smell. This made Chen Feng, who was waiting for the opportunity to make a sneak attack above the demon beast, lose the honey he drank overnight. They all spat it out, and Chen Feng immediately held his breath. The tongue of the demonic beast can be long or short, like its own sharp blade, sweeping towards the surrounding demonic beasts. As soon as the demonic beasts of the divine beast core saw his mouth open, they knew that the demonic beast was about to release itself strength, so he looked at him warily. As soon as the demon beast stuck out its tongue, they immediately took a few steps back. They knew the power of the demon beast's tongue. In the past, many demon beasts died under his poison. This has become their instinctive reaction. The long tongue of the demonic beast swept away like this, but it did not attack the demonic beasts in the peach blossom garden. However, the glorious worker bees did not know the power of the demonic beast's tongue. When the tongue came, the glorious worker bees immediately avoided it. Several glory worker bees were rubbed against one side of their bodies by tongues. Those glory worker bees only felt pain in their bodies, and then lost consciousness. Their bodies became stiff and fell from the sky. Then, they lost their breath. When the glorious worker bees saw such a terrifying tongue, they looked at each other and took a few steps back. Chen Feng also noticed the horror of the demon beast's tongue, and thought with a flash of horror in his eyes, "No wonder the demons and beasts are so confident. It turns out they have their own unique skills." Chen Feng quietly flew high into the sky and saw the monster shouting, "Retreat immediately and use long-range attacks to consume them." When the monsters heard Chen Feng, they immediately retreated. At this time, the demon beast also heard Chen Feng's voice, and couldn't help but raise his head to look at the source of the sound. At one glance, he saw what he was thinking. He saw the lonely little black bee above his head, and his eyes became cold. "Little black bee, do you think it will be okay if you hide above your head? Do you think you can kill me with long-range attacks? Don't even think about it. This is all a daydream. It is absolutely impossible. Stop struggling in vain. To be honest, I am quite optimistic about you. If you surrender, I can take you as my subordinate." Chen Feng looked at the wound on the top of the demon beast's head, and his eyes darkened. "Then what will happen to them if I surrender? How will you deal with them?" The demon beasts felt nervous after hearing Chen Feng's words, although they knew that Chen Feng would not become the plural form of demon beasts. Otherwise, they would not be so helpful to them. Moreover, if Chen Feng had this idea, he would have become a demon beast long ago. The beast's attachment. Why wait until now? But knowing it is the same thing, I still feel uneasy for no reason. The demonic beast looked around and glanced at the surrounding demonic beasts with disdain in his tone. "Them? Of course they will become food in my— and their souls have been tortured by you. Hell, they will definitely sue you. And when the time comes, they will turn into evil spirits and come back to torture you." The demon beast heard Chen Feng's words and glanced at Chen Feng indifferently, with a look of contempt in his eyes. Chapter 174 Rise. When the demonic beasts attacked the demonic beasts released their skills not to be outdone. For the safety of the demonic beasts, Chen Feng exposed his position and reminded them, The demon beast looked at Chen Feng flying in the sky above him, and got up to subdue his mind. Under the attack of words, the demon beast in the Peach Blossom Garden lost the will to fight. In order to rekindle the resistance of the monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring, Chen Feng also used words to inspire them. Demon monsters. I'm telling you, this world is not what you think it is. Impossible things happen. Don't you think we can't kill you here? I just let you stay here forever. Here. Chen Feng paused, looked around, and found that the fearful expressions of the monsters had faded a lot, and then continued talking. Do you think that you are so powerful that you can leave us all here waiting to become food in your belly? I return his words to you. This is just a daydream. It is completely impossible. Look at your head, the mark on it was made by me. When the demon beast heard this, his angry eyes became even fiercer. Little black bee, don't drink the toast and refuse to eat. You will be punished by drinking wine. Chen Feng rolled his eyes speechlessly. I'm going to give you a toast instead of having to drink a fine drink. What's going on? If you can't convince me, you'll threaten me. It's a consistent routine. Chen Feng shifted his gaze and glanced at the monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring, who were gradually coming out of fear. All the monsters are listening to the order. In order to avenge the friends who were killed by the monsters, and to prove that your strength is not inferior to that of the monsters. Charge forward. After hearing Chen Feng's encouraging words, the eyes of the demonic beasts of the Divine Beast Corps lit up. They knew that their king would not give up on them. In an instant, their morale was boosted, and the fear in their hearts was constantly dissipated, and their eyes regained their strength. They gathered a determined expression, looked at each other, and released their skills to attack the demonic beasts. This time, their attack clearly used their full strength and their own advantages, which was more than twice as powerful as the first attack. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. When he attacked for the first time, Chen Feng clearly felt that the attacks of the demonic beasts of the Divine Beast Corps were a little inadequate. Every time they released a skill, they were filled with a timid aura. As soon as the demonic beasts of the Divine Beast Corps released their skills, Chen Feng felt something was wrong. The power was not even half of what they had during normal training. Chen Feng pondered for a long time and understood the problem. He knew that there was something against them hidden deep in their hearts. The fear of demons and beasts needs to be overcome by themselves. Therefore, even the demon beasts do not feel that the skills of the demon beasts of the Divine Beast Corps can threaten them. During this attack, the demonic beasts clearly felt something different. The momentum created a sense of crisis for him. He couldn't help but wonder. Originally, these demonic beasts would tremble into seas when they faced him. How could it be possible now? I defeated it all at once. The demon beasts were a little panicked in their hearts and immediately resisted their attacks. However, the demon beasts in the Divine Beast Corps were not vegetarians. In the past few days of training, they had been able to stand alone. The skills released were intertwined, blocking all escape routes for the demonic beasts. Although the demon monster's body was flexible and he evaded some of their attacks, he still had skills on him. The sharp attacks made cuts on his body, and blood flowed out of the wounds. This time, he finally tasted his own blood. Under the stimulation of the blood, he only felt the raging fire of anger exploding in his mind. The demon beasts in the Divine Beast Corps were filled with excitement when they saw that their skills had attacked the demon beast. They knew that they had overcome their inner fear, and they knew that they could even hurt the demon beast. Subsequently, their confidence greatly increased, and they continued to unleash their skills. When Chen Feng saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel happy for them, thinking to himself, as their king, I cannot be left at a disadvantage. His eyes turned cold. Xian Tian has no way. Dozens of sword shadows attacked directly from the sky with fierce momentum. The demon monster looked at the sharp sword shadows, and their figures were enlarged in his eyes. Just based on the momentum, he knew the terror of this attack. Faced with such a fierce attack, the demon monster could no longer confidently speak big words, nor could it believe that it was omnipotent. In a brief moment, the demon monster thought of a countermeasure, and hid in front of him. At this time, the attack from the front also arrived. Because the sword shadow lost the attack target of the demonic beast, it hit the ground directly, creating a big crater, and the dust raised covered the demonic beast's body. Since the demon beast avoided Chen Feng's attack, but the skills in front could no longer be avoided. The demon beast tried its best to avoid the vital points and obtain the greatest benefit at the least cost. Those skills were applied to his body, and there were wounds on his dark, bumpy skin. The demonic beast grinned in pain, but it finally avoided Chen Feng's attack. Seeing that this situation continues, The demons and monsters have no choice but to use offense as defense. The poisonous tongue dances wildly. I saw his long tongue sticking out, waving around his body in a weird arc, as if his tongue was a hard stick, forming an airtight wall of tongue around him. Attacking all of them hit the wall of his tongue. The demon beast's tongue wall continued to exude a fishy smell, which made the demon beasts who attacked him frown and take a few steps back. Seeing this situation, Chen Feng couldn't help but frown, flew a short distance up into the sky, lowered his eyes, and took a deep look at the wound on the demon beast's forehead, thinking to himself, "Why hasn't the bee venom taken effect yet? Why is it so slow this time? Is it because there is too little bee venom? Or is it possible that he is also highly venomous, and the poisonous needles cancelled each other out after penetrating into his skin?" Chen Feng secretly made up his mind to prick him with the tail needle whenever he could. Chen Feng wandered in the sky, looking here and there, looking at the fishy smell centered on demonic beasts. Chen Feng really didn't know how to start, so he touched the bee's head and thought to himself, "Is it possible that he used his tail needle to pierce his tongue? But since he can use his tongue as a weapon to resist attacks around his body, this shows that his tongue is extremely strong and hard. It cannot be hurt by ordinary attacks. And even if I attack, I may not be successful." Therefore, Chen Feng gave up the idea of attacking his tongue and hovered in the sky, thinking of other strategies. Chapter 175. It's pointless and crazy. And he had a frustrated look on his face, with a proud look in his eyes. Pass. Seeing that the attack was almost blocked, the demon monster released another skill of its own. Vicious tongue lingering. I saw the soft, black poisonous tongue drawing strange arcs, directly attacking the monster beasts in the divine beast core. The demonic beasts in the peach blossom spring quickly evaded. At this time, two old and weak demonic beasts dodged too slowly and did not escape. They were directly circled by the poisonous tongue. Lian Zhan immediately shrank back. Chen Feng took advantage of the opportunity when the demon beast released its skills and directly used the teleportation skill to come to the demon beast's side. The earth groans. At this time, it was when the demonic beast rolled back the two demonic beasts with its poisonous tongues. The demonic beast felt anesthetized all over its body, tightly wrapped around the tongues of the two demonic beasts, due to the anesthetic effect of the thunder attack. The tongues he weakly let go, leaving the two monsters on the ground. The poison of the void. When the demonic beast could not escape the thunder attack, Chen Feng directly used the poisonous needle to stab the demonic beast in the back of the head. Although the demonic beast was already on guard when using the skill, it still forgot about Chen Feng's existence. The poisonous needle penetrated deeply into the back of the demon beast's head. The demon beast felt its scalp numb and screamed inwardly. Soon, it returned to normal. Chen Feng was not relieved, and showed his poisonous needle again, piercing the demonic beast. The demonic beast had escaped from the thunder attack, and felt the cold wind on the back of its head. The demonic beast immediately turned its head to the side. The poisonous needle scratched his skin, leaving traces of blood. As soon as Chen Feng succeeded, he had to use his teleportation ability to leave the place. However, the demon beast had already regained its strength and was attacked twice, both of which were successfully succeeded by Chen Feng. The demon beast felt the anesthetic pain in the back of its head, and its heart was already extremely angry. With its flexible tongue, it used the last he attacked Chen Feng as fast as he could. At this time, because the distance was too close, Chen Feng could no longer dodge, and his teleportation skills could no longer be used. Chen Feng watched helplessly as the tongue came to his eyes, and his mind went blank. When the monsters saw Chen Feng in danger, their hearts tightened. They were extremely nervous, and they couldn't help shouting, "King! Be careful and get out of the way!" Even the two dying monsters lying on the ground, rolled up by the tongues of the demonic beasts, opened their eyes wide. "I want to go to work," because the toxins on the tongues of the demonic beasts penetrated into their skin. Their faces turned pale, ashen, with white lips. They had their last breath left. At this moment, how they hoped that they could use their last value to withstand the blow for Chen Feng. The demon beasts looked at the soft tongue of the demon beast, and they knew that if Chen Feng received this blow, the only result waiting for Chen Feng would be death. Facing the attack from the demonic beast's tongue, Chen Feng instinctively released his skills at the critical moment. Block! Chen Feng was seen blocking his chest with his two front feet, and a transparent energy light covered Chen Feng. The demon beast's tongue hit Chen Feng's tongue with great force. A long way out, Chen Feng hit the top of the peak with a strange arc. The monsters in the peach blossom spring looked at each other. They knew that their courage was established by Chen Feng with his help. and their strength was trained by Qin Feng with his help, so that they could the power to fight against demonic beasts. The monsters gritted their teeth, their eyes firm. Even if they risked contacting Qin Feng, the toxin would seep into their skin. They rushed towards Qin Feng regardless, hoping to lessen the force of his collision to prevent him from hitting him backwards. Hitting the peak caused greater casualties. A demonic beast rushed at the front and caught Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt the speed of himself being knocked backwards in the sky. He knew that he would inevitably be seriously injured under this impact, and he couldn't help but feel he closed his eyes, waiting for the pain to come. At this moment, the pain he expected did not come, and he felt the soft fur, which seemed to block all attacks for him. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the monsters in front of him. His eyes were slightly moist. He also knew in his heart that when he was attacked, poison was transferred into his body, but they still came to rescue him. How could this not move the monster? However, fortunately, there was an energy mask in front of Qin Feng to cover Qin Feng, and the toxins did not penetrate. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. When the demonic beast saw the toxin of the demonic beast that Qin Feng had missed, they couldn't help but cheer, and their hearts were relieved. The monsters felt that their king was a little moved. "King, please rest. The rest will be left to us." After hearing this, Qin Feng nodded with some relief. The eyes of the demon beast never left Qin Feng. Looking at Qin Feng, who was rescued, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Little black bee, you see what you are doing is fearless resistance. This is fruitless. Surrender quickly. I also know that there are toxins in your tail needle, but you don't even think about it. My body itself contains toxins. If your toxins invade my body, my toxins will cancel each other out and will not have any effect." The demon beast looked at Qin Feng with some pride. "You are just a cloud in my eyes. No matter how many of your skills are used on me, all the injuries I receive are superficial injuries and will not cause any fatal damage. You said you are, and why bother?" After hearing the words of the demon beast, Qin Feng's eyes fell on the demon beast in the distance. "Even if the resistance is futile, we still have to give it a try. No matter how useless it is, we still have to be crazy." At this moment, the demon monster felt unbearable pain all over his body, and fell to the ground with a sound of "ah," rolling on the ground continuously. Chapter 176. The situation is over. The demonic beasts were besieged. In order to resist the attacks of the demonic beasts, he released his own skills and used his tongue as his weapon. The ship circled around and around. When the demonic beasts released their skills, Qin Feng could only attack but not defend. So he also released his own skills and used the tail needle to hurt the demon beast. As soon as the demon beast finished speaking, he felt pain all over his body, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile sarcastically when he saw this situation. "Demon monster, what's wrong with you? It's probably not a toxin attack. After all, there are toxins in your body." The demon monster raised its head with difficulty and glanced at Qin Feng, who was gloating about his misfortune, with a trembling sound in his voice. "How could it be possible? My toxins are obviously more powerful than yours. How could such a small amount of toxins resist each other with the toxins in my body?" The voice of the demon beast sounded like gnashing teeth. He only felt the pain in the blood vessels and blood all over his body like fire. The two toxins collided with each other in the body, as if the blood vessels were about to tear, and the blood kept flying in the body. Qin Feng knew the power of his bee venom and stared at the painful demon beast. "Don't underestimate that little bit of toxin. No matter how small the ants are, they will pose a threat to elephants when they gather together. Not to mention the toxins that are more powerful than ants." Qin Feng looked at the monster beasts of the divine beast core around him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill the demons and monsters here, and you will be less worried." Originally, Qin Feng only had to look at the glory worker bees, and the glory worker bees would immediately rush forward and kill the demonic beasts. However, Qin Feng took great pains to help them overcome the hurdle in their hearts forever. As soon as the demonic beasts in the divine beast core heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately reacted and looked at the demonic beasts with ferocious looks in their eyes. Qin Feng looked at the group of monsters and didn't want them to lose their minds because of attacking the monsters and be killed by the monsters. So he reminded them earnestly, "Don't get too close to the demonic beast. Just use long-range attacks to kill him. You will avenge your dead comrades with both close-range and long-range attacks." When the monsters of the divine monster core heard Qin Feng's words, they didn't get into trouble and used their skills on him like crazy. Qin Feng glanced at the glorious worker bees, who were looking at him eagerly, shook his head slightly, and told them to just stay aside. under the attack of the demon beasts. More and more blood flowed out, and screams could not be heard. At this moment, he did not know whether the pain in the wound was greater or the pain in the body was greater. At this time, the demon beast finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Feng. He knew that Chen Feng was the king here, and there seemed to be a saying that catching the thief first captures the king. So he immediately shouted at Chen Feng, "Wait! Don't attack yet! Let me say something! Okay?" The monster beasts of the Divine Beast Corps glanced at Chen Feng cautiously, and Chen Feng cleared his throat. "Stop it now, and let him say his last words." The demonic beasts of the Divine Beast Corps stopped attacking and looked at the demonic beasts with cold eyes. The demon monster took 2 breaths and then collapsed on the ground. Chen Feng glanced at the demon beast. "Say what you have to say quickly, but I don't have time to waste it with you. You only have this one chance to say your last words. If you lose this opportunity, you will never have the chance to speak again." The demon beast said this. "I have beaten those who deserve to be beaten, and those who deserve to be injured have been injured. You see, there are traces of wounds all over my body. I have also been poisoned by your bee venom. Can you let me go now? I will never appear in your presence in the future. In front of me." Chen Feng pondered for a while, and the monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring looked at Chen Feng a little nervously. Chen Feng glanced at the eyes of the demonic beasts, and their eyes showed the hope that they would not let go of the demonic beasts. Chen Feng understood in his heart that he had never thought about letting go of the demon beast. Turning back, he looked at the demon beast. "What do you think? When you killed so many monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring and ate so many of their friends, did you ever think about letting them go? I never thought that you would have such a day. I said that nothing is impossible in this world, and it is inevitable that we will kill you." When the monsters of the Divine Beast Corps saw Chen Feng, they thought even more firmly that Chen Feng would always be their king, and they would never betray such a good king. There was no expression on the demon beast's face, as if he already knew the result. Chen Feng glanced at the demon beast, paused and said, "Since you already know the result, why bother asking again?" The demon beast also knew that his fate was over, and sneered, twice, with a sinister look flashing in his eyes. "Of course I have to ask. If you don't let me go, I will let you go. If you don't let me go, I will kill the fish and kill the net so that no one can take advantage of it. Even if you want to kill me, I also need someone to support me, so that I won't be lonely even if I'm on the road to H.L." After hearing the words of the demon beast, Chen Feng secretly screamed inwardly. The demon beast used all its strength to shout loudly. It is hard to imagine that the injured demon beast has such strength to shout. It is also hard to imagine that the injured demon beast has such strength to shout. "Sea of blood demons!" I saw the blood-red light suddenly appearing in the crimson eyes of the demon beast. Like a sun. From the center of the sun, a blood-like dazzling red color emanated. The red color did not have the heat of the sun, but it had the brightness of shining like the sun. The light that emitted, with the smell of fish, directly attacked Chen Feng in a targeted manner. At this time, Chen Feng happened to look directly into his eyes. Chen Feng felt his eyes sting, and with a sound, he lay on the ground on all fours. As soon as the monsters saw their king lying on the ground, they panicked and immediately stepped forward to watch. In an instant, Chen Feng was surrounded by monsters, and some monsters had difficulty seeing Chen Feng's condition. Ever since, they vented their anger on the demonic beasts. They did not get close to the demonic beasts. They still remembered Chen Feng's teachings in their hearts, and did not want the intact Chen Feng to see them suffer heavy losses. Look like the demonic beasts were directly killed under the crazy attacks of the demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts, who were still in madness, were unwilling to accept it, and attacked the demonic beasts relentlessly without feeling at all. The demon beast was already dead, and the skill fell on the demon beast, which was already stiff and cold, and directly hit him to the point of leaving nothing behind. At this time, the system detected that Chen Feng's vitality was disappearing, and his voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. "Ding! The host's health value is less than 20%. Consume 50% of the honey, and activate the repair function." Chapter 177: A Tacit Understanding. The demon monster released its last skill before dying. He actually wanted to take someone on his back, so that he would never be lonely on the road to H.L. However, the person on his back was Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng only felt that he was in a sea of blood. His whole body was soaked with blood. Even his eyes were filled with blood. The smell of blood filled his nostrils. Gradually, it seemed that his nostrils were filled with blood. Endless blood also flowed out of it. The system was still repairing Qin Feng's body. Slowly, Qin Feng felt the blood around him boiling. And then it continued to subside. Like a rising and falling tide, Qin Feng suddenly felt an attraction that wanted to pull him out of the sea of blood. Then, there was a flash of light, and he lost consciousness. At this time, Qin Feng woke up from the darkness and opened his eyes. Seeing the concerned eyes of the monsters around him, he couldn't help but smile weakly. The system's voice came to mind again in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The host successfully killed the 4th level mirror monster of Earth Martial Arts and obtained evolution points ********. Qin Feng held his forehead, glanced at the dead demon beast, and thought to himself. Looking at the appearance of the demon beast, it must have been killed for a long time. Why did the system sound only now? Could it be because I lost consciousness just now, and they kept saving me? So I didn't react. Qin Feng thought for a long time, racking his brains, but couldn't figure out the reason. So he simply didn't think about it. When the demon beast saw Qin Feng, he was just a little weak and not seriously injured. But they asked without concern. King, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Qin Feng shook his head and looked around. Looking at their concerned eyes, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. I'm fine. Now that the demonic beast has been eliminated, the next thing will be left to you. Whether you kill him or cut him into pieces is up to you. The monsters looked at Qin Feng gratefully and knelt down on one knee. Thank you very much for your kindness, King. Then they left, first to deal with the body that the demon was to suffer. Qin Feng stayed there quietly again, and after a long pause, the system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind again. Ding! The repair is successful. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng felt his body become lighter. His body, which was a bit heavy due to the injury, became much lighter. Qin Feng shook his wings and led the glorious worker bees back to the hive. Qin Feng lay down on the throne tiredly, took out a jar of honey from the water drop space, and took out a straw. He held the straw with his front feet and drank the honey in large gulps to replenish the energy in his body. It wasn't until the jar of honey reached the bottom that I felt that my whole body was full of strength, and the feeling of being in blood disappeared from my body. Qin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief, opened the attribute panel and took a look, and was surprised to find that the purification points were full. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he jumped up from the throne. System, I want to upgrade. The system judged 2 seconds. Ding! The host has been upgraded successfully. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng only felt that the air in the honeycomb was surging, surrounding Qin Feng, accumulating more and more. Gradually, his whole body seemed to be soaked in thick air. In a daze, Qin Feng felt horrified. The feeling of being soaked in sticky blood appeared in his heart again. Qin Feng's breathing was rapid and his eyes were wide open. After a long time, Qin Feng felt the pain caused by the upgrade all over his body. And then, he slowly recovered. The feeling of being in the blood disappeared in Qin Feng's heart, without a trace. The pain caused by the upgrade left him no time to think about other things. So he didn't think too much and concentrated on waiting for the success of the upgrade. In the process, he also enjoyed the feeling of pain. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng was freed from the pain. Outside the Red Queen Bee's hive, the monsters were waiting. The monsters looked at Qin Feng, who had arrived, and looked at him expectantly. Qin Feng looked around, cleared his throat, and planned to make a speech before leaving. In the decisive battle with the demons and beasts, we won the victory. But during this period, our biggest enemy was not the demons and beasts, but yourselves and your hearts. You have the fear of the demons and beasts in your hearts, and you cannot defeat them. The fear in my heart makes me unable to fight against demonic beasts. Qin Feng paused. Nothing is impossible in this world. Therefore, I hope you will remember that you will always be warriors. When facing the enemy, do not be afraid or intimidated. Believe in yourself, and you will be able to overcome all difficulties. Qin Feng gave a speech, looking at the demon beasts of the divine beast core who were pondering Qin Feng's words. A flash of strange light flashed in their eyes. Then, suddenly something was different, and they knelt down on one knee. Follow the king's teachings. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and motioned them to get up with his eyes falling on the distant sky. Now that I have helped you solve the serious problem of demons and beasts, and you can live a peaceful life, it is time for me to leave. If you want to leave with me, I will welcome you to the outside world. If you don't want to leave and want to stay here, I won't force you. But my door here will always be open for you, and you are welcome to come at any time. The monsters looked at each other, pondered for a long time. Their eyes became firm, and they knelt down on one knee as if they had a clear understanding. King! You are in charge of all our affairs. Let the king arrange it. Qin Feng was a little shocked, and then he calmed down after a few seconds and thought for a while. Okay, then you all stay here, and my glory worker bees stay here. Now the entrance to the cave is clear. As long as you want to see the outside world, just tell the glory worker bees, and the glory worker bees can take you to me. If I encounter a dangerous situation in the future, I hope all the monsters will come to help me. The monster shouted loudly and willingly. I will go through fire and water for the king, even to the death. Qin Feng raised his two front legs in the void, asking the monsters to wake up. After the monster beasts stood up, Qin Feng led the monster beasts to the peak where his hive was built. This is where the glory worker bees are. If you have anything, you can tell the glory worker bees and ask them to come and report it to me. Yes, king. After Qin Feng explained everything, he let Kai Kai go down. He was wandering alone in the peach blossom garden. While exploring the surrounding scenery, he transferred some of the skills of the hive to the subhives. When everything was ready, Qin Feng he flew back to the hive and decided to set off back to the forbidden area tomorrow. After a silent night, as the sun just rose, Qin Feng stood up and drank royal jelly to replenish his strength. However, what he never expected was that as soon as Qin Feng flew out of the hive and planned to leave the peach blossom spring silently, he saw all the monsters gathering under the peak. They didn't know how the news was transmitted. They knew that Qin Feng I left today and came to see Qin Feng off early in the morning. Qin Feng was quite moved. The monsters and beasts reluctantly watched Qin Feng enter the cave until they could no longer send him away. Qin Feng turned around and looked back in the dark cave. I've sent you 1,000 miles away, but I have to say goodbye eventually. Let's go back. Seeing their reluctant eyes, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, turned his head, and swung his front feet. This separation is for a better encounter. We will meet again. Let's go back. The sound echoed in the cave, and with the echo, it came out of the cave and reached their ears through the air. Listening to the slight ta-ta-ta footsteps that were getting further and further away, they knew that Qin Feng had left the peach blossom spring. They knew that they had already heard the sound, so they looked back and dispersed, returning to their caves. Not long after, Qin Feng came from the peach blossom spring to the forbidden area. Looking at the rich colors outside, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, smelling the fresh air, and felt relieved. Afterwards, he flew back to the hive. During the days when Qin Feng was away, the glorious worker bees in the hive did not panic and always worked step by step. Qin Feng was very pleased. Qin Feng sat on the throne carelessly, feeling lazy. Come on, bee. A glory worker bee heard the call and immediately flew in and knelt down on one knee. King, what are your orders? Qin Feng glanced at the glorious worker bee kneeling under the throne. Report on what's going on outside now. The glorious worker bee hesitated and thought about it. King, nothing has happened yet. However, previously the star glory worker bee discovered several monster beasts wandering at the border of the blood forest. Qin Feng waved his front foot to show that he understood, and let the glorious worker bees get down. However, what Qin Feng didn't know at this time was that the elders of the Demon King's Hall began to frame Qin Feng. He had not waited for the return of the power he sent in the Demon King's palace, knowing in his heart that his power might have been lost in the blood forest. So, he came to the palace of the Lord of the Demon King Palace, and accused Qin Feng of his evil deeds with tears and snot in his nose. Palace Master, you have to make the decision for me. The monsters I sent on my mission were all killed by Qin Feng in the blood forest. I hope that the Palace Master can avenge my men. A flash of light flashed in the eyes of the Master of the Demon King's Palace. He lay on the throne and waved his front paws. The Lord of this palace knows. Go down. I will investigate this matter first. The elder of the Demon King's Hall could only put away the tears that had not yet fallen, and resign helplessly. The elder of the Demon King's Hall, who returned to his cave, was lying on the king's back. He thought of the bloodthirsty hall elder who respected him respectfully at the Demon King's Hall meeting. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he had an idea. I thought to myself, why didn't I see the hands of other beasts killing this little black bee? But why did I do it myself? If I borrowed the power of the elder of the bloodthirsty hall to kill this little black bee, when the incident happened, I would stab the hall master. Just put all the responsibility on the elders of their bloodthirsty hall. The elder of the Demon King's Hall sneered. Hey, he sneered twice, and after gathering his attention, he secretly sent some tyrannical forces to the bloodthirsty hall, and found the elder of the bloodthirsty hall. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall was still thinking about how to deal with Chen Feng. But he never thought that the elder of the Demon King Hall would find him. Looking at the personal guards of the elder of the Demon King Hall in front of him, he was flattered and accepted the important task entrusted by the elder of the Demon King Hall. Chapter 179, Breaking New Ground. Chen Feng returned to the beehive from the peach garden. But he didn't know that the elder of the Demon King's Hall secretly sent a powerful force to the bloodthirsty hall, and entrusted the elders of the bloodthirsty hall with important tasks. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall was thinking in his heart the moment he received the order from the elder of the Demon King Hall. Although the palace master has an order not to allow us to send troops to attack Chen Feng privately, since the elder of the Demon King Palace also wants to kill Chen Feng, why not take this opportunity to annihilate him? If the palace master asks about it, I can tell you that it is the Demon King. The order from the palace elder. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall showed a sinister smile, thinking that this was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. So he led a large number of troops, and the monsters sent by the elders of the Demon King Hall directly to the Blood Forest to attack Chen Feng. Chen Feng knew that he had killed too many subordinates of the elders of the Demon King's Hall. At this time, he would never give up. Therefore, he issued a death order and put all the star and shining worker bees on guard, especially the star worker bees. At all times, pay attention to the movements outside the Blood Forest. Chen Feng clicked on the attribute panel again, looked at his own strength, and felt that he should improve his strength. Chen Feng flew out of the hive and explored the core area of the Blood Forest. Chen Feng looked around. He had explored the east, west, south, and west intentionally or unintentionally. Chen Feng looked at the sky in the north side and kept heading north. Fly away. Because he had something on his mind, he kept flying unconsciously for an unknown length of time. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt that the vast white area in front of him seemed to be blocked by something. He was startled, and when he came back to his senses, he took a closer look. Look! It's a fog. The fog here is somewhat similar to the fog in Mist Peak, but there are also differences. Chen Feng sniffed the air in the mist, and felt that there were different things mixed in the mist. As for what it was, he couldn't tell. Chen Feng carefully passed through the fog, and a valley appeared in front of him. This valley was vast and boundless, although it was not as big as the Blood Forest. It was comparable to the core area of the Blood Forest. There are dense trees in the valley. The leaves are as big as cattail fans. You can't see the edge at a glance. Chen Feng slowly flew inside again. There are medicinal herbs everywhere, but the grade is a bit low. There is a small stream in the valley. Ding ding. It flowed in the distance, and I don't know where it went. This valley is like an independent existence and a new world. From time to time, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard in the forest of this new world. Chen Feng flew following the roars and saw bloody scenes. I saw an Earth Martial Mirror First Level Mirror Storm Wolf covered in blood, and an Earth Bear of the First Level Mirror that was also soaked in blood and were fighting with each other. Judging from the extent of their physical injuries, the battle lasted for a long time, and they were evenly matched, with no distinction between superior and inferior. Chen Feng's eyes rolled, and he thought about the devouring skill of his hive. The hive could devour small animals. For animals of the same level, it could devour them directly through the system and gain evolution points. Chen Feng wanted to try this abnormal ability. For Chen Feng, the hive's devouring skill can be described as a cheating artifact. He just wanted to improve his strength, but he didn't expect that he would get whatever he wanted. Chen Feng looked at the two monster beasts that were still fighting. System, I want to use the hive's devouring ability to devour the two monsters in front of me. The system judged 2 seconds, as if checking the realm of the two monster beasts. And then it rang. Ding! The swallowing skill is activated. Host, please pay attention. Chen Feng stared closely at the two monsters, watching how the swallowing skill was used. I saw the two monster beasts that were still fighting, rolling on the ground in pain at the same time. Chen Feng looked at them without blinking. The veins on their bodies popped out, as if the blood in their bodies was running backwards. Their bodies were like balloons, inflating and swelling, then deflating again, and slowly losing their vitality. Ding! The swallowing was successful. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng looked at the demon beast that seemed to have been drained dry, with horror in his eyes, and thought to himself, this system is too outrageous, isn't it? Can it be swallowed up so easily? Chen Feng glanced at the two dead monsters lying on the ground again, thinking to himself, It seems that as long as there are enough monsters, the strength can be improved quickly. Qin Feng wandered in this valley for a long time, and saw that there were no traces of the rule of the bloodthirsty hall around him. The monsters here all fought on their own, and their strength was all they had here. Qin Feng thought to himself, the bloodthirsty hall's forces are all over the place, but there are no bloodthirsty hall forces here. It seems to be a good place. If you are besieged in the blood forest in the future, and it is difficult to survive, you can come here to take refuge. Ever since, he built a hive in a thick and leafy tree here. Looking at the hive he had built, he nodded with satisfaction. Qin Feng returned to the hive. The system passed on some of the glorious worker bees. The system judged 2 seconds. Ding! The worker bee is delivering. Please host advice. In an instant, the glorious worker bees appeared in the hive. When they saw Qin Feng on the throne, the glorious worker bees knelt down on one knee. See the king! Qin Feng looked at the glorious worker bees kneeling under the throne and cleared his throat. Your task here is to keep a low profile. And then, by picking honey, you can find out about the situation here and find out the forces here. Yes, king! The glorious worker bees received the order and immediately went down to prepare. Qin Feng was lying on the throne, watching the departure of the glorious worker bees, and took a big sip of royal jelly, and transferred some capabilities of the main hive to the branch hives. Then, he stretched out and flew out of the hive. Gradually, Qin Feng flew for a long time. When the sun was setting on the west mountain, he saw a cave. Qin Feng flew into the cave. He always felt that this was an excellent place. If the main hive is moved here, it will be really safe and reliable. Qin Feng was a little confused when he looked at this cave. The hiding place in his forbidden area was very secret. This place was similar to the hidden place in the forbidden area. To be on the safe side, Qin Feng decided to set a coordinate here in case of emergency. System, set the coordinates here. The system hesitated for a few seconds. Ding! The coordinates are set successfully. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng had to observe here for another 2 days, taking the terrain here in his mind. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng also arranged everything here. Qin Feng always felt a little uneasy these days, as if something big was about to happen. He was a little worried and didn't dare to take it lightly, so he decided to fly back to the forbidden area to see if anything happened. Chapter 180 Forceful Invasion. After Qin Feng returned to the Forbidden Land from the Peach Blossom Spring, he did not feel at ease. In order to improve his strength, Qin Feng flew north again. But he never thought that when Qin Feng was in a trance, he came to a valley, which was covered with fog. Isolated, it is generally difficult to find. Qin Feng set up a hive here and arranged everything. But because he felt a little uneasy, he decided to fly back to the forbidden area to investigate. He made up his mind and flew out of the hive, flying towards the entrance of the valley. In the valley, the roars of the monster beasts filled his ears again. Arriving at the entrance of the valley, Qin Feng looked at the scene in the valley again before entering the mist. As soon as he entered the fog, Qin Feng unexpectedly discovered that the roaring sound that resounded throughout the valley was cut off from the outside world by the heavy fog. Qin Feng didn't pay attention. He wrote down the location along the way and quickly returned to the hive. After Qin Feng returned to the hive, he felt uneasy and restless. Looking outside the hive, "Come on, bee!" A glory worker bee flew in immediately. "King, what are your orders?" "Go immediately and notify the starlight worker bees on the outskirts of the blood forest to strengthen their defenses to prevent enemy sneak attacks." "Yes." When Little Hornet received the order, he was very surprised. But he knew that all the orders given by Qin Feng were reasonable. So he immediately went to prepare for the deployment. When Little Hornet had just deployed everything, he saw a group of mighty monster beasts approaching from the front of the blood forest. They rushed forward without saying a word, and regardless of what happened. The Little Hornet was frightened and immediately resisted, while letting a radiant worker bee deliver the message. However, this group of monsters was too powerful, and gradually became invincible. At this time, in the forbidden area, a glorious worker bee flew into the hive in panic, took a breath, and knelt down on one knee. "Report to the king. There are monsters attacking outside the blood forest. The Star Glory worker bees have suffered heavy losses. They have almost broken through the outer line of defense. Please make a decision quickly." When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes widened and he stood up from the throne. "What? How could it happen? Gather all the monsters quickly and follow me to fight against the enemy." "Yes." The glory worker bees also knew that this was an emergency, and time did not wait for the beasts. It didn't take long for them to assemble successfully. Qin Feng immediately vibrated his wings, increased his speed to the limit, and led the glory worker bees towards the outskirts of the blood forest. Qin Feng was thinking in his heart while flying. Xingyu worker bees, you have to hold on until I arrive and lead you to kill everyone. As soon as Qin Feng arrived inside the blood forest, he met the Diaofor white tiger waiting here. Qin Feng glanced at the Diaofor white tiger in confusion, but did not stop moving forward. The white tiger with a hanging forehead also increased its speed to the limit and ran forward. Now the strength of the harmonious white tiger has reached the level of the seventh mirror of spiritual martial arts. Qin Feng looked at the white tiger with a hanging forehead running beside him, and couldn't help but look at him in confusion. Why are you here? Are you here just to wait for me? The hanging forehead white tiger rolled his eyes at Qin Feng. Of course it is. Otherwise, why would I be here? I heard the sound of fighting outside the blood forest, and heard the familiar roar. I guessed that the power of the bloodthirsty hall was invading. I knew you would definitely come forward. Come to the rescue. So I am waiting for you on this inevitable road. Qin Feng helplessly raised his forehead and nodded slightly to express his gratitude. With their full march, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the junction of the inner and outer areas of the blood forest. At this moment, they were already a step too late. The Star Glory worker bees were dead and wounded, and the whereabouts of the little hornets were unknown. Qin Feng, who came here, could hold back his anxiety. Facing the enemy, if you don't know their strength and go to fight with them recklessly, you will only be defeated by them. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Although it is not possible to fully understand the enemy's situation in such a critical situation, it is still necessary to observe. Qin Feng led the shining worker bees and hid behind the tree together with the Diao-fronted white tiger. Observing the monsters of the bloodthirsty hall and the monsters sent by the elders of the Demon King Hall that had defeated the shining worker bees, the strength of most of these monsters is above the second level of earth martial arts. In this situation, they are completely incapable of fighting. This situation is still different from the last war. Last time, Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to ambush the group of monster beasts sent by the elders of the Demon King Palace, and perfectly defeated them. The main reason was that the monster beasts sent by the elders of the Demon King Palace did not attack Qin Feng and the others because they underestimated the enemy. From his perspective, Qin Feng was always able to catch them off guard and attack them hard, bringing them into the trap and constantly consuming them. That time, Qin Feng made a careful deployment, and every step was closely linked. If he was not careful, he would fall into a trap. Part of the reason was that the leader sent by the elders of the Demon King's palace lacked wisdom, and was only brave, but without strategy. How could he defeat Qin Feng? Therefore, he could annihilate their entire army in the blood forest. However, this time, the monsters from the bloodthirsty hall went straight in and attacked directly. Qin Feng was caught off guard without any preparation. At this moment, it was too late to make preparations. Therefore, no strategy could be used. Every plan in my mind was shattered, and all that was left was to fight head-on. Nowadays, Qin Feng has a large number of glory worker bees in his hands, but their strength is not tyrannical. Facing such a tyrannical strength of the enemy, the outcome is still uncertain. The demonic beasts of the bloodthirsty hall have broken through the first line of defense in the blood forest. They did not take any rest and headed directly towards the inner perimeter of the blood forest. Qin Feng saw that something was not going well. If they were allowed to enter the inner perimeter of the blood forest, then the territory cannot be saved. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, looked around, and then glanced at the hanging forehead white tiger next to him. The hanging fronted white tiger nodded to him, indicating that he knew what he meant. Qin Feng, after receiving their support, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Come on! Rush for me and drive out these monsters that have invaded our home. Yes! Qin Feng turned his head and glanced at the hanging forehead white tiger, shook his head at him, and rushed out bearing the brunt of the attack. The white tiger with hanging forehead knew what Qin Feng meant by shaking his head before leaving. He knew that Qin Feng was telling him not to come over and not to expose himself. The white tiger with hanging forehead was full of tangles in his heart. In fact, he wanted to go up to help Qin Feng. However, he seemed to suddenly think of something and did not show his head. He had a deep understanding of his own strength, and he also knew that he was going up to give the beast head. He thought to himself, it's better to stay here and wait for the opportunity than to go to help. If they are in danger, I can rescue them unexpectedly. If enemies come here, I can also ambush them here and kill them. The white tiger with a hanging forehead made up his mind and made a ready posture behind the tree, waiting for the opportunity. Chapter 181 Fighting. Qin Feng established his own forces in a new world, and then returned to the forbidden area. However, he never thought that an enemy army would invade the outskirts of the Blood Forest. The enemy army was powerful, and broke through the first line of defense with overwhelming force. Qin Feng had no choice but to fight, and he and Qin Feng came to hide behind the tree. The white tiger with hanging forehead did not show up, but lurked behind the tree, waiting for the opportunity. At Qin Feng's order, the glorious worker bees rushed towards the enemy, shouting to kill loudly. Qin Feng bore the brunt and came to the enemy. The monsters in the bloodthirsty hall saw that an enemy army was attacking them, and they reacted instantly to fight. Qin Feng looked at the monsters in the bloodthirsty hall with a cold light in his eyes. Xian Tian has no way. The sword shadows rushed towards the monsters of the bloodthirsty hall with fierce sounds and momentum. Blood drew an arc in the sky, and screams were splashed in all directions, one after another. Take a closer look at the monsters. The beasts only suffered some superficial injuries, and were not killed here. After all, they were all powerful, and were a group of elite beasts in the bloodthirsty hall. Qin Feng stared at some of the monsters in the bloodthirsty hall. Teleport! He was beside them in an instant. The earth groans. Before they could react, they directly used thunder attacks to anesthetize the bloodthirsty hall monsters. The poison of the void! Qin Feng's poisonous needle flashed with cold light at its tail, and rushed straight towards the monsters in the bloodthirsty hall. There was a burst of blood. After a successful attack, Qin Feng did not hesitate to fight, and directly used the teleportation skill to return to the original place. At this time, the elders in the bloodthirsty hall and the personal guard sent by the Demon King's hall noticed Qin Feng's existence in an instant, because among this group of little black bees, only Qin Feng was the most powerful and brave. Through a series of the attack was directly highlighted. As a result, the personal guard sent by the elder of the Demon King's hall originally wanted to rush forward and kill Qin Feng here. However, they gave up this idea after thinking of the instructions from the elder of the Demon King's hall. The elder of the Demon King's hall told them before leaving that they should try not to do anything themselves if possible. It would be best to give all the opportunities to do it to the bloodthirsty hall. When the time comes, even if the elder of the bloodthirsty hall stabs them out, they will still have something to say. It can be said that after all, they did not touch Qin Feng in the previous process. If it was difficult to resist the attack of the little black bee in the end, it would not be too late to take action again. The personal guard sent by the elder of the Demon King's hall turned his eyes, and had an idea. He looked directly at the elder of the bloodthirsty hall. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall understood, and rushed out without thinking, heading towards Qin Feng's location. Any glory worker bees that blocked the path of the bloodthirsty hall elder were killed by the bloodthirsty hall elder like tofu. The glory worker bees rushed forward unyieldingly, and suffered disaster as soon as they rushed forward. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall slashed a path of blood without squinting, and slowly approached Qin Feng. His eyes were always staring at Qin Feng, without any moment of relaxation. At this time, Qin Feng also saw the elders of the bloodthirsty hall coming towards him, and saw the elders of the bloodthirsty hall killing his glorious worker bees, and felt uncomfortable, thinking to himself, "This is the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. He is so powerful. My glory worker bees were killed in his hands without the slightest resistance, and became the wrong souls of his men. It seems that I can no longer let my glory worker bees. We are engaging in unnecessary resistance, and the casualties will be more serious." Qin Feng glanced at the elder of the bloodthirsty hall. His eyes were blood red. He was full of energy, and he went straight forward to fight with him. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall looked at Qin Feng like this, not knowing what was good or bad. A look of contempt flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "You dare to fight me with such a weak strength, but you are here. It just saves me a lot of energy, and saves me from having to fight my way through to fight you." In an instant, Qin Feng met the elder of the bloodthirsty hall. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall is a black-striped tiger with the 7th level of earth martial arts. His whole body is covered with black stripes. Between the black stripes, there are white stripes. Above his forehead, the stripes are strange, formed the character, making his whole body full of the aura of a king. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall looked at Qin Feng with cold eyes. "Little black bee, I didn't expect you to be so courageous and courageous. You have to impress me. However, even if you impress me again, you will stay here forever." Qin Feng. He scoffed at the words of the bloodthirsty hall elder and didn't say anything. He directly used teleportation skills to reach the back of his head. The earth groans. Then he unleashed a thunderous attack. Inevitably, The elder of the bloodthirsty hall felt anesthetized all over his body, and only his eyes kept grunting. The poison of the void! Qin Feng only felt a slight pain in his tail, and the tail needle flashed with cold light, condensed, and stabbed directly into the back of the bloodthirsty hall elder's head. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall only felt the cold wind on the back of his head, while his whole body was still slightly anesthetized. He gritted his teeth to avoid Qin Feng's tail needle. Qin Feng never thought that the elder of the bloodthirsty hall would react so quickly even if he was hit by a thunder attack. Since he avoided his own poisonous needle, Qin Feng looked at the bloodthirsty hall elder who had dodged his poisonous needle attack, and was slightly stunned, thinking to himself, could it be that this is a gap in strength? An insurmountable gap? This elder of the bloodthirsty hall seems to be a tough nut to crack, and will definitely be difficult to deal with. It seems that I need to be more careful. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall dodged Qin Feng's attack, and looked at him with anger in his eyes. He did not expect that Qin Feng would act unreasonably, and attack directly. Little black bee, you really refused to drink the toast, but drank the fine wine, and you dared to sneak attack on me. It seems that you don't take me seriously. Qin Feng rolled his eyes helplessly, glanced at his mouth again, and thought to himself, why does this bloodthirsty hall elder talk so much nonsense? I have never taken it seriously. Is it possible that if I don't attack him, I just want to toast him? I really don't understand him. Brain circuits. After Qin Feng failed to hit the target, he immediately used his remaining skills to leave the bloodthirsty hall elder and return to the original place. Looking at the bloodthirsty hall elder, he couldn't help but sigh. Hey, why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight quickly. If you don't want to fight, then retreat quickly. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall heard Qin Feng's words, which directly stimulated his brain nerves. Although the monsters and beasts were fighting and did not pay attention to this, the elder of the bloodthirsty hall still felt that Qin Feng was hitting him. His face did not give him any face. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall only felt that his face was dull and painful. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall raised his head again, with a very poisonous look in his eyes. In that case, let's start the fight. Since you asked for it, I can't stop you. Let's see if you can still be so rampant under my attack. Chapter 182 Pincer Attack. The outskirts of the Blood Forest were attacked by enemies. The demon beasts of the Bloodthirsty Hall and the personal guards sent by the elders of the Demon King Hall broke through the first line of defense on the outskirts of the Xianxu Forest not long after. The Star Glory worker bees were killed and injured. Wounded. Bumblebee's whereabouts are unknown. In an emergency situation, in order to prevent the Bloodthirsty Hall monsters from entering the Blood Forest, Qin Feng could only lead the Glory worker bees to charge forward and fight back. Qin Feng was killing all the monsters in the crowd. The elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall and the bodyguards of the elders of the Demon King Hall noticed his presence in an instant. As a result, the elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall fought their way directly to Qin Feng's side. Fight against it. The elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall never thought that Qin Feng would be so direct and attack him. This angered the elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall, and Qin Feng's words made him lose face in front of the heavy monster. He looked at Qin Feng with a sinister look in his eyes. Revolving sword rain. I saw huge black swords that were different from other Bloodthirsty Hall monsters, exuding a cold aura, appearing in front of the Bloodthirsty Hall elder. The Bloodthirsty Hall elder's eyes condensed, and a gleam of light seemed to flash in his eyes. The giant swords rushed towards Qin Feng and arrived at Qin Feng's side in an instant. Qin Feng looked at the powerful giant swords. In front of the giant swords, he was like a tiny speck of dust, like an ant. Qin Feng's eyes were in a trance, and he actually didn't want to resist. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. Ding! Danger! Danger! Host, please pay attention. Qin Feng seemed to hear the voice of the system calling invisibly. His eyes changed and he reacted. His eyes widened and he looked at the giant sword that had come to the mirror. He immediately used his remaining skills to dodge. Qin Feng dodged away, his heart beating very fast in his chest, as if it was jumping out of his body again. Qin Feng kept patting his chest with one front foot to calm down the fear of death. Qin Feng thought to himself, is this the difference in strength? I almost died under the giant sword just now. If it weren't for the system's reminder, my little life must have been handed down here. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. It seems that I'm careless. I don't know if it's the giant sword itself or the huge difference in strength. Now it's affected my mind. I'm afraid I have to be careful when fighting again. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, with a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. The elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall thought with pride as he watched Chen Feng almost get hit by his first wave of attacks. With such a weak strength, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. It is difficult to resist my first wave of attacks. Next, I will see how you deal with my other attacks. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the bloodthirsty hall elder, and he looked at Chen Feng as if he was showing off. Little black bee, just surrender. You have already seen the attack just now. You can't beat me. If you surrender, I will plead for you in front of the adults. Maybe I will leave your body intact. Chen Feng sneered, hee twice. This is the first wave of attacks. How do you know the results of the next attacks? There may be a reversal. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall was aroused by Chen Feng's words and became angry again. Xiao Haifeng, you really don't know what's good or bad. I had good intentions to save you so that you wouldn't suffer so much physical pain. But you took my good intentions as an excuse. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. Who asked you to be merciful? You are so arrogant. You are the monsters in the school. You always say this. If you want to kill others, you want others to be grateful. Why do all the good things happen to you and all the bad things happen to you? When it comes to other monsters, you really take advantage of them and do all the bad things. But you still leave a good reputation. I have to applaud you. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall was completely angered by Chen Feng. The blazing fire in his eyes seemed to burn Chen Feng out, and also seemed to eat Chen Feng alive. Chen Feng, the bloodthirsty hall elder's eyes, shrugged his thin shoulders indifferently, thinking to himself, why is this bloodthirsty hall elder so unprovoked? But we can wait until he is angry and his moves are a little confusing. And then we can carry out a sneak attack. Maybe we can successfully kill him here. Chen Feng made up his mind and went on. He provoked the elder of bloodthirsty hall with contemptuous eyes. The bloodthirsty elder Tang had never been despised by a monster of a lower level than himself. This was the first time that he had ever been despised. He immediately felt that he had been insulted. He couldn't help but become angry and fainted. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. Curved blade whirling slash. I saw another curved blade appearing in front of the elder of the bloodthirsty hall. But this curved blade was different from the previous giant swords. Each of them was in an arc shape and was twice as small as those giant swords. It was spinning in front of the elders of the bloodthirsty hall. And when it was rounded, it became a complete circle, like Hot Wheels. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall shouted loudly, Go! The curved blades were heading directly towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng kept looking around the elder of the bloodthirsty hall, as if he didn't see the curved blades coming from the attack. Suddenly, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. It turned out that he was the bloodthirsty one. The best position to attack was found around the elder. Then, Chen Feng's eyes fell on the curved blades that had already come closer with their afterimages. Teleport! Just when the curved blade came to Chen Feng and was about to cut him in half, Chen Feng used the teleportation skill to leave the place. The curved blade suddenly flew into the air. The curved blade that lost its target did not attack elsewhere according to its original trajectory and disappear into the sky. Instead, it circled back and continued to attack Chen Feng. But he never thought that Chen Feng had already arrived at the side of the elder of the bloodthirsty hall. The earth groans. Originally, the elder of the bloodthirsty hall saw Chen Feng facing the curved blade without hiding, thinking that Chen Feng had been frightened and was stunned. He also thought that the speed of the curved blade was too fast, and it was difficult for Chen Feng to avoid it. However, Chen Feng disappeared before his eyes without any warning. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall thought of Chen Feng's previous attack on him, and a thin line of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he was vigilantly guarding his surroundings. After that, he felt a sense of anesthesia all over his body, and he screamed inwardly. Chen Feng looked at the curved blade that had spun back. A cunning look flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, Now let's see how you hide, and let yourself face your own attacks. I think you will like it very much. Chen Feng also had a successful smile on his face. The poison of the void. Chen Feng vibrated his wings again, and attacked the back of the bloodthirsty hall elder's head. This was the blind spot of the curved blade that was spinning back. Even if the curved blade wanted to attack him, the bloodthirsty hall elder would be hurt at the same time. At that time, as long as Chen Feng teleports away, the final outcome for the elder of the bloodthirsty hall can only be death. At this moment, the elders of the bloodthirsty hall are facing an unprecedentedly serious crisis. Chapter 183 The Golden Cicada Escapes from its S.H.L. During the duel with the elders of the bloodthirsty hall, Chen Feng faced many crises, but Chen Feng avoided them all. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall used the curved blade to attack Chen Feng again, but he never thought that Chen Feng had an idea and thought of a countermeasure. He directly used the teleportation skill to come to the Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall, letting the Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall face him directly. Attack with his own curved blade. Not to be outdone, Qin Feng directly used the gleaming poisonous needle to attack the back of Bloodthirsty Elder Tang's head. At this moment, Bloodthirsty Elder Tang was attacked from two sides. It could be said that there is a wolf in front and a tiger behind, which was difficult to deal with. In fact, Qin Feng was inspired to use this countermeasure against the elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall when he was attacked by Qin Fei Yuezhan while he was still in the ruins. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Qin Fei not only provided him with spiritual treasures, but even though he had snatched those spiritual treasures, he also saved his life at a critical moment. Qin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart, Qin Fei, although it is a pity to kill you, you have made such a significant contribution to me, and I will never forget your kindness. This time, I will definitely go out alive to bring you some paper money, so that it will be more comfortable for you in the underworld. If Qin Fei were alive at this time and heard Qin Feng's words, he would be so angry that Qin Feng would die again and would not want to wake up again. The Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall had never thought that Qin Feng was so powerful, and a look of panic flashed in his eyes. If this wave of attacks were serious, there would be no chance of survival. Seeing such a powerful attack, the Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall was a little frightened. But after all, he was a monster who had experienced many battles. He forced himself to calm down in an instant, and his mind went back and forth, thinking about the attack of the Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall, and himself. He could control and change the direction, but he still couldn't dodge Qin Feng's attack. The sweat on the forehead of the Bloodthirsty Hall Elder kept dripping down. At the critical moment, the Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. The Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall used all his strength to lie down as fast as possible. At this time, Qin Feng's attack had arrived. No matter how fast he was, it was still a little late. Qin Feng's tail needle drew a bloody mark on the back of the Bloodthirsty Hall Elder's head. The attack of the curved blade also followed. The curved blade passed by the scalp of the Elder of Bloodthirsty Hall, and the sharp curved blade cut off his hair. At this moment, the speed of the curved blade remained unchanged, and it rushed towards Qin Feng. In just a few seconds, the attack of the curved blade came in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he could no longer hold back the attack. Even if he tried to dodge, it was already too late. Defense. Qin Feng had no choice but to put his two front feet in front of his chest, forming a transparent energy shield that covered Qin Feng and resisted the attack of the curved blade. The sharp curved blade hit Qin Feng's mask, and he was pushed back. Gradually, Qin Feng's transparent mask began to crack. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Feng slowly fainted and fell downwards. At the moment when the transparent mask shattered, he finally dodged the attack of the curved blade. At this moment, a giant palm struck Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who had just dodged the curved blade attack, did not notice that he was hit directly against the tree, slid down the trunk, and fainted. By coincidence, he happened to bump into the tree where the Diao-fronted white tiger was lying in ambush. The Diao-fronted white tiger immediately pulled Qin Feng behind the tree when he didn't even notice him in the chaos of the battlefield. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The host's health value is less than 20%. Consume 50% of the honey, and activate the repair function. The Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall thought that Qin Feng was seriously injured by the curved blade the moment he fell, and was slapped on the tree by his own giant palm. The little black bee must have been killed, and there was no chance of survival. He watched Qin Feng fall. The direction in which he fell was blocked by the monsters, and he saw that if he went to finish the attack, he would have to pass through a battle circle filled with monsters. So he stopped pursuing the victory. The Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall took another deep look in the direction where Qin Feng fell, and then walked towards his base camp with his head held high. At this time, the hanging forehead white tiger looked worriedly at Qin Feng, who had fainted, and then looked at the battle circle. The glorious worker bees were suffering more and more casualties, and were constantly at a disadvantage. He frowned and lowered his head to stare at Qin Feng, knowing that no matter whether Qin Feng is alive or dead, he must be awakened. Otherwise, the glorious worker bees will definitely be annihilated. Black Queen Bee, wake up quickly! Can you hear me? Wake up quickly! The hanging forehead white tiger kept shaking Qin Feng's body, hoping that Qin Feng would wake up soon. Black Queen Bee, wake up quickly! If you don't wake up, all your glorious worker bees will be destroyed. After hearing this sentence, Qin Feng's bee feet moved. With Baihu, he knew that this sentence was useful, so he continued to call Qin Feng. as Qin Feng's body was being repaired by the system. He heard the voice of the hanging forehead white tiger calling again, and he slowly woke up from his coma. I opened my eyes, but there was still darkness in front of me. After a while, I gradually returned to normal, and I saw a clear, cloudless sky through the gaps in the leaves. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The repair is successful. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng tilted his head slightly to the side, and saw the white tiger with a hanging forehead next to him. Why am I here? The hanging forehead white tiger couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Qin Feng had woken up. It's too late to explain. Look at your glorious worker bees. They have suffered heavy losses now. If you don't call them back, they will be completely wiped out. When Qin Feng heard this, he suddenly woke up from his daze. Sitting up and taking a closer look, Qin Feng was not what the white tiger said. Qin Feng was anxious for a while, but then calmed down. At this time, the elder of the bloodthirsty hall, who had returned to the base camp, was heard shouting loudly. All worker bees, listen to me. Your king has been killed by us. If you don't surrender immediately, how long will you wait? The glorious worker bees heard the words of the bloodthirsty hall elder, but did not understand his meaning at all, and continued to fight. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the elder of the bloodthirsty hall to assist so well. He was dozing off when he brought a pillow. System, and send a message to all the glorious worker bees, asking them to retreat immediately. When retreating, don't be too neat and orderly, but behave in a panic. Ding! The message is being transmitted. Please pay attention to the host. After a few seconds, the system rang again. Ding! The message was successfully transmitted. Please pay attention to the host. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall shouted the words. But when he saw that the glorious worker bees did not give him any face, and still fought unyieldingly, a blush instantly appeared on his face, and he lost his face. However, just when he was about to give another order, the glorious worker bees received Qin Feng's order. They looked at each other, showed signs of panic, and scattered around. Chapter 184 Escape from the Crisis. Qin Feng was seriously injured under the attack of the bloodthirsty elders, but was unexpectedly rescued by the Diao-Forehead White Tiger. Under the dual effects of Diao-Forehead White Tiger's call and the system's repair, Qin Feng slowly woke up. Now that the glorious worker bees have suffered heavy losses, Qin Feng took advantage of the bloodthirsty hall elders' opportunity to threaten the glorious worker bees, and Qin Feng sent a message through the system, causing the glorious worker bees to flee. When the elder of the bloodthirsty hall saw the glory worker bees running for their lives, he nodded with satisfaction. He felt that the brilliance on his face had returned again, and he didn't use his brain to think about why the glory worker bees just finished speaking. They didn't escape. After a while, they ran away, seeing the glorious worker bees scattering in all directions. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall did not pursue Qin Feng. He knew that these glorious worker bees would not achieve much without Qin Feng, so he directly called his men back, repaired them, and continued to march. At this moment, Qin Feng realized that he had been defeated miserably, and could no longer fight with them to prevent them from occupying the blood forest. So he could only leave with the hanging forehead white tiger. Qin Feng knew that they would soon arrive at the core of the blood forest, and the main hive was already in danger in the forbidden area. Ever since, Qin Feng led the Diao-Fronted White Tiger to the territory he had opened up. System, directly transfer the hive to the place I previously located. The system judged 2 seconds. Ding! The coordinates are unclear and cannot be transferred. Please pay attention to the host. After hearing the words of the system, Qin Feng finally didn't faint, so he increased his speed to the limit, followed the route in his memory, passed through the fog, and arrived at the valley. Qin Feng did not dare to delay at all. Glanced at the hanging forehead white tiger. Wait for me! After saying a word to him, he vibrated his wings and immediately headed to the place he had previously located. Due to Qin Feng's extremely fast speed, he turned into afterimages. Not long after, he arrived at the previous cave. System, set the coordinates here. The system instantly rang in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The coordinates are set successfully. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng took a breath and said immediately. System, move the hive here quickly. The system judged for 2 seconds before sounding. Ding! The hive transfer is starting. Host, please pay attention. The system seemed to be running, and after another 10 seconds, it started beeping. Ding! The hive transfer was successful. Please pay attention to the host. In front of Qin Feng's eyes, his familiar honeycomb appeared with a bang. Seeing that the hive was safely moved into the cave, I felt a sense of pain all over my body. I couldn't help but sit on the ground, panting heavily, and took out another can of royal jelly. Drink freely to replenish your energy. Suddenly, Qin Feng thought that there was still a part of his troops in the Beast King's cave that had not retreated. The system sends a message to the glorious worker bees in the Beast King's cave, asking them to evacuate the Beast King's cave immediately. Take away everything they can carry in the Beast King's cave, and destroy everything they can't take away. The system judged 2 seconds. Ding! The message is being transmitted. Please pay attention to the host. After a few more seconds, the system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind again. Ding! The message was successfully transmitted. Please pay attention to the host. The glorious worker bees in the Beast King's cave received Qin Feng's order and immediately took action. Simply because there were not many things stored in the Beast King's cave, they quickly left the Beast King's cave. Qin Feng thought of the monsters in the Peach Blossom Spring again. The system will send a message to the glorious worker bees staying in the Peach Blossom Garden, telling them not to bring the monsters out of the Peach Blossom Garden. They must avoid the limelight for the time being and block the entrance to prevent foreign enemies from invading. Ding! The message was successfully transmitted. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng saw that everything was arranged properly. After resting for a long time in the cave, his legs were no longer weak. Then he patted the dust on his butt and buttocks and jumped up. He then remembered that the white tiger with hanging forehead was still not far away in the valley, waiting for him. So he immediately flapped his wings and returned to the entrance of the valley. When he first came here, Qin Feng didn't realize that the entrance to the valley was like a gate, with 2 tall stones standing on both sides, just like Optimus Prime standing there, forming a stone gate. Qin Feng looked around and found no white tiger with a hanging forehead, so he couldn't help but feel worried. The hanging-fronted white tiger hiding behind a tree saw Qin Feng, who was looking for him. So he walked out. Qin Feng felt relieved when he saw the white tiger with a hanging forehead coming out. Why are you hiding behind a tree? The hanging forehead white tiger glanced at Qin Feng. You just said that. And you will leave here. I am not familiar with the beasts here, so of course I will hide behind the trees. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly, turned his head uncomfortably, and touched his behead. I'll take you to find a cave where you can stay later. The hanging forehead white tiger shook his head and looked at Qin Feng with a smile on his lips. No need. I can just go look for it myself first. Although I don't know much about this place. I am also an independent monster, and I have my own things to do. If I depend on you, I won't be able to grow. Qin Feng nodded slightly, and seemed to have thought of something, with a guilty look on his face. I didn't even ask you if you wanted to come with me, so I brought you here and made you homeless. I'm very sorry. The hanging forehead white tiger smiled slightly. If you don't bring me here, I will leave there. After all, they already know my existence and will definitely kill me there. By then, if they surround me, it will be difficult for me to escape. You brought me here. I want to thank you. Qin Feng sighed, looking at the white tiger with hanging forehead. His eyes became more and more guilty. It's because of me that you're in danger. The hanging forehead white tiger laughed, and there was quite a bit of pride in his chest. It's not because of you, but also because of myself. Qin Feng looked at the hanging forehead white tiger, who was hesitant to speak, and knew that he had a secret of his own. He looked at the hanging forehead white tiger with a serious face. I know you have your own secret. If you don't tell me, I won't ask. If one day you want the team to tell your secret, I will always be here waiting for you. As a friend, I believe you. The white tiger with a hanging forehead nodded with wet eyes. Then, he crossed his front legs, said goodbye to Qin Feng, and went to find his own place to stay. At this moment, the outside world thought Qin Feng was dead. Since the bloodthirsty Hall Elder killed Qin Feng, he led his men and the bodyguards of the Demon King Hall Elder, and arrived at the core area of the Blood Forest without any obstacles, and directly occupied the Blood Forest, making the monsters in the Blood Forest fled in all directions. Chapter 185 Deterrence by Force. Qin Feng faced the invasion of foreign enemies and fought against them. However, Qin Feng had planned all this and was defeated miserably. Qin Feng led the White Tigers and the main hive to move to the territory he had opened in advance. After the bloodthirsty Hall Elder thought he had killed Qin Feng, he did not completely kill the Blood Forest, but continued to advance. When they arrived at the Beast King's cave in the core area of the Blood Forest, they were left with only an empty, cold cave without any trace of anything useful. Even so, the faces of the elders of the bloodthirsty hall were filled with excitement, and they moved directly into the Beast King's cave. This mission has been completed. They will leave the Blood Forest soon and return to the Bloodthirsty Hall and the Demon King's Hall to report. The personal guard of the Elder of the Demon King's Hall did not take a fancy to this small cave. He believed that there could not be many geniuses and treasures in this backward and poor place. So he followed the trend and directly gave this cave to he asked the Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall to lead him. My own men, arrange some manpower here. The Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall is also afraid that the bodyguards of the Elder of the Demon King Hall will compete with him to rob this cave. After all, I don't know the secrets of this cave with other monsters. But he does. He was secretly lucky. Fortunately, the guards of the Demon King's Palace Elder did not discover the existence of high-level spiritual veins in this cave. Otherwise, he was not sure whether the guards of the Demon King's Palace Elder would steal this cave with him. The Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall quietly felt the spiritual energy in the cave. He noticed that most of the essence of the high-level spiritual veins had been absorbed. Otherwise, the guards of the Demon King's Hall would definitely be able to feel the difference in this cave. The bodyguards of the Elders of the Demon King's Hall decided to set off on the second day because they were afraid of delaying their return to report. The Elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall made arrangements here. Many monsters and the bodyguards of the Elders of the Demon King's Palace left the Blood Forest together. Without any delay along the way, they returned to the Bloodthirsty Hall, and the bodyguards of the Elders of the Demon King's Hall also quickly rushed back to the Demon King's Hall. At this moment, the Elder of the Demon King's Palace didn't look worried at all. He was lying leisurely on his throne, taking a nap with his eyes behind his back. At this time, a giant demon gorilla knelt down on one knee and came to report. Report to the elders that your personal guards have returned and are just outside the main hall. Do you want to send a message to let them in? The Elder of the Demon King's Palace heard the words of the giant demon ape and opened his eyes in an instant. A light flashed from his eyes. His voice was low, and there was no trace of fluctuation. Oh! Let them in. The Elder of the Demon King Palace then closed his eyes again, just hearing a slight sound of footsteps in the cave. The bodyguard of the Demon King's Hall Elder strode in, knelt down on one knee, and did not raise his head to look at the Demon King's Hall Elder who had closed his eyes, and carefully reported back. Report to the Elder. The little black bee has been killed, and the Blood Forest has been occupied by the Bloodthirsty Hall. I hope the Elder will give instructions on the next steps. As soon as the Elder of the Demon King Palace heard the sensitive words from Little Black Bee, he opened his eyes again, and his eyes fell on his own bodyguard who was kneeling on the ground. The leader of the bodyguard felt a chill all over his body and couldn't help but wince. The Elder of the Demon King's Palace slowly withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes, as if thinking about something. Go and send a message to the Elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall, and ask the Elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall to make Xin Feng's crime known to the public. The Elder of the Demon King's Hall paused. He originally thought of casually convicting Xin Feng and announcing it to the public. But then he thought about his beloved son who died in the ruins, and then thought about his men who were lost in the ruins. So I decided not to give up like this. The Elder of the Demon King Palace pondered for a moment before speaking. Tell the Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall that the crime is to frame his own clan. If a monster comes to investigate, he should know what to do. I shouldn't need to teach him. The bodyguards of the Elder of the Demon King's Palace heard a hint of unknown meaning in the Elder's tone. So they quickly reported back. Yes, Elder. The bodyguards of the Elder of the Demon King's Hall came to the Bloodthirsty Hall without stopping and told the Elders of the Bloodthirst Hall everything that the Elder of the Demon King's Hall had told them. The Elders of the Bloodthirst Hall did not dare to disobey and immediately went to report to the Hall Master. After receiving the news, the Hall Master immediately held a meeting and invited the bodyguards of the Elders of the Demon King Hall to come over and let them sit in the most honorable position. All the elders arrived, and the hall leader started the meeting. The Hall Master cleared his throat. As we all know, there is a little black bee in the Blood Forest. Not only did it rob us of the spiritual treasures and elixirs in the ruins, but it also killed many of our kin during that mission. The little black bee and us the Bloodthirsty Hall has a deep hatred, so it directly condemns the little black bee for killing a fellow member of the same clan. What do you think? There are several elders in the Bloodthirsty Hall who have very upright views and see certain things quite clearly. Their faces show disapproval. One of them is an elder with yellow stripes all over his body. Stood up with great courage and courage. Hall Master, I disagree with what you said. According to the information we received, in the last mission, the little black bee completed the mission perfectly. Logically speaking, we should give him the reward he deserves. However, Dianhood from the Bloodthirsty Hall was not trustworthy and led the monsters from the Bloodthirsty Hall to surround Little Black Bee. But he never thought that little Black Bee had other preparations and made a huge comeback. The elder paused, moistened his throat, looked around, and continued. Not only that, Diane who also used our high-grade zero wheat as a bet and lost to the little Black Bee. His skills were inferior to the beast. He should have been willing to admit defeat. But he never thought that Diane who would not be convinced and led the bloodthirsty hall. Many monsters went to look for the spiritual treasure that the little Black Bee had recaptured, and then fell into the trap again, thus reducing the strength of our bloodthirsty hall. The elder glanced at the leader of the bloodthirsty hall, and then said righteously, Hall Master, I believe that the responsibility for all this should lie with Diane Hu. And the fault does not lie with little Haifeng and little Haifeng. Killing Diane Hu is also a legitimate defense. Therefore, I feel that Xiao Haifeng Black Bee is not guilty of any crime. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall had been listening to the elder's words carefully and did not interrupt him. The elder straightened his chest, arched his front legs towards the hall master, and continued. Little Black Bee has no crime at all, and crimes are imposed on him. If the crimes imposed on little Black Bee are made public at this time, and the truth is finally revealed, the reputation of our bloodthirsty hall for thousands of years will not be preserved. How can I convince the public at this time, and how can I face other monsters? I hope the hall master will think twice. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall said nothing and glanced at the bodyguards of the elders of the Demon King Hall. The bodyguards of the Demon King's Hall elder looked at the courageous bloodthirsty hall elder. Their eyes narrowed slightly, and they released their pressure, pressing directly towards the bloodthirsty hall elder. Chapter 186 Conviction. The elder of the Demon King's Hall got the news that Chen Feng had been killed, and did not let him go. Instead, he continued to send his own guards to the bloodthirsty hall. Through the hands of the bloodthirsty hall, he made the crimes imposed on Chen Feng public. At the meeting held by the bloodthirsty hall, an elder of the bloodthirsty hall held opposing opinions and expressed his thoughts and opinions carelessly. However, when the guards of the elder of the Demon King's palace saw the elder who was so opposed, they directly released their pressure and pressed against the elder. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall was just a small monster of the 2nd level of Earth Martial Arts. He was attacked by the demon beast of the 7th level of Earth Martial Arts, the personal guard of the elder of the Demon King Hall. He was unprepared for the bloodthirsty attack. The elder Tang felt a surge of energy and blood, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The blood was sprinkled on the rock wall, and finally he fell to the ground, unconscious. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall did not react at all when he saw the elder lying on the ground, as if he already knew that this was the inevitable result. However, the other monsters were not so calm. They saw that the bodyguards of the elders of the Demon King Hall did not release. He used no skills and directly used coercion to seriously injure the elder. His eyes were filled with excitement and horror. In fact, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall appears to be extremely calm on the surface. But in fact his heart is not as calm as he appears on the surface. And his heart is also turbulent. I didn't expect that the guards of the Demon King's palace are so terrifying. From here, you can imagine what level of strength the Demon King's palace elders have reached. Fortunately, the leader of this hall knows things well, and will not go against the Demon King's palace elders. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall glanced at the elder who fell on the ground again, thinking to himself, Hey, you are such an idiot. You know you can't do anything. But you are so arrogant in the face of the bodyguards of the elders of the Demon King's Hall. You refute the face of the bodyguards of the elders of the Demon King's Hall. Of course you will end up like this. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall took another sneak peek at the bodyguards of the elders of the Demon King Hall. Although the strength of the bodyguards of the elders of the Demon King's palace will not seriously injure him with coercion. Part of the reason for this is that the elders are arrogant and think that they will not attack him in full view of the public, without defense. Next, the defense force is naturally not that strong. Secondly, the personal guard of the Demon King Palace elder mixed with substantive attacks in the coercion. It seems that the Demon King Palace elder is well prepared. And the purpose of letting this personal guard come to demonstrate is also it's so obvious. The elder who previously killed Chen Feng saw how powerful the bodyguards of the elders of the Demon King Hall were, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Among the elders, he was the most powerful elder in the bloodthirsty hall. Asking myself, I can't make such progress. Then, a look of pride flashed in my eyes, thinking to myself, fortunately, I had the foresight to join the elder of the Demon King's Hall directly. This time, I killed a little Black Bee and I will definitely win the trust of the elder of the Demon King's Hall. Thinking of this, a proud smile appeared on his lips. The hall master looked at the elders present, who had not yet recovered from their shock. He turned his eyes and thought to himself, "It's better to take this opportunity and sell a favor to the elder of Demon King Palace." Having made up his mind, he still looked at the elders around him expressionlessly. "Elders, if you have any other suggestions, why not share them together?" When the elders of the bloodthirsty hall heard the words of the hall master, they recovered from their shock and secretly said, "The hall master is really evil. Under such circumstances, how can there be any voice of resistance from the monsters? Isn't that giving away people's lives in vain?" None of the elders of the bloodthirsty hall made a sound. The hall master looked at the silent elders and nodded with satisfaction. "Then let the matter be settled like this. Let the news be released immediately. The Black Bee Queen harmed her own people and failed to complete the tasks assigned to her, so she died in other realms. I hereby warn other monsters in the world to take this as a warning. Never break the rules of the Demon King's palace." All the monster beasts obeyed respectfully on the surface and said, "As commanded." In fact, I don't know what I was thinking in my heart. And the leader of the bloodthirsty hall did not bother with the trace of reluctance flashing in the eyes of some of the bloodthirsty hall elders. Turning his head, he arched his front foot towards the bodyguard of the elder of the Demon King's hall. "General, are you satisfied with this result?" The elder of the bloodthirsty hall was ignorant and bumped into the general. "I hope that you, the general, will not care about the villain's fault. The Prime Minister's belly can support a boat, and you will be merciful and spare his life. He will definitely not make this mistake again in the future." The bodyguard of the elder of the Demon King's hall glanced disdainfully at the flattering leader of the bloodthirsty hall and nodded slightly. "Such an ant. I won't argue with him." When the leader of the bloodthirsty hall heard such words, he couldn't help but lower his head, thinking with a trace of anger in his eyes. "A lackey of the elder of the Demon King's hall dares to be so arrogant. You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. If you weren't so presumptuous in my face for the sake of the elder of the Demon King's hall, I would definitely let you go and never come back." The leader of the bloodthirsty hall glanced at the elder who fell on the ground again, thinking to himself, "It depends on the owner to beat a dog. You injured one of my elders. If you didn't want to offend the elders of the Demon King's palace, you might have separated your head at this moment without knowing it." The leader of the bloodthirsty hall suppressed the anger in his chest and raised his head with a smile on his face. The young man has prepared a banquet and hopes that the general will show his favor by going to taste it. The bodyguard of the elder of the Demon King's hall glanced at the master of the bloodthirsty hall with arrogant eyes, then looked away and moved his front foot slightly. "No need. I have to go and report to the elder. Otherwise, the elder will be impatient and delay his important event. No one can afford it." The leader of the bloodthirsty hall blushed because he was disgraced, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. However, because he concealed it well, he was not even slightly noticed by the elders of the Demon King hall. "Then I won't delay the general's important affairs, and please ask the general to return to the elders and say a few kind words for the young ones." The personal guard of the elder of the Demon King's hall did not want to agree to his request, but then he thought about what he had to ask for to convict Chen Feng, so he pondered for a long time, then nodded and said loudly, "Okay, I'll be staying here soon. General, I'll take my leave." Then, he got up coolly and left the bloodthirsty hall. The elders slowly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the personal guards of the elders of the Demon King's hall leaving here. The bloodthirsty master looked around with a straight face, as if the flattering monster just now was not him. "Come on, beast, take the elder down for treatment." The two monsters immediately stepped forward, took the elder down, and treated him. Other elders, you look at me, I look at you. They look at each other, not knowing what to do. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall looked at the elders. A helpless look appeared on his face. He rubbed his head tiredly and said, "Let's do what we were told. Now! If the bloodthirsty hall doesn't want to take a trip into this muddy water, it has to do so." The leader of the bloodthirsty hall sighed and left. Chapter 187, the beginning of swallowing. The bodyguards of the Demon King's hall elders arrived at the bloodthirsty hall and asked the bloodthirsty hall to convict the striker. In fact, according to the usual practice, Chen Feng was not guilty of any crime. It was just a charge that was imposed, due to the Demon King's hall's suppression of the bloodthirsty hall and the suggestions of several elders. The bloodthirsty hall could only obey the wishes of the Demon King's hall elders, due to their position and the strength of the bodyguards of the elders of the Demon King hall. The elders of the bloodthirsty hall immediately made Chen Feng's crime known to the public without any delay. In an instant, it spread to the ears of all the monsters, and became a topic of conversation for them after dinner. The bodyguards of the elder of the Demon King's hall rushed back to the elder of the Demon King's hall from the bloodthirsty hall non-stop. At this moment, the elder of the Demon King Palace rubbed his fingertips thoughtfully, and a giant demon gorilla knelt on one knee and came to report. Report to the elders that your personal guard has returned and is here to see you. The elder of the Demon King's hall was in a good mood, so he waved his giant palm to signal for them to come in. Not long after, the bodyguards of the elders of the Demon King's hall walked in, with neat steps, and knelt down on one knee. Report to the elder. The task you assigned has been completed, and the bloodthirsty hall has made the little black bee's crime known to the public. The elder of the Demon King Palace nodded. Yes, the mission was completed perfectly. This elder has seen the charges against little black bee. Go down and receive the reward. The bodyguards of the elder of the Demon King's hall were slightly excited when they heard the elder's praise. Thank you, elder. However, he did not go down immediately, but hesitated to think about how to report. The elder of the Demon King's hall looked at his personal guard still kneeling there, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Anything else? The guard paused and said cautiously, reporting to the elders, the killing and conviction of the little black bee this time all depended on the bloodthirsty hall elder and the bloodthirsty hall master. I hope the elders can give instructions on what to do next. The elder of the Demon King's hall was not angry. He blamed the guards and thought for a moment. Then let's discuss and reward for your merits. Go down and collect part of the reward and take it to the bloodthirsty hall. Yes. The guards immediately went down and prepared with good training. In addition to his serious worries, the elder of the Demon King Palace relaxed his frown and resumed his daily life. At this moment, Qin Feng was in the valley. He sent his location to the surviving Guangyu worker bees and asked them to come and join together. However, the number of Guangyu worker bees was still relatively large. Therefore, Qin Feng asked Guangyao, who was living outside. The worker bees entered the valley in batches to prevent the target from being too large to attract the attention of the bloodthirsty hall. Not long after, except for the glorious worker bees in the peach blossom spring, all the other glorious worker bees gathered in the valley. On this day, Qin Feng summoned all the glorious worker bees, and the cave outside the main hive was filled with the glorious worker bees. Qin Feng lingered at the front, cleared his throat, and looked seriously at the glorious worker bees around him. This time we experienced the most painful defeat. We lost many brothers and sisters. This is not because we lack tacit understanding of cooperation. The main reason is that the enemy is too strong and we are too weak. Strength is the factor that dominates everything. Therefore, our next task is to continuously improve our strength. Chen Feng's voice resounded throughout the cave. He paused and continued. All glory worker bees, listen to the order. You are divided into 20 groups. 10 of them will go to find the elixir. The remaining 10 groups will go to improve their strength with me. Exchanges will be made every 2 days. The 10 groups who are looking for the elixir will. When looking for elixirs, you must spread out. Not only that, but also to inquire for information. All the elixirs collected will be handed over to the king for distribution. Do you understand? The glorious worker bees responded loudly. I understand. The sound echoed continuously in the cave. It didn't take long for the glory worker bees to be assigned. Qin Feng led 10 groups of glory worker bees to fly out of the hive. Another 10 groups of glory worker bees also flew away, and then spread out around to search for the elixir. Not far after Qin Feng led the glory worker bees to fly out of the hive, they discovered several monster beasts that were fighting for the first level of Diwu. Qin Feng gave a signal with his eyes and asked the glory worker bees to surround them. When Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to surround the monster beasts, they discovered the crisis around them, stopped fighting, and looked around warily. Qin Feng looked at them and smiled. Hee. You guys go on. I'm just passing by. Those monster beasts couldn't help but roll their eyes, thinking to themselves, you think we are stupid? Such a big battle is clearly plotting against us. But you still have the nerve to say that you are just passing by. It's really shameless. One of the monsters stepped forward. You look strange to me. You must be new here. Since you are new here, you don't know the rules. I believe you will be wiped out by the Beast King here. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng looked at the monster with interest. Oh, I'm curious how the Beast King here wiped me out. The monster looked at Qin Feng with some disdain. Be afraid? We have more than one Beast King here, and we are all their subjects. They are all powerful, and you cannot match them. With your strength and military strength, compared with them, it's really not enough for them to stuff their teeth between. If you know what's going on, let us go. We adults don't care about the faults of villains. We will forgive you for the time being. Otherwise, before Qin Feng could wait for the monster to finish speaking, He interrupted his words, touched the bee's chin with his front foot, and looked at the monster thoughtfully. Otherwise, how about that? The monster glared at Qin Feng fiercely. Otherwise, I'll make you walk around without food. Qin Feng smiled. Then I'll see how you can make me walk around without eating. Qin Feng said to the system in his mind. System, I want to devour these monsters. The system determined for 2 seconds and remembered it in Qin Feng's mind. Ding. The swallowing skill is being activated. Host, please pay attention. Suddenly, those monster beasts fell to the ground in pain, unable to turn around, and rolled on the ground. The screams resounded through the forest. Fortunately, many monster beasts were fighting in the valley, and the screams were common. Some things, therefore, do not attract attention. I saw the veins all over the bodies of those monster beasts bulging out as they were being devoured by the system. Their teeth were clenching loudly, and even good things could be seen that the blood all over their bodies was flowing backwards. The monster beast felt such pain on its body, and immediately endured the pain and begged for mercy, with a trembling sound in every word it said. Hi, Queen Bee. Please let us go. Ah, we were ignorant and bumped into you. I hope you will let us go and give us a chance to change our ways. Ah. Qin Feng curled his lips and thought to himself. I never planned to let you go, but you are still so arrogant in front of me, so I can't let you go. Qin Feng glanced at the monster. That's not what you said just now. Chapter 188 Secret Base. In areas that the bloodthirsty Hall did not control, Qin Feng relied on his large numbers and his ability to devour small animals to increase evolution points. Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to devour the monsters, but he never expected that he would encounter a group of fighting monsters not far from the cave. One of the monsters showed no fear when faced with the siege of Qin Feng's glorious worker bees, and fought against Qin Feng. However, when the devouring came to them, the monster kept begging Qin Feng for mercy. Qin Feng got part of the information from their mouths. He knew that there were many powerful beast kings here. Even if he knew, Qin Feng would not be afraid of him. The monster heard Qin Feng's words, and couldn't help but want to slap itself in the mouth. Queen Bee, I really don't know how to see gold and jade. Don't you have pity on us? Don't torture us anymore. We are willing to work for you as cows and horses. Qin Feng looked at the monster in amusement. What you say is like water thrown out. You can't take it back. Since you chose to be arrogant, then pay the price for your arrogance. Several monster beasts only felt their bodies becoming more and more painful. Then, their eyes widened and their bodies slowly swelled, as if they were being inflated. At this time, they had taken in more air and outtaken less. The monster opened its mouth, but after all, it said no more words. Gradually, their bodies gradually shrank and lost their vitality. Ding! The swallowing was successful. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng clicked on his attribute panel and found that his evolution points had increased a lot, so he happily continued to move to the next place. In this way, he began to grow crazily. At the same time, Qin Feng also discovered that just like the monster it is said that there are tyrannical beast kings here. Nowadays, Qin Feng just wants to quietly improve his strength, regain the blood forest, and avenge himself. He does not want to have a head-on conflict with them. Therefore, Qin Feng tries to avoid it, quietly recuperates, and waits for the opportunity. If the time comes, Qin Feng has the strength to fight them, and it will not be too late to fight them. At the same time, Qin Feng discovered that there are also many elixirs here. The deeper you go into the valley, the elixirs are not as low grade as at the entrance of the valley. Instead, there are many high-level elixirs. Qin Feng will also pick them as long as he encounters them. As the sun faded, Qin Feng returned to the beehive. He took inventory of the elixirs and found that he had gained a lot. He distributed the elixirs that were of little use to him so that the glorious worker bees could improve their strength. Qin Feng opened the attribute panel again and found that his evolution points were full. He ordered not to allow any monsters to disturb him and returned to his throne. System, I want to upgrade. The system's judgment of 2 seconds rang in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The host has been upgraded successfully. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng only felt that the air in the wind was constantly surging, causing the air outside the hive to move. The spiritual energy extracted from the air continued to pour into Qin Feng's body, and the pain filled him all over his body. The blood vessels in his body seemed to be constantly expanding, and Qin Feng kept rolling on the throne. However, Qin Feng closed his eyes slightly. There was no look of pain on his face, but a look of enjoyment. when he knew that the pain disappeared and everything became calm. He opened his eyes, and flashed out from his eyes. There was a ray of light, and the momentum all over his body spread out to all directions with Chen Feng as the center. And then came back. Chen Feng couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. Host, Chen Feng. Diwu second mirror, 1/******. Skill, Xiantian Wudao, 6th level, Xiantian Sword Shadow, has a 60% chance of paralyzing the target for 6 seconds. The earth groaned. Within 100 meters of the host's body, there is no difference in thunder attacks. The number of attacks is limited to 30, which is equal to the host's own level. Defense, 3rd level, pure defense skill. Defense power is equal to 65% of own strength. Teleportation, 4th level, anywhere within a range of 1,200 meters of the host's body. Invisibility, limited by level. Time is 7 minutes. Secret technique, Poison of the Void, 6th level, after using the venom. Honey can be absorbed and converted into venom. The attack poison is enhanced by 35%, and the hit damage is reduced by 35%. Chen Feng looked at his strength and nodded with satisfaction. Then, his eyes condensed, as if he remembered something. And he knew it. These strengths of my own are not enough to fight against the monsters of the Bloodthirsty Hall and the Demon King's Hall. Chen Feng looked at the hive again, and knew that it was time for him to improve the strength of the hive. On this day, the rising sun had just risen. Chen Feng opened his eyes from the hazy state, sat up, took a few sips of royal jelly, and then looked outside the hive. Come on, bee. Today all the glorious worker bees go to find the elixir. Yes. The glorious worker bees went down immediately after receiving the order and prepared. Chen Feng is not idle either. He plans to go to the Beast King's cave to explore. Maybe there is some elixir that can improve the strength of the hive for him. Chen Feng vibrated his wings and flew deep into the valley. He didn't know whether it was because of telepathy or other reasons. Chen Feng kept flying for how long? He didn't react until the system prompt sounded. Ding! Found. Advanced spiritual veins? Please pay attention to the host. Ding! I found the hive upgrade item. The god-level high-grade elixir Xiantian Jillian. Please pay attention to the host. Only then did Chen Feng see that he was twisting and turning, going deep into a hidden cave. This cave extended all the way to the bottom of the ground. There were ice cubes around it, exuding cold air. Along with the cold air, waves of mist covered the ground. There is plenty of spiritual energy mixed in the mist. In front of Chen Feng is a pool of water. This pool of water is either big or small. There are more than a dozen Xiantian 9 lotus floating in the pool. The green lotus leaves set off the Xiantian 9 lotus, making it even more. Cleaning out of the mud but not staining. Washing the clear ripples without being evil. Chen Feng took a breath, and his nose was filled with a lingering fragrance from the snow-white petals. Chen Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw such a scene. He kept blinking his eyes, fearing that the scene in front of him was a dream or a mirage. And in the end it was all in vain. Chen Feng flew forward and landed on the petals of Xiantian 9 lotus. The bee horns touched the soft touch of the petals. The cold breath on the petals spread from Chen Feng's bee feet to Chen Feng's whole body. Chen Feng was excited, knowing that I was not dreaming. I couldn't help but feel overjoyed and felt God's care in my heart. He was really dozing off, and God sent him a pillow. Chen Feng said excitedly to the system. System, set the coordinates here. The system judged 2 seconds. Ding! The coordinates are set successfully. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng happily picked all the Xiantian 9 lotuses in the pond and put them into the water drop space. When picking, he did not uproot it. Chen Feng thought in his mind that if he only picked the flowers, maybe they would grow Xiantian 9 lotus. Chapter 189 White Tiger is in trouble. Chen Feng was favored by God and discovered a secret base where Xiantian 9 lotus grew. Nourished by high-level spiritual veins, the Xiantian 9 lotus grew into a piece. Chen Feng picked them all and put them into the water drop space. The coordinates are set here through the system. Chen Feng looked around and stopped at a sunken ice cave. System, build a hive here. The system took a few seconds to determine, and then it rang in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The hive has been established successfully. Please pay attention to the host. I saw a yellow honeycomb that was incompatible with the surroundings embedded in the ice hole. Chen Feng looked at the honeycomb with satisfaction. System, pass over part of the glorious worker bee. The system received Chen Feng's instructions and paused for a few seconds before it rang in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The glorious worker bees are delivering. Please pay attention to the host. After a few more seconds, the system rang. Ding! The glorious worker bees have successfully transmitted. Please pay attention to the host. In front of Chen Feng, a dark mass of shining worker bees appeared in an instant, numbering in the thousands. When the glorious worker bees arrived at the cave, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, when they saw Chen Feng in front of them, they immediately knelt down on one knee. See the king! Chen Feng waved his front foot to signal them to stand up, cleared his throat, and then said, All glory worker bees, listen to the order. You guard this cave. As long as there are monsters coming, you will notify me and drive them out. As for the elixir in the pool, don't touch it. If the elixir is mature, I also want to inform this king that you can use the spiritual energy here to practice and improve your strength. Do you understand? The glorious worker bees kneeling on one knee. After receiving Chen Feng's order, he immediately replied respectfully, Yes. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction, and then left the secret base where Xiantian 9 Lotus grew. In my mind, I kept remembering the route to the secret base. On the way back, Chen Feng heard the sound of fighting in the forest. Although it was not uncommon for the sound of fighting to appear in the valley, and monsters were killed in battles every day, Chen Feng was mixed up. There was a familiar voice among the fighting that aroused Chen Feng's curiosity. So Chen Feng flew following the sound of fighting. The sound got closer and closer, and Chen Feng could hear their conversation intermittently. You are fighting against a large number of beasts, yet you are so arrogant. When Chen Feng heard it, he recognized the sound of the white tiger lifting its forehead. The monster beasts heard the words of the hanging forehead white tiger and sneered, Hee! Don't you know that strength is king here? Who dared you to come here with such low strength? I'm new here. Let me tell you, I'm arrogant. Why? What can you do to me? At this time, Chen Feng heard the screams. He knew that they were the screams of the white tiger with a hanging forehead. A trace of worry arose in Chen Feng's heart, and he immediately increased his speed to the limit. Not long after, they came to there where the fight is. I saw a group of demonic beasts surrounding a diao-fronted white tiger covered in blood. At this moment, the diao-forehead white tiger no longer had the strength to fight. There were about 10 large and small wounds on the diao-forehead white tiger's body, and each wound was oozing with blood. Blood came, and the blood had stained the ground red. However, the strength of that group of monsters was not very high. They were all monsters from the first and second levels of the Earth Martial Arts Mirror. However, there was no room to fight back against the hanging-headed white tiger from the 7th level Linwu Mirror. Just when the leader of the group of monsters was about to use a skill to kill the white tiger, Chen Feng shouted loudly, Stop! This loud sound immediately shocked the monsters, and they couldn't help but look around vigilantly, looking for the source of the sound. Who is it? Come out quickly, and don't pretend to be a ghost. Chen Feng heard their words, and was a little amused, and slowly flew out from behind the tree. The hanging-fronted white tiger heard the familiar voice, and was a little disbelieving. Then he saw Chen Feng flying out from behind the tree. It was like seeing an angel and the light of hope. The white tiger with hanging forehead was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. He felt Chen Feng's breath, and was still breathing a little. He knew that he had just come here to save him. For a moment, he was a little moved. After that, his hanging heart was relieved. After coming down, a feeling of exhaustion spread all over my body, and my eyelids kept fighting. Gradually, my body relaxed and fell into sleep. The leader of the group of monster beasts couldn't help laughing when he saw Chen Feng's small, solitary figure. You are the only one who dares to stop me. You are also new here. Right. Are you in the same group with him? Chen Feng first took a look at the white tiger with a hanging forehead, and found that he only suffered superficial injuries. He was a little tired now, and fell asleep. Then he felt relieved and looked back at the leader of the group of monsters. Yes, it's me. You can tell without saying that I am on the same side as him. Since you dare to bully my friends, then bear my anger. Let me tell you, the new guy is not the same. Easy to mess with. When the group of monsters heard Chen Feng's words, it was as if they had heard a joke, and the sound of ridicule spread throughout the forest. Chen Feng looked at them with some disdain and irony. System, use the devouring ability to devour these monster beasts. The system paused for 2 seconds before it rang in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The devouring ability is being activated. Please pay attention to the host. The group of monsters who were still laughing at Chen Feng stopped laughing suddenly, and their smiles became stiff and froze on their faces. After that, they fell to the ground, rolling around in pain. The leader of the group of monster beasts was in pain while looking at Chen Feng with disbelief. He endured the pain and squeezed out a trembling voice from between his teeth. You, Qin Feng glared at him. You what you? The leader of the group of monster beasts calmed down for a while, and then said in pain, What kind of magic did you use? You and I are obviously monsters in the same realm. Why can you knock us all to the ground and still be in such pain? Qin Feng glanced at the leader of the group of monsters, as if he were an idiot. What magic did I use? Can I tell you? You are smiling now. Why don't you laugh and continue to be arrogant? The leader of the group of monsters couldn't help rolling his eyes, thinking to himself, I also wanted to be arrogant. But it's a pity that you didn't give us this chance. You made us suffer so much. How could we be arrogant? This is really a shameless black bee, specializing in poking at the beast's sore spots. If we had known this, we should have hid far away and watched this little black bee take a detour. But it's a pity that it's too late to regret it now. The leader of the group of monsters begged for mercy. King Blackwind, please let us go. We shouldn't laugh at you or attack your friends. We won't do it again next time. Qin Feng glanced at the leader of the group of monster beasts contemptuously. Huh? There's still a next time? Chapter 190 Showdown. Qin Feng arranged everything and flew out of the secret base. On the way back to the hive, he encountered the Diao-fronted white tiger in danger. So, with a loud shout, he stopped the group who wanted to kill the Diao-forehead white tiger, the leader of monsters. The leaders of the group of monster beasts couldn't help but laugh at Qin Feng when they saw Qin Feng's small stature. Qin Feng directly used the swallowing ability of the hive to block their mocking smiles. The group of monster beasts were in too much pain. At that moment, they felt my life is passing by. So when faced with a life and death moment, I can only put down my dignity and beg for mercy. The leader of the group of monster beasts heard Qin Feng's words, endured the pain, and spoke immediately. Queen Bee, spare your life. Queen Bee, please spare your life. There will never be a next time. I ask Queen Bee to give me a chance to change my ways. Qin Feng looked helplessly at the leader of the group of monsters, who kept begging for mercy, and shook his head slightly. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? If you hadn't seen the new monsters as easy to bully and killed my friends to death, you wouldn't have ended up like this. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he stopped looking at the group of monster beasts. Gradually, their painful sounds disappeared from his ears. Only then did Qin Feng look at the group of monster beasts that were completely breathless. He sighed silently and thought to himself, This world is an environment of natural selection and survival of the fittest. Only the strong can reach the top of the world, and the weak can only be eliminated. Qin Feng ignored the group of unwilling monsters and turned his head to look at the white tiger with a hanging forehead on the ground. Suddenly, Qin Feng remembered that every time his hive was upgraded, he would be rewarded with pills. But he had never used them so far. Qin Feng pondered for a long time, and with some pain, he took out a healing pill from the water drop space, pried open the closed teeth of the white tiger, and fed the healing pill into the mouth of the white tiger. The healing pill melted in the mouth. It turned into a pool of potion, flowed down the throat of the white tiger, and into the limbs and bones of the white tiger. The healing elixir produced by the system was extremely effective. As soon as the medicine entered the body of Diao-fronted white tiger, it took effect. The wounds of Diao-forehead white tiger healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sleeping white tiger with hanging forehead only felt that the entrance to the wall was full of itching, and could not help but twist his body slightly. Finally, it was unbearable, and he woke up. As soon as the Diao-forehead white tiger opened his eyes, his vision was blurred, and he couldn't see the surrounding things clearly. When his eyes came into focus, what came into view was the group of monster beasts lying on the ground. A trace of surprise flashed in the Diao-forehead white tiger's eyes. Afterwards, he saw Qin Feng, who had been staring at him. The white tiger with a hanging forehead looked Qin Feng up and down, as if he didn't recognize him. Qin Feng looked at the white tiger with a puzzled forehead, and then followed the white tiger's eyes to look at himself. What's wrong? The white tiger with a hanging forehead calmed down after hearing Qin Feng's question. He shook his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the group of monsters. Did you kill those monster beasts? Qin Feng nodded slightly. The hanging forehead white tiger looked at Qin Feng curiously. How did you do it? I see there are no scars on their bodies. What method did you use to teach me? Qin Feng smiled and said nothing. Can I tell you this? The secret must not be revealed. The hanging forehead white tiger also smiled and stood up. Due to excessive blood loss, his head was a little dizzy, and his body swayed twice before he stood still. Suddenly, he found that the wound on his body no longer hurt. He turned his head and looked at his body. He saw that the wound had healed. leaving only a white mark. Qin Feng couldn't help but be even more surprised. You also healed my wounds? Qin Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. Don't make such a fuss. Look, are there any other monsters here besides me? Of course I healed your wounds. The hanging forehead white tiger smiled awkwardly, knowing that Qin Feng had a secret of his own. So he stopped asking. Qin Feng looked at the white tiger with a hanging forehead, and a smile appeared on his lips. This is not the place to talk. Get out of here first. The Diao forehead white tiger nodded. And not long after, Qin Feng and Diao forehead white tiger came to a cave that Qin Feng had discovered before. Qin Feng landed on a stone in the cave and stretched. Why are you being hunted by them? The hanging forehead white tiger also followed Qin Feng and sat down elegantly on the stone. It's hard to explain this matter. As soon as I entered the valley and found a cave, I was targeted by them. Today, when I came out of the cave, they saw that I only had one monster and attacked me. I could only fleeing. The one who was attacked by them in the end couldn't escape. It's unfortunate that you came. Otherwise, I would have died there. Qin Feng nodded and lamented the misfortune of the white tiger with hanging forehead. Then, he looked into the distance and was speechless. The hanging forehead white tiger did not speak. There was silence in the cave, and you could even hear the sound of water dripping from the rock wall. After a long time, the hanging forehead white tiger broke the depressing silence. Black Bee Queen, aren't you curious about my identity? Qin Feng raised his eyes and smiled at the hanging forehead white tiger. Yeah, whatever you want to say. I'm all ears. The hanging forehead white tiger received Qin Feng's affirmative reply and looked into the distance. His eyes a little distant, immersed in the endless memories. There seemed to be pain, helplessness, and hatred in the memories. I am the child of an elder in the Demon King's palace. When Qin Feng heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, no wonder he knows so much. He turns out to be the child of the elder of the Demon King's palace. Qin Feng was no longer distracted and continued to listen to the white tiger's sermon. The Demon King's palace at that time was not like your current Demon King's palace. At that time, the Demon King's palace was full of righteous monsters. They all abided by the rules of the Demon King's palace and did not dare to go beyond them. Everyone in the Demon King's palace could be described as it was Qingming, and it was a peaceful scene. However, all these changes happened due to an internal fight. Speaking of this, the eyes of the hanging forehead white tiger were slightly moist, and his voice was somewhat choked. Qin Feng knew that the big drama was coming. At this moment, he could only silently accompany the hanging forehead white tiger and encourage him. The hanging forehead white tiger calmed down before continuing. That internal fight was so tragic that it could be described as a river of blood. Most of the leaders in the Demon King's palace lost their lives in that internal fight, and my parents could not avoid it and died there. During the internal fighting, my parents sent me out of the Demon King's palace at the last moment. So I was forced to leave the Demon King's palace and enter the Blood Forest. Qin Feng looked at the hanging forehead white tiger, who was still a little sad. He raised his delicate bee feet and patted the hanging forehead white tiger. After a long time, he said softly, then why are you helping me so much? The hanging forehead white tiger recovered from his sadness. In an instant, he hid the sadness on his face and showed an elegant smile. After hearing Qin Feng's question, there was a hint of apology in his eyes. Chapter 191 Incredible. In the areas that the bloodthirsty Hall did not control, the Diaoer white tiger told Qin Feng a lot of things. From this, Qin Feng also knew that the Diaoer white tiger was the child of an elder of the Demon King's palace before. Because of the internal fighting in the Demon King's palace, both of his parents died, and he was forced to leave the Demon King's palace and enter the Blood Forest. Qin Feng knew the identity of the Diaoer white tiger, and became more curious about why the Diaoer white tiger always helped him. The hanging forehead white tiger looked at Qin Feng and confessed. When I first saw you, I knew you were different. At that moment, I felt that I could take revenge. In my opinion, you definitely have a future. I saw the light of revenge in you. So, I first helped you because I hoped you could help me get revenge. But as we got along slowly, I truly regarded you as a friend. Qin Feng looked at the hanging forehead white tiger and smiled with his mouth covered. I know. Otherwise you wouldn't help me again and again. When the white tiger with hanging forehead heard this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng stretched out his front foot and patted his soft hair. Do you know who your enemy is? A trace of hatred flashed in the eyes of the hanging forehead white tiger. Of course I know. I also know who he is when he turns into ashes. He is the great elder of the Demon King's palace. He is also the elder of the Demon King's palace, who has hunted you down many times and will not let you go. Qin Feng's eyes became cold for a while, as if he thought of something. Then we have a common enemy. What are your plans next? The white tiger with a hanging forehead looked into the distance and sighed. Of course, I want to improve my strength and avenge my parents. Qin Feng glanced at the white tiger with a hanging forehead. The road to increase your strength for revenge is very difficult and very dangerous. In this valley, there are many monsters and powerful beasts. How about I send some of the glory worker bees to fight with you? The hanging forehead white tiger pondered for a long time, and then shook his head. It's no longer necessary. It is precisely because of the overwhelming strength of the monsters in this valley that I have to fight alone. This way I can better improve my strength and be able to fight against the elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall. Otherwise, I will under your protection. I will never be able to grow. And when the time comes to face my enemies, I will only be killed. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Then you should be more careful. If anything happens to you, you can come here to see me. Qin Feng looked at this cave. This cave is relatively close to Qin Feng's hive. Qin Feng's hive is always built in a cave on the cliff. It is difficult for the white tiger to climb up. Therefore, this is the first choice. Place. The hanging forehead white tiger looked at Qin Feng and was somewhat moved. Okay, I will definitely. After saying that, he stood up and walked away without looking back. Black Bee Queen, thank you. Next time we meet, I will definitely increase my strength to a level that will surprise you. The sound echoed in the valley, and Qin Feng couldn't help shouting at the back of the hanging forehead white tiger. Okay, I'll be waiting here anytime. After that, he looked at the back of the hanging forehead white tiger, and then looked around the cave. System, build a hive here. The system determined for 2 seconds before it came to mind in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The hive has been established successfully. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng looked at the hive embedded in the stone, nodded with satisfaction, and then vibrated his wings and flew towards the main hive. As soon as he returned to the hive, Qin Feng lay down on the throne and drank several large sips of royal jelly. Come on, bee. A glory worker bee quickly flew in and knelt down on one knee. King, what are your orders? Qin Feng glanced at the glorious worker bee kneeling under the throne. Send a few glory worker bees to guard the hive in a cave. If the white tiger with a Dio forehead comes to find me, report it to me immediately. Yes. Qin Feng communicated with the system in his mind, and through the system, he passed the location of the cave where he met the white tiger with a hanging forehead to the glorious worker bee kneeling under the throne. The glorious worker bee received the message and immediately went down to prepare. After watching the back of the glorious worker bee disappearing from his sight, he took out a Xiantian 9 lotus from the water drop space. It was difficult to conceal the excitement in his voice. System, use this Xiantian 9 lotus. After a few seconds, the system's calm voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! Use the divine level. High-grade elixir. Xiantian 9 lotus is successful. Hive plunder +1. Toxicity +1. Hive integrity 100%. Do you want to upgrade now? Qin Feng patted the handle on his throne and said excitedly. Upgraded? Of course upgraded. The system paused for a few seconds, and then it sounded again in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The hive has been upgraded successfully. The estimated upgrade time is 1 day. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng secretly endured the excitement in his heart and quietly waited for the end of the day. As the sun rose, Qin Feng followed his usual routine, summoning the glory worker bees to surround the monster beasts and devour them. Wherever they passed, the monster beasts fell down one by one, and no one survived. There the corpses piled up into a hill and disappeared into the valley. The afterglow of the setting sun, accompanied by Qin Feng's murderous aura, fell below the horizon, taking away the light and heat that spread to the earth, and also took away the light that illuminated the sky. Qin Feng clicked on the attributes panel and quietly waited for the last moment to come. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng heard the familiar voice and felt infinite power. Ding! The hive has been upgraded successfully. The current hive level is 31. 5 yuan pills and 5 healing pills will be rewarded. Ding! Please check the rest of the attributes yourself. There was only a bang sound, and the hive where Qin Feng was located shook for a while, as if everything around him was shaken out of the hive. The shaking of the hive made Qin Feng fall off the throne, but he was not angry and remained as usual. I was very excited. My mind was getting clearer and clearer, and I couldn't wait to look down. Hive level, 31, the host level cannot be higher than the hive. Items that need to be upgraded. Xiantian. Number of worker bees. The transfer cooling time is 12 hours. Hive defense, 8 out of 10. Hive attack power, 7 out of 10. Hive invisibility, October 10th, invisibility time is limited by hive level. Hive toxicity, November 20th. Hive plunder, 8 out of 10, plunder the opponent's bloodline. Ability, carry worker bees. Teleportation, the ability to teleport spiritual treasures through the air. Devour. After Chen Feng finished reading the attribute panel, he stood up from the ground, patted away the traces of dust on his body, laid down on the throne, looked around the hive, and couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Chapter 192, Time Flies. Chen Feng picked a large number of Xiantian 9 lotuses at a secret base in the valley. After talking to the Dia-fronted white tiger, he couldn't wait to return to the hive, explained everything to the glorious worker bees, and took out one Xiantian. Upgrade the hive. Although the Xiantian 9 lotus picked in that secret base grew in large numbers, its medicinal power was no less than that of the Xiantian 9 lotus usually obtained. After Chen Feng's hive upgrade was completed, and after browsing the attribute panel, Chen Feng looked around the hive, and was surprised to find that the hive had doubled in size. Chen Feng fluttered his wings and flew out of the hive. He turned around and looked at the hive in the cave. The appearance of the hive was much smaller than before, and the color gradually turned to black and purple. Chen Feng felt that it was a little strange. Other hives were just like other hives. They are all yellow, and the color of the main hive has changed a lot as it has been upgraded. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head, got into the hive again, laid down on the throne, and took a rest. The sun and the moon are passing by, and the stars are passing by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During these 3 months, Chen Feng's crimes that were made public have slowly faded away from the mouths of the monsters. Gradually, the name Chen Feng has become taboo. The elders in the bloodthirsty hall continue to dominate, and set a new beast king in the blood forest. The new beast king plundered the spiritual treasures and elixirs of the monsters in the blood forest. The monsters they were miserable, and thought of Chen Feng from time to time. Only then did they feel the kindness of Chen Feng, the beast king. The monster beasts were complaining, and from time to time, chattering sounds of discussion could be heard from the blood forest. One monster beast secretly said to another monster beast, "You said it was such a pity that our previous beast king died. If he were still here at this time, he would not have allowed this beast king who robbed our spiritual treasures and elixirs to survive to this day." The other monster heard his words, and shook his head in disapproval. "Don't you know? If it weren't for the previous beast king, we would not have suffered this disaster. It was because our previous beast king offended the bloodthirsty hall and the demon king hall elders that he was surrounded and killed. The bloodthirsty hall sent this person the beast king wanted to hunt down and rob the elixirs, and he was taking revenge on the previous beast king. It was our blood forest who came up with a force to resist them. They are the right ones. We took action in order to prevent our blood forest from turning over." The monster cleared its throat and shook its head like a rattle. "I don't agree with your statement. Almost every beast king we have is sent by the bloodthirsty hall. Look at which beast kings sent by the blood-loss hall either ask us to pay tribute or rob us of our elixirs. Only the Black Bee Queen they did not ask us to pay tribute, nor did they rob us of our elixirs. Even if the Black Bee Queen robs the elixirs, she is robbing us of the spiritual treasures and elixirs that squeeze our great power. Therefore, I still think the Black Bee Queen did the right thing." The other monster nodded as if convinced. "Listening to what you said, I also discovered that the Black Bee Queen is indeed better than the Beast King sent by the bloodthirsty hall." The monster looked at the sky in the distance, with a look of yearning in its eyes. "If the Black Bee Queen is still alive at this time, I must surrender to him." At this time, an arrogant voice sounded from behind them. "What are you discussing?" The two monster beasts turned around tremblingly. When they saw that it was the new Beast King of the Blood Forest, their legs trembled and they knelt down. Reporting to Lord Beast King, "We didn't discuss anything." The Beast King blew out 2 streams of hot air from his nose, raised his head proudly, and squinted his eyes at the 2 monster beasts kneeling on the ground. "Oh, why did I hear you guys discussing this Beast King?" Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the 2 monster beasts. "Your Excellency, Lord Beast King, we are talking about how powerful, tall and well-governed you are. You are 100 times more powerful than any other Beast King in the Blood Forest." When the Beast King heard this, he had no intention of letting the 2 monsters go. "Oh, I thought you were talking bad about me, but I didn't expect you were praising me. I was wrong about you." The Beast King paused. "Then let me tell you, What do you think of me as a king? How do you describe me as tall, mighty, and well-governed? What have I done that earned you such a high evaluation? The two monster beasts were even more panicked, with expressions on their faces as if they were about to cry. Sir Beast King, spare your life. We really just want to talk about your greatness again. The Beast King glanced at the two monsters impatiently. You say it. You say it. With your courage. You don't dare to speak ill of me. The two monster beasts said with mournful faces. Lord Beast King, you collect the elixir to make the blood forest more orderly and unified. You. Before the monster beast finished speaking, the Beast King moved his front foot impatiently. The Beast King had heard such flattering words too many times, and now that he was listening to them, he felt his head hurt. Okay. For the sake of flattering me, I won't condemn you. It won't happen next time. If there is a next time, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. The Beast King's eyes condensed, and the aura suddenly appeared on his body, which sent chills down the spines of the two monster beasts and trembled in their bodies. After saying that, seeing that the deterrent effect was achieved, he moved his front legs without even looking at the two monsters kneeling on the ground. He held his head high and continued to move forward while leading his men. The two monster beasts waited until the Beast King and the monster beasts had gone far away. Then they got up from the ground, looking at the Beast King and the monster beasts walking away. One of the monster beasts couldn't help but stare at one of them. A monster couldn't help but spit at their backs with a poof sound. What kind of Beast King? If I hadn't been able to defeat him, I wouldn't have surrendered so humbly. If I had the power and courage of the previous Black Bee Queen, I would have beaten them to pieces. Unfortunately, the Black Bee Queen has already died. Another monster quickly patted the sighing monster with its front foot. Stop talking and leave quickly. Otherwise this Beast King will cause us trouble again. With that said, the two monster beasts left the place. At this moment, Chen Feng, who was far away in the horizon, was lying on the throne of the hive and sneezed a few times. He couldn't help but rub his itchy nose with his front feet. Chen Feng clicked on the attributes panel and looked at the results of the past 3 months of hard work. Hive level 50. The host level cannot be higher than the hive. Items that need to be upgraded. Xiantian Julian. Number of worker bees. The transfer cooling time is 6 hours. Hive defense 10 out of 10. Hive attack power 9 out of 10. Hive invisibility October 10th. Invisibility time is limited by hive level. Hive toxicity 15/20. Hive plunder 9 out of 10. Directly plunder the opponent's bloodline. Ability carrying worker bees. The queen bee can carry and summon worker bees at any time. Teleportation, the ability to teleport spiritual treasures through the air. Devour monsters of the same level and below. You can devour them directly through the system and gain evolution points. Chapter 193 Prelude to Return. In the past 3 months, Chen Feng has led the glorious worker bees to sweep away the monster beasts in the valley. The Beast King in the valley realized something was wrong, and when he noticed Chen Feng's presence, it was already too late. Chen Feng. It has become a difficult target for them to offend. At this time, after many upgrades, he was able to summon worker bees at any time. Chen Feng decided to make the final sprint. So he continued to lead the glorious worker bees to find those powerful Beast Kings and use the hive's devouring skills. After devouring them to gain evolution points, they showed no resistance and became Chen Feng's food. It wasn't until the attribute panel showed that the purification points were full that Chen Feng retreated and led a group of glorious worker bees, vibrating their wings, to fly back to the hive. After Chen Feng returned to the hive, he lay down on the throne, drank royal jelly in large gulps, and ordered not to disturb any worker bees. System. I want to upgrade. The system judged for 2 seconds before sounding. Ding! The host has successfully upgraded and acquired new skills. Please pay attention to the host. I saw the air in the hive surging, constantly peeling off the cocoons, and poured into Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng felt a pain all over his body. His bones crackled, and his body swelled and expanded into a spherical shape. He only heard a bang. There was an explosion, and Chen Feng's body shrank. And then a feeling of relief spread throughout Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng calmed down for a while. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he clicked on the attribute panel. Host, Chen Feng. Shenwu 6 Mirror, 1/*******. Skill, Shenwu Sword Shadow. First level, Shenwu Sword Shadow paralyzes the target for 5 seconds. The earth groaned. Within 100 meters of the host's body, there is no difference in thunder attacks. The number of attacks is limited to 43. which is equal to the host's own level. Light shield, first level, defense skill. Defense power is equal to own strength. Enemy attack is 10% attack effect. Qianquan technique, second level, anywhere within 5,000 meters of the host's body. Clone technique, limit the number of clones to 2. Invisibility, limited by level. Time is 10 minutes. Secret technique, death poison, first level, after the venom is used. Honey can be absorbed and converted into venom. The attack poison is enhanced by 30%. And the hit damage is reduced by 30%. Qin Feng looked at his own strength and felt that it was time to return to the blood forest. So he closed his eyes and took a nap. At this time, a glorious worker bee flew in from outside the hive in a hurry. But the pace was not messy. In the past 3 months, the strength of the glorious worker bees has also improved very quickly. The glorious worker bee that flew in looked restrained in its aura. Even though it was just lying on the throne, it still exuded an aura of calmness and authority. It couldn't help but kneel down on one knee in submission, unable to look directly at Qin Feng's figure. Report to the king. The white tiger with hanging forehead is in the cave asking to see you. After hearing the report from the glorious worker bee, Qin Feng's eyes opened slightly. A flash of light flashed, and his eyes fell on the glorious worker bee. The glorious worker bee felt a chill down his spine, and could not help but shiver. Qin Feng had a hard time remembering where the cave mentioned by Guangyu worker bee was. Suddenly, an idea flashed, and he remembered where the cave was. Qin Feng waved his front legs to show that he understood, and motioned for the glorious worker bee to get down. He stretched himself on the throne, vibrated his wings, and flew into the distance. Not long after, they arrived outside the cave. At this time, the hanging-fronted white tiger was already sitting elegantly on the stone and waiting. The sunlight shone on his body, making his hair softer and shiny. The hanging forehead white tiger looks into the distance from time to time, and his movements become more graceful, like a noble monster. But there is also a faint oppressive aura from his body. As his eyes moved, his sharp gaze kept scanning everything around him. At this time, the hanging-fronted white tiger heard the sound of wings cutting through the air, and heard Qin Feng's unique buzzing sound entering his ears. The hanging-fronted white tiger couldn't help but raise his head and look at Qin Feng, who appeared in front of him. Qin Feng, the white tiger with a hanging forehead, felt the aura on him as soon as he got close to him, and even his heart felt like he was surrendering to his command. He thought to himself, I haven't seen you in 3 months. I didn't expect that the little black bee's strength would rise to such an extent. It's really scary. But I didn't know he was wrong. He is the monster I'm looking for. The hanging forehead white tiger came back to his senses in an instant. I haven't seen you in 3 months. Your strength is really terrifying. Qin Feng smiled slightly at the white tiger hanging on his forehead, and his aura weakened a lot. Aren't you the same? You have reached the first level of Shenwu Mirror. Come on. Tell us about your situation. The white tiger with a hanging forehead blinked at Qin Feng and smiled. The secret must not be revealed. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, looked at each other with the hanging forehead white tiger, and couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. You have learned this trick of mine. The white tiger with a hanging forehead also had a smile in his eyes. Of course. That's what the saying goes. If you're close to vermilion, you're red. If you're close to ink, you're black. Qin Feng pretended to be serious. Then I am, M.O.? Seeing Qin Feng pretending to be serious, the hanging forehead white tiger couldn't help but shook his head and smiled slightly. Of course you are, Zhu. Qin Feng couldn't help but raise his bee's feet and support his forehead. Qin Feng teased the white tiger again. The conversation changed, and he looked at the hanging forehead white tiger seriously. When are you planning to leave? The eyes of the hanging forehead white tiger condensed, and a hint of viciousness flashed across his face, and the aura spread out all over his body. Even Qin Feng was a little frightened when he looked at it, thinking to himself, this momentum is actually comparable to mine. It seems that he hates the elders of the Demon King's palace. The hanging forehead white tiger came back to his senses and put away his aura. How are you preparing? I can leave at any time. Qin Feng nodded and pondered for a while. Then let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow is here. Let's leave together. The white tiger with a hanging forehead has firm eyes. Good. Qin Feng looked at the white tiger with a hanging forehead and hesitated to speak. After thinking about it, he finally said it. As a friend, I will try my best to avenge you. It's not in vain. You saved me. But revenge needs to be considered in the long run. The eyes of the hanging forehead white tiger were a little wet, and he opened his mouth. Under Qin Feng's gesture, he did not utter those words of gratitude. Afterwards, Qin Feng said goodbye to the hanging forehead white tiger and flew back to the hive to make arrangements for his departure. After a night of silence, as dawn just broke, Qin Feng arrived alone at the cave he had agreed with the white tiger. At this moment, the hanging-fronted white tiger was already waiting in the cave. Qin Feng saw the listless white tiger with a hanging forehead and knew that he had not slept well that night. So he couldn't help but joke. Thinking about leaving, I was so excited that I didn't sleep well that night. The hanging forehead white tiger yawned and rolled his eyes at Qin Feng. But I didn't sleep well. Then, he looked behind Qin Feng and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Huh? Just you? Why didn't you bring your men here? Do you want to deal with the monsters of the bloodthirsty hall by yourself? Chapter 194 Returning Strongly. Qin Feng and the Diao-forehead white tiger agreed to set off to return to the blood forest. However, when Qin Feng arrived at the agreed place, Qin Feng was alone, but did not bring any glory worker bee, which aroused the Diao-forehead white tiger's curiosity. Qin Feng smiled mysteriously at the white tiger with a hanging forehead. Mountain beasts have their own clever plans. Don't you understand? When the time comes, prepare a big gift for them and tell them that this king is back. After saying that, a fierce aura emitted from Qin Feng's body, and it was withdrawn in an instant. The hanging-fronted white tiger nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, this is the aura that the Black Bee Queen should have. Afterwards, they set off, and not long after, they arrived at the entrance of the valley, passed through the heavy fog, and left the valley where they had stayed for 3 months. After leaving the valley, looking at the familiar scene of the blood forest, Qin Feng was filled with emotion. Thousands, murmured to himself. 3 months ago, I fled here. 3 months later, I came back strong. The monsters in the bloodthirsty hall and the elders of the Demon King's hall must have never dreamed that I was not dead and came to seek revenge from them. At this moment, what Qin Feng didn't know was that the monsters in the valley were celebrating with joy after learning that the Black Queen Bee had left. However, when they saw the glorious worker bees gathering honey, they felt their hearts tightening, for fear of the glorious worker bees attacked them. But unexpectedly the glorious worker bees ignored them. They breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their daily lives. Qin Feng and the white tiger with hanging forehead quietly returned to the blood forest. Qin Feng and the others had just returned and did not know anything about the situation in the blood forest or the outside world. So they found a monster to inquire about the current situation. The monster beast looked at the extraordinary momentum of the 2 monster beasts in front of it, and couldn't help but lie on the ground in fear. Your Majesty, spare my life. Qin Feng glanced at the timid monster suspiciously. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. As long as you tell me what you know about the blood forest and the situation outside, I will let you go. When the monster heard this, it was no longer so scared, and then explained the current situation with excitement. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng heard the smoky atmosphere of the blood forest and the threatening appearance of the monster beasts. Suddenly, his angry eyes were sinister, and the aura from his body was exuding in waves. Qin Feng has regarded the blood forest as his own, and it is normal to be angry when he sees his things being destroyed. The white tiger with a hanging forehead next to him immediately touched Qin Feng, and Qin Feng calmed down the anger in his heart. Let go of the monster that was trembling when it sensed Qin Feng's aura. Before he left, he used coercion and intimidation to prevent the monster from exposing its whereabouts. The demonic beast hurriedly agreed. Qin Feng looked at the demonic beast's retreating figure, turned back, and glanced at the hanging forehead white tiger next to him. What are your plans next? Do you want to come with me? The hanging forehead white tiger pondered for a long time. Of course, I can not only watch you show off your skills, but I can also be your helper. But where are you going next? Qin Feng looked into the distance and thought for a while. His eyes condensed. Of course, to take back my Beast King. Qin Feng nodded, and he and the white tiger went straight to the Beast King's cave in the core area of the blood forest. At this moment, the new Beast King of the blood forest does not know that he is in danger and is still enjoying a luxurious life. Qin Feng and the white tiger directly broke into the Beast King's cave. Facing such a high-level monster, they had no power to resist and were directly blocked in the cave. Even if they could escape, they couldn't, until a monster beast reacted and hurriedly went to report to the Beast King. The Beast King was lying on the throne, with some elixirs piled next to him. At this time, a monster beast stumbled in, reporting to Lord Beast King. There is an enemy attack outside the cave. I hope Lord Beast King will make a decision. The Beast King was horrified when he heard this. What kind of monster dares to be so bold? It actually came to attack my lair. The Beast King immediately followed the monster beast that came to report and walk out. When he saw the aura of the two monster beasts in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little beat in his heart. The Beast King saw such a powerful Chen Feng again, and his words were somewhat stumbling. Who are you? How dare you be so bold? Don't you know that this Beast King is a monster sent by the Bloodthirsty Hall to manage the Blood Forest? Chen Feng's eyes felt cold as he stared at the Beast King. The Beast King was so frightened by the aura in Chen Feng's eyes that he trembled and took 2 steps back. Chen Feng saw that the Beast King was forced back by his momentum, and then he withdrew his eyes. Is this how the Blood Forest is managed? What's more, I am the authentic Beast King of the Blood Forest. The Beast King of the Blood Forest still exists. And yet another Beast King has been sent. What's the point? Do you admit it? You dare to be here? You are so domineering. And what's more, I'm going to hit you, Bloodthirsty Hall. When the Beast King heard this, his legs became weak and his whole body trembled. You are the former Beast King, Black Bee Queen. Shouldn't you be already? Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the Beast King. The former Beast King? When did I become the former Beast King? And what? The Beast King took another 2 steps back and said harshly, now the Blood Forest is already in my possession. You can't bully me like this and take away the Blood Forest. When Chen Feng heard this, he felt like it was a joke, and anger filled his chest as he continued to run rampant. Yours? Bullying? When you bullied the monsters in the Blood Forest, did you ever think that you were the Beast King here? Not only did I want to take back my Blood Forest, but I also wanted to keep your life here forever. Reflect on what you have done on the road to H.L. When the Beast King heard this, he was shocked and looked at the monsters around him. Come for me and kill him quickly. The monsters looked at each other in confusion. But since the Beast King had the order, they had no choice but to rush forward. A strange smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips. Xianquan technique. Chen Feng disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the Beast King in just 2 seconds. The Beast King looked at Chen Feng, who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was so horrified that he forgot to react for a moment. Shenwu's Sword Shadow. Sword shadows appeared from all directions. The sword shadows flashed with cold light and went straight towards the Beast King. The Beast King was horrified when he saw the sword shadows in front of him. He couldn't even hide and was pierced through the heart by thousands of sword shadows. Liang. Before he died, his eyes were still wide open and the expression of fear was still on his face. At this time, the system's voice immediately sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The host successfully killed the Earth Martial Triple Mirror Monster and gained evolution points *******. Chen Feng didn't care about this evolutionary point at all, and his ears were automatically blocked. Now, for Chen Feng, this purification point is no longer enough to fill his teeth. If it weren't for the purpose of frightening the monsters in the cave, Chen Feng wouldn't even bother to do it. Chapter 195. Heading to the Bloodthirsty Hall. Chen Feng quietly returned to the Blood Forest. In the Blood Forest, he showed off his skills and killed the Beast King. In an instant, he shocked the monsters in the Beast King's cave. The monster beasts in the cave suddenly panicked when they saw the death of the Beast King. They were frightened and kept running around, trying to escape from this terrifying cave and from Chen Feng's clutches. Chen Feng glanced around, as if looking at an ant. Looking at the struggling grasshopper with something good in mind. As long as Chen Feng stretched out his hand, their lives would be tightly held in Chen Feng's hands. Chen Feng was the beast that controlled their destiny. Chen Feng looked at the panicked monsters again and couldn't help but shout loudly. Stop! When the monsters in the cave heard Chen Feng's powerful words, their bodies stiffened and they did not dare to move, as if they had been cast a restraining spell. Chen Feng looked around, looking at the monsters that didn't dare to move, and nodded with satisfaction. Stand there obediently and don't move. Take us to the Bloodthirsty Hall later. Otherwise, I will let you stay here forever. The monster beasts nodded hurriedly and immediately hid in one place, not daring to move. Before Chen Feng went to the Bloodthirsty Hall, he looked at the cave that had experienced countless generations of Beast Kings, and then looked at the place where the beehive was originally built in the cave. The beehive had been destroyed and was in disgrace. So, Chen Feng looked after looking at other places. I chose a location with grooves on the rock wall. System. Build a hive here. Ding! The hive has been established successfully. Please pay attention to the host. I saw a huge beehive appearing in front of me in an instant. Then, with a wave of his feet, he directly summoned some of the glory worker bees. Those monster beasts squatting on the ground never dared to raise their heads, so they did not see the scene of Chen Feng building a hive and summoning the glorious worker bees. However, the Dio-fronted white tiger was different. During the whole process, seeing how easily Chen Feng sent the glorious worker bees to the blood forest, his eyes were filled with horror and a hint of envy. The white tiger with a hanging forehead is a smart monster. He didn't ask what was going on. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. If Chen Feng wanted to tell him, he would naturally tell him. If Chen Feng didn't want to tell, he would tell him. It's useless to ask yourself. The glorious worker bees arrived at the Beast King's cave, and when they saw Chen Feng in front of them, they immediately knelt down on one knee. See the king! Those monsters squatting in the corner did not dare to raise their heads to look at the surrounding scene when they heard the noise. They were afraid that their curiosity would kill them. Chen Feng waved his front foot to let the glorious worker bees stand up. Afterwards, after explaining various matters and letting the glorious worker bees manage the blood forest, Chen Feng looked around and saw that the surroundings had returned to their previous appearance, and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Chen Feng saw everything was ready and glanced at the monster squatting in the corner. Don't lead the way yet! The monsters felt cold and immediately led the way to the bloodthirsty hall. Chen Feng walked out of the Beast King's cave, turned back, glanced at the blood forest, and then left with them in style. Now for Chen Feng. The bloodthirsty hall no longer poses a threat. Even if he randomly picks one of his many glorious worker bees, it will be hundreds or 1,000 times stronger than the monsters in the bloodthirsty hall. In this way, the monster beasts tremblingly led Chen Feng and the Dio-fronted white tiger to travel day and night, and arrived at the bloodthirsty hall headquarters in only 2 days. Chen Feng did not torture or abuse them along the way, nor did he use the hive's devouring skills to devour them all. In Chen Feng's eyes, they could no longer even feed themselves. And what Chen Feng needed was a higher-level monster. Beasts. And they have become eliminated. When Chen Feng arrived at the bloodthirsty hall, he ignored the captured monsters and asked them to leave with a wave of his feet. The monsters couldn't help but crawled on the ground with snot and tears, and thanked Chen Feng for not killing. Chen Feng glanced at them impatiently, with a trace of murderous intent in his eyes, and they immediately left the place in a mess. From then on, he never dared to step into the blood forest again. The white tiger with a hanging forehead next to him couldn't help covering his mouth and snickering when he saw this situation. Chen Feng glared at him and rushed directly into the bloodthirsty hall. When the monsters in the bloodthirsty hall saw an enemy coming, they stepped forward to stop Chen Feng and the white tiger with a hanging forehead. A monster saw that the situation was not good and went to report to the hall master and the elders. Chen Feng looked around and walked leisurely inside. As soon as any monsters came to stop him, Chen Feng would release his divine sword shadow and kill them under the sword shadow. In the end, the monsters looked at each other, and no one could dare not come to die. As soon as Chen Feng stepped forward, they immediately retreated. Chen Feng kept leading the glorious worker bees forward without even looking at them. From time to time, he would look at the scene in the surrounding caves, as if he was wandering around in his own cave. Chen Feng rushed all the way and went straight to the treasure pavilion of the bloodthirsty hall. When he saw the spiritual treasures and elixirs in the treasure pavilion, his eyes lit up, and he took out a few pieces and gave them to the Dio-for white tiger, thinking to himself, "The spiritual treasure elixir here is just for my glorious worker bees, so that they can continue to improve their strength." Chen Feng rolled his eyes and thought that it would be more convenient to set up a hive directly here, regardless of whether the monsters in the bloodthirsty hall wanted it or not. They stopped at a groove on the rock wall of the treasure pavilion. After taking a closer look, they found that it was a good place. "System, set up hives here." The system rang in Chen Feng's mind in an instant. Ding! The hive has been established successfully. Please pay attention to the host. In that groove, a huge hive appeared in an instant, with a wave of Chen Feng's bee feet. The glorious worker bees appeared in the hive with a continuous, buzzing sound. This blink of an eye made the monster beasts stunned. Even the white tiger with a hanging forehead was stunned. However, when the white tiger with a hanging forehead came back to his senses, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes, and he thought in his heart, "The behavior of the Black Bee Queen really suits my taste. Fortunately, I chose to help him instead of exposing him, so I won his trust. I didn't expect that I would have such foresight at that time. Otherwise, maybe by that time, I had become an innocent soul in his hands." The hanging forehead white tiger thought about the scene when he first met Chen Feng again, and felt a chill in his heart. If I had exposed him in the first place, maybe he could have escaped in other ways and still be like this. It only took 10 minutes before and after, and I have to say that Chen Feng was very lucky to find the location of the Bloodthirsty Hall's treasure pavilion directly. At this time, The leader of the bloodthirsty hall and the elders came belatedly. They saw Chen Feng in the treasure pavilion and saw an extra beehive in the treasure pavilion. They couldn't help but frown. Chapter 196 Tit for Tat. Chen Feng returned strongly. He first killed the Beast King in the Blood Forest and took control of the Blood Forest in his own hands. After that, he came to the Bloodthirst Hall. Chen Feng was unstoppable along the way and went directly to the treasure pavilion of the Bloodthirsty Hall. He built a treasure house in the Bloodthirsty Hall, divided it into hives, and summoned glory worker bees to station in the hive. However, after all this was completed, the leader and elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall came. Perhaps they did not expect that except Chen Feng. Who else in this world could oppose them and invade the Bloodthirsty Hall? And the Bloodthirsty Hall, the elders thought that they had killed Chen Feng, who was fighting against the Bloodthirsty Hall in the Blood Forest. The other monsters of the Bloodthirsty Hall also thought the same. Therefore, they believed that except for the Demon King's Hall, there was no force that could fight them. As long as they were ordinary characters, the monsters guarded by the Bloodthirsty Hall could drive them out. Late. But they never expected that as soon as they entered the treasure pavilion, they saw a scene that made them faint. They saw the monsters from the Bloodthirsty Hall surrounding the treasure pavilion. There was a huge beehive in the treasure pavilion, and the worker bees were constantly shining. They were wandering around, and around the Black Queen Bee, a white tiger with a hanging forehead looked leisurely at the surrounding monsters, and couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. At this moment, before the hall master could speak, the elder who had seriously injured Chen Feng came forward. Bold maniac! How dare you be so arrogant and unbridled in our Bloodthirsty Hall? The leader and elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall are here, and they won't be arrested without mercy. Perhaps the Bloodthirsty Hall was used to being arrogant, but Chen Feng's strength did not attract their attention or fear at all. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall frowned slightly when he heard the elder's words, but did not speak. Chen Feng glanced at the elder contemptuously. What? You don't recognize me? The elder looked at Chen Feng with some doubts. After all, in his heart, he had long believed that Chen Feng was dead and there was no possibility of survival. He never expected that Chen Feng was still alive and coming back strongly. The elder couldn't help but asked, following Chen Feng's words in confusion. Who are you? Chen Feng saw the doubtful look in the elder's eyes and smiled sarcastically. Otherwise, let me remind you that 3 months ago, you came to the Blood Forest to drive me out. You thought that after you killed me in the Blood Forest, your Bloodthirsty Hall also imposed the crime on me. If it is made public, don't you remember what you have done? A look of horror flashed in the eyes of the elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall, and he looked at Chen Feng suspiciously. After carefully identifying him for a long time, he found that he was indeed the Beast King in the Blood Forest. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. How is it possible? It's obviously impossible for you. I did it myself. When the demon beasts in the Bloodthirsty Hall heard such words, they couldn't help but take a step back in panic. And the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall was also a little horrified. Chen Feng looked around, taking in the reactions of the monsters in the Bloodthirsty Hall. He turned back and looked at the elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall mockingly. How is it impossible? You only seriously injured me at that time, and you didn't kill me at all. It's ridiculous that you are still addicted to it and are proud of it. You didn't expect that now I have come back strongly just to find you. Revenge. The elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall has a strong tolerance and accepted this reality in an instant. Since you are not dead, you have been lucky enough to live for so many more days. Now that you are back, I will just kill you. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall thought to himself after hearing the elder's words. It's just stupid. Ever since I thought I killed the Black Bee Queen, I've been so arrogant. I didn't even check whether my strength can match her. I just said such big words. I'm really going to die. Chen Feng heard the elder's words and sneered. Thanks to you letting me go, I am now as strong as I am today. However, you are thinking of killing me now. Don't you think it's too late? You thought I was the original Wu Xia Amin. Really? It's really wishful thinking. Chen Feng's eyes condensed, and his aura suddenly became fierce. The elder was surprised to find that Chen Feng had reached the divine martial mirror, with an unbelievable look in his eyes. How is it possible? It's only been 3 months. How could you reach such a state? Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Why is it impossible? There is nothing impossible in this world. As long as you think about it, you will only be pampered and have no time to improve your strength. That's why your strength will stagnate. Ever since the elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall saw Chen Feng's strength, he had somewhat retreated, but Chen Feng did not give him a chance to back down. It must be said. Don't you want to kill me? Come on. Let's see who wins. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall looked around and saw the many monsters looking at him. He could only bite the bullet and stand up, still cheering for himself in his heart. In such a short period of time, it has improved so fast. Although its strength has reached the level of the divine martial mirror, it must have been made from the accumulation of elixirs. It must not be that powerful if it is strong on the outside but strong on the inside. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall suddenly felt confident when he thought about this. Seeing how ignorant the bloodthirsty hall elder was, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head in disdain. As long as you can defeat me within 3 moves, even if I lose, I will quit the bloodthirsty hall. Otherwise, you will only die. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall couldn't help but said angrily. Do you just look down on me so much? What's more, your conditions are too unfair. Qin Feng's eyes were cold, and there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Look down on you? No. 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 I have never put you in my eyes. Fair? Are you worthy of talking about fairness? Besides, with your little strength, I said so. Even if I give you a chance, you still just pick and choose. Forget it. Qin Feng can be said to have a vicious tongue. If you negotiate terms with Qin Feng, you will only get retaliated. Not to mention the elder of the bloodthirsty hall, who is not flexible and is in anger. When the elder of the bloodthirsty hall heard such words, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't help but turn pale with anger. Qin Feng slapped him in the face in public. He felt pain on his face and lost his face. However, who let Qin Feng? Where is the strength? If the elder of the bloodthirsty hall cannot defeat Qin Feng, he will only be slapped in the face and killed. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall knew that he could not defeat Qin Feng, so he immediately prepared his attack, looking for the opportunity to prepare for a killing blow, while Qin Feng stretched leisurely. Suddenly, the elder of the bloodthirsty hall seemed to have found an opportunity. His eyes flashed, and his eyes the light in the center condensed, and the figure moved. Revolving sword rain. I saw huge black swords, exuding a fierce aura, appearing in front of the elder of the bloodthirsty hall. The elder's eyes were slightly condensed, as if a ray of light flashed, and the huge swords rushed towards Qin Feng, who was leisurely in the air, came to Qin Feng's side in an instant. Chapter 197 Revenge. Guided by a group of monsters, Qin Feng led the white tiger with a hanging forehead to the bloodthirsty hall, and established his own base in the treasure pavilion of the bloodthirsty hall. At this time, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall and the elders also came to the treasure pavilion. The elder who had previously seriously injured Qin Feng was forced to accept Qin Feng's challenge. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall released his skills without saying a word, and the giant sword came to Qin Feng's side with a fierce momentum in an instant. Qin Feng looked at the attack of the bloodthirsty hall elder and shook his head helplessly. You are still using a move from 800 years ago. You still want to use this move to knock me down. You are really wishful thinking. Moreover, your moves are so slow. How can you attack me? Try your best. Work harder. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall heard Qin Feng's sarcastic words, and his chest kept rising and falling, as if the anger inside was about to burst out, and seemed to be rushing out of his body to fight against Qin Feng. Qin Feng calmly used Qianquan technique to dodge the attack. The elder's giant sword only hit Qin Feng's afterimage, and then spun back. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall saw Qin Feng disappearing in front of his eyes, and couldn't help but look around warily, thinking to himself, thinking that after 3 months of not seeing each other, the little black bee's teleportation skills have actually reached such a level. If this scourge is not eliminated for the bloodthirsty hall this time, it will eventually become a serious problem. By then, the bloodthirsty hall cannot exist in the world, or there are 2 theories. Although the elder of the bloodthirsty hall thinks so, in fact, he still does it for himself. If he cannot get rid of Qin Feng this time, he will be the one who will die. Moreover, the idea of the elder of the bloodthirsty hall is simply a daydream. Now he can't see it. Realistically, Qin Feng is no longer the little black bee that the bloodthirsty hall elder could seriously injure and be slaughtered by beasts. Qin Feng glanced at the elder of the bloodthirsty hall. Now that you have attacked me once, I will repay you once. The elder of the bloodthirsty hall felt that Qin Feng's voice seemed to be coming from all directions. He could not identify Qin Feng's true location, and could only look around warily. Qin Feng looked at the bloodthirsty hall elder, who was constantly looking for him, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. The Qianquan tree is not like teleportation. It can teleport anywhere, and it can also move around the enemy, producing the effect of confusing the enemy. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw the opportunity, and instantly came to the side of the elder of the bloodthirsty hall. Shinwu Sword Shadow. Sword shadows came from all directions, with fierce momentum, sealing off all escape routes for the elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall. The elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall looked at the sword shadows. His eyes were in a trance, and he actually didn't want to resist. At the critical moment, the elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall came to his senses and saw the sword shadow in front of him. His eyes couldn't help but widen, and he could only barely flicker to the side. Only the sound of "Pook! Plop!" was heard, and the sharp sword shadows all pierced into the body of the Bloodthirsty Hall elder. The Bloodthirsty Hall elder felt that his whole body was numb, and the strength in his body completely disappeared. Although the elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall ducked aside at the last moment, the sword shadows did not penetrate the vital points of the Bloodthirsty Hall elder. They were only a few millimeters away. However, with so many sword shadows piercing the body, the elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall could only fall to the ground. He had no strength to fight. At this moment, he was losing more energy and less energy coming in. After the sword shadows pierced the body of the Bloodthirsty Hall elder again, domineering spiritual energy dispersed from the sword shadows, destroying the tissues in the Bloodthirsty Hall elder's body. After that, the sword shadows turned into countless fragments, disappear into the air. Only then did Chen Feng appear in the sky. His aura sank, and he stopped above the head of the Bloodthirsty Hall elder. His voice was low, and if you listen carefully, there was a hint of schadenfreude. You are defeated. You were defeated with just one move. Originally, I wanted to give you face, and told you to defeat me within 3 moves. However, I never thought that you would be so careless. I only used one move. You fell into my hands. It seems that you are destined to become an innocent soul in my hands. Stop struggling and accept your fate. Blood continued to flow out of the body of the elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall, dyeing the rock wall in the cave red. The elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall felt more and more tired. Gradually, he closed his eyes, tilted his head, and stopped breathing. Died. The other monsters in the Bloodthirsty Hall were horrified when they saw such a scene. At this moment, the Bloodthirsty Hall truly felt the horror of Chen Feng. At this moment, the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall remained calm and composed on the outside. But in reality, he was in a state of turmoil inside. His head was still spinning rapidly, thinking about the next way out, and how to get Chen Feng to let him go and let the Bloodthirsty Hall go. The elders of the Bloodthirsty Hall were shocked when they saw this scene. But there were still monsters who were not afraid of life and death and had no self-awareness, and came to challenge Chen Feng's strength. Chen Feng glanced at the 3 elders who stood out from among the monsters in the Bloodthirsty Hall. These 3 elders were all friends with the elder who was killed by Chen Feng. However, their eyes were red, and they looked upside down. The elder who has already embarked on the road to H.L. on the ground. Little Black Bee, you dared to kill the elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall. Aren't you afraid that the Demon King's Hall will come to take revenge on you? Chen Feng curled his lips disdainfully and looked at the 3 elders. So what about the Demon King's Hall? If I were afraid of the Demon King's Hall, I wouldn't come to the Bloodthirsty Hall. The 3 elders were speechless. Since we can't talk it out, let's solve it by force. Chen Feng didn't say much, and he didn't bother to talk nonsense with them anymore. Xianquan technique. Chen Feng disappeared directly on the spot, and came to the side and rear of the 3 elders in an instant. Since they were 3 monsters, Chen Feng rolled his eyes and planned in his heart not to give them the slightest chance to resist. Such a deterrent, only then will the effect penetrate deeper into the animal's heart. Shenwu Sword Shadow. Sword shadows came flying from all directions, heading straight for the 3 elders. The 3 elders were on guard, and they only felt the cold wind gusting, and their backs were a little chilly. But it was not for nothing. They heard the sound of the wind, immediately hide to the side. Since the 3 elders were relatively spread out, Jianing locked all their escape routes, allowing them to take advantage of the opportunity. However, even so, Jianying's speed exceeded their dodge speed, and Jianing passed by them. After wiping it, several traces of blood appeared. When the monsters in the Bloodthirsty Hall saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and thought to themselves, how powerful is this little black bee? It's not inferior to the 3 elders. Before the 3 elders could take action, they were injured and blushed. All of a sudden, the 3 elders were defeated. The elders' momentum is a little weaker. What should we do? If the little black bee succeeds, can we still stay here safe and sound? The monsters couldn't help but have their own thoughts and worries. Some were worried about their future. Some were worried about their lives. And some were considering whether to turn against each other. Chapter 198, Settlement of Accounts After Autumn. Chen Feng returned powerfully, and the Bloodthirsty Hall fully realized how powerful Chen Feng was. Qin Feng's branch was also established in the Bloodthirsty Hall, and he became an existence that the Bloodthirsty Hall could not provoke. Facing the verbal attacks from the Bloodthirsty Hall, Qin Feng showed no fear and killed him. The elder who seriously injured him in the first place took his own revenge. At this time, 3 elders had made friends with the elder who was killed and stood up directly to confront Qin Feng. However, before they could take action, Qin Feng used his skills to injure them. Qin Feng looked at the damage effect caused by the skill and was a little dissatisfied. He couldn't help but shook his head and thought to himself, "In the past 3 months, I have only focused on improving my strength and forgotten the familiarity of training skills. For a while, I have forgotten how to use them. This cannot continue." Qin Feng looked up at the 3 elders and thought to himself, "Then let's practice with the 3 of them. I hope they are more experienced." The 3 elders had just dodged the attack when they saw Qin Feng shaking his head as he looked at them. They couldn't help but gnash their teeth. Secretly annoyed, took a breath, and then said to Qin Feng, "Little black bee, don't be arrogant. We haven't attacked you yet. Don't think that you are invincible." Qin Feng heard this sentence inexplicably and looked at the 3 elders in confusion. He couldn't help but rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "It's a bit baffling when I thought I was invincible." Qin Feng didn't say anything and continued to use Jianquan technique to come to their side. At this moment, the 3 elders felt the threat and looked around vigilantly. Now, they had lost the opportunity, and Qin Feng disappeared in front of them, leaving them unable to find a target to attack. Qin Feng came behind them in an instant, with a strange smile on his lips. The 3 elders did not see Qin Feng's figure, but the monsters in the Bloodthirsty Hall did. Before they could remind the 3 elders, Qin Feng he quickly released his skills. The earth groans. The 3 elders felt anesthesia all over their bodies and lost the power to resist. Shenwu Sword Shadow. Qin Feng saw that they had been anesthetized and did not let them go. He released his sword shadow and rushed towards the 3 elders. The monsters only saw bursts of cold light. The 3 elders fell to the ground with blood. Gudong, Gudong, continued to flow out of their bodies, and they died without even making a sound. Seeing such a scene, all the monsters looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at a demon. With frightened eyes, no monsters dared to stand up anymore. Qin Feng looked around, taking in the expressions of the monsters and beasts. He flapped his wings and flew to the hive, where he stayed and stretched. If you still have any opinions now, why not stand up and continue talking? Monster beasts. You look at me, I look at you. They are all huddled among the beasts. At this time, the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall looked at the monster beasts and said nothing, and then stood up. Qin Feng glanced at the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall. What? The Hall Master has any objections? The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall shook his head slightly, with a smile on his face. That's not the case. I just came out to ask Queen Bee how she could let our Bloodthirsty Hall go. When Qin Feng heard this, he secretly complained. This leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall is really a peacemaker. When the elders attacked me, he didn't stand up. After the elders were defeated and died, he came out to pretend to be a good guy and buy the hearts of beasts. How can it be that easy? A cunning look flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The Hall Master is really impressive. I have killed so many elders of your Bloodthirsty Hall, and you are still so calm. Doesn't the Hall Master want to avenge the dead elders? When the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall heard Qin Feng's words, he couldn't help but curse Qin Feng's cunning, thinking in his heart, this little black bee is really difficult to deal with. If this Hall Master talks about revenge at this time, the little black bee will definitely take this opportunity to drive out the Bloodthirsty Hall and kill them all. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall glanced at Qin Feng, still thinking about it in his mind. If this Hall Master says that he will not take revenge at this time, then not only will the hearts of the monsters in the Bloodthirsty Hall not be bought, but they will become dissatisfied with this Hall Master. In the end, they may become a hidden danger. This move is really vicious. Yes, I have to say that this Hall Master lost in this fight. Qin Feng sat on the hive, crossed his legs, and waited for the answer from the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall with a half smile. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall pondered for a long time, looked around and found that the monsters were all looking at him. Black Queen Bee, the elders of Bloodthirsty Hall have paid the price for what they have done. I hope you will let Bloodthirsty Hall go. When Qin Feng heard that the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall changed the subject, he did not fall for his deception and did not let the leader go. He rolled his eyes and realized his plan. Hall Master, what you said is quite easy. You Bloodthirsty Hall elders have already paid the price for what you have done. What about you? I remember that when the monsters thought that the king was dead, You also contributed to the flames. Please don't forget that the charges imposed on me cannot be made public without your permission. So you are the mastermind, and the other elders are just accomplices. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall secretly scolded Chen Feng for his cunningness. After a second thought, he came up with a plan to stop Chen Feng from worrying about these minute details. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall looked directly at Chen Feng and said leisurely, "Okay, in that case, if you let bloodthirsty hall go, I will pay for it with my life." When the monsters in the bloodthirsty hall heard what the hall master said, they couldn't help but burst into tears. The fleeting suspicion and rising dissatisfaction just now disappeared in an instant. They thought in their hearts, "How can we treat such a good monster like the hall master? Those elders are only fighting for their own interests." But the hall master is different. He truly considers the bloodthirsty hall. The monsters couldn't help but look at the bloodthirsty hall master and scream sadly, "Lord." When the leader of the bloodthirsty hall heard the voices of the monsters, he turned his head and looked at them with wet eyes. "In the future, when I am away, you must stick to your duties and not cause trouble. The most important thing is to improve your strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can you protect yourself and the bloodthirsty hall. You understand?" As the leader of the bloodthirsty hall spoke, his voice was a little hoarse, as if mixed with endless sobs, like a lump in his throat. Seeing this situation, Chen Feng couldn't help but hold his forehead with his bee's feet, secretly complaining about the bloodthirsty hall master. Sure enough, the bloodthirsty hall leader Jiang is still old and hot. He really didn't give it for free. As a result, I didn't expect that the effect of buying the beast's heart would be even more powerful than before. In this way, no matter how hard I try to provoke, I can't arouse their internal conflicts. It doesn't matter. Except for those elders, the other monsters in their bloodthirsty hall have done nothing to offend me. So I will let them go for the time being. Chen Feng cleared his throat. Stop acting out the drama of love. It's like parting between life and death. I haven't done anything to your hall master. What are you doing? The monsters couldn't help but glare at Chen Feng. Chapter 199. You must bear the consequences. Chen Feng returned strongly and showed off his skills in the bloodthirsty hall. When the elders asked for trouble again, Chen Feng used his strength to tell them that he was not to be trifled with. After solving the elders who were causing trouble for him, Chen Feng turned against the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. However, he never expected that the leader of the bloodthirsty hall would stage a bitter drama. Chen Feng was helpless, but he made up his mind to do something else. Seeing them still looking at each other sadly, Chen Feng couldn't help stroking his forehead and interrupted them. The monsters in the bloodthirsty hall couldn't help but glare at Chen Feng. But Chen Feng didn't care about their unreasonableness. Hall master, you want me to let the bloodthirsty hall go? The elixirs and spiritual treasures in your bloodthirsty hall's treasure pavilion will become my king's bag. Do you have any objections to this? The leader of the bloodthirsty hall frowned upon hearing this, and couldn't help but look at Chen Feng and said, That's too much. If we hand over all the elixirs to you, wouldn't it be difficult for our bloodthirsty hall to have room for improvement? Chen Feng glanced at the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms with me? Are you not willing to part with such a small amount of elixir? Aren't the lives of all the monsters in your bloodthirsty hall worth this elixir? The leader of the bloodthirsty hall was once again in a dilemma and couldn't help but think to himself. If you say it's worth it, the elixir will definitely become the little black bee's bag. If you say it's not worth it, the prestige you just established will be gone. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall pondered for a long time, then raised his head and looked at Chen Feng again. Can we discuss it and leave some of it? As long as we can leave some of the elixir for our bloodthirsty hall, we will definitely not mention anything about today's incident. When Chen Feng heard this, a sly smile appeared on his lips. Hall master, I hope you will not challenge my patience, nor challenge my bottom line. If you don't want me to kill the beast, don't talk nonsense and spread the word everywhere. My base will be stationed here. If you have evil intentions, these glorious worker bees of this king are not vegetarians. Chen Feng's momentum suddenly changed dramatically, and waves of oppression spread out in all directions. The monsters in the bloodthirsty hall couldn't help but bend their limbs under the pressure of the momentum, and they knelt down all of a sudden. A wave of fear rose up in their hearts, and the hall master was at a relatively high level and did not kneel to the ground, but his limbs were also somewhat bent. Chen Feng also knew that he couldn't push them into a hurry. Otherwise they would jump to the wall and they would kill each other, causing both sides to lose. It would be bad. So Chen Feng put away the pressure. 1/10 of the elixirs in the treasure pavilion of Bloodthirsty Hall are given to you, and the rest belong to me. I have treated you bloodthirsty Hall with all my kindness, and I hope you will do well for yourself. Chin Feng turned his head and looked at the dazzling worker bees again, cleared his throat, and said in a deep voice, "Just move the elixir here into the hive, and leave 1/10 of it to their bloodthirsty Hall." "Yes." After receiving the order, the glorious worker bees flew out with vibrating wings and headed straight for the elixirs. The glorious worker bees set out together, and not long after, they moved the elixirs back to the hive. At this moment, the demon beasts who were watching Chin Feng's glory worker bees outside the treasure pavilion were constantly carrying the treasures and elixirs from the treasure pavilion. They looked at the small hive with some surprise. Every time the glory worker bees when the elixir was moved back to the hive trembled slightly, and a few stones fell from around the rock wall. They were all a little worried about Chin Feng that the huge honeycomb suddenly fell from the rock wall. Chin Feng glanced at the hanging forehead white tiger, who was quietly watching the show next to him. There was a look of unfinished content on his face, and Chin Feng couldn't help but give him a helpless look. "I'll leave for a while. You wait here for a while." A smile appeared on the face of the hanging forehead white tiger, and he nodded towards Chin Feng. "Okay. You go, and do your work first." Chin Feng received the affirmative answer from the white tiger, and flew back to the hive, looking at the piles of elixirs piled in the hive. It is difficult for the hive to have a place to stay. But fortunately, although the hive is small on the outside, there is plenty of space inside. Chin Feng saw that the hive was filled with messy elixirs and spiritual treasures. He couldn't help but stroke his forehead and glanced around, checking whether there were any useful elixirs among the many elixirs, and picking them up. He took out some useful medicines and put them into the water drop space, and then set aside some elixirs for the glorious worker bees here to use. Chin Feng glanced at the elixirs piled aside. The system will deliver these spiritual treasures and elixirs back to the main hive. Since the continuous upgrading of the hive, the system's responsibility has also improved a lot. As soon as Chin Feng's words came out, the system got the command and rang in Chin Feng's mind. "Ding! The ability to transfer spiritual treasures is being activated. Please pay attention to the host." After another 2 seconds, the system's voice sounded in Chin Feng's mind again. "Ding! The spiritual treasure was successfully transferred. Please pay attention to the host." Chin Feng pondered for a moment and said to the system, "System, help me pass on a message, and ask the glorious worker bees to divide the elixir pass back, so that they can better improve their strength." The system received Chin Feng's order, and it rang in Sheng Feng's mind in an instant. Ding! The message was successfully transmitted. Please pay attention to the host. Chin Feng summoned the glorious worker bees, who could not enter the hive due to too many spiritual treasures, and took a look at the small pile of spiritual medicine. Distribute these elixirs, and every time an elixir is transported into the treasure pavilion of Bloodthirsty Hall, you can do it 9 out of 10 times. Yes. The Guanya Kung Fu men received the order and went down happily. After Chin Feng finished arranging everything, he flew out with vibrating wings and glanced at the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall. "Hall Master, I hope you won't play tricks. Every time you are thirsty for the elixir in the Blood Hall, you'd better not line your own pockets and put it directly into the treasure pavilion. Otherwise, I don't mind killing people, if you behave well." After half a year, the elixir was split in half. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall nodded helplessly, thinking to himself, "It's not bad. It has preserved most of the strength of the Bloodthirsty Hall. This little black bee is not a bad guy. As long as we stick to our duties, we will definitely get our own elixir in half a year. This little black bee is not a bad guy. You really can't mess with Black Bee, so it's better to be cautious with his vengeful character. If we offend him again, our Bloodthirsty Hall will cease to exist." The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall turned his head and looked at the monsters in the Bloodthirsty Hall. "Listen to all the monsters in the Bloodthirsty Hall. You must stick to your duties and don't struggle needlessly. Just work hard to improve your strength in the cave every day. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." "Yes." Chin Feng heard the words of the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall, and also knew the implication of what the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall said, which was to tell the monsters and beasts of the Bloodthirsty Hall to stick to their duties, and not to make fearless sacrifices and offend Chin Feng. Chin Feng looked at the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 200, Courtesy First. Then Attack. Chin Feng finished arranging everything in the Bloodthirsty Hall. He looked at the demonic beasts, who had not yet left, and then looked at the hanging forehead white tiger. He turned back and said to the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall, "Master, can you arrange a place for this friend of mine to live? It would be best if it is adjacent to the treasure pavilion. Although it is a question, it has an unquestionable attitude. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall couldn't help but roll his eyes. With such a tough attitude, you still ask me for my opinion. Isn't this just unnecessary? Okay, let's go down and make arrangements. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall gave his men a look, and his men went down to prepare themselves, and came back not long after. Hall master, you are ready. You can go and see if you have any dissatisfaction. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall glanced at Chen Feng and asked Chen Feng for his opinion. Chen Feng glanced at the diao-fronted white tiger, who nodded and left. Chen Feng knew that with the strength of the diao-fronted white tiger, the monsters of the bloodthirsty hall could not bully him. So there seemed to be nothing he could not rest assured. Chen Feng glanced at the monster beasts still surrounding the treasure pavilion, and couldn't help but glance at the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. Let them go down, and don't disturb me if nothing happens. So, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall led the monsters and beasts out of the treasure pavilion, and they kept chattering along the way. One monster couldn't help but whisper to another monster. Why is this Black Bee Queen so outrageous? She actually occupied our treasure pavilion and killed so many of our elders. Isn't it? Batzia left. The elders of the bloodthirsty hall heard their words, and couldn't help but say to the hall master. Hall master, you see the little Black Bee killing the elder and taking the elixir. What should you do now? The leader of the bloodthirsty hall couldn't help but frown when he heard the elder's words, and looked back at the elder. What should we do? Didn't this hall master say that? Just keep to yourselves and try your best to take care of your own subordinates, and don't go around causing trouble. The elder couldn't help but shrink his neck when he saw the anger burning on the face of the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. Yes. After that, following the hall master without saying a word, the bloodthirsty hall master saw that the elders were no longer talking and did not say anything more. So he left, leaving all the elders looking at each other. After Chen Feng waited for the monsters to leave, he flew back to his hive and drank royal jelly to replenish his strength. After a night of silence, the rising sun illuminated the cave, and after a good night's sleep, the white tiger came to the treasure pavilion of the bloodthirsty hall to look for Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng also flew out of the hive and bumped into the hanging forehead white tiger who came to look for him. Hey, why are you here? The hanging forehead white tiger shook his head helplessly. Of course I'm here to help you. Chen Feng tilted his head in confusion. Help me. Help me with what? The hanging forehead white tiger looked around. This is not the place to talk. We still find a safe place to talk in detail in Haosheng. Chen Feng nodded, told the glorious worker bees, and then followed the diao-fronted white tiger out of the bloodthirsty hall. Not long after they left the bloodthirsty hall, they discovered a cave. Chen Feng and the white tiger with a hanging forehead sat on a stone outside the cave. Chen Feng glanced at the white tiger with a puzzled look and went straight to the topic. What do you mean by helping me? The hanging forehead white tiger smiled mysteriously. When I say I'm helping you, I'm also helping myself. When do you plan to deal with the Demon King's palace? Chen Feng pondered for a moment. The things here have been settled. We will set off for the Demon King's palace in a day or two. The hanging forehead white tiger shook his head slightly. I found a shortcut for you that will allow you to enter the Demon King's palace directly. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes curiously. Oh, what method? Come and tell me quickly. The white tiger with a hanging forehead gracefully raised his head and looked at the sun in the sky. The sun was emitting dazzling light. His eyes were narrowed, and it was difficult to open them. As long as you get the quota from the bloodthirsty hall to enter the Demon King's palace, you can directly enter the Demon King's palace. The hanging forehead white tiger paused and continued. 3 days later, the Demon King's palace will send an envoy to select a group of monsters to enter the Demon King's palace. And there are only 2 quotas. Therefore, as long as our 2 monsters get the quota from the bloodthirsty hall to enter the Demon King's palace, we can easily lurking in the Demon King's palace. When Chen Feng heard this, his eyes lit up. This was an opportunity that could never be missed. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Feng nodded. Okay, for such a wonderful method, you need to go and discuss it with the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. Otherwise, if the secret is leaked by then, everything will be irreversible. The diao-forehead white tiger nodded in agreement. So Chen Feng immediately returned to the bloodthirsty hall with the diao-forehead white tiger. Returning to the treasure pavilion, Chen Feng immediately sent a glorious worker bee to invite the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. At this moment, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall, who was practicing in seclusion in the cave, stopped practicing when he heard the report from his subordinates, and walked out of the cave with an unhappy look on his face. What happened? The subordinate immediately fell to one knee on the ground. Report to the hall master. The Black Bee Queen has sent worker bees here to ask the hall master to discuss important matters. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall couldn't help but frown, thinking doubtfully. Discussing important matters? Is there anything else you need to discuss with me? The leader of the bloodthirsty hall waved his front foot impatiently. Tell the worker bee who came here that this hall master will come soon. Yes. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall returned to the cave and tidied up his appearance. Although the bloodthirsty hall was now controlled by Chen Feng, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall did not want to lose his dignity in front of Chen Feng. After that, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall, then he came to the treasure pavilion calmly. As soon as the leader of the bloodthirsty hall entered the cave, he was stunned for a moment. Besides Chen Feng, the white tiger with dew forehead was also in the cave. In the eyes of the bloodthirsty hall leader, the dew-fronted white tiger came with Chen Feng, but did not take any action and just watched the battle. This not only reduced his sense of existence, but the bloodthirsty hall leader did not underestimate the dew-fronted white tiger because of it. After all, judging from the aura and strength of the fallen white tiger, he is no less than Chen Feng. Therefore, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall is always vigilant against the hanging forehead white tiger. Chen Feng inadvertently raised his eyes and saw the figure of the bloodthirsty hall master standing outside the entrance of the treasure pavilion. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. With his wings vibrating, he took a few steps forward and took a few steps forward. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall came in. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall looked at Chen Feng, who was a little abnormal. It is said that there must be a monster when something goes wrong. So he kept a vigilant look in his heart. Chen Feng looked at the leader of the bloodthirsty hall, stretched out his front legs, and made a gesture of invitation, asking the leader of the bloodthirsty hall to sit down. The hall master is really sorry for what happened yesterday. The situation forced us to have no choice but to ask the hall master for his forgiveness. Chen Feng pretended to apologize, and the leader of the bloodthirsty hall glanced at Chen Feng suspiciously. Chen Feng knew very well that he could not push the leader of the bloodthirsty hall too hastily. In order to achieve his goal, he could only use one move to be polite first and then attack. Chapter 201 Coercion and Inducement. The Diao-forehead white tiger told Chen Feng a shortcut to enter the Demon King's palace, which was to get 2 places from the bloodthirsty hall to enter the Demon King's palace. Chen Feng had to invite the leader of the bloodthirsty hall to prevent exposure and the consequences. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall came to the treasure pavilion and felt a little nervous when he saw the somewhat abnormal Chen Feng. Facing Chen Feng's polite words, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall moved his front foot slightly. Black Queen Bee, you're welcome. The current situation is forcing me to understand. If we were in the same place, I would do the same. Dark Phoenix does not need to apologize to me. Chen Feng nodded with a smile in his eyes. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Bloodthirsty Hall. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall nodded slightly, smiled and nodded. Chen Feng paused and then changed the subject. Now I invite the hall master to come here for 2 things. One is to express my deep regret for what happened yesterday, and the other is to discuss matters with the hall master. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall knew that the main event was coming, so his heart tightened, and he looked at Chen Feng and said, Black Queen Bee, please speak. Chen Feng touched the bee's chin with his front foot and said calmly, I heard that in 3 days, an envoy from the Demon King's palace will come to select a group of monsters to enter the Demon King's palace. There are 2 places in the bloodthirsty hall, so I want to use these 2 places. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall was overwhelmed with emotion after hearing Chen Feng's words. If he hadn't maintained his qualities as a hall leader, he would have been furious at this moment. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall lowered his head, calmed down his emotions, and raised his head again, with hidden eyes, with a hint of anger. Black Bee Queen, you are not being honest. The elders in our bloodthirsty hall have been killed by you, and the elixir has been misappropriated by you. Only this last quota is left. You will also occupy it, and our bloodthirsty hall will be forced by you. When you reach a dead end, if you really want to do this, we don't mind trying to kill you. When Chen Feng heard such words, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of danger. Not to be outdone, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall directly met Chen Feng's gaze. Although the leader of the bloodthirsty hall was a little uneasy, but for the sake of the bloodthirsty hall, with a foundation built over thousands of years, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall endured the fear and looked at Chen Feng. After a long time, Chen Feng put away his eyes and showed a smile on his face. Hall master, please be patient. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you anxious? Of course, I didn't get these 2 places for free. With my strength, I could have snatched them directly. I want to tell you. To put it bluntly, I just want to give your bloodthirsty hall some benefits. If your bloodthirsty hall and this king come to a death-defying battle, do you think you can defeat us? Chen Feng paused, cleared his throat, and continued. What's more, if you, the bloodthirsty hall, fight this king to the death, you will still suffer the loss. By then, you will have suffered heavy losses. It will be difficult to recover, and there will be no benefits at all. Do you think it is worth it? I hope the hall master think twice. When the leader of the bloodthirsty hall heard Chen Feng's words, the anger in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he couldn't help but fell into deep thought, thinking in his heart. Now the bloodthirsty hall has lost many elders and many elixirs. Today's bloodthirsty hall really can't stand the trouble. Although the places in the Demon King's hall are rare, they are available every time. The losses or 2 quotas is not a big deal, and it can be exchanged for a lot of benefits, which is really a good deal. However, with these 2 quotas, this hall master must try his best to kill this Black Queen Bee. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall raised his head again, his eyes filled with calmness, and he looked directly at Chen Feng. Yes, I can agree to give you 2 places in the bloodthirsty hall, but it depends on how sincere you are. As soon as Chen Feng caught the eyes of the leader of the bloodthirsty hall, he knew that the matter was half done. When he heard his words again, he knew that the matter was already a done deal. Chen Feng touched Bee's chin and narrowed his eyes slightly. How much sincerity does the hall master require? The leader of the bloodthirsty hall secretly complained about Chen Feng's cunning, and put the problem to himself again. The queen bee still needs to show her sincerity. Chen Feng smiled slightly, and thought to himself. 2%. How about 2% elixir? The bloodthirsty hall leader's eyes trembled, thinking to himself. This Black Queen Bee is really ruthless, leaving no room for oppression. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall raised his head, and stared at Chen Feng again. Black Queen Bee, you are squeezing me too hard. Then I have to consider whether these 2 quotas are worth it. Chen Feng blinked slightly. He didn't expect that the leader of the bloodthirsty hall would negotiate terms with him. But it's no wonder that he only used force to suppress their anger. If they had the strength, they would join Chen Feng in a life-and-death fight. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall is just trying to survive. For thousands of years, the monsters have surrendered because they have forgotten the most important thing. They need to improve their strength, protect themselves, and protect the bloodthirsty hall to prevent other monsters from invading. They are usually pampered and are used to being at the top. If they suddenly fall down, they will naturally feel a little bit behind. However, the habit of not letting go of any benefit to themselves can't be changed. And if you think about it from someone else's perspective, it would be like this even if Chen Feng was in a different place. This is something that cannot be avoided. Chen Feng stared closely at the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. Since the hall master is not satisfied, then hall master, please make a price. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall knows that if he doesn't set the price at this time, he will never have the opportunity to bargain again. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall. He pondered for a moment. Black Bee Queen, you are so rich. You will not be short of a little bit of elixir. How about 60% of the elixir? Chen Feng was a little surprised when he saw the leader of the bloodthirsty hall opening his mouth like this. Hearing his words, he quietly rolled his eyes. Hall master, you must be considerate of me. I raise a large group of glorious worker bees. Each of them needs the elixir to feed them. Their bodies all need the nourishment of glory. How can I not lack that? A little bit of elixir. Let's do this. Let's each take a step back. 30% of the elixir. No more. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall heard Chen Feng's words, and fainted out of breath. He only felt a deep hatred for Chen Feng deep in his heart. Thinking to himself, this little black bee is really shameless. With such a huge family fortune, he is still here crying to me about his poverty. It makes this hall master feel sick. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall calmed down his somewhat heaving breath. Black Queen Bee, you cut half of it with just one cut. It's too much. What you said is good. Let's each take a step back. How about 40% of the elixir? Chen Feng rolled his eyes, and suddenly thought of something. He touched his chin, and looked at the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. Then the 40% of the elixir is included in the previous 10% of the elixir? The leader of the bloodthirsty hall couldn't help but darken his face. Of course this doesn't count. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Doesn't that mean that if I promise you the 40% of the elixir, plus the previous 10% of the elixir, it means that the treasure pavilion will be split in half? So it will still be 30%. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall looked at Chen Feng's unchangeable eyes, and reluctantly agreed. Chapter 202 Divine Hidden Grass. In the treasure pavilion, Bloodthirsty Tang Tang bargained with Master Chen Feng. Chen Feng used coercion and inducement. Finally, at the last moment, he thanked Master Tang Tang for agreeing to Chen Feng and negotiated the quota for Bloodthirsty Tang Tang to enter the Demon King's Hall. At this time, the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall said to Chen Feng, "King of the Black Blade, since I promised you, I have to agree in advance. The number of places for the Bloodthirsty Hall to enter the Demon King's Hall is not entirely up to me." When Chen Feng heard these words, he looked at each other with the Diao Forehead White Tiger. Diao Forehead White Tiger nodded to Chen Feng, indicating that what the Bloodthirsty Hall Master said was completely correct. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall paused, stared at Chen Feng, and continued, 3 days later, the Demon King's Palace will send an envoy. You must defeat all your opponents in front of the Demon King's Palace envoy before it can count. I believe that with your strength, you will not be able to pass 5 levels, kill 6 generals, and get a spot in the Bloodthirsty Hall all the way. The problem is, I hope the Black Bee Queen will be merciful and not harm the lives of our Bloodthirsty Hall monsters. Chen Feng looked at the cunning Bloodthirsty Hall Master and couldn't help but feel a little angry, thinking to himself, the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall is really cunning. This is a bit of a loss. Not only did he agree to 30% of the elixir from the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall, but he also had to fight for the quota of the Bloodthirsty Hall himself. This is a bit uneconomical, but now it's too late to regret it. We can only leave it like this. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall. Okay, it's decided. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall looked at Chen Feng and nodded slightly. One more thing. I would like to give this special instruction to the Black Bee Queen. I also hope that the 2 of you will be on stage last. In this way, it will not appear abrupt, nor will the Demon King's Hall doubt our Bloodthirsty Hall. And if you enter the Bloodthirsty Hall, will not be involved in anything that happens after we leave the Demon King's Palace. And we are not responsible for anything that happens after that. Chen Feng knew that the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall said these words in order to separate the Bloodthirsty Hall from the conflict between himself and the Demon King's Hall. Now that their Bloodthirsty Hall's vitality has been seriously damaged, there is no trouble anymore. They don't want to get involved with the Demon King because of Chen Feng. Regarding the crisis in the palace, the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall is very far-sighted and has long-term considerations for the Bloodthirsty Hall. This is normal. Chen Feng touched Bee's chin and nodded. That's natural. What we do in the Demon King's Hall has nothing to do with your Bloodthirsty Hall. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall was relieved after receiving Chen Feng's affirmative promise. And then he left the treasure pavilion of the Bloodthirsty Hall without staying long, so as not to get angry after seeing every plant and tree here. The humiliation of their Bloodthirsty Hall for thousands of years has allowed enemies to invade their homes, unable to resist, and even having their spiritual treasures and elixirs taken away from them. Chen Feng looked at the retreating back of the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall. Looking thoughtful, he turned back and looked at the White Tiger again. There was no look of blame in his eyes. Look, the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall is not a simple person. He stole so many elixirs from me. 2 quotas. Although 30% of the elixirs were taken, one of them is yours. How are you going to compensate me for this? A partial elixir. After speaking, Chen Feng blinked at the White Tiger with hanging forehead. Looking at Chen Feng, who was so sinister, the hanging forehead White Tiger couldn't help but stroke his forehead helplessly. Don't fool me. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall doesn't know. But I know. As he said, your family has a big business. So why are you lacking this little elixir? Chen Feng sighed helplessly, deliberately raised his feet, and wiped the corners of his eyes, pretending to be sad, and glanced at the White Tiger with a hanging forehead. Why don't you believe me? Look at the glorious worker bees in the hive behind me. They all have their mouths open, and they can carry supplies of my elixir. The White Tiger with a hanging forehead knew that Chen Feng was teasing him, so he didn't care about it. He turned his eyes and ran away. Black Queen Bee, I won't delay your affairs. I still have 3 days to go back and make preparations. Otherwise, if I don't get the quota by then, I will be embarrassed and lose my fortune. Chen Feng stopped Luo Baihu, who was about to leave. How is it possible? With your strength and wisdom, how is it possible that you can't get a spot in the Bloodthirsty Hall? You should be a monster in the Bloodthirsty Hall. They need to take a detour when they see you. The hanging forehead White Tiger smiled and glanced at Chen Feng again, then slowly stood up, relaxed his muscles gracefully, and walked out of the treasure pavilion. Gone back! Chen Feng also knew that he could not keep the White Tiger with a hanging forehead, so he shook his head with a smile, and flew back to the hive with vibrating wings. As soon as he entered the hive, Chen Feng threw himself on the throne, stretched, held the straw, and took a big sip of royal jelly to moisten his thirsty throat. Only then did he squeak with satisfaction. "Come on, bee!" After hearing Chen Feng's call, a glory worker bee flew in very fast but still calmly, and knelt on one knee. "King, what are your orders?" Chen Feng glanced at the glorious worker bee kneeling under the throne, cleared his throat and said, "Give me the order. When you take the elixir from the treasure pavilion again, leave half of it for the bloodthirsty hall. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly." Chen Feng saw that although the glorious worker bees would not betray him, they would still have doubts in their hearts. So he added the following sentence. The glorious worker bee glanced at Chen Feng suspiciously, and when it saw Chen Feng staring at it, it couldn't help but shrink its neck and answered immediately. "King, my subordinates don't dare. The king's order is everything and is correct. My subordinates don't dare to question it." Chen Feng moved his front foot and asked the glorious worker bee to go down and convey the order. The Guangyu worker bees didn't stay long and immediately went down to pass Chen Feng's order to the Guangyu worker bees. Chen Feng looked at the retreating back of the glorious worker bee. The bee's feet kept tapping the handle on the throne. He was thinking about it in his heart. Chen Feng seemed to have thought of something with this thick blood system. There may be spiritual treasures and elixirs with hidden strength in the water drop space. The system made a decision for a second, and it sounded in Chen Feng's mind in an instant. Ding! The search for the elixir consumes 30% of the honey. Please pay attention to the host. The system seemed to be scanning, and after a long time, it sounded in Morrowind's mind. Ding! The search for the elixir was successful. We found 20 high-grade elixirs of the heavenly level and 20 Shenine grasses. Please pay attention to the host. When Chen Feng heard this, he was secretly happy. With the elixir to hide his strength, he could pretend to be a pig and eat tigers and rabbits. In this way, it also reduced a lot of troubles. Moreover, hiding his strength also had the advantage of hiding his strength. Hiding his strength could make Chen Feng low-key, avoid attracting attention, and doing some things will be a lot more convenient. Chen Feng clicked on the attribute panel and took a closer look at the efficacy of the Shenine grass. The divine hidden grass is a heaven-level top-grade elixir. Its efficacy can hide a large level of strength. The stronger the strength, the more it can be hidden. The hiding time is 1 month. Chen Feng took out a piece of Shenine grass from the water drop space and couldn't wait to eat it. Chapter 203 The Forces of the Demon King's Palace. Chen Feng found several divine hidden grasses from the water drop space, so he took out one from the water drop space. Shenine grass has red stems. The edges of the leaves are purple, and the center of the leaves is yellow. The whole body of Shenine grass exudes a special fragrance, which is neither floral nor fruity. It belongs to Shenine grass, with his own special fragrance. Chen Feng ate it directly to test the effect. The taste of Shenine grass is constantly radiating in the mouth. The taste is slightly bitter, but also bitter and sweet. It lingers in the mouth for a long time, and continues to flow down the mouth into the limbs and bones. As soon as the Shenine grass entered his stomach, it began to work. Chen Feng's body was surrounded by a ruby-white light. After about a quarter of an hour, the light that lingered around Chen Feng gradually disappeared into Chen Feng's body. If Chen Feng's body were transparent at this moment, he would definitely be able to find these milky white lights covering his limbs and bones. Chen Feng only felt a numb and itchy feeling in his body, and then returned to normal. Chen Feng looked at his own strength again. He was already a monster of the 9th level of Earth Martial Arts. Chen Feng couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. This strength was neither above nor below. Just right. Afterwards, he took a big sip of royal jelly and flew out of the hive with vibrating wings. Chen Feng flew out of the bloodthirsty hall quietly and came to a relatively open place. Chen Feng stopped on a leaf. Shenwu Sword Shadow. I saw sword shadows rushing towards the ground from all directions, and only heard a bang. Dust flew into the sky, and when the dust settled, a big hole was made on the ground. Chen Feng looked at the power of the Shenwu Sword Shadow. It was the power of the Shenwu 6th Mirror, and it had not changed at all. Chen Feng couldn't help but glanced at the big pit with satisfaction. Although his realm was hidden, his strength had not changed at all, and his power was still so great. Even if he faced a strong enemy, he didn't have to be afraid. After Chen Feng tested the power of taking the divine grass and the divine martial sword shadow, he flew back to the hive. But he never thought that the white tiger with hanging forehead would return, and was waiting for Chen Feng to come back in the treasure pavilion. After hearing the buzzing sound of Chen Feng's flapping wings cutting through the air, the white tiger's gaze fell on Chen Feng from the rock wall. At this sight, he was surprised. He saw that Chen Feng's strength was so low. When he arrived at the Jiujing Diwu mirror, a flash of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't know what to say for a moment, and just stood there in a daze. You? Chen Feng saw something strange about the white tiger with a hanging forehead that came back to the treasure pavilion. And he couldn't help but tilt his head. Didn't you go back just now? Why are you back again? After hearing Chen Feng's question, the hanging-headed white tiger came back to his senses from his daze. Oh, I forgot a little bit just now. I haven't told you anything important yet. But first tell me what your strength is. When Chen Feng heard this, he realized why the white tiger with hanging forehead was standing there just now. Then, he blinked at the white tiger with hanging forehead and smiled mysteriously. Oh, do you want to hide your strength? The hanging forehead white tiger imitated Chen Feng and tilted his head in confusion. Hiding your strength? So you hid your strength. What method did you use? Chen Feng smiled at the hanging forehead white tiger. I have discovered a herb. If you eat it, you can hide your strength. However, when you release the skill, the power of the skill remains unchanged. The hanging forehead white tiger couldn't help but be curious. Then take a look at it and let me hide my strength. Now, Chen Feng doesn't want to expose his water drop space in front of the white tiger. Even if the hive and the worker bees are exposed, it doesn't matter, because it can't be fought for. But the water drop space is different. The water drop space is originally in this world. It is a rare item. If it is discovered by monsters, it will cause a bloody storm. Wait for me. My king! The hanging forehead white tiger nodded. Good. So, Chen Feng fluttered his wings and flew back to the hive. In the hive, he took out a shenine grass from the water drop space, and then flew out. The white tiger with hanging forehead immediately landed on the elixir in Chen Feng's front foot. Chen Feng handed the elixir to the Diaofor white tiger. Here, I give it to you. The Diaofor white tiger glanced at Chen Feng gratefully, then took the elixir. The Diaofor white tiger sniffed it on his nose first, then put it into his mouth and chewed it gently. The white tiger with hanging forehead only felt a very special fragrance lingering in his mouth. Then, the taste in his mouth was slightly bitter and sweet. Then, the power of the elixir flowed into his mouth, with all its limbs intact. The little white tiger only felt a bit of numbness and itching in his body after a period of relief. It didn't take long for him to return to normal. At this time, the Diaofor white tiger was looking at his own strength. It turned out to be the 7th level Earth Martial Mirror. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. He looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. Chen Feng nodded slightly to the Diaofor white tiger and said what he saw was real. After a long time, the hanging forehead white tiger finally recovered from his daze, and then remembered why he came to see Chen Feng, and looked at Chen Feng with some seriousness. Black Bee Queen, the reason I came here this time is to tell you about the strength distribution of the Demon King's palace. Chen Feng also became serious. The distribution of strength in the Demon King's palace? A trace of doubt flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. And then, as if he understood, he returned to normal. The hanging forehead white tiger nodded, and saw the flash of doubt in Chen Feng's eyes, and spoke unhurriedly. In order to avenge my parents these years, I have been paying attention to the Demon King Palace all the time. Therefore, I know their strength distribution very clearly. Chen Feng nodded to express his understanding. The white tiger with a hanging forehead cleared his throat and said, There are 10 elders in the Demon King's hall. Among these 10 elders, the elders are the most powerful and powerful. No monster has seen him take action so far. However, according to rumors, his strength should be in the divine martial realm. The hanging forehead white tiger paused and continued. The great elder of the Demon King's palace has countless men. Last time, only those of his men who came to hunt you were of medium strength. Perhaps, he felt that it was not worth sending out to deal with you. Only then did he send out his elite guards. Kill those monsters. Chen Feng nodded slightly and remembered what the hanging-headed white tiger said in his heart. After seeing that Chen Feng had memorized this part of the information in his mind, the Dio-fronted white tiger continued. In addition to the power of the first elder in the Demon King's palace, the third elder is second only. The third elder is different from the first elder. The first elder has a vengeful and petty character, while the third elder is open-minded and enthusiastic. He treats demons. The beast has no discrimination, but the great elder does, and even his subordinates do. Therefore, after arriving at the bloodthirsty hall, you can cooperate with the 3 elders. These 3 elders are also at odds with the great elder and can be called enemies. When Chen Feng heard the words of the hanging forehead white tiger, his head spun rapidly. His mind opened up. And he nodded with a smile. Chapter 20 for the envoy of the Demon King's palace. After taking the Shenine grass, Qin Feng tried the effect of the Shenine grass and flew back to the hive, only to see the Diao-forehead white tiger here. After that, he took out another Shenine grass and gave it to the Diao-forehead white tiger. After taking the pill, the Diao-fronted white tiger also hid his strength. However, Diao-fronted white tiger came because he had other important matters. The Diao-fronted white tiger told Qin Feng about the distribution of forces in the Demon King's palace, and Qin Feng remembered what the Diao-fronted white tiger said in his heart. At this time, the white tiger with hanging forehead continued to explain to Qin Feng. The third elder and the first elder have an irreconcilable knot. I don't know how this knot was formed. However, the master of the Demon King's palace was happy to see such a situation and did not mediate for them. Next is the fifth elder. Five Elder Zhang is a monster that is indifferent to worldly affairs, but his power is still very powerful. He always remains neutral and generally does not participate in any struggles, while the other elders are almost the same in strength and power. There's nothing more to say. Qin Feng kept everything in mind, nodded slightly, and couldn't help but look at the hanging forehead white tiger in confusion. What is the strength of the master of the Demon King's palace? The hanging forehead white tiger pondered for a moment and said, the master of the Demon King's hall should be a level higher than the great elder in strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to sit on the chair of the Demon King's hall. As for his power, however, the master of the Demon King's hall rarely reveals his power to do anything, even if when he sends out his vision. He is also very low-key and does not alert any monsters. Therefore, his power is somewhat difficult for the monsters to figure out. Qin Feng nodded and said, then I think that the master of the Demon King's palace is very secretive. He is very powerful in terms of power and strength. Otherwise, he shouldn't be able to suppress those elders. The hanging forehead white tiger nodded in agreement. The master of the Demon King's hall will give some orders, telling what to do and what not to do. Even so, some elders still insist on going their own way, especially the great elder. For example, in your case, at the meeting of the Demon King's hall, the Lord of the Demon King's palace has given an order not to let the monsters touch you, and execution will be carried out after everything has been investigated clearly. However, Qin Feng looked at the hanging-fronted white tiger in confusion, and gestured with his eyes, urging the hanging forehead white tiger to continue speaking. The hanging-fronted white tiger shook his head helplessly and continued. However, the great elder still sent elite soldiers and generals to surround you. Qin Feng heard the words of the white tiger with a Dio forehead and was thoughtful. After that, the white tiger with a Dio forehead stopped talking. Qin Feng recovered from his deep thoughts and took a look at the white tiger with his forehead hanging in his face, who was no longer talking. Hey, why didn't you say anything? The hanging forehead white tiger smiled slightly. I've basically finished what I need to say. The situation is basically the same. I've chosen the main distribution forces to tell you. It's time for me to go back. Qin Feng couldn't help but nodded. He saw the tired look between the eyebrows of the Diao forehead white tiger, so he stopped trying to stay with him. The Diao forehead white tiger stood up leisurely and walked towards the outside of the treasure pavilion. Qin Feng looked at the Diao forehead white tiger. The departing figure then fluttered its wings and flew back to the hive. Time flew by minute, like water flowing out from the fingers, never to return. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, all the demon beasts in the bloodthirsty hall were jumping for joy, changing from the lifelessness of the previous few days, as if they had forgotten the shame Qin Feng had brought to them. Just because they knew that on this day any of their demon beasts could leaving the bloodthirsty hall and entering the Demon King's hall is a good opportunity to pursue your future. The messenger from the Demon King's hall also arrived belatedly amidst the expectations of the demon beasts. The master of the bloodthirsty hall led the demon beasts in the bloodthirsty hall to welcome the demon beasts out of the cave. Among them were Qin Feng and the Diaofor white tiger, because Qin Feng and the white tiger with hanging forehead were following behind the monsters of the bloodthirsty hall. The monsters of the bloodthirsty hall did not notice them, so they did not panic. The envoys sent by the Demon King's palace include 3 monsters. The one on the far left is the white tiger with a hanging forehead, and the giant demon ape of the 7th level of earth martial arts that Qin Feng hates. The one on the far right is the one-horned demon rhinoceros of the 6th level of earth martial arts. And the one in the middle is a 3-tailed fox with 9 layers of mirror. It has gray hair all over its body, and the hair exudes a soft luster. Qin Feng saw this situation from a distance and knew that the one on the far left was sent by the Great Elder. The one on the far right was sent by the 3rd Elder. and the one in the middle was sent by the master of the Demon King Hall. The three forces formed a tripartite force. Potential. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall immediately led all the monsters to kneel on the ground. Sir, it's been a hard journey, and I hope you can rest in the cave of Bloodthirsty Hall. Before the three-tailed fox in the middle could speak, the giant seven-fold mirrored demon gorilla stood up and said, Why rest? Hurry up and gather all the internal monsters in your Bloodthirsty Hall. As long as they are monsters that want to enter the Demon King's Hall, come and compete. We have already chosen the location before coming. It is right in front of the Bloodthirsty Hall, on the open space not far away. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall did not dare to delay, so he immediately said yes and asked all the monsters to go and prepare. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall secretly whispered in the ear of a monster beast, asking them to move the stone pier and let the Demon King Temple messengers can sit on it and rest. It must be said that the demonic beasts of the Bloodthirsty Hall are extremely powerful in doing things. Even Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel. Not long after, the demonic beasts lifted the stone pier from the Bloodthirsty Hall and placed it where the envoy from the Demon King's Hall said at that location. The monsters from the Bloodthirsty Hall deliberately placed the stone pier under the shadow of the trees. And the place where you fight is not far or near, just in a place where the messenger from the Demon King's Hall cannot be hurt. Gradually, about a quarter of an hour later, all the monsters were ready and gathered in the open space not far in front of the Bloodthirsty Hall. After everything was ready, the giant demon gorilla couldn't wait to announce the start, as if he didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. The three-tailed fox didn't say anything, and seemed to have an aloof from the world. The one-horned demon rhinoceros may not want to lose its sense of proportion in front of the heavy demon beast, or may not want to expose the disunity of the Demon King's palace. So it ignored the arrogant giant demon rhinoceros, who looked like a clown. In Chen Feng's eyes, he could see that although the three monster beasts were harmonious on the surface, in fact, there was an undercurrent surging. Every time the giant demon ape spoke, the other two monster beasts looked at each other, flashing in their eyes. There was a hint of darkness. Their movements were very subtle, and usually could not be noticed. It happened that Chen Feng had a pair of piercing eyes, and discovered their contradiction. However, Chen Feng just secretly remembered it in his heart, and did not take any action. Don't rush when encountering these things. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, what Chen Feng wants to eradicate is the lineage of the Great Elder, not that clown. Chen Feng observed his surroundings, taking in everything around him and keeping it in mind, so that he knew what was going on. Chapter 205, First Test of Edge. The messenger from the Demon King's palace came to the Bloodthirsty Hall, in order to select the monsters that would enter the Demon King's palace as quickly as possible. The messenger sent even had a stomachache to rest. He summoned all the monsters and began to compete. Chen Feng was also in the team of monsters, constantly observing the surrounding situation, taking everything into account. At this time, the competition has begun. The rules of the competition are very simple. Since there are only two places in the Bloodthirst Hall, as long as two monsters form a group and stand within the specified range and defeat all the monsters, they can obtain the Bloodthirst Hall, a quota to enter the Demon King's palace. Suddenly, in the open space in the middle, two monster beasts walked in gracefully. One was an earthy yellow earth rock tiger, and the other was a fiery red king snake. One look at these two monster beasts showed that they had agreed in advance. Okay. Chen Feng patted the hanging forehead white tiger next to him with his bee's feet, and couldn't help but whisper, How about we team up and go up and torture them all? The hanging forehead white tiger felt the force coming from his head, and Chen Feng's words reached his ears again, and he couldn't help but tilt his head. Didn't the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall say that we should go up last? Chen Feng smiled dumbly. Indeed. After all, our strength was too strong at the beginning, but now we have hidden our strength. Are we still afraid of being exposed? What's more, you didn't see the three people watching the game. You just hope that this campaign will end quickly. Maybe it will get stuck. It'll be over halfway through. Don't lose your wife and lose your troops then. Chen Feng paused and continued. Besides, we will definitely be the last ones once we go up. There is no chance for them to win. It is better not to give them hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Let us be kind and help them cut off this disappointment. The roots of. When the white tiger with hanging forehead heard Chen Feng's words, he felt that they made sense. So he nodded. Okay, let's do it. After that, before other monsters could enter the battle circle, the hanging forehead white tiger walked into the battle circle with Chen Feng above his head. The figure of the hanging forehead white tiger gradually came into the eyes of the Bloodthirsty Hall leader. The bloodthirsty hall leader was startled, and there was a slight anger in his eyes. The hanging forehead white tiger ignored his gaze at all. At this time, the giant demon gorilla watching the battle couldn't help but stand up, looked at the white tiger with hanging forehead, and asked proudly, "This competition is between two monster beasts versus two monster beasts. This white tiger with a hanging forehead. Where is your teammate?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes, feeling that he didn't see himself, and looked around again. Only then did he realize why he didn't see himself. It turned out that Qin Feng was too small, and the hair around him had blocked his figure. Qin Feng stretched out, vibrated his wings leisurely, and flew out from among the many soft hairs. Before flying out, Qin Feng couldn't help but rub the soft hairs. This made him feel. The white tiger with hanging forehead laughed dumbly. Qin Feng, who flew out, said lazily, "Here he is. His teammates are here." When all the monster beasts heard this voice, they couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. Even the two monster beasts on the opposite side also started to shrink back, with fear hidden in their eyes. There was also anger, resentment, and disappointment hidden in the fear, because they know that in this competition, they have no chance, and the quota will belong to the white tiger with a forehead in Qin Feng. At this time, a sound of surprise came from among the beasts, which could not help but attract the attention of the monsters. The monsters took a closer look and discovered that the strength of Qin Feng and the white tiger with hanging forehead were actually in the martial arts mirror. They were thinking in their hearts whether this meant that they still had the opportunity to run for the bloodthirsty hall to enter the Demon King's hall. The light of hope in their hearts rose again, and their eyes gradually became colorful. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they lost it, this time, they had to wait a long time before entering the Demon King's palace. As a result, the two monster beasts on the opposite side changed their previous dejection and regained their fighting spirit. Qin Feng glanced at the monster opposite and thought to himself, "You know you can't do it, but you still have to fly to the flames no matter how difficult it is. The bloodthirsty hall's quota to enter the Demon King's hall is really attractive." Qin Feng and the hanging forehead white tiger looked at each other, and said calmly to the two monsters on the opposite side that were still refusing to attack, "Come on. If you want to fight, fight quickly. If you don't want to fight, go down. Don't waste my precious time." Qin Feng's words instantly aroused the anger of the two monsters. They roared and released their skills to rush towards Qin Feng. Rock blast. There seemed to be invisible energy around Dianhu, rolling up pieces of yellow sand from the ground to form huge rocks. The rocks exuded a fierce momentum and headed straight for Qin Feng. The poison of death. Not to be outdone, the Scarlet Train King Snake released its own skills. The fishy smell of the Scarlet Train King Snake was sprayed out from its mouth. The poison in its mouth gradually formed into tiny needles, heading straight towards Qin Feng. "Come!" Qin Feng scratched the bee's head nonchalantly and hid directly behind the hanging forehead white tiger. A smile flashed in the eyes of the Diao forehead white tiger, and then the smile disappeared from his face. A chilling aura floated around the Diao forehead white tiger, and the Diao forehead white tiger directly faced the two attacking monsters. Blade of the Wind! I saw huge wind blades forming in front of the hanging forehead white tiger. This wind blade is different from the wind blades of other monster beasts. There are small light spots mixed in the wind blades. If you don't look carefully, you won't find out the mystery. Because Qin Feng was hiding behind the hanging forehead white tiger, he was at a close distance and stared closely at the wind blades. He had not noticed it originally. However, the sunlight shone on it, not only reflecting the cold light on the wind blades, but also those few lights. The dots seemed to respond to the sunlight, flickering twice. When Qin Feng saw this situation, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The eyes of the hanging forehead white tiger were focused, and a voice shouted loudly from his body, "Go!" Those wind blades seemed to have spirituality, heading straight towards the two monster beasts. After releasing the skill, the hanging-fronted white tiger glanced at Qin Feng, who was hiding behind him, and said helplessly, "How long are you going to hide behind me?" Qin Feng blinked slightly. "It's okay to keep hiding." The white tiger with a hanging forehead was about to say something when he heard a sound like the collision of weapons. Qin Feng and the white tiger with a hanging forehead looked in the direction of the sound. I only saw the skills of both sides colliding together, sparking off countless sparks. Even if the white tiger with a single forehead was able to deal with two monsters, it would not be outdone, and it was not difficult to resist at all. At this time, several wind blades passed through the gaps in the attack and went straight towards the two monster beasts. Seeing that something was wrong, the two monster beasts kept retreating back. Those wind blades seemed to have intelligence. When the two monster beasts retreated, the wind blades attacked. When the two monster beasts hid, the wind blades attacked in the direction they were hiding. The last few wind blades rose into the air, directly attacking the two monster beasts on the ground. The two monster beasts dodged to the side and dodged. The wind blades stuck straight into the ground. Chapter 206, Shrinking Turtle. Qin Feng and the Diaofor White Tiger came to the battle circle and competed with two monsters. The decline in the strength of Qin Feng and Diaofor White Tiger gave them great confidence, and Qin Feng's sarcasm aroused their long-simmering anger. As a result, he used his skills to attack Qin Feng. Qin Feng hid behind the hanging-fronted White Tiger. The Swan White Tiger had no choice but to release his skills. The skills of both sides collided with each other. Sparks flew everywhere, and several wind blades pierced the ground beside the two monsters under heavy attacks. When the two demonic beasts saw that the denial did not attack them, they couldn't help but want to imitate Qin Feng and taunt them. They just opened their mouths. But before the sound came out of their throats, they only heard a bang sound in their ears, and the wind blade, when it fell to the ground, it exploded directly, stirring up countless dust. After the dust cleared, the two monster beasts had become charred black. Since the two monster beasts were defeated, the attacks of the two monster beasts slowly disappeared into the air. The hanging forehead White Tiger did not pursue the victory. He waved his front paws and scattered the skills in the sky into the air. This made the air filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if the attacks from both sides were still mutually exclusive even if they disappeared into the air. Colliding, Qin Feng stared at this scene dumbfounded, turned his head, and looked at the White Tiger with a hanging forehead. At this time, the White Tiger with a hanging forehead had a conspiratorial smile hidden on the corner of his mouth. The hanging forehead White Tiger felt Qin Feng's gaze, put away the curve of the corner of his mouth, and glanced at Qin Feng gracefully. "Isn't it more shocking to see me take action for the first time?" After all, he had experienced many things, and Qin Feng recovered from his surprise in an instant. "Of course it is. Your attacks and insidiousness really appeal to me. No wonder we can become the best partners." The hanging forehead White Tiger heard Qin Feng's words, and couldn't help but stroke his forehead helplessly. Qin Feng touched his chin, turned his head, and looked at the two charred monsters with only their eyes constantly moving. Qin Feng knew that the two monsters had just opened their mouths to ridicule him. The White Tiger hanging on the forehead. Qin Feng smiled contemptuously at the two monsters. "How's it going? How does it feel? Isn't it uncomfortable? Oh, by the way, your whole body has turned into charred black things. You can't speak now. You'd better get down." The two demonic beasts heard Qin Feng's sarcastic words as he opened their scars, and almost didn't spit out blood. They only felt the pain of being blasted by the skills all over their bodies. It could be said that adding salt to the wound made it even more painful. However, the hanging-fronted White Tiger only used half of his strength and did not use all his strength. Therefore, their lives were not in danger. The two demonic beasts waited for a long time, and only after recovering from the trauma of the attack, they were able to speak. They turned back to Qin Feng without showing any signs of weakness, and they completely forgot about the ones Qin Feng killed. The elder was shocked and frightened. "Black Queen Bee, don't be complacent. The one who hurt us is the White Tiger with a hanging forehead, and you will just sit behind him and act like a tortoise." At this time, there happened to be a few turtles in the herd. Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at the turtles. The turtles were looking at the two monsters angrily. Qin Feng couldn't help but said to the two monsters, "Don't say that. Diseases come from the mouth, and disasters come from the mouth. I have warned you. Be careful that your words may offend those monsters. This is my kind reminder to you." The two monster beasts thought they had poked Qin Feng's vitals, so they couldn't help but say a few more words. "A turtle that shrinks its head. A turtle that shrinks its head." Qin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to these two ignorant monsters. His eyes changed, and a fierce aura emanated from his body. "Since you say I'm a coward, I'll show you how powerful I am." The two monsters looked at each other, sparks of tacit understanding burning, and they released their skills at the same time. Rock Blast. The poison of death. The fierce attack went straight to Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was not hiding behind the Diaofor White Tiger. For Qin Feng, he did not pay attention to these two attacks at all. He even raised his eyebrows at Diaofor White Tiger, as if say, "Look at me." When Qin Feng looked at the two monsters again, he released his skills. Qianquan Technique. Just before the two attacks came, Qin Feng used the Qianquan Technique skill and disappeared in an instant. The two attacks lost Qin Feng's target, so they missed and followed the original trajectory to pounce behind. The trees fell down under the attack. The two monster beasts did not look at the fallen trees at all. When they saw Chen Feng disappearing on the spot, they looked around vigilantly. At this moment, they thought of Chen Feng's power, and recalled the day they had dreamed about countless times at midnight. The elder fell in a pool of blood. His eyes widened as he looked into the distance with a look of reluctance. Every time he thought about this, he could not sleep. As a result, the two monster beasts couldn't help but feel chills running down their spines, and they trembled slightly. Their bodies were trembling slightly, and their fighting spirit gradually weakened. They were afraid that they would disappear from this world like the elders did, being able to work up the energy to hold on. Chen Feng never showed his head, and the two monsters were suffering in fear. The shadow of the four elders being killed by Chen Feng left such a deep impression on them that they could not get out of Chen Feng's shadow. Gradually, the fear in their eyes became more intense, and at the last moment when Chen Feng was about to take action, the two monsters couldn't hold on anymore and couldn't help shouting loudly, with trembling in their voices. "We admit defeat! We admit defeat! Don't kill us!" This can't help but make Chen Feng, who has not yet released his skills, slightly stunned and thinking to himself, "You were so tough just now! Why did you suddenly give in? Is it possible that you were scared by me?" Suddenly, Chen Feng seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head helplessly, and his figure emerged from the air and returned to the white tiger with a hanging forehead. "Do you think this is called subduing the enemy without fighting?" The hanging forehead white tiger was slightly startled when he saw this situation. He recovered and looked at Chen Feng with admiration in his eyes. "I think so. It seems that they are already afraid of you. Could it be that you just didn't take action just to arouse the fear in their hearts and make them admit defeat?" Chen Feng smiled awkwardly. In fact, he had no such idea. But in order to show that he was resourceful, he straightened his chest and said in a pretentious manner, "Of course. In fact, I was thinking about it in my heart. I haven't taken any action. Just thinking about how not to hurt their lives. After all, I will keep my promise to the leader of the bloodthirsty hall." Chen Feng turned back and glanced at the two monster beasts hugging each other in the battle circle, and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 207. Trouble Comes from the Mouth. Chen Feng and Yo Forehead White Tiger fought against Earth Rock Tiger and Red Yin King Snake. After they were injured by Yo Forehead White Tiger's skills, they did not admit defeat. They still taunted Chen Feng with a stiff tongue. This could not help but arouse Chen Feng's desire to take action. After the two monsters released their skills, Chen Feng used Jinkuan technique to dodge their attacks and disappeared in an instant. The two monster beasts saw Chen Feng take action, which triggered the shadow hidden in their hearts. So when Chen Feng was about to release his skills, they gave up. Those three were envoys sent by the Demon King's palace. Seeing this situation, they couldn't help but be slightly startled, with interest in their eyes. "Look!" At this moment, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall, who was also watching the battle, was worried about the two monsters in his bloodthirsty hall at first. However, after they got to know each other, their faces could not help but turn slightly dark and ugly. But the leader of the bloodthirsty hall did not blame them. And he also knew how powerful Chen Feng was. So admitting defeat was the best choice. After the two monster beasts gave up, they calmed down the fear in their hearts, and immediately left the battle circle, as if there were tigers and wolves chasing them behind, making them flee. The two monster beasts did not leave, but after calming down, they, watching from outside the battle circle, the white tiger with hanging forehead couldn't help but tease Chen Feng. "Look! You scared them. From now on, be gentle and a little bit softer, so that these two monsters will cast a shadow." Chen Feng's eyes narrowed to a slit, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes fell on the two monster beasts outside the battle circle, which made the two monster beasts shiver down their spines, shuddered again, and couldn't help but shrink back. Shrunk. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze and turned his head, and said to the hanging forehead white tiger that he was not answering the question. "Want to see a good show?" The hanging forehead white tiger couldn't help but tilted his head in confusion. Good show? What good show?" Chen Feng smiled mysteriously at the white tiger with hanging forehead. "Want to see it? When the battle is over, I will take you to have a look." The hanging forehead white tiger was aroused by Chen Feng's words. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes from time to time, and he couldn't help but glance at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was in a good mood. Groups of monsters continued to enter the battle circle, dueling with Chen Feng and the white tiger with Gyo Forehead. The surrender in the first round affected their fighting status and did not show their full strength. Although even though they exerted all their strength and were no match for Diaobaihu and Chen Feng. Each group of monsters entered the battle circle with full confidence, but came out of the battle circle disheartened, with minor or serious injuries on their bodies. In so many battles, Chen Feng became more and more proficient in unleashing his skills. While talking and laughing, he could properly injure the monsters that entered the battle circle without damaging their lives. This also made the face of the Bloodthirsty Hall's leader become more and more ugly, and he could only force a smile. However, he also knew that the spot for the Bloodthirsty Hall to enter the Demon King's Hall belonged to Chen Feng after all. The monsters of the Bloodthirsty Hall entered the battle circle to fight. It's just a matter of luck. Even in the heart of the Bloodthirsty Hall master himself, Chen Feng and the White Tiger with hanging forehead passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals, becoming the final winner. The messenger sent by the Demon King's palace looked around, and the giant demon gorilla stood up and said loudly, "Are there any monsters coming to challenge?" The giant monster asked 3 times in a row, but no monster answered. Then, the giant demon gorilla cleared his throat and said in a high-pitched voice, "Then I declare that the monsters that enter the Demon King's palace this time are the 2 monsters in front of you." The giant demon gorilla glanced at Chen Feng and the White Tiger with hanging forehead again, and continued, "You guys have a night's rest, and come with us to the Demon King's palace tomorrow." Chen Feng said to the White Tiger with hanging forehead, neither humble nor arrogant. "Yes." The giant demon gorilla is used to following the arrogant elder of the Demon King Palace. Now when he saw Chen Feng and the White Tiger hanging his forehead, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Logically speaking, according to the giant demon gorilla's thoughts, Chen Feng and the hanging forehead White Tiger by who got a place in the Bloodthirsty Hall to enter the Demon King's Hall. For such a great opportunity, he should be grateful, prostrate on the ground, and kowtow in thanks. However, there was a different meaning in the eyes of the 3-tailed fox and the 1-horned demon rhinoceros. The giant demon rhinoceros snorted coldly and left. The 3-tailed fox and the 1-horned demon rhinoceros also left here at the same time. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall looked at the leading figure of the messenger sent by the Demon King's Hall, glanced at Chen Feng, and followed closely behind them. The other monsters looked at each other in confusion. Then they dispersed. Chen Feng's eyes fell firmly on the charred earth rock tiger and the red lion king snake. Since their bodies were charred black, they could be seen at a glance. Chen Feng was not in a hurry and turned back, looking at the hanging forehead White Tiger, signaling for him to follow her. The hanging forehead White Tiger nodded, and walked forward leisurely with Chen Feng. The 2 monster beasts did not return to the cave immediately, perhaps because their bodies were scorched black, or because they gave up without fighting, and therefore were afraid of the denunciation of other monster beasts. The 2 monster beasts walked forward slowly, and came to a dense forest. Bushes grew in the dense forest. It seemed that it was suitable for an ambush. The White Tiger with hanging forehead and Chen Feng followed slowly behind. Along the way, the White Tiger with a hanging forehead always looked at Chen Feng with doubtful eyes. At this moment, from the bushes on both sides, a sound of clattering sounded. Chen Feng looked at the White Tiger with hanging forehead and whispered, "The show is coming." The 2 monster beasts heard the sound and immediately looked around vigilantly. I saw 2 turtles emerging from the bushes. When the White Tiger saw the 2 turtles, it understood in its heart, and a smile appeared on its lips. The 2 monster beasts saw the 2 turtles, and said disdainfully, "The turtle is tired of living, so stay out of the way." The anger in the eyes of the 2 turtles continued to burn. "You are so arrogant." The 2 monster beasts looked at the turtle, and couldn't help curling their lips. "We are so arrogant. What can you do?" The turtle glanced at them. "2 monsters who dare not fight dare to be arrogant in front of your grandpa turtle. They are really impatient. In this case, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Afterwards, the 2 turtles coughed, and there was another clattering sound in the bushes. Dozens of turtles appeared from the bushes. Seeing such a situation, the 2 monsters couldn't help but panic. The turtle looked at the 2 monsters proudly. Why don't you stop being arrogant and continue to be arrogant?" The 2 monster beasts took 2 steps back, but unfortunately they were surrounded and had no way out. Just like that, a group of turtles beat the 2 monster beasts regardless. At this moment, Chen Feng and the hanging forehead White Tiger, who were hiding behind the tree, were watching with great interest. It was not until the 2 monsters' noses were bruised and their faces were swollen that they stopped moving when they returned to the door. The beasts walked proudly into the distance. Chen Feng and the White Tiger hanging on their foreheads also left here with unfinished thoughts. Chapter 208 Come to the door. Chen Feng and the White Tiger with Yo forehead forcefully obtained the place to enter the Demon King's palace from the Bloodthirsty Hall. Afterwards, They watched another good show, and then returned to the cave with unsatisfied emotions. Qin Feng looked at the glory worker bees and explained what he had done before leaving. Matters. At this time, a glorious worker bee flew into the hive, knelt down on one knee, and came to report. Report? King, the leader of the bloodthirsty hall, has come to ask for an audience. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous light shot out from his eyes. He touched his chin and stood up leisurely. Okay, I understand. Let's go down. Qin Feng watched the glorious worker bee leaving, then vibrated his wings and flew out of the hive. I saw the leader of the bloodthirsty hall waiting in the treasure pavilion, looking at the hive from time to time, as if to see if Qin Feng came out. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall heard the sound of wings cutting through the air. When he looked up, he saw Qin Feng's figure and took 2 steps forward without hesitation. Qin Feng retracted his wings, stopped on a stone in the treasure pavilion, crossed his iconic legs, and then looked up at the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. I don't go to the 3 treasures hall for anything. The hall master is here. But you have something to do with me? The leader of the bloodthirsty hall calmed down the anger and blame in his heart. Black Bee Queen, we have agreed that if you want the bloodthirsty hall to enter the Demon King's hall, I can give it to you. But the request comes first. You will play last. You only need to defeat the last group of monsters. How can you so untrustworthy? Qin Feng didn't say anything. His eyes fell on the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. He felt oppressed. He bent his feet slightly and knocked on the stone under him. The sound of dong dong continued in the cave that was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. There was a sound in the middle, but it was not precise, which made the leader of the bloodthirsty hall feel a little nervous. Then, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and spoke unhurriedly. What? I still need the master of the bloodthirsty hall to teach me how to do things. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall heard Qin Feng's words. He thought of the 4 elders killed by Qin Feng and couldn't help but feel nervous. Black Queen Bee? You know, that's not what I meant. Before the leader of the bloodthirsty hall could finish speaking, Qin Feng spoke directly with a hint of mischief in his eyes. What do you mean? The leader of the bloodthirsty hall, Jing Qin Feng, was stunned by the question. He was stunned for a while before his head came to his senses. Black Queen Bee, what I mean is that we already made an agreement when we cooperated before. How can we go back on it? Qin Feng seemed to have just understood. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Sorry, I just lost my mind. However, there was no sign of apology on Qin Feng's face, and the bloodthirsty hall party leader couldn't help but feel the veins popping out on his forehead. Qin Feng paused and glanced at the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. Yes, that is indeed what we said when we cooperated before. At that time, the hall master said that in order to prevent me and the white tiger from hanging on the forehead from being exposed, we were allowed to play at the end. At that time, I thought that the hall master was doing it for this king is thinking of the white tiger hanging on his forehead. Qin Feng cleared his throat and continued. Now that our strength has declined, we don't have to worry about being exposed. So, in order to save the time of the monsters, we were the first to go on stage, passing 5 levels and killing 6 generals, and won the bloodthirsty hall with our own strength. Is there anything wrong with the quota to enter the Demon King's palace? Qin Feng couldn't help but blink his big innocent eyes and looked at the bloodthirsty hall's leader. The bloodthirsty hall's leader was speechless and didn't know how to answer Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng felt a little tired and changed his posture, looking at the leader of the bloodthirsty hall. Hall master, this is all for the sake of the hall master. I hope the hall master will understand my painstaking efforts. The leader of the bloodthirsty hall couldn't help complaining about Qin Feng's shamelessness in his heart, and said weakly, Oh, Black Bee Queen, what do you say? I would like to hear the details. Qin Feng touched his chin, pretending to be serious. Hall master, have you ever heard the saying that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment? The leader of the bloodthirsty hall nodded. Qin Feng did not look at the expression on the face of the bloodthirsty hall leader. He looked expressionlessly into the distance, as if he was looking at something through the caves. Qin Feng's voice was leisurely, as if it was coming from all directions. Come to normal. If I, together with the white tiger, play at the end, all the demon beasts in the bloodthirsty hall have already had great hopes. In the end, there is no need to think about it. We will definitely get the quota. Then, when the time comes, the bloodthirsty hall, well, the monsters in the blood hall will definitely be extremely disappointed. If we didn't give them hope at the beginning, how could they be disappointed? When the leader of the bloodthirsty hall heard what Qin Feng said, He felt that it made sense and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After Chen Feng finished speaking, his eyes fell on the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall. Master, I still have other questions. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall shook his head. Chen Feng didn't care that the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall was not thinking about him at all. Tomorrow we will leave for the Demon King's palace. I need to go and clean up, so I won't leave the Hall Master alone. Chen Feng paused, his eyes sharp, and his tone full of oppression. However, before leaving, I would like to remind the Hall Master that my hive will still remain in the treasure pavilion of the Bloodthirsty Hall, and the glorious worker bees will also be stationed here. I hope the Hall Master will not do more unnecessary things then. Don't try any tricks. Otherwise, my glorious worker bees will not be vegetarians. After saying that, Chen Feng turned around without any hesitation, flapped his wings, and flew back to the hive. After hearing Chen Feng's warning, the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall came back to his senses from his deep thoughts. He had already figured out what was wrong with those words. Just when he was about to open his mouth to say something, he saw that Chen Feng had already flown back. When I saw the hive, I couldn't help but be a little stunned. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall thought to himself. Just now, I was led astray by the words of the little black bee. It was difficult to react for a moment. Didn't I come to him to argue with him? But I didn't expect that before I finished speaking. I was blocked, he said. Not only that, I wanted to regain the lost face of Bloodthirsty Hall with Xiao Haifeng. But I never thought that Xiao Haifeng was so smart and left directly. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he thought of this. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Chen Feng had already said what he needed to say. If he invited Chen Feng out again, it would only make it more difficult and cause Chen Feng's dissatisfaction. So, he just nung xi and left the treasure pavilion depressed. Chen Feng flew back to the hive and laid down on the throne. He was in a good mood. He couldn't help but hold the straw and took a big sip of royal jelly. He hummed a little tune and snickered to himself, thinking to himself, the leader of the Bloodthirsty Hall is so cunning. But he never thought that he would be tricked by me. I feel really happy. Chen Feng gradually calmed down and continued to explain various matters to the glorious worker bees. After a silent night, as soon as dawn broke, Chen Feng followed the messenger sent by the Demon King's palace and went to the Demon King's palace alone with the Diaoer White Tiger. He was like a newbie who didn't understand anything. But the Diaoer White Tiger had already spread the power of the Demon King's palace. Told him. Chapter 209 Union. Chen Feng and the hanging-headed White Tiger arrived at the Demon King's palace and parted ways. Chen Feng looked at the huge Demon King's palace. The Demon King's palace is different from the Bloodthirsty Hall. It is located on a mountain peak. The Demon King's palace is like an underground palace. The caves are connected to the caves. The space in the cave is wide, and the rock wall is as smooth as a mirror. Chen Feng's tiny figure was reflected, and with just one look, it was clear that the Demon King's palace was more than 10 times larger than the Bloodthirsty Hall, and was not comparable to the Bloodthirsty Hall at all. Looking at the Demon King's palace, it is heavily guarded. Monsters are constantly patrolling the caves everywhere, and there are no dead ends in the caves. Chen Feng wandered around the Demon King's palace, flying more and more remote. But he never expected to see a hidden place. This place may be the only blind spot in the Demon King's palace. This is a remote cave. The cave is full of dust. It seems that few monsters come here. Chen Feng looked around and saw no monsters. So he decided to build a beehive as his residence in the groove on the rock wall. System, build a hive here. The system rang in Chen Feng's mind in an instant. Ding! The hive has been established successfully. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng entered the hive and lay comfortably on the throne. He took out a can of royal jelly in the space, held the straw, and drank the royal jelly in large gulps. He kept thinking. Gradually, he had a plan in his heart, and then he flew out of the hive. Long before entering the Demon King's palace, the Diaoer White Tiger told Chen Feng the layout of the Demon King's palace. The layout of the Demon King's palace has never changed. Therefore, the Diaoer White Tiger has always known the layout of the Demon King's palace. Chen Feng looked at the heavy patrol of beast soldiers in the cave. His eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his lips. Invisibility. Chen Feng's figure gradually disappeared and was hidden in the air. Chen Feng was not worried at all that he would be discovered. Hive had to continuously upgrade its own strength, and the hiding time of the invisibility technique had reached 10 minutes. Chen Feng turned left and right in the cave and came to the third elder's cave. At this moment, the third elder was in the cave. closing his eyes to rest and frowning from time to time. Qin Feng carefully observed the third elder. On the forehead of the third elder, there is a rhinoceros horn that is larger than other monsters. The skin all over the body is dark gray. The breath he exhales seems to be cylindrical. Looking at the face, even if it is closed, his eyes also showed a fierce expression from time to time. Qin Feng gradually emerged from the air. Third elder, you are so elegant. I came at the wrong time and disturbed your rest. The third elder heard the voice, and his eyes opened in an instant. A flash of light flashed, and his sharp eyes looked in the direction of the sound. Qin Feng's figure was reflected in the third elder's eyes. Facing Qin Feng's intrusion into the cave, the third elder showed no signs of panic. There was a sense of vigilance and oppression in his voice as he asked Qin Feng, "Who are you?" Qin Feng bared his teeth and smiled at the third elder. Third elder, you don't know who I am, but I know who you are. I am a demon beast selected by the messenger from the Demon King's Hall in the Bloodthirsty Hall. I admire the third elder very much, and I came here to admire you. The third elder felt that there was no murderous intention in Qin Feng, and his body relaxed his vigilance. After all, for him, if Qin Feng wanted to kill him, he had to hit it with one hit. Otherwise, as long as the third elder called, the monsters outside the cave would rush in and cut Qin Feng into pieces. Not to mention that it would be difficult for Qin Feng to kill him with one strike due to his strength. The third elder narrowed his eyes slightly and looked Qin Feng up and down. I'm afraid you don't just admire me. There are only 2 monsters from the Bloodthirsty Hall every year. I heard that today is the first day that the monsters from the Bloodthirsty Hall come to the Demon King's palace. You came on the first day. There must be some other purpose for going to this elder's palace. Tell me. Qin Feng had a smile on his lips. His eyes narrowed into slits, and he said quietly, Third elder, you are indeed fierce-eyed, brave and resourceful. I am indeed not here just to admire the third elder. As the third elder said, you must have other purposes, but I will never harm you. Third elder, on the contrary, I am here to help you. The third elder sat up from the bed and looked at Qin Feng with interest. Oh, I would like to hear the details if this elder needs your help. Qin Feng smiled mysteriously, as if he knew everything. I want to help the third elder solve your serious problem, and it is also your mortal enemy. The third elder raised his eyes and took a deep look at Qin Feng. My biggest problem? How come I don't know who my biggest problem is? Qin Feng stroked his forehead helplessly. Third elder, we are all smart monsters. Is it possible that you have to admit it if I say it so clearly? I am here to discuss cooperation with you. I have been so honest with you. How can the third elder? What if you're not honest? The third elder couldn't help but feel vigilant in his eyes, thinking to himself, where did this monster come from? The Bloodthirsty Hall would never have cultivated such a shrewd monster. It knew so much about the forces distributed in the Demon King's palace. How did this little black bee know so much information? The corner of the third elder's mouth curled up. Since you have said so, I might as well admit that what you said is indeed true. My biggest concern is the Great Elder. This is a well-known thing in the Demon King's palace. Next, let's talk about how you help me to get rid of the serious troubles in your heart. Right? The smile in Qin Feng's eyes deepened. Third elder, as long as we cooperate, we are not afraid of being unable to move the first elder. The third elder seemed to have thought of something and looked at Qin Feng with some confusion. What is the deep grudge between you and the Great Elder? You actually want to bring him down so urgently. The Great Elder is not so easy to bring down. His vision is intricate and has been firmly rooted in the Demon King's palace. Maybe then you will be the class teacher, but the elder will put his name on it, and that will not be worthwhile. Qin Feng pretended to have a deep hatred for the Great Elder, and the sinister look in his eyes seemed to want to eat the Great Elder alive. Third elder, you don't know that my parents died in his hands. He took advantage of the power of his demon beasts to snatch the elixir. If he couldn't get it, he would kill the other party. Such evil deeds are obvious. But I am afraid of monsters and find it difficult to express my feelings. But I am not afraid. Even if my body is shattered, I will bring him down and avenge my parents and myself. The third elder heard Qin Feng's words. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The third elder knew very well that a monster was a beast. Even if he spoke in a panic, his facial expressions and the look in his eyes could not be deceived. Qin Feng did not lie. He just combined his deeds with those of the white tiger with a deep hatred. With this, he is not afraid that the 3 elders will not cooperate with him. After all, everyone gets what they need. Since we have a common enemy, why not unite and fight together? Chapter 210 Surprise and Doubt. On the first day when Chen Feng came to the Demon King's palace, he arranged his own residence first, and then used invisibility to reach the third elder's palace without disturbing any monsters. Under the third elder's cross-examination, Chen Feng told how the great elder bullied these weak monsters, which aroused the sympathy of the third elder. Chen Feng's eyes were slightly moist, and he couldn't help but wipe the non-existent tears at the corners of his eyes with his bare feet. Third elder, you may not know that my strength is all due to the energy in my heart. Every time I think of my parents' tragic death, being hunted and on the run, I secretly hate myself and find it difficult to avenge the bloody hatred. Chen Feng paused and continued. Third elder, I also know that with my own strength, it is difficult to take revenge. That's why I disturbed the third elder and wanted to cooperate with the third elder to bring down our common enemy. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the third elder already believed 70% or 80% of his words. He was slightly shaken in his heart. He couldn't help but ponder for a long time, looked at Chen Feng and said, I can't trust you just based on your monster's words. If you want to bring down the great elder, what are you capable of? Otherwise, why should I cooperate with you? Chen Feng knew that the monster that had been crawling around in the Demon King's palace for so many years must have been cautious and foresight. Otherwise it would have died in the fierce struggle long ago. The reality is so cruel. This is the law for the survival of those who choose teachers by nature in the Demon King's palace. Under this situation, the monsters and beasts in the Demon King's palace can become more powerful. Chen Feng did not rush to talk about his advantages, but thought about it for a long time, and then slowly raised his head and looked at the third elder. Third elder, is it possible that under the patrols of many monsters, I was able to come here quietly? Isn't this my ability? When the third elder heard this, he nodded slightly. This is indeed a matter of ability. No comment. Okay, I promise you that I will cooperate with you. Demons and beasts cannot break their promises. If you break your trust, I will attack you without mercy. Do you understand? Chen Feng was secretly happy, hearing the words of the third elder. He couldn't help but nodded. The third elder glanced at Chen Feng again. Your strength is quite satisfactory in the Demon King's palace. However, don't take any chances and think that by cooperating with this elder, you can do whatever you want. This is impossible. I will not protect you. All dangers require you. Carrying it yourself will help you grow more. Chen Feng nodded to express his understanding, thinking to himself, as long as I cooperate with you, forget about your needs. I'm afraid I can't bear it myself. When the third elder saw that Chen Feng had agreed, he couldn't help but warn him again. However, since you have become this elder's partner, if someone bullies you and I should help you, I will still help you. The third elder glanced at Chen Feng and continued. I want to remind you that the Demon King's palace will arrange many tasks for you. If you get in the way of your ultimate move and may die in the task, it is better to be cautious. When the time comes, I hope that the person I am cooperating with can appear in front of me intact. Chen Feng nodded, with a moved expression hidden in his eyes. Third elder, since this is the case, I won't stay any longer, so as not to arouse the first elder's suspicion. The third elder nodded and lay down on his bed again. He closed his eyes, and Chen Feng carefully flew out of the cave without using the invisibility technique. After Chen Feng left, the third elder opened his eyes and looked at Chen Feng's retreating figure. Thoughtfully, coming beast. At this time, a monster immediately trotted in from outside the cave and knelt on one knee. Elder, what are your orders? The third elder glanced at the monster kneeling under the bed, with a hint of danger in his eyes. Have you been unusual lately? That monster, I replied immediately, reporting to the third elder. There is nothing unusual. The third elder continued to ask slightly unwillingly. Did someone break in? The monster was confused, but still answered calmly. Nothing unusual. When the third elder heard this, he believed Chen Feng's words. Chen Feng flapped his wings, dodged left and right, and flew back to the hive. The dusty journey made Chen Feng feel a little tired, so he laid down on the throne in the hive, and soon he entered dreamland. In the dream, Chen Feng did not sleep peacefully, as if countless dangers were coming. At this moment, the great elder of the Demon King's palace was lying on the throne, his eyes closed tightly, as if he was taking a nap. At this time, a giant demon gorilla slowed down and walked in quietly, kneeling on one knee, waiting for the elder of the Demon King's hall to wake up and make a report. The giant demon gorilla didn't know how long he had waited, and when the hairy legs kneeling on the ground were numb, the elder of the Demon King's palace slowly woke up. slowly opened his eyes, and shot out from his eyes. A cold light, like a sharp sword blade, was released from his eyes. The great elder of the Demon King's palace retracted the cold light in his eyes, and then his gaze fell on the giant python demon star. There was no fluctuation in his voice, and there was no expression on his face. "What's the matter? Tell me," the giant monster said with a slightly hoarse voice. "Reporting to the great elder. The envoy sent by the Demon King's palace has returned. 2 monsters were selected from the bloodthirsty hall and followed them into the Demon King's palace. What should we do next? I hope the elder will give me instructions." The eyes of the great elder of the Demon King's palace flashed. He raised his huge palm and placed it on the handle of the seat. He slightly curled his fingers and tapped the handle of the seat, one after another, as if he had hit the handle of the seat. In the heart of the giant demon gorilla, in the quiet cave, the sound of tapping seemed particularly abrupt, which could not help but make the giant demon gorilla nervous. After 2 long moments, the great elder of the Demon King Palace stopped tapping the handle on the seat with his fingers and glanced at the giant demon gorilla kneeling on the ground. "What kind of monsters are the monsters selected and produced by the bloodthirsty hall?" The giant demon gorilla thought for a moment, then seemed to have remembered it, and immediately answered. "Report to the elders. The monsters selected by the bloodthirsty hall are a little black bee and a white tiger with a hanging forehead." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Demon King's hall immediately lowered his head and looked straight at the giant demon gorilla. "Little black bee, are you serious about what you said? Do you see clearly?" The giant demon gorilla immediately nodded to the elder of the Demon King Palace and said, "Yes, elder." As soon as the little black bee came in, my subordinates noticed him. The great elder of the Demon King's Palace couldn't help but rub his slightly aching head, thinking to himself, "Now that the black queen bee has been killed, then this little black bee is not the black queen bee. Is it possible that this little black bee is the newly elected black queen bee? Or does this little black bee belong to another area?" The great elder of the Demon King's Palace frowned and kept thinking in his mind. Chapter 211 Unexpected. Qin Feng came directly to cooperate with the elders, and they instantly established an alliance. The elder of the Demon King's hall learned that there was a little black bee among the monsters that entered the Demon King's hall from the bloodthirsty hall, which aroused his suspicion. The great elder of the Demon King's hall thought for a while, raised his head, and glanced at the giant demon gorilla kneeling on one knee under the bed. "Always pay attention to the movements of the little black bees. If there is any abnormality, you can come to me and report it. Also, will there be various training arrangements for them tomorrow?" The giant gorilla replied immediately. "Yes, elder." The great elder of Demon King Palace closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. "Just in case, try to arrange some dangerous tasks for that little black bee, and just let him die in the task." "Yes." The great elder of the Demon King's Palace waved his huge palm, and the giant demon gorilla immediately retreated. After Qin Feng returned to the hive, monsters from the bloodthirsty hall came looking for him. It was a giant demon gorilla. When the giant gorilla saw Qin Feng's residence, he felt a little disgusted and looked arrogantly at Qin Feng, who flew out of the hive. "Little black bee, the great elder has ordered you to go and get the mission tomorrow." Qin Feng took in the expression of the giant demon gorilla, and there were wisps of cold light in his eyes. Qin Feng stood in the sky, straightened his back, and spoke unhurriedly. "Yes." After that, the giant demon gorilla received Qin Feng's affirmative answer, and then left the cave with its head held high. Qin Feng looked at their retreating figures with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Time passed in minutes and seconds, and there was no words for a night. The next day, Qin Feng flew out of the Demon King's Palace and came to a hall not far from the Demon King's Palace. The monsters here were bustling and coming in an endless stream. Qin Feng looked around and saw, "This cave is extremely wide and can hold tens of thousands of monsters without feeling crowded. This is not comparable to the bloodthirsty hall. The rock walls in this hall are not as smooth as those in the Demon King's Palace cave. They are slightly rough and exude a different luster. In this hall, there is everything you need, including monster beasts. The resting place is an independent cave, and there are other caves for trading. It can be said that although a sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs." Qin Feng looked at the top of the cave again. He didn't know where the Demon King's Palace got the luminous pearls hanging on it. There were all kinds of things in the cave. Qin Feng came to the front desk, where a khaki three-tailed fox and a giant gorilla were taking care of the front desk. As soon as Qin Feng came, the giant gorilla saw his figure. Qin Feng came closer, and the giant demon gorilla took out the token that had been prepared long ago, and took out a task list, and placed it on the stone. Qin Feng's eyes condensed, and he knew that the Great Elder was deliberately targeting him. The tasks had been prepared beforehand. The three-tailed fox on the side felt a little dissatisfied when he saw that the giant demon gorilla directly assigned Qin Feng a task. Why did you prepare the tokens and task orders in advance? Logically speaking, the tasks that the new monsters go through must follow the process. No matter what, they should be assigned sea-level tasks. How can you violate the regulations? Qin Feng heard the words of the three-tailed fox, and then remembered the knowledge that Dio Forehead White Tiger had previously taught him. And then he understood that the tasks in the Demon King's palace are divided into 6 levels, namely E, D, C, B, A, and S, from left to right. The difficulty of the tasks increases in sequence. Qin Feng looked at the silver gold medal again, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. He didn't know where the Demon King's palace got so many strange things. From this, we can see the power of the Demon King's palace. Usually these are two-legged items. The civilization that only wild monsters can possess seems to be influenced by the two-legged wild monsters. The giant demon gorilla couldn't help curling his lips. His arrogance was beyond words. Regulations? You are the only one who regards the regulations as more important than your own life. The Great Elder has already given orders. This little black bee from the Bloodthirsty Hall has good strength. He is very optimistic about this little black bee. Therefore, in order to train him, this task was arranged. What other opinions do you have? The khaki three-tailed fox's beautiful eyes were wide open, and it was speechless for a moment. Now, the strength of this little black bee is only the 9th level mirror of Earth martial arts. Even if the Great Elder wants to cultivate it again, you have to wait until he returns from his first mission before making arrangements for this little black bee. Now you are like this if you abuse your private power. Aren't you afraid that the Palace Master will find out and punish you? The giant monster gorilla couldn't help but sneer. You and I have been operating here for so many years. Tell me that you don't know that the Palace Master rarely comes here. Even if the Palace Master comes here, I have something to say. At this time, a rich yet seductive voice came from the entrance of the hall. What do you have to say? This Palace Master is also very curious. Come and tell me something. When the giant demon gorilla heard this, he was startled and turned back to watch intently. I saw the monster beasts separated on both sides, and a road was opened in the middle of the monster beast. At the other end of this road, there was a three-tailed fox covered with fiery red fur. The fur of this three-tailed fox was red with fire, without a trace of hair, illuminated by the light of luminous pearls, like the sun rising slowly in the sky. The giant demon gorilla's eyes, as big as copper bells, were wide open, as if it was hard to believe the scene in front of him. The fiery red three-tailed fox walked slowly, and with every step he took, the monsters on both sides were crawling on the ground. Went to the front desk. The khaki three-tailed fox knelt on the ground respectfully, and the giant gorilla seemed to have just reacted. It plopped on the ground. Qin Feng heard the loud noise in the cave, and couldn't help but feel excited. The gorilla felt pain. What are you talking about? What? You stopped talking as soon as the Lord of the Palace came. The body of the giant demon gorilla lying on the ground was shaken into a sieve, and there was a slight tremor in his words. Master, please spare your life. I don't dare anymore. The master of the Demon King's palace said in a leisurely tone. Quite leisurely and contented. Why are you panicking? This palace master has neither punished you nor blamed you. What are you afraid of? The giant demon gorilla was even more panicked. The master of the Demon King's hall focused his eyes. A sharp look appeared on his face. An aura suddenly emanated from his body. What? The orders from this palace master are not easy to use. Only the Elder of Demon King Palace can make you speak. Right. Now the hall where the mission is received has become the private property of the Elder. Right. Does this palace master need to change his position? Give it up? The giant demon gorilla couldn't help but be even more frightened after hearing the words of the master of the Demon King's hall. If this matter involved the Great Elder, with the Great Elder's temper and methods, he would definitely be cut into pieces. Palace Master, please forgive me. I was just confused for a moment and did not do it intentionally. I hope that the Palace Master will give me another chance. Chapter 212. There is a lot of discussion. Qin Feng came to the hall not far from the Demon King's palace to receive tasks. The giant monkey at the front desk had prepared tokens and task sheets and handed them to Qin Feng. The khaki three-tailed fox, who was also at the front desk, discussed with the giant monkey. The giant demon gorilla showed the Great Elder of the Demon King's hall, but he never thought that the master of the Demon King's hall would come. Under the pressure and words of the Lord of the Demon King's hall, the giant demon ape couldn't help but beg for mercy. Hall Master, please forgive me. I will go and follow the rules and change the task for this little black bee. Qin Feng knew that the time was almost up. So he stepped forward. Palace Master, I can just hold this token. Don't lose your temper because of me. It's really not worth it. Qin Feng's spirit sank, and he landed on the front desk. He picked up the token with the bee symbol and the task list that were placed on the big stone at the front desk. The master of the Demon King's Hall looked at Qin Feng with interest, without the slightest hint of anger in his expression. Since you have already made your choice, this Hall Master will not force you. After that, the master of the Demon King's Hall once again set his sights on the giant demon gorilla lying on the ground. The Demon King's Palace must act according to the rules. This is not a place for abusive lynching. Now that you have made a big mistake, I will punish you to leave the hall of the Demon King's Palace and go to the exchange. Become a little beast doing chores so that I can grind you. Grind your temper. Yes. After receiving the order from the palace master, the giant demon gorilla immediately packed up his packages and left the front desk. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the master of the Demon King's Hall glanced at Qin Feng again, with a complicated look in his eyes, and left the hall. The monster beasts looked at each other in confusion, and one of them, the Earth Rock Tiger, said to another bloodthirsty demon cow, "Do you think the master of the Demon King's Palace is going to fall out with the Great Elder and start a public chess match?" The bloodthirsty demon cow shook his head slightly. "Anyway, I only know that the third elder has never dealt with the first elder." Diana looked around. "Do you think that if the Lord of the Demon King Hall and the third elder join forces, the Great Elder will be defeated?" The bloodthirsty demon cow nodded in agreement. "That's true. It's a pity that the master of the Demon King's Palace will never form an alliance with the three elders. However, the master of the Demon King's Palace actually resigned from the giant devil gorilla for this little black bee." This really surprised the beast. "You said, does the master of the Demon King's Palace do this because he wants to cultivate this little black bee?" Diana glanced at the bloodthirsty demon cow unhurriedly. "It's possible. But if you push this little black bee to the top of the wave, the Great Elder will definitely not let him go." The bloodthirsty demonic cow shook his head helplessly. "You are too naive. The Great Elder has no intention of letting him go. Otherwise, he would not have arranged such a high-level task. I don't know how this little black bee offended the Great Elder. As long as he offends the Great Elder, monsters and beasts will disappear inexplicably, or their lives will be worse than death." The bloodthirsty demon cow couldn't help shrinking when he thought of such a scene. At this time, they heard a voice ringing in their ears. "What are you talking about? You are talking so happily. Can I join?" The two monster beasts couldn't help but nodded and said in a tacit understanding, "Yes, of course." The two monster beasts couldn't help but look back, and in an instant they lost their minds and crawled to the ground subconsciously. The khaki three-tailed fox at the front desk came behind them at some point and was looking at them with cold eyes. "Are the elders of the Demon King's Palace group someone you can recall?" The two monster beasts immediately came forward on their knees. "Sir, please spare your life. I don't dare to do it anymore." The khaki three-tailed fox snorted coldly. "Then hurry up and do whatever you have to do." The two monster beasts stood up, even lying down, and ran away. At this moment, Qin Feng also heard the sound of their conversation, but he paid no attention to it. He used his two front feet to hold a token and a task list that were several times larger than his own, and slowly flew out of the hall of the Demon King's Palace. Qin Feng flew and came to a place without any monsters, landed on the leaves, threw the token into the water drop space, and then slowly opened the task list. There is a brightly drawn task on the task list, which is to go to a magic cave in the Xuanwu Forest to pick the devil flowers. There are two double-winged black snakes guarding the magic cave. The two double-winged black snakes guarding it must be removed. Behead and kill two black snakes with two wings. The four horns serve as a certificate. Qin Feng touched the chin of the bee, then flew back to his hive, and looked at the hive to see if there were any other items in case the elder of the Demon King Palace destroyed all his hive during his absence. Things you put into the hive can no longer be put into the droplet space. Then, with firm eyes and nothing, he flew out of the Demon King's Palace. Xuanwu Forest is on the other side of the Blood Forest, not far or near from the Demon King's Palace. As the name of the Xuanwu Forest suggests, the strength of the monsters in the core area of the forest are almost all local martial arts. The most powerful among them is the Beast King in the Xuanwu Forest, which is a monster with the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. However, the outer and inner almost all of them are monster beasts from the Earth Martial Realm and the Spirit Martial Mirror. Qin Feng did not delay at all, and came to the Xuanwu Forest day and night. The Xuanwu Forest was different from the Blood Forest. It was not only the difference in strength. Compared with the Blood Forest, the strength of the Xuanwu Forest was more than one level higher. The trees in the Xuanwu Forest. Bodhi Banyan Tree. The banyan tree looks the same when you look closely. It has a thick dark gray trunk and is covered with branches. In some trees, perhaps due to too many years, the bark covered by the banyan tree is rusty brown. The leaves on the branches are luxuriant, like a giant umbrella, constantly blocking the sun above the head. The banyan tree is full of pink flowers, exuding an alluring fragrance. When you smell it carefully, it feels like you are impetuous in your heart. After sweeping it all away, on some Bodhi banyan trees, aerial roots hung down from the trunk. However, from a distance, the sun shines on the banyan tree, and the banyan tree seems to be emitting a kind of golden light from the inside out. This golden light is not very strong, or even very weak. Sometimes it is difficult for low-level monsters to see it with the naked eye. But Qin Feng is different. Now Qin Feng has reached the level of the divine martial mirror. This tiny detail cannot escape his discernment. Qin Feng secretly felt a little strange. But now was not the time to study this. He had to complete the task immediately. The Demon King's palace only gave him 5 days, and it took 3 days to go back and forth, leaving only 2 days left to complete the task. Qin Feng was still thinking about it in his mind while flying. I wonder how powerful these 2 double-winged black snakes are. Since it is a B-level mission, their strength will definitely not be weak. It seems that they may be monsters in the divine martial realm, but the Elder of the Demon King's palace may not be able to calculate it despite all his calculations. This king has reached the divine martial mirror. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. Chapter 213 Vow Not to Give Up. Qin Feng went to the hall of the Demon King's hall to receive the mission. Unexpectedly, he did not want to cause an undercurrent. The master of the Demon King's hall came in person and dismissed a giant demon gorilla. Although Qin Feng accepted the favor of the master of the Demon King hall, he did not change the task, but directly took the original task list and token. This was not because Qin Feng was fully confident in himself, but because Qin Feng knew that he could not hide from Chu. 1. He couldn't escape 15. If he didn't take this task this time, there would be other tasks that would come to him, which would be unavoidable for him. Qin Feng calmed down his vibrating wings and arrived at the Xuanwu Forest. As he stepped into the Xuanwu Forest, he was thinking in his heart, this great elder really dislikes me. However, I have reached the divine martial realm. It is not a problem to deal with the monsters in the divine martial realm. What's more, there is a legion behind me. Qin Feng was thinking in his mind again. As for this great elder, why do you dislike me? Maybe it's because I have offended him before, even though he has no doubt about my death. Maybe in his opinion, all the little black bees should be this is the end. Qin Feng thought wildly in his mind for a while. The location of Qin Feng's mission was the Demon's Cave. The Demon's Cave is located to the west of the core area in the Xuanwu Forest, and the Beast King is located to the east. This shows that Qin Feng can complete the mission without facing the Beast King, although he can also defeat the Beast King for him. But time was tight, and Qin Feng had no choice but to do this. As soon as Qin Feng entered the Xuanwu Forest, he was discovered by the monsters in the Xuanwu Forest. Seeing the foreign monsters entering the Xuanwu Forest, there was curiosity and hostility in their eyes, and some of the monsters were ready to move. However, they are just the outer demon beasts in the Xuanwu Forest, and they are not powerful. Judging from the aura coming from Qin Feng's body, they are very self-aware and think that they cannot challenge Qin Feng. The reason why the monsters in the Xuanwu Forest are so strong is partly because of the combative factor in their hearts. Fighting makes them constantly push themselves to become stronger. Qin Feng flew non-stop to the inner perimeter of the Xuanwu Forest. Let's not talk about the Demon King's palace for the moment. Since Qin Feng left, the master of the Demon King palace has returned to his palace. The great elder of the Demon King's palace was leisurely closing his eyes and recuperating in his bedroom. At this time, a giant demon gorilla ran in a panic. The elder of the Demon King's hall couldn't help but frown, opened his eyes, sat up, and looked at the giant demon gorilla with cold eyes. Why are you so panicked? The giant demon gorilla felt the eyes of the great elder of the Demon King's palace, and his body trembled. His legs became weak. He knelt on the ground and reported with a trembling voice. Reporting to the elders, something bad has happened. The subordinates we sent to the Demon King's hall to pick up the mission were dismissed by the master of the Demon King's hall. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the great elder of the Demon King's palace couldn't help but stand up from his bed Angry fire flashed in his eyes, and he stared closely at the giant demon gorilla. The giant demon gorilla felt dryness, heat, and coldness all over his body, as if he was in a world of ice and fire. The elder of the Demon King's palace closed his eyes, calmed down his emotions, and opened his eyes again. "Tell me the whole story." The giant demon gorilla felt his body light up and said, "Yes, this is what happened." The giant demon gorilla explained the whole story in detail. The great elder of the Demon King's palace had a cold look in his eyes. "Is this really what the Lord of the Demon King's palace said?" The giant demon gorilla nodded eagerly. The great elder of the Demon King's palace received a positive reply, and the anger in his heart had boiled to the extreme. "Follow me and discuss it with the palace master." The character of the chief elder of the Demon King's palace is so unforgiving, and he is also extremely protective of his shortcomings. In the eyes of the great elder of the Demon King's hall, his subordinates, whether they are right or wrong, need to be punished by themselves. He believes that the master of the Demon King's hall is slapping him in the face and making him lose his temper in front of all the monsters. Face, of course. It is necessary to find the master of the Demon King's hall to reason with him. The great elder of the Demon King's hall arrived at the palace of the master of the Demon King's hall, surrounded by his subordinates. The master of the Demon King's hall had long known that given the character of the elder of the Demon King's hall, he would definitely come to him to argue with him. So he had been waiting in the palace for a long time. Moreover, the master of the Demon King's hall had his own purpose in helping Chen Feng. In fact, it's because the elder of the Demon King's hall is too arrogant, and the master of the Demon King's hall wants to take this opportunity to suppress his arrogance. As soon as the great elder of the Demon King's palace entered the palace master's chamber, and saw the palace master sitting on the throne with his eyes closed, the elder of the Demon King's palace had not been in the Demon King's palace in vain for so many years. In an instant, he knew that the palace master, even if he knew the Lord's purpose, he would not stop there. "See the palace master." The master of the Demon King palace nodded and asked the elder to stand up and take his seat. "Why did the great elder come here this time?" The great elder couldn't help but feel secretly angry. He knew that the palace master was playing riddles with him, but there was no trace of annoyance on his face. "I am the elder. The reason I came here this time is for the palace master to remove my elder subordinates." The palace master raised his brows slightly, glanced at the great elder, and said unhurriedly, "Oh, what do you think of the great elder? Could it be that you are interceding for your subordinates? This matter was the fault of the giant demon gorilla from the beginning to the end. For the sake of your great elder, the lord of this palace just transferred him. It's just separation, and there is no severe punishment for him. You must know that abusing private power in the Demon King's palace is a serious crime." The great elder nodded in agreement. "The palace master is absolutely right. But after all, these are my subordinates." The palace master touched his thin chin with his front foot. "What the great elder means is that if the master of the palace punishes a subordinate in the Demon King's palace, he can't punish him. If the giant demon ape had not been instructed by the monster, he would not have abused his private power so boldly. Could it be that the person behind this is the monster, a great elder?" A gleam flashed in the eyes of the lord of the Demon King's hall, and then he looked at the great elder in confusion. The great elder secretly complained about the cunningness of the palace master, so he pretended to look at the master of the Demon King palace with sincerity and fear. "Hall master, you know my elder's character. I have always been law-abiding. How could I do such a thing? There are other monsters who give instructions from time to time. Besides, I have no grievances with the little black bee. Why would I do this? Is he put to death? Please ask the lord of the palace to investigate clearly." The palace master changed his expression in an instant, with a smile on his face, and spoke to the great elder gently. "Of course I believe in the great elder. Let's just decide this matter. If nothing happens, I won't keep the elder around. I am also tired, so I will rest." The great elder secretly complained about the smiling tiger of the palace master, and felt unwilling to see the palace master leave. "Palace master, wait a moment. There is one more thing that needs you to decide." Chapter 214 Achieve Your Wish. The master of the Demon King's hall dismissed one of the great elder's subordinates, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the great elder. So he came to find the master to argue with him. However, he never thought that the master of the Demon King's hall had been prepared for it, and was arrested before he could defend himself. The master of the Demon King hall choked back his words. Afterwards, the master of the Demon King's palace will leave. But the great elder's purpose has not been achieved yet. So of course he cannot let the master of the Demon King's hall leave just now, and directly appeals to the master of the Demon King's hall to retain him. The master of the Demon King Palace gave up the idea of leaving. He knew that the main event was coming. But he looked at the Great Elder with pretense of doubt. Great Elder, what else can you do? The Great Elder narrowed his eyes slightly, and said unhurriedly, Palace Master, today we dismissed a demonic beast at the front desk of the Demon King Palace to accept the mission. Therefore, there must be a shortage of manpower. Why don't I, the Elder, send one of his subordinates to help the Palace Master solve the problem? What do you think? The Master of the Demon King's Hall lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised his head again and looked at the Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall. That's no need. In fact, one monster beast is enough to guard the front desk. You don't need so many monster beasts. But it will cause disputes. If two monster beasts don't agree with each other and quarrel like today, it won't be cost effective. And it will also make other monsters laugh. So it's better not to use it. How could the Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall just give up willingly? The demon beast that had finally been inserted was pulled out by the Master of the Demon King's Hall. He had to insert it again before he would stop. Hall Master, what you said is wrong. What happened today made me very surprised. I never thought that the monster would do this. It was my subordinates who chose poorly. Now the second Palace Master has found out and pulled out this moth to avoid contaminating the Demon King's Palace. Of course, I am grateful. The Great Elder of Demon King Palace paused and continued. This time we will conduct the selection of monsters. Of course, this Elder will personally select him. There will be nothing wrong with selecting an excellent monster. And he will not fail the instructions of the shop owner and this Elder. If so, this time he violated the law knowingly. And I, the master of this palace, will not spare him lightly, and I will not kill him as an exaggeration. The eyes of the Lord of the Demon King's Palace were swaying a little, and there seemed to be a slight wavering in his heart. But he was still thinking with his head slightly lowered. The chief elder of the Demon King's Hall felt that something was going on. So he added another handful of firewood. Hall Master, you see? You removed my elder's subordinates. People inside know what is going on. It was my elder's subordinates who did something wrong and they were removed. The Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall paused, knowing that there was something interesting about this matter. So he was not in a hurry and continued unhurriedly. However, people outside don't know. People outside will definitely think that if the Demon King's Palace's Grand Elder and the Palace Master are not on good terms, the Demon King's Highness will fall apart, and evil beasts with evil intentions will have an opportunity to take advantage of it and make a fuss about it. If you publicize it in such a big way, you will lose more than you gain. The Great Elder of Demon King Palace glanced at the Palace Master, moistened his thirsty throat slightly, and continued, I also hope that the Master of the Palace will give me and my elder subordinates a chance. When I go back this time, I will severely punish the monster as a warning to other monsters so that other monsters will remember this and never dare to make mistakes again. What do you think? The Master of the Demon King Palace heard what the Great Elder said and thought to himself. This Great Elder is really talkative. It seems that he can't escape this time. If he doesn't agree with him, he won't let it go. Maybe if he doesn't agree with him this time, he will come again next time to gossip. At that time, it will only give this Palace Master a headache. Forget it. The power of the Great Elder is deeply rooted, and suppressing the Great Elder is not a matter of time. So let's do it slowly. The Master of the Demon King's Hall made up his mind. His eyes became firm, and he raised his head to look at the Elder of the Demon King's Hall. For the sake of the Great Elder, I can arrange a monster at the front desk. However, if this Palace Master sees that monster making such a low-level mistake again and abusing his private power, I will not be lenient. I will no longer care about the Great Elder's face, and I hope the Great Elder will give a good warning to his subordinates. After saying that, the Master of the Demon King's Hall had a sharp look in his eyes, and the aura around him exuded, which made the Great Elders feel a sense of awe. The Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall felt nervous, and immediately said seriously, Yes, Palace Master. I will never let my elder subordinates make such a low-level mistake again. If it happens again, I will make their life worse than death without the Palace Master saying anything. The Palace Master also knows my elder's methods. The Master of the Demon King's Hall nodded, then regained his momentum, stood up, and left. When the Great Elder saw the back of the shop owner leaving, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he stood up and left. The Great Elder returned to his palace, his anger not dissipated. Lie beast! Bring me that unsatisfactory monster. Yes! Not long after, the monster was tied in by all the monsters. The monster immediately crawled to the ground. Great Elder, have mercy on me. The monster kept kowtowing its head, and there were specks of blood on its dark, furry head, which remained on the ground through the thin hair. The Great Elder glanced at the monster with disgust. You have been under my Elder's command for some years, but now you are becoming more and more arrogant. Even if you are arrogant, the Master of the Demon King's Hall has found out. That's because of the contribution you have made to this Elder in the past. This Elder will let you enter the underworld happily and leave you a whole corpse, which can be regarded as a gift to you. Go ahead. The demonic beast heard the words of the fried cockroach, and his face turned pale. He knew that he had done something wrong, and would not be able to leave the Demon King's palace alive this time. However, he still longed for the hope of survival and was kowtowing. Blood continued to flow from his forehead and covered his cheeks. There was a look of fear in his eyes. Great Elder, please forgive me. I didn't do anything wrong. This time, the little black beast still took the token and task list I gave him to carry out the mission. He will definitely not survive this time. I hope the Great Elder will give him some help. An opportunity. The Great Elder closed his eyes. I know this all the time. If that little black bee hadn't been stupid, do you think you would have succeeded with your ability? Just pull it off. The Great Elder's men pulled the monster down without any explanation. The demonic beast was still unwilling to give in. Facing death, the demonic beast broke the jar. Great Elder, how can you be so cruel? Over the years, I have devoted myself to you and died. But in the end, it was all in vain. I will bear the responsibility for the evil things you want me to do. So you are not afraid of the cold? Do you want to win the hearts of all the monsters? I am not willing to do so. The Great Elder frowned. The monster's words kept ringing and echoing in his ears, which aroused a burst of irritation in his heart. Slowly, he opened his eyes again. Chapter 215 Unprecedented. The Chief Elder of the Demon King's Hall learned that his subordinate had been dismissed. So he went to find the Master of the Demon King's Hall to reason with him. However, he did not expect that the Master of the Demon King's Hall was already prepared and blocked the words of the Elder of the Demon King's Hall in an instant. The Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace could only think of another way, and finally relied on his eloquence to win the opportunity to arrange the monster beast to the front desk of the Demon King's Palace to receive the mission hall again, and then return to his cave. As soon as he returned to the cave, he wanted to deal with the monster that had disgraced him. The giant demon gorilla yelled unwillingly. At this time, I don't know which words aroused the heart of our Demon King Palace Elder, and he couldn't help but say, "Wait, bring it up first." The giant demon apes who had just put the monster beast down looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know what the Great Elder meant, but they couldn't disobey the Great Elder's order, so they had no choice but to bring the monster beast up again. The monster's heart was going up and down at this moment. He originally thought that he was going to die. So, facing death, he couldn't help but swallow the bad breath in his heart. Now he was taken away again. When I came up, the gap was a bit too big, and it was hard to adapt to it for a while. Slowly, the monster was brought up, and then he thought about how he had just cursed the Elder of Demon King Hall, and suddenly admired his own courage. After thinking about it, he thought of the methods of the Elder of Demon King Hall, and his forehead cold sweat gradually broke out on my face. The eyes of the Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace fell on the monster beast, which was almost lying on the ground. The Elder of the Demon King's Palace narrowed his eyes slightly, and bursts of momentum emanated from his body. What did you just say? Repeat it again. The demon beast was facing the death look of the Great Elder of Demon King Hall at this moment. It was frightened to the extreme. It regretted for a moment what it had just done. But there is no regret medicine in this world. The Elder of the Demon King's Hall looked at the monster and remained silent for a long time. He frowned and lost his patience. Speak quickly. Just say what I ask you to say. As long as the monster beast heard the venomous voice of the Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace, he said with trembling in his voice, "Great Elder, spare your life. I just said that doing this will chill the hearts of the Great Elder's subordinates." The Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall then regained his composure. "Have you chilled my subordinates' hearts? Okay, I will give you a chance to give me a reason not to kill you. If you give me this reason, and I think it is reasonable, I will take back your life. I'll let you live. But from now on, bridges will return to bridges, roads will return to roads, and you will no longer be my subordinate." The Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace. The monster kept kowtowing its head and talking. "Great Elder, spare your life." When the Elder of the Demon King's Hall heard the noisy sound, he couldn't help frowning, and the coldness in his eyes became even worse. The monster felt the Great Elder's anger and did not dare to howl anymore. But he was thinking in his heart, "What should I do now? Originally, I could have said that I could still serve the Great Elder. Unfortunately, the Great Elder cut off my last escape route. No matter what, I have to fight no matter what." The monster calmed down the fear in its heart. Great Elder Rongjin, the younger one, has always followed the older elder without any regrets. It is indeed the villain's fault that things went wrong this time. In fact, it is not without benefit that the villain was transferred from that position. So in this way, you will not be at the forefront of the storm, nor will you be in the public light. When the time comes, you can serve the Great Elder better in the dark. I hope the Great Elder will give his subordinates another chance to make up for their mistakes. The Great Elder of Demon King Palace heard what the monster said and was a little shaken for a moment. The demonic beast stole a glance at the Elder of the Demon King's Palace and saw that the Elder of the Demon King's Palace was a little shaken and couldn't help but add to his anger. "Great Elder, the last time we encircled and suppressed the little black bee, we lost many troops and our vitality was severely damaged. Now is the time to employ people. I hope that the Great Elder will give me another chance. I will go through fire and water for the Great Elder, and I will not hesitate to do so." The Elder of the Demon King's Hall closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Now, he could go down the steps and accept the request of this monster. After thinking about it like this, he made up his mind. Opening his eyes again, a ray of light emitted from his eyes. Then, his eyes fell on the monster beast again. He looked up and down, and then he said, "Okay, since you are unwilling to leave my elder's side, I agree to your request. However, if you make such a low-level mistake again, not only do you make it but are also caught by other monsters, then this elder I won't show mercy, and even if I want to ask for mercy, I have no chance." When the monster heard what the Great Elder said, it couldn't help but be ecstatic. It walked through the gate of H.L. and survived again, and shed some tears for a while. The Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace looked at the agitated monster. "This elder is unprecedented. I have given you a chance. Therefore, I can warn you that if you show off that I let you go, I will never let you go easily. Do you understand?" The demonic beast nodded in agreement. And then the Great Elder of the Demon King Palace moved his front foot to let the violent demonic beast go down. The monster got the pardon and left the Demon King's Palace as if it was running away. The Elder of the Demon King's Palace looked at the retreating figure of the monster and couldn't help but rub his slightly aching head. At this moment, Qin Feng had no idea what was happening in the Demon King's Palace. He had already rushed to the inner perimeter. The inner perimeter of the Xuanwu Forest was different from the monster beasts on the outer perimeter. As soon as he entered the Xuanwu Forest, Qin Feng felt something was wrong. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. "Ding! We found a large number of monsters 2,000 meters ahead. Host, please pay attention. Ding! We found a large number of monsters 2 kilometers to the side. Please pay attention to the host." As soon as the monsters in the Xuanwu Forest sensed that a foreign monster had entered the Xuanwu Forest, they looked at Qin Feng eagerly. Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder why he caused a stir as soon as he entered the Xuanwu Forest. At this time, some monsters couldn't resist their inner impulses and walked out gracefully from behind the banyan tree and came to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took a closer look and saw that it was an earth bear with the 7th level mirror of earth martial arts. This earth bear was somewhat different from other earth bears. Generally, the earth bears had brown fur, but this earth bear had brown fur. The bear has black hair all over his body, without any stray hairs. His body is much larger than the average earth bear. Qin Feng looked up and down at the earth bear. "Why are you blocking my way?" The earth bear roared angrily and patted his chest with its huge bear paws, then roared out at Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the earth bear with some disgust and felt a lot of saliva spurting towards him. Chapter 216, Distinguishing Male and Female. The Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace released the monster beast unprecedentedly. However, before releasing the monster beast, the Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace threatened him again before he gave up. Qin Feng, who was on a mission in the Xuanwu Forest, was blocked by an earth bear. Qin Feng looked at the earth bear and was a little confused for a moment. When he asked why the earth bear blocked his way, Qin Feng was answered by the earth bear's roars. Qin Feng looked at the saliva spewing out from the roar. I felt a little disgusted, so I immediately ran away to the side. Qin Feng's original action of avoiding the earth bear's saliva made the earth bear think that this was an alien monster, a little black bee. Facing his roaring demonstration, he felt fear in his heart. so he moved aside to avoid it. If Chen Feng knew the Earth Bear's inner thoughts at this time, he would definitely beat him up. The Earth Bear finished his demonstration and then said, "Foreign monsters, this is no place for you. You should run away for your life." Right? When Chen Feng heard these words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he felt a little funny in his heart. But he also knew why the Great Elder of the Demon King Palace chose this task. As long as foreign monsters enter the Xuanwu Forest, the monsters in the forest will move in full force, and they may not necessarily come to attack you at any time. As for why Chen Feng didn't suspect that these monsters were bribed by the Elder of the Bloodthirsty Hall, that's because since Chen Feng entered the Xuanwu Forest, Chen Feng felt that the demands in the Xuanwu Forest did not have murderous intentions for him. All they had for Chen Feng was curious. Moreover, in the eyes of such a simple monster like the Earth Bear, Chen Feng did not see the intention to kill him. Chen Feng only saw the endless fighting spirit in the eyes of the Earth Bear. In the Xuanwu Forest, facing waves of attacks, Chen Feng was fearless. However, the Demon King's palace was given only 2 days to not only pass through the siege of the monsters, but also to complete the task. The task can be described as extremely difficult. If he fails to complete the task, the Great Elder of the Demon King's palace will naturally have an excuse to drive him out of the Demon King's palace. If he dies in the siege of these monsters, he can only blame himself for his unlucky and lack of ability. Naturally, there will be no monsters to help him. Complaining about his grievances will only cost him his life. Chen Feng's eyes revealed a sinister energy as he thought to himself, "What you have given me, Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall, I have remembered in my mind. Just wait for my endless revenge." Even if Chen Feng thinks like this, he can't change the facts before him and can only deal with the situation in front of him helplessly. Chen Feng looked at the Earth Bear and couldn't help but sneered. "You monster beast is really arrogant. Before the fight even started, you asked me to run for my life. How did you know that it was not you who was running for my life, but me?" The Earth Bear's temper was always ignited. But now that he heard Chen Feng's sarcastic words, he couldn't help but feel the true anger burning in his heart. "Your external demands this time are really outrageous. So there's nothing to say. Let's just fight it out." Chen Feng looked at the Earth Bear and suddenly wanted to tease him. "There is no need to fight between males and females. I am inherently male, and you and I don't know." The monsters in the dark surrounding heard Chen Feng's words and couldn't help but snicker secretly in their hearts. The Earth Bear was slightly stunned and didn't react for a moment. The meaning of Chen Feng's words made him even more angry when he reacted. "Shameless beast! You are the female!" Chen Feng's eyes showed a smile. "In that case, let's have a test." The Earth Bear roared angrily and said, "That's what I mean. Come on!" Rage of Raging Rock. I saw the bear of the earth slapping its chest and chest with its huge bare paws, and its roars continued to ring in Chen Feng's ears. The violent energy of the Earth Bear is surging more and more. Around the Earth Bear, there seemed to be countless violent winds, whistling and rotating, constantly sweeping up the surrounding sand and stones. Forming blocks of a huge rock appeared in front of the Earth Bear, and there seemed to be violent anger attached to the rock, constantly burning the rock. The Earth Bear shouted loudly, "Kill!" The boulders in front of the Earth Bear seemed to have spirituality. After hearing his shouts, they headed straight towards Chen Feng in an indescribable trajectory. At this moment, countless flames seemed to be surging in the blood-red eyes of the Earth Bear, and the flames seemed to be mixed with a violent aura. Chen Feng looked at the menacing skills and was not panicked at all. After all, his realm was in the divine martial mirror. In his eyes, these boulders did not pose a threat to him at all, and the speed of the rock slowed down infinitely in his eyes. Slowed down, and slowed down again. Chen Feng couldn't help lowering his head as if nothing had happened, and touched the bee's chin with his front foot, as if he was meditating, admiring the dazzling beauty of the rock, and studying the trajectory of the rock. The Earth Bear didn't see the look of fear in Chen Feng's eyes. For a moment, he was a little curious and thought to himself, "What kind of state is this alien monster? The little black bee?" Faced with my attack, it didn't show any fear at all, and it still looked confident and leisurely. This is really interesting. Seeing the Earth Bear's skill coming before his eyes, Chen Feng looked at the skill seriously, and his eyes focused. Xianquan technique. The Earth Bear looked at Chen Feng, who could change his face faster than turning the pages of a book. For a moment, he looked at Chen Feng with even more interest. After that, he saw Chen Feng disappear in front of his eyes in an instant. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at the place where Chen Feng disappeared in surprise, and then looked around vigilantly, looking for Chen Feng's figure. Qin Feng used the Qianquan technique and arrived at the side of the earth bear in an instant. Xinwu sword shadow. I saw sword shadows appearing from all directions. Qin Feng knew that this earth bear had no ill intentions, so he did not use any killing moves. The sword shadow drew countless rays of cold light and rushed towards the earth bear. When the earth bear heard the wind whistling from all around, it opened its eyes wide in horror, as if it was unbelievable. But it was too late for the earth bear to hide at this moment. Countless sword shadows had blocked all the earth bear's escape routes. The earth bear secretly said, "My life is at stake." Ever since, he gave up the struggle and could only close his eyes helplessly. The demonic beasts hiding in the dark around the capital saw such a dangerous situation and couldn't help but sweat for the earth bear. But a closer look showed that the earth bear had given up the struggle and couldn't help but feel a thump in their hearts. The bear felt regretful. Those monster beasts saw Qin Feng standing on the side of the earth bear, and their eyes revealed a look of hatred. If their eyes could kill Qin Feng, they would be bound to stab Qin Feng with countless pairs of eyes, hole after hole, until Qin Feng was killed. Chapter 217, Simple Trouble. On his way to Xuanwu Forest to perform his mission, Qin Feng encountered an obstacle. An earth bear bravely blocked his way. Qin Feng was helpless and could only compete with him. The earth bear released his skills first, but Qin Feng used Qianquan technique to avoid the attack of his skills, and then released the Xinwu sword shadow. The Xinwu sword shadow blocked all the earth bear's escape routes, and the earth bear could only behave, waiting for death to come. The divine sword shadow came to the side of the earth bear in an instant. The earth bear could hear the sword shadow carrying the wind whistling around him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, his heart was so peaceful. There is no regret for challenging Qin Feng, and there is no fear of death. These emotions cannot be seen in such a simple earth bear. At this time, the shadow of the Xinwu sword had fallen, and the pain that the earth bear imagined did not come. The earth bear couldn't help but wonder, thinking to himself, "Is it possible that death is so simple and painless at all?" The earth bear quietly opened one eye, and then closed it again, as if he was afraid of seeing himself lying in a pool of blood. At this time, Qin Feng had already used Qianquan technique to return to the original place. Seeing the earth bear's expression and movements, he couldn't help but laugh. "Open your eyes and look at the H.L. in front of you." The earth bear couldn't help but wonder when he heard such a strange yet familiar voice. "Hey, why is that alien monster Little Black Wind here? Could it be that after I stepped into the underworld, the monsters in the Xuanwu forest swarmed up and chopped the Little Black Bee into thousands of pieces to avenge me? Why? Doesn't it feel a little impossible?" The earth bear was curious in his heart and wanted to find out. He couldn't help opening his closed eyes. The dazzling sunlight shone in his eyes, making it difficult to see clearly what was in front of him. The earth bear couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Hey, why is there still sun on this Wanghuan road? It's really strange. Could it be that the H.L. in our imagination is not that scary, but like the Xuanwu forest? This is really good." Qin Feng couldn't help laughing when he heard what the earth bear said to himself. The monsters hiding in the dark also came out at this moment. As soon as they came out, they heard the earth bear's words and were helpless. He touched his forehead and felt a desire to collapse. For a moment, he wanted to retreat into the darkness and express that he did not recognize this bear of the earth. The earth bear adapted for a while, then looked around again, and saw a group of monsters around it. It couldn't help but open its mouth in surprise. "Why did you come down too? Haven't you all been killed by this little black bee in front of you? You have gone through several rounds with him. Every round I go through under his hands makes me feel very proud of my own strength. It's disappointing." When the monster beasts saw the earth bear, they became nervous again. They couldn't help rolling their eyes, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. The earth bear looked at the expressions of those monster beasts, tilted his head, and looked at them with some confusion. "Why are you rolling your eyes? Is there something wrong with what I said? Tell me what's wrong. Why are you just doing nothing?" When Qin Feng saw this, he looked like he was watching a good show, and had no intention of uncovering the confusion in the earth bear's eyes. At this time, a monster finally walked out of the Teen Weekly and said, "Bear of the Earth, could you please grow your brain? Please? Do you think H.L. will look like the Xuanwu forest?" The earth bear nodded angrily, took a peek at the livid face of the monster beast, and whispered, "Maybe that's the case. No monster has ever seen the true appearance of H.L. The monster was so angry that it pointed its front paws at the earth bear. You are really pissing me off. Look around you, and then look at this little black bee in front of you. This is obviously the real world, and you are still alive. The Earth Bear looked suspiciously at the monster beast. How is it possible? This little black bee's attack is so fast and fierce that I can't dodge it. How can I still be alive? The monster's face was as clear as day, and it really wanted to go up and wake up the Earth Bear. Hit yourself and see if it hurts. The Earth Bear looked at the monster with innocent eyes, nodded, and told him to slap it hard. Hey, it doesn't hurt. He didn't hear it, but a scream of pain sounded in the ears of the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear looked in front of him, and saw that the forehead of the monster beast was struck like this by the Earth Bear's huge paw. Shoot! In an instant, a big bag was photographed. A bear was not afraid of death, and looked at the monster beast with cautious eyes. Does it hurt? The monster was furious. What do you think? I asked you to take pictures of yourself, but I didn't let you take pictures of me. Can you open your eyes and watch? If you don't come, I will do it for you. The Earth Bear shook his head hastily. No, I'll do it myself. I saw the Earth Bear raised its huge bear paw again. The monster couldn't help but take a step back, and the other monsters did the same. The Earth Bear opened its huge eyes and pointed its paw towards. He patted his own cheek. The Earth Bear was talking to himself again. It doesn't hurt. The Earth Bear's palm made no sound, so it certainly didn't hurt. When the monster beast heard what the Earth Bear said, its eyes were on fire with anger, and it couldn't help but jump forward. There was a loud snap, and all the monster beasts, and even Chen Feng, closed their eyes. Just because this slap was so loud, it hurt just to hear it. The Earth Bear only felt a pain in his cheek, and then he lost consciousness. At this time, when he looked at the Earth Bear, his face was already swollen. Yes, like a bun. After the monster beast finished beating it, he said angrily, Does it hurt? The Earth Bear was confused for a while, and nodded subconsciously. The anger in the monster's eyes also disappeared a lot. Now believe that this is the real world. The Earth Bear nodded and shook his head. Because his face was swollen, it was a little difficult to speak. If you didn't listen carefully, it would be difficult to hear what he said. Where are those sword shadows? How could they not hit me? The monster looked at the ground and said, Lower your head and look at the holes on the ground. I saw countless dense holes lined up around the Earth Bear. Those holes were the traces left by the sword shadow. When the Earth Bear saw this, I realized that I was really alive. The monster beast looked at the sober look in the Earth Bear's eyes and continued. Please show mercy to the little black bee in front of you. Otherwise, these sword shadows will all be nailed to your body and poke hundreds of holes in your body. When Chen Feng heard this, he pretended to be serious, but at this moment, his heart was in turmoil. Chapter 218, Entering the Demon Cave for the first time. On the way to perform his mission in the Xuanwu Forest, Chen Feng encountered the Earth Bear blocking his way. He had no choice but to fight with it. However, Chen Feng did not want to kill him here. Therefore, the skills released were a few points away, and the skills were released. They all fell on the ground around the Earth Bear, leaving traces of sword shadows. This allowed the Earth Journey to escape. But a series of ridiculous things happened. The Earth Bear never believed that he was still alive despite facing so many attacks. After some explanation, the Earth Bear finally believed it. Chen Feng had a panoramic view of the whole process. In order to show his deepness, Chen Feng did not laugh uproariously. He could only hold back the smile in his body. Therefore, Chen Feng felt that he had suppressed his internal injuries. However, there was something in his eyes. Can't hide that endless smile. The Earth Bear knew the whole story, and could not help but feel admiration and gratitude towards Chen Feng. After all, it was better to die than to live. Since he could survive, why would he choose the path of death? The Earth Bear couldn't help but look at Chen Feng and said, Thank you for your mercy. Chen Feng still had his mission in his mind, waved his hand and said, You're welcome. I know you don't mean any harm, and I have no enmity with you, and I won't kill you. I hope you won't block my way. I have important things to do. The Earth Bear couldn't help but look ashamed and got out of the way. Where are you going? Sir? Do you want me to give you a ride? Let's show my kindness by letting this villain live. Chen Feng glanced at the Earth Bear and shook his head slightly. No need. I can go there by myself. As a result, the vibrating wings immediately flew away into the distance. The Earth Bear looked at Chen Feng's retreating figure, and the admiration in his heart was beyond words. Chen Feng's journey was smooth. When entering the core area, in order to avoid trouble, Chen Feng constantly used the system to avoid the monsters. In this way, it didn't take long before we arrived at the Demon's Cave. The Demon's Cave was in a cave under the cliff. This cave was obscured by the surrounding bushes and weeds. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it. Qin Feng came here. It took me a long time to find it. Qin Feng looked around and found no traces of monsters. System, summon the glorious worker bees. In an instant, the system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The glorious worker bees were summoned successfully. Please pay attention to the host. As soon as the system's voice fell, the figures of the glorious worker bees appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. In this way, he saved a lot of energy. Qin Feng looked at the glorious worker bees in front of him. Today, I need one of you to dare to go forward and defeat the monsters in the cave. After entering the cave, you must be as careful and vigilant as possible. Do you understand? The glorious worker bees said immediately. Understood. Afterwards, Qin Feng pushed aside the weeds and bushes in front of the cave. Since Qin Feng and the Guangya worker bees were smaller, they only opened a gap and got in. What Qin Feng didn't know was that after they left, a large group of monster beasts heard the shouts and felt the unfamiliar atmosphere. They came running towards them, but they never expected to rush into the air. They looked around and saw that there was no sign of any monsters. They couldn't help but wonder, but they had no choice but to scatter and leave. At this moment, Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees into the demon cave. Qin Feng only felt a cold breath coming from the demon cave. Qin Feng couldn't help but shudder, because it was too dark in the demon cave. Qin Feng could not see the way forward. The way. Qin Feng pondered for a long time, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He vaguely remembered that among the treasures he had searched, there seemed to be a luminous pearl. Qin Feng immediately took out the object and illuminated the cave for a moment. All around the cave was black. He didn't know if it was the color of the rock itself or if it was contaminated with something. With the luminosity of a pig, looking far into the distance, all you can see is a black ocean, as if there is a demon living in it. Qin Feng waved his front foot and asked some of the glory worker bees to stay at the entrance of the cave to prevent other monsters from raiding, while he took some of the glory worker bees deep into the demon cave. Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to fly along the direction of the corridor. The further they flew inside, the colder they felt. Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder if there was a devil flower or a one-horned black snake here. So, he felt in his heart thinking, is it possible that this is a trap designed by the Great Elder? Is it possible that I fell into the trap? What exactly is here? It's so cold. Not long after, as if echoing the answer in Qin Feng's heart, the coldness ahead had reached its extreme. However, Qin Feng and the glorious worker bees could not bear it. Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to fly out of the corridor. Only then did I see Minkri's true appearance. I saw that this was a huge hollow cave. In this cave, everything was a sea of ice. There were ice cones on the rock wall above the cave. The ice cones were like a mirror, reflecting Qin Feng and the glorious worker bees. Looking at their figures, Qin Feng looked far into the distance and found a spring in the endless ice. Waves of cold air were constantly exuding from the spring. Qin Feng felt the cold air coming and couldn't help shivering, thinking to himself, this is a world of ice. How can there be monsters here? And how can there be devil flowers here? Qin Feng sighed helplessly, secretly complaining about his bravery. But since he accepted the task, it was impossible to give up. After all, the reward for completing this task was quite generous. Qin Feng looked back at the dazzling worker bees. A group of 10 radiant worker bees are looking around, looking for the protagonist. The targets are the one-horned black snake and the devil flower. Once they are found, they will immediately notify me through the system. Yes. Then, the glorious worker bees took action, and the buzzing sound continued to sound in the devil's cave. Qin Feng looked around, looking at the lifeless demon's cave. He couldn't feel the danger here at all, and he didn't know why it was called the demon's cave. However, even if he no longer felt the danger, Qin Feng still looked around with vigilance, because sometimes danger existed invisibly. The less dangerous a place is, the more dangerous it may be. Qin Feng searched for a long time, but there was no trace of him. Qin Feng thought to himself, is it possible that we are in the wrong place? No. This is clearly shown on the map. Just be patient and search for it. Qin Feng made up his mind and continued to search, but still found no results. System, help me deliver the message to all the glorious worker bees, asking them to return to their original positions immediately and stand by. The system voice sounded. Ding! The message was successfully transmitted. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng couldn't help but summon the glorious worker bees sent out through the system. Chapter 219, Changes in the Demon Cave. After Chen Feng said goodbye to the Earth Bear, he arrived at the core area of the Xuanwu forest without any hindrance. Not long after, Chen Feng carefully searched and found the magic cave hidden among the bushes and weeds. After that, Chen Feng summoned the glory worker bees and led some of them into the demon cave through the corridor. However, when he first entered the demon cave was a world of ice. Chen Feng asked all the glory worker bees to go and look for it, but found nothing. So they sent a message through the system to let them come back. Just when all the glorious worker bees gathered together, a change occurred in the cave. The cave seemed to be shaken by an earthquake, and the surrounding ice continued to fall downwards. Chen Feng saw this situation, couldn't help but immediately let all the monsters retreat into the corridor to prevent being injured by the ice in the devil's cave. When Chen Feng led all the glorious worker bees to retreat into the corridor, Chen Feng unexpectedly discovered that the vibrations in the devil's cave did not affect the corridor at all. There was no trembling feeling in the corridor, as if there was an invisible force. The energy separated the mushrooms from the swimming lanes, leaving all the vibrations in the devil's cave. Chen Feng couldn't help but secretly marveled. Chen Feng turned his gaze to the demon cave again, and he couldn't help but be shocked by what he saw. I saw that all the ice in the devil's cave was constantly melting. Even the ice cubes that fell from the rock wall were still melting when they landed on the ground. Some of the ice cubes that were not shaken down by the vibration were firmly fixed. The ice cubes firmly attached to the rock wall are also constantly melting. The melted ice turned into clear spring water, which exuded a fragrant fragrance. Then, there seemed to be magma boiling the fragrant spring water under the spring water. Slowly, the spring water in the demon cave seemed to have reached a certain degree of heat, was boiling continuously. And Chen Feng, who was in the corridor, could feel the heat emanating from the boiling water. At this time, a change occurred. The boiling water in the devil's cave formed a vortex from the center. This vortex continued to spread from the center to the surroundings, getting bigger and bigger, until all the water in the devil's cave was turned into a whirlpool. A part of it then rotated faster and faster, as if it was trying to cool the boiling water again. The clear spring water seemed to be polluted by something. The color gradually became darker, and then became darker and darker. It was as black as if ink had dripped into it. Chen Feng looked carefully and found that the black was mixed with a deep hair, black and cyan. But the dark cyan is more similar to black, so it is covered by black. Gradually, the intensity of the whirlpool became smaller and smaller, as if it had returned to calm. However, the black water exuded a foul smell, which was in sharp contrast to the fragrance of the spring water just now. The stench continued to flow into Chen Feng's nose. Chen Feng rolled his eyes and fainted. At this time, from the stinking black water, a snake-like monster with a dark green body emerged. I saw that this monster beast was covered with scales. On his forehead, there was a pair of deer-like horns. It poked its head out of the water and kept spitting out snake letters for dragons and flying dragons. A roar like Lin Feilin spread throughout the devil's cave. And then, with his crimson eyes, he kept scanning the surroundings. Chen Feng watched carefully and thought to himself, "This is a one-horned black snake. It is obviously the nine-nether demonic Jiao." From the roaring sound, it can be seen that his realm is in the 7th level mirror of Shenwu. However, the roar is no less than the 7th level mirror of Shenwu. Chen Feng couldn't help but sweat for himself, thinking to himself, "Great Elder, you are really vicious. I don't believe you didn't know the situation here. You just tampered with the information on the task list. It's really greasy. I, Chen Feng, have written this down, and I will let you know. The consequences of offending me are serious." Chen Feng looked at the monster with sinister eyes. At this moment, he already knew that he had been trapped. However, it was too late to escape at this time, because the nine-nether demon cult had discovered his relationship with the Guangyu worker bees. Therefore, Chen Feng could only lead the glorious worker bees to fight. After a long time, Chen Feng adapted to the foul smell of the black water, and then he flew out of the corridor together with the glorious workers. The nine-nether demonic Jiao and Chen Feng looked at each other. Neither one wanted to be outdone, and both wanted to overwhelm the other with their momentum. Chen Feng felt his momentum carefully. At this moment, he already felt that the actual strength of this nine-nether demonic Jiao was at least at the 9th level of Shenwu Mirror. If it were an ordinary monster beast that re-entered the 7th level of Shenwu Mirror, Chen Feng was confident that he could defeat him. However, there has been a legend since ancient times that a snake turns into a dragon in 500 years, and a dragon in 1,000 years. In other words, this dragon has lived for an unknown number of years. His strength has accumulated over the years. But for some reason, he still remains at Shenwu, the realm of the sevenfold mirror. A solemn look appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. And when the nine-nether demonic dragon looked at Qin Feng's small figure in front of him, he dared to look at him and compete with him. And he couldn't help but feel surprised. Little Black Bee, where did you come from? Why are you here? Do you know that this is my territory? Not a place for you to run wild. Qin Feng heard these words and thought to himself, this nine-nether demonic dragon. Since I say so, why not deal with it? Maybe I can get out of the demonic cave without using it to fight this terrifying monster. Qin Feng cleared his throat and said, I didn't mean to disturb your rest. I am a member of the Bloodthirsty Hall, and I am here to perform a mission. My mission is to go to the demon cave and pick the demon flower. Therefore, I entered here by mistake and disturbed you. We'll leave immediately. There seemed to be strands of light flashing in the blood-red eyes of the nine-nether demonic dragon. Demon cave? Did you know that there are 2 demon caves in this Xuanwu forest? The 2 demon caves are in similar locations. One is hidden among the bushes and weeds, and the other is halfway up the cliff. Since the fact that you are here means that we are destined. So why not just stay here? Qin Feng immediately shook his head and said, that's no need. I have to go to complete the mission. So it's inconvenient to stay any longer. As a result, Qin Feng winked at the glorious worker bees and told them to leave here quickly. Just when Qin Feng and the Guangyu worker bees were about to leave, the nine-nether demonic dragon exuded a fierce aura and said to Qin Feng, Little Black Bee, did I ask you to leave? I told you to stay here. But don't skip the toast or eat the fine wine. I let you stay here because I'm keeping an eye on you. Don't use any forceful means that I asked you to do. Leaving you here forcefully. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he looked at the nine-nether demonic dragon. Excuse me. Why do you leave me here? The nine-nether demonic dragon looked at Qin Feng with disdain. You are right here. Of course you have to do my thing obediently. Chapter 229 Nether Demonic Jiao. Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to the demon cave. But he never expected to encounter the 9 nether demon Jiao. The strength of the 9 nether demon cult is really terrifying. Qin Feng really didn't want to fight with it for this task. Not to mention the loss of troops and generals. It would also be delayed the time for Qin Feng to complete the task. At the same time, Qin Feng also learned the truth. That is, there were 2 demon caves in these wooden forests. However, Qin Feng forced his way into another demon cave that contained high-level monsters according to the map. The 9 nether demon Jiao in this devil's cave wants to keep Qin Feng and his glorious worker bees here. And the purpose is to use Qin Feng as his own food. When Qin Feng heard what the 9 nether demon Jiao said, he couldn't help but get angry. Although the 9 nether demon Jiao was at a high level and powerful, Qin Feng was not a vegetarian. As long as he blocked Qin Feng's way, Qin Feng would treat him as a stumbling block to the peak of bee life. Qin Feng's eyes when he looked at the 9 nether demonic dragon were extremely cold. And there was still a trace of murderous intent. Are you really going to do this? You must leave me here without giving me a way out. The 9 nether demonic dragon looked at Qin Feng with disdain, and couldn't help but sneer. In front of me, you are just an ant. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will disappear from this world immediately. Qin Feng's eyes were even colder, like 3 feet of ice in the snowy sky. Even the 9 nether demon Jiao felt the coldness and fierce murderous intent in Qin Feng's eyes, and couldn't help but take a step back. Then don't blame me. You and I are deadlocked, and no one will be able to take advantage of you. Maybe you will die here. Jiao demonic dragon reacted in an instant. He was actually a little afraid of this little black bee. He suddenly felt that he had lost face and thought to himself, a small black bee with the 9th level mirror of the earth martial arts can have such great momentum and killing intent. However, I, a monster with the 7th level mirror of the divine martial arts, can even fight against the monsters with the 9th level mirror of the divine martial arts. I was forced to retreat out of fear, which really angered me. At this moment, the 9 nether demonic dragon looked at Qin Feng with a somewhat cold look, as if they were secretly competing. Little black bee, you are really arrogant and crowded to the extreme. You dare to say such big words, and you don't even look at your own strength. You, a monster with a 9th level mirror of earthly martial arts, dare to challenge me, a 7th level mirror of divine martial arts. You are really impatient. But whatever. I will let you know that the gap in strength cannot be made up by bragging. When Qin Feng heard what the 9 nether demon Jiao said, he couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart. If Qin Feng was really a monster with the Jiao mirror, he would naturally not dare to say such big words. Unfortunately, he was not. He had the guts to say it. It's not as simple as just talking. Qin Feng looked at the nine-nether demonic dragon with mockery in his eyes. Stop whining. I still have important things to do. If you need to do something, hurry up. Qin Feng's behavior completely angered the nine-nether demon Jiao. His blood-red eyes suddenly changed into navy blue. The navy blue was mixed with traces of red. Like a whirlpool, spitting continuously in his eyes. With Netherworld Vortex, the nine-nether demonic Jiao shouted loudly, and saw the surrounding black water exuding a fishy smell. It spun around with the nine-nether demonic Jiao as the center, spinning faster and faster. And then, around the huge whirlpool, several small ones scattered. The whirlpool, the black water in the whirlpool, boiled more and more, and the temperature in the Devil's Cave suddenly rose, as if Qin Feng and the Guangyu worker bees were being roasted and charred. However, the nine-nether demonic dragon remained motionless within it, opening its bloody mouth and heading straight for Qin Feng. Facing such a fierce attack, Qin Feng showed no signs of panic. Shenwu Sword Shadow. I saw sword shadows, like arrows leaving the string, heading straight for the huge whirlpool of the nine-nether demonic Jiao from all directions. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to use the Qiankuan technique to teleport to the center of the vortex and directly kill the nine-nether demonic Jiao. Kill. However, if Qin Feng does this, he will be detained by the power in the whirlpool. Once he enters, it will be difficult to come out. Even if he uses the Qiankuan technique, it will be difficult to come out instantly. Moreover, the black water is highly toxic, and he may be injured by then. It's Qin Feng. Secondly, the smell of this black water is really hard to praise. Even if Qin Feng holds his breath, he can feel the smell. At this time, the sword shadow collided with the black water. The black water was as hard as a sword. When it collided with the sword shadow and created countless sparks, I never thought that the black water would have a corrosive effect. The shadow of the sword slashed on it, and was constantly being worn away. The shadow of the sword continued to reduce bit by bit until it disappeared. Qin Feng looked at the huge whirlpool, and couldn't help but feel horrified. The nine-nether demonic dragon looked at Qin Feng's horrified eyes, and couldn't help laughing wildly. Little black bee, you didn't expect that with your little strength. You want to defeat me. Just dream. Otherwise, if you try harder, this powerless attack is just to tickle me. The rampant laughter of the nine-nether demonic dragon spread throughout the entire demon cave. Qin Feng secretly gritted his teeth and kept using the Shenwu Sword Shadow to attack the black water. Water droplets could penetrate stone. Qin Feng also believed that his attacks could penetrate the black water. Anyway, his skills had no cooling time. The nine-nether demonic dragon stayed in the center of the whirlpool, with a sarcastic expression on his face, waiting for Qin Feng's attack. At this time, Qin Feng had a flash of inspiration and seemed to have thought of something. The earth groans, with Qin Feng as the center. The thunder attack seemed to create circles of ripples, radiating out in all directions. Black water can conduct electricity. As soon as the thunder attack touched the black water, it rushed towards the nine-nether demonic Jiao from all sides with thunderous momentum. The nine-nether demonic dragon felt numb all over and could not muster any strength. After that, he collapsed in the demon cave. The surrounding whirlpool formed by black water dissipated all of a sudden and fell next to the nine-nether demon Jiao. The falling black water bought the nine-nether demon Jiao some time. Therefore, it was difficult for Qin Feng to use the Qiankuan technique. Attack again. Qin Feng sighed regretfully. The nine-nether demonic Jiao is suspended on top of the black water, and the black water is constantly beside the nine-nether demonic Jiao, as if it has turned into a gentle hand, constantly stroking the nine-nether demonic Jiao. The anesthesia effect on the nine-nether demonic Jiao gradually disappeared. Qin Feng was not relieved and released the earth meditation again. The nine-nether demonic Jiao became numb again and lost its strength. The nine-nether demonic dragon roared feebly, as if the ferocious tiger turned into a docile cat, and looked at Qin Feng with amusement. Qin Feng heard the roaring sound and secretly took a peek at the nine-nether demonic dragon. What's wrong? You said it was just a daydream that I could defeat you with my strength. But now you are suppressed by me. How do you feel? Are you unhappy? Are you thinking about it so much? What a pity. What a pity. Jiao demonic dragon glanced at Qin Feng with some frustration. Can we stop fighting now and let me take a breath? You are using such a despicable attack. It's just a shame. If you have the ability, let's have a fair and open competition. Chapter 221 The Bone-Eroding Suction. Qin Feng and Jiao Demon Jiao didn't agree with each other. They fought together. Jiao Demon Jiao released his own skills. Qin Feng used Shenwu Sword Shadow to fight against it. But he never expected that Shenwu's sword shadow didn't make any progress. Qin Feng could only find another way. Think of other ways. Qin Feng looked at the black water surrounding the 9 nether demonic Jiao. And he had a flash of inspiration. And he thought of a plan. He seemed to release his earthly groan. And the thunder attack passed through the black water and directly attacked the 9 nether demonic Jiao from all directions. Unaware of the situation, the 9 nether demonic dragon felt numb all over his body. The skills surrounding him dissipated, and the black water fell into the devil's cave, while the 9 nether demonic dragon also floated on the water. Qin Feng just felt uneasy and released his skills from time to time, making it difficult for the 9 nether demonic Jiao to have room to breathe. The 9 nether demonic dragon could only be defeated. When Qin Feng heard the words of the 9 nether demonic dragon, he couldn't help but snicker to himself. How is it possible to let you take a breath? If you take a breath, wouldn't it mean that I would be passive? For me, this is not cost-effective at all. Hearing this, the 9 nether demonic dragon's eyes became sharp, and he glared at Qin Feng angrily. Do you really want to kill them all like this? Qin Feng glanced at him and touched his chin, with a look of disdain on his face. Kill them all? With this, you think you have killed them all? At the beginning, you said you would keep me here forever and become your food. If I am not strong enough and my skills are not strong enough, I will not be able to compete with you. Your skills are incompatible. So at this moment, did I enter your belly? At that time, did you ever think about letting me go? Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh, and the sound seemed to come from all directions in the devil's cave. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Just go. This can also reduce some pain. When the 9 nether demonic dragon heard Qin Feng's words, his eyes became even more blood-red, as if he was about to bleed. If you don't let me go, I won't make it easy for you. I saw the 9 nether demonic dragon forcibly overcoming the anesthesia of the thunder attack, a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of its mouth, and roaring again and again. Bone-corroding suction. Qin Feng heard the roar of the 9 nether demonic dragon, and his heart tightened, and he couldn't scream secretly. This happened in just a moment. At this moment, Qin Feng wanted to release the earth's groan, and use the anesthesia effect of the thunder attack to kill the 9 nether demon. It is impossible for the dragon to hit him so hard that he has no power to fight back. The 9 nether demonic dragon released his skills again, and the black water next to the 9 nether demonic dragon formed a whirlpool with it as its center. However, this vortex is different from the one that attacked Qin Feng before. Although this vortex is constantly rotating, the black water in the vortex continues to flow into the body of the 9 nether demonic Jiao, and the black water continues to decrease, until it disappeared completely. Then, the 9 nether demonic dragon roared. The roar sounded like pain and relief, and it sounded very complicated. At this time, the body of the 9 nether demonic Jiao absorbed too much black water, and the body continued to swell. His lower body was also exposed due to the lack of black water. Qin Feng looked at the 9 nether demonic Jiao with a look of horror. Color. It didn't take long for the 9 nether demonic dragon to grow more than 5 times, and gradually stopped growing. At this moment, looking at this devil's cave again, the space became extremely small due to the growth of the 9 nether demonic dragon. After that, the 9 nether demonic dragon roared angrily, opened its bloody mouth, and released strong suction force from the bloody mouth. And the suction force was also mixed with bursts of stench. Qin Feng only felt that the strong suction force kept pulling his body towards its mouth. Qin Feng's face showed a look of horror. He knew that if he was sucked into the mouth by the suction force of the 9 nether demonic Jiao, he would be in danger of death. Students. Qin Feng tried hard to stabilize his body. The glorious worker bees behind them didn't know well, and immediately grabbed the body of their own king. They lined up in a row, and the last one tightly grabbed the rock wall on the devil's cave. At this moment, the rock wall on the devil's cave. Unfortunately, the suction force was too strong. Even so, Qin Feng moved forward bit by bit. Qin Feng knew that procrastinating like this was not the answer, and his mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about countermeasures. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration occurred, and Qin Feng remembered his skill, the clone technique, and he thought to himself, this 9 nether demonic dragon only wants its own life. As long as it sucks itself into its mouth, it should stop its suction power. Qin Feng made up his mind and unleashed his skills. Clone technique. Qin Feng only felt a pain in his body, and a black bee that was exactly like himself separated from his body. Qin Feng only felt that he and this black bee had these vague connections, as if they were related by blood, and they seemed to have the same person. However, as soon as this black bee appeared, It was sucked into its mouth by the powerful suction force of the 9 nether demonic dragon. After that, the 9 nether demonic dragon only felt that Chen Feng had fallen into his mouth. So he stopped suctioning, looked up at the sky above the demonic cave, and laughed arrogantly. At this moment, Chen Feng's clone entered the mouth of the 9 nether demonic Jiao, followed his throat, and entered his stomach. The sour and smelly mucus in his stomach rushed in. Chen Feng's clone felt that his body was stained by the mucus, corroding it. There was a burst of pain, and Chen Feng himself also felt the pain. He was horrified and couldn't help but think in his heart, "What's going on with this skill? It's obvious that a clone is created. Logically speaking, it should only be similar to one's own self. Is there any other connection? It's possible that the loss of the clone will also cause damage to the self." Chen Feng broke into a cold sweat when he thought about it, and thought again in his mind. Isn't this just hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging yourself 800? It's not worth the gain. Chen Feng contacted the system in his mind. System, can the clone use skills? The system paused for a second and then sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The clone can use skills. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng felt relieved when he heard the system's words. The 9 nether demonic dragon said, as if talking to himself, Little Black Bee makes you rampant. I will let you know the consequences of irritating me. Didn't you say you won't let me go? Then I won't let you go. How does it feel in my belly now? I know you are unable to speak. And at this moment, you may have merged with the mucus in my stomach, or become a part of it. After that, he felt the movement of the liquid in his stomach and looked at the glorious worker bees around him and said, Your king has been eaten by me. Surrender quickly. However, none of the Guangyu worker bees cared about him, and didn't even look at him. Occasionally, a few official kills followed suit and glanced at him with strange eyes, and then looked away in an instant as if one more look will lower your IQ to average. Jiao demonic dragon was not surprised at all. He thought that the glorious worker bees were in sadness and fear, and did not dare to look at him. There was a triumphant look in their eyes. Chapter 222, Clone Technique. Facing Chen Feng's skills, the 9 nether demonic dragon had no choice but to be suppressed and beaten by Chen Feng. The 9 nether demonic dragon was annoyed and released his own skills. The surrounding black water was integrated into his body, thus creating a suction force. Facing the strong suction force, Chen Feng had no choice but to use the clone technique to make the 9 nether demonic Jiao think that he had died in his belly. When the 9 nether demonic dragon saw Chen Feng entering his belly, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and threatened the glory worker bees to surrender. However, the glory worker bees felt that this 9 nether demonic dragon seemed like an idiot, so they didn't even pay attention to him. At this moment, Chen Feng's clone kept dodging. However, his body was contaminated with too much mucus. After being corroded by the mucus, black spots appeared on his body. However, although Chen Feng escaped with his clone, he never thought that if the clone was injured, he might also be injured. Chen Feng made up his mind, released his skills, and attacked from both inside and outside. Light Shield. Chen Feng released the light shield in order to protect the clone. A transparent spherical shield appeared next to Chen Feng, and a light shield also appeared around Chen Feng's clone in the belly of the 9 nether demon Jiao, constantly resisting the 9 nether demon Jiao. The corrosion of the mucus in the stomach of the ghost dragon. The light shield and the mucus resisted each other, as if no one was willing to be outdone. The 9 nether demonic Jiao looked around, and his attention was suddenly attracted by Chen Feng. He always felt that the little black bee in front of him was somewhat familiar. It looked exactly like the little black bee that was sucked into his stomach. The 9 nether demonic Jiao couldn't help but wonder. I was thinking in my heart, that little black bee was obviously swallowed into my stomach and can't appear in front of me again. Maybe I'm too worried. These little black bees don't look any different. They just have different auras. The little black bee in front of me is more imposing than the other little black bees. Chen Feng didn't care what the 9 nether demonic dragon was thinking at this time. He focused his eyes and released another skill. Shinwu Sword Shadow. I saw countless sword shadows rushing towards the 9 nether demonic Jiao from all directions. At the same time, Chen Feng's clone also released its skills. The sword shadows spread out in all directions, with Chen Feng's clone as the center. Jiao Demon Jiao had just seen Chen Feng release his sword shadow. His eyes focused, and he already knew that this little black bee was Chen Feng. However, before Jiao Demon Jiao could say anything, he felt extremely painful in his stomach, as if he had been stabbed. Countless holes were pierced, and the huge body was constantly rolling on the ground of the devil's cave. Fortunately, there were no flowers, grass or trees around, Otherwise, they would have been destroyed by the huge body of the 9 nether demonic dragon. The Joyo Demon Jiao's body was extremely hard. The countless sword shadows released by Chen Feng kept slashing at the Joyo Demon Jiao's body. The sword shadows collided with the scales on his body, and sparks flew everywhere. However, the scales were not damaged, but the sword shadow was constantly being worn away by the scales, and then disappeared into the air. Fortunately, Chen Feng's clone entered the body of the 9 nether demonic Jiao, and continued to attack from the inside of the 9 nether demonic Jiao. No matter how strong the external defense of the 9 nether demonic Jiao was, the internal organs were extremely fragile. Chen Feng's the attack power of the clone is half of Chen Feng's own attack power. Even so, the stomach of the 9 nether demonic dragon can hardly resist the attack of Chen Feng's clone. At this moment, Chen Feng felt that the time of the light shield had almost been exhausted, so he released this skill again. Chen Feng's clone was protected by the light shield, and was not harmed at all. Because Chen Feng released his skills for a while, the 9 nether demonic dragon finally had some room to rest. The 9 nether demonic dragon slumped on the ground, and had no energy to even glare at Chen Feng. After a while, the 9 nether demonic Jiao looked at Chen Feng. One glance. Have you obviously been swallowed by me? How could you still appear in front of me? Chen Feng looked at the 9 nether demonic dragon paralyzed on the ground and sneered twice. Uh-huh. Of course I was swallowed into your belly. But the one in your belly is just my clone. The 9 nether demonic dragon couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard Chen Feng's words. Clone? How is that possible? At this time, Joyo demonic dragon finally figured out what was wrong, and also figured out why the glory worker bees were indifferent to him when he threatened him, and instead gave him a strange look. Joyo demonic dragon couldn't help but feel a little desperate. At this moment, he finally felt regret in his heart. He should not have blocked Chen Feng's way, nor should he have thought in his mind of leaving Chen Feng here forever as his food. However, there was nothing he could do to regret at this time, just because he knew that Chen Feng would not let him go. Chen Feng no longer gave the 9 nether demon Jiao time to speak, and directly released the divine martial sword shadow. He released the divine martial sword shadow from inside and outside at the same time, making the 9 nether demon Jiao miserable, rolling around, and retching from time to time, as if he wanted to spit out the Chen Feng clone in his stomach. At this moment, the 9 nether demon Jiao was in too much pain, and the mucus in his stomach kept rolling. Gradually, a cut was made by the sword shadow on the top of the Geo nether demon Jiao's huge, thick stomach, and around Chen Feng's clone covered with a spherical light shield. It flew out of the opening impatiently. Following Chen Feng's clone came out the surging mucus in his stomach. Even in the 9 nether demonic dragon's own body, the mucus spurting out from his stomach was constantly corroding the surrounding organs. Joyo demon Jiao felt pain all over his body, as if countless tiny ants were constantly eating his internal organs. At this time, he felt like he wanted to faint. However, just when Joyo demon Jiao felt that he was about to faint from the pain increased again, making his mind extremely clear. It was as if he was experiencing lish pain and the feeling it brought about, and he seemed to be experiencing Chen Feng's revenge and horror. The 9 nether demonic dragon was tortured to the point of dying. However, he could still clearly feel the pain caused by the destruction of his body and his mind. The 9 nether demonic dragon couldn't help lowering his face and begging for mercy. Stop fighting. I admit defeat. I will let you go immediately. Those who deserve revenge have already taken revenge. So please let me live. Chen Feng listened carefully to the words of the 9 nether demonic Jiao before he heard clearly what he said. Chen Feng said helplessly, I don't want to ask you to kill them all, but you swallowed my clone into your belly. In order to ensure the safety of my clone, I have no choice but to attack. Otherwise, my clone will die. I will also be injured. So I can only disembowel you and let my clone go free. When Joyo demonic dragon heard this, he felt infinitely aggrieved. It was not that he didn't want to let go of his feelings, but it was his own fault that he swallowed his clone, which caused this painful torture. When the demon dragon thought about it, he felt as if he was a heinous person. For a moment, he was speechless. Chapter 223 Saving the Clone. The 9 nether demonic dragon swallowed Chen Feng's clone into its belly. Yuan Fan was waiting for his clone to die, and he would be harmed. So he spared no effort to attack the 9 nether demonic dragon with his own clone. Inside and outside, the attack made the 9 nether demon Jiao suffer terribly, and kept begging Chen Feng for mercy. Chen Feng expressed his helplessness, and expressed his difficulties. When the 9 nether demonic dragon heard Chen Feng's difficulties, he couldn't help but feel guilty in his heart. Guilt and regret surged into his heart. After that, The nine-nether demonic dragon couldn't help but shook his head and thought about these thoughts. Throw them all away. Because this world is originally a world of the jungle. And no one is right or wrong. Now that his skills are inferior to others, he can only admit defeat. Jiao demonic dragon looked at Qin Feng's helpless look and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Little black bee, let me discuss this with you. You should not attack me. I will spit out your clone from my body. What do you think? A hint of cunning flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. However, the nine-nether demonic Jiao, who was lying on the ground weakly at this moment, did not see the hint of cunning in Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng looked at the nine-nether demonic dragon and shook his head helplessly, with a deliberately suspicious look on his face. How can I trust you? What if I don't attack you? And you kill him when my clone comes out again? Then I will be grateful? And even if I don't attack you, and my clone comes out, it will come back to bite me. So why should I bother? The nine-nether demonic dragon immediately shook his head like a wave, looked at Qin Feng, and denied it. How could I do this? I promise you that when your clone comes out, I will not attack you, nor will I bite you back. Not only that, I will also let you leave here. What do you think? Qin Feng pondered for a long time and couldn't help but tilt his head. But you haven't told me how to trust you. So how can you make me feel at ease? For so long, I have experienced countless disasters, always wandering on the edge of life and death. And every time there are many monsters like you say so and so. But in the end, you always change your mind ruthlessly and ask, how should I do it? Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the nine-nether demonic dragon, and his mind kept spinning rapidly, thinking about the reasons for Qin Feng to believe. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, Jiao demonic dragon thought of a way. So he spoke unhurriedly. Little black bee, I know you don't believe me, but don't think about it. With my current physical condition, will I still be able to fight you? Qin Feng nodded in agreement, and then couldn't help but touch his chin. Although this is true, how do I know if you are hiding your strength or other skills? When my clone comes out of your body, how can I lead my glorious worker bees all over the body and retreat? The Jiao demonic dragon's eyes revealed a look of helplessness as he thought to himself. What's wrong with this little black bee? This is too cautious. How can I deceive the little black bee's clone? Qin Feng blinked his big innocent eyes and looked at the nine-nether demonic dragon. As if waiting for his answer, the nine-nether demonic dragon looked at Qin Feng sincerely. I believe you also know the situation inside my body. If I cheat and kill your clone, you can just use your sword shadow to kill me. I don't have the power to resist anyway. You can do it easily, you can kill me, and I will bet my life. Is that okay? Qin Feng thought for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. The nine-nether demonic dragon couldn't help but open its bloody mouth, waiting for Qin Feng's clone to come out. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something and smiled awkwardly at the nine-nether demonic dragon. I just suddenly thought that my clone has left your stomach, and it is difficult to follow the original trajectory. What should I do? The nine-nether demonic dragon heard Qin Feng's words. Anger was burning in its blood-red eyes. He glared at Qin Feng fiercely, as if he wanted to eat her alive. However, at this moment, he still had Qin Feng to ask for. The nine-nether demonic dragon endured the pain. Feeling the pain and the anger in his chest, he said to Qin Feng in a good voice. How about you let your clone return to my stomach, and then come out of the body according to the original trajectory? How about this? Qin Feng shook his head and said, there is mucus in your stomach. Your mucus will corrode my clone. My clone just left. If you come out and then go back in, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? Hearing this, the nine-nether demonic dragon couldn't help but get angry again and looked at Qin Feng with gritted teeth. Then what do you think we should do now? Then, Qin Feng nodded again. It seems that this is the only way. Otherwise I can only use skills to make a big gap in your waist and break out. Then your life will be at stake. The method you mentioned is also possible. But when my clone enters your stomach, your mucus must not squirm or move. Otherwise I don't know what my clone will do. And maybe it will poke another hole in your stomach. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Jiao Demon Jiao knew that this was Qi Luolu's threat. But since his life was in Qin Feng's hands, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Qin Feng's clone just returned to the stomach of the Jiao Demon Jiao according to Qin Feng's instructions. During the process of returning to the stomach of the Jiao Demon Jiao, Qin Feng's clone did not go back obediently. It kept on him. The nine-nether demonic Jiao's screams of pain resounded as it rushed through his body. The nine-nether demonic dragon couldn't help but endure the pain and looked at Qin Feng. There was a sinister look in his eyes and a slight tremor in his voice, which seemed to be mixed with anger and pain. What is your clone doing? Qin Feng didn't feel any guilt at all when he was found to have done something bad. Instead, he smiled, pretending to be embarrassed at the 9-nether demonic dragon. It's really too dark inside my body. It's hard for my clone to discern the direction and see things clearly. That's why it's like this. If you endure it for a while longer, you might be able to find it. The 9-nether demonic dragon could only gnash his teeth and wait silently. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng felt that it was almost done, so he let the clone return to the stomach of the 9-nether demonic dragon. At the same time, the 9-nether demonic dragon couldn't wait to open its bloody mouth. Qin Feng's clone watched along the way as the blood and flesh inside the body of the 9-nether demonic dragon were constantly squirming and moving. In the blood and flesh, there seemed to be a distinctive liquid flowing, constantly exuding a foul smell. Qin Feng's clone seemed to have a spirit. He couldn't help but cover his nose, resisting the invasion of the stench, and accelerated his flight speed, as if the good thing wanted to leave the place of right and wrong as quickly as possible. Qin Feng's clone came to the 9-nether demonic dragon. Qin Feng, who was not far from the 9-nether demonic dragon, could see the clone's figure. Just when the clone was about to come out, an accident happened. Chapter 224 Death. Jiao Demon Jiao fought with Qin Feng. Qin Feng's clone entered the stomach of Jiao Demon Jiao. There was a battle with Jiao Demon Jiao's gastric juice in the stomach of Jiao Demon Jiao. Due to the fragile internal body of Jiao Demon Jiao, this couldn't help but make the 9-nether demonic Jiao miserable and painful. Being so helpless, she could only give up her dignity, lower her head, and discuss with Qin Feng to let his clone come out of her belly. After some discussion with Xianlan, Qin Feng finally agreed to Jiao demonic dragon's request. However, just when Qin Feng's clone had entered his mouth from the stomach of Jiao demonic dragon and was about to fly out, a sinister look flashed across the 9-nether demonic dragon's scarlet eyes. Qin Feng's clone flew out of the mouth of the 9-nether demonic dragon. The 9-nether demonic dragon saw the right moment and closed its mouth, trying to bite Qin Feng's clone to death with its sharp teeth. Qin Feng has always been vigilant. He guessed in his heart that the 9-nether demonic dragon might be playing tricks, because as long as his clone was bitten to death, his vitality would be severely damaged and it would be difficult to recover. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of his clone, Qin Feng followed the 9-nether demonic dragon closely. When the Jiao demonic Jiao's eyes turned slightly and flickered, he knew that the Jiao demonic Jiao had changed his mind. Therefore, at the moment when the Jiao demonic Jiao's mouth closed, Qin Feng asked his clone to use the teleportation skill, teleported directly to his throat. After Jiao demonic dragon closed his mouth, he opened it again. Just when he was about to mock Qin Feng, he noticed something was wrong in an instant, and his expression changed drastically. Qin Feng's clone took this opportunity to enter his stomach again. And then, again, he released the light shield to protect himself, and came out from the opening above his stomach. The 9-nether demonic dragon reacted very quickly, and couldn't help but rake it down and said, "Little black bee, how can you regret it?" At this moment, Qin Feng looked at the 9-nether demonic Jiao with a half smile, but not a smile. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. He looked at the 9-nether demonic Jiao, as if he could see through everything in the world. The 9-nether demonic dragon did not dare to look directly at him. He lowered his head subconsciously, and shifted his gaze. When he realized what he was doing, he couldn't help but feel regretful in his heart. Qin Feng saw that the 9-nether demonic dragon had changed his gaze, and then said, "Repent? Don't think that I don't know what you want to do. Don't you just want to bite my clone to death, and then deal with me again? By doing this, have you thought about the consequences of angering me? I think you are in pain it's not strong enough, and I want to continue to hurt you. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." When the 9-nether demonic dragon heard what Qin Feng said, waves of panic came over him. The panic was mixed with regret, and he secretly complained about his impulsiveness. "I didn't mean it. Give me another chance and I will fulfill my promise." There was murderous intent in Qin Feng's eyes. "Give you another chance? Do you think I can still trust you? I have already given you a chance. And you have this chance? But you didn't grasp it. You can only blame yourself, and accept the final sanction with peace of mind." After hearing what Qin Feng said, the 9-nether demonic dragon finally realized what he was afraid of, and couldn't help but be frightened and panicked. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, this devil's cave will collapse without my strength as support, and you will all be buried with me." A suspicious look flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but he never thought of letting go of the Jiao demon Jiao. He knew that the Jiao demon Jiao had always been cunning, and he didn't know which of his words was true or which. The words are false. Buried with him? then I will let you die in front of me. Just accept the final verdict honestly. Qin Feng directly gave an order to his clone, asking him to use the Divine Sword Shadow to penetrate the body of the Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon. Qin Feng's clone was surrounded by a light shield, and he released his Divine Sword Shadow, with Qin Feng's clone as the center. Countless sword shadows concentrated their power to stab the flesh above the Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon. Only a squeaking sound was heard. The shadow of the sword pierced into his flesh, and the Nine-Nether Demonic Jiao felt the pain and could not help but roll on the ground, screaming in pain again and again. When Qin Feng saw this situation, he couldn't help but sneer. This was his own fault. Whenever the Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon wants to get up and deliver the final blow, when it is struggling to its death, it will feel the pain on its body double, and then it will collapse to the ground, making it difficult to perform other actions. Not long after, the painful sounds of the Nine-Nether Demonic Dragons gradually weakened, and occasionally, they would still make painful sounds from time to time. Qin Feng couldn't help but think to himself when he saw his clone, which had been tinkering with the body of the Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon for so long, but still didn't come out. I didn't expect the body of this Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon to be so strong. Although my clone's attack power is half of mine, its strength should not be underestimated. It has been attacking with the Divine Sword Shadow for so long, but it has not penetrated yet. The defense is truly terrifying and unimaginable. After a long time, Qin Feng's eyes kept looking at the whole body of the Nine-Nether Demonic Jiao. At this time, Qin Feng saw a point emerging from the body of the Nine-Nether Demonic Jiao. Qin Feng was overjoyed, knowing that his clone was about to break apart. However, Qin Feng looked at the Nine-Nether Demon Jiao who was lying on the ground, with little air coming out and a lot of air coming in, and secretly gave an order to his clone, asking him to before leaving the body of the Geo-Nether Demon Jiao, after destroying the inside of the Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon's body again to prevent his clone from coming out. The Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon regained its strength to deal with him. Qin Feng's clone received the order and unleashed its skills in the body of the Nine-Nether Demon Cult. The body of the Nine-Nether Demon Jiao was reduced to a pot of porridge, but the Nine-Nether Demon Jiao could only keep staring at its bright red body, colorful eyes. Looking ahead, Qin Feng felt that the time was almost up, so he let the clone break out of the body. Qin Feng's clone released the last Divine Sword Shadow. He saw a series of Divine Sword Shadows breaking through the body of the Joyo Demon Cult and inserted into the Devil's Cave with the original trajectory on the rock wall above. Like Qin Feng's clone, the bloody hole that was open flew out with vibrating wings. The moment Qin Feng's clone flew out, Qin Feng felt a sense of joy burst out from his heart, as if this clone was another self. Seeing that the other self was still alive, he felt indescribable excitement in his heart. However, Qin Feng's clone was covered in bruises at the moment. The moment it flew out, it felt a little shaky. Part of the clone's wings were corroded, and it flew hard in the air. There were black spots on the body after corrosion. After that, Qin Feng's clone, the clone seemed to have exhausted all its strength, slowly becoming transparent and disappearing into the air. Qin Feng only felt a pain in his body, and his body was shaky, and then returned to normal. This is equivalent to Qin Feng's own clone disappearing naturally and suffering all the damage without any damage to himself. Chapter 225, Transformation in the Demon Cave. Qin Feng originally agreed to Joyo Demon Jiao's request and gave Joyo Demon Jiao a chance to let his clone come out of Joyo Demon Jiao's belly. But he never thought that Joyo Demon Jiao was playing tricks and Qin Feng's clone was about to come out. When he was talking, he closed his mouth, which made Qin Feng angry. Qin Feng ordered his clone to release his skills and break out of his body. After countless attacks from Shinwu's Sword Shadow, he finally opened a hole in the body of the Nine-Nether Demonic Jiao. Qin Feng's clone flew directly from the hole out. At this moment, the Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon was already dying. The moment Qin Feng's clone came out of the Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon's body, it dissipated in the air. But Qin Feng himself was not damaged at all. At this time, at the last moment, the Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon raised its proud head, as if unwilling to give in, and roared angrily. Its bright red eyes kept staring, as if it was about to burst its eye sockets, and as if its eyes were about to burst out of its sockets. He came out of the middle, and had a big battle with Qin Feng. After that, the head of the Nine-Nether Demonic Dragon slowly fell down, tilted and lost its breath. This was the system's voice that came to mind in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The host successfully killed the Shinwu's 7th layer mirror monster and obtained evolution points 4,568.5. The nine-nether demonic dragon had just lost its life and gradually became transparent. Only a bang was heard. And then it disappeared into the air. It was best that the demonic cave sensed it. With bursts of roaring sounds and constant trembling, it looked like it was about to collapse. Qin Feng felt horrified in his heart. He remembered the words of the nine-nether demonic dragon again, and couldn't help but feel nervous as he thought about it. Is it possible that what this nine-nether demonic dragon says is true? Qin Feng didn't have time to think too much, and immediately ordered the Guangya Guangfeng to retreat into the corridor. Not long after, the corridor was crowded with Guangya worker bees. Qin Feng did not leave immediately because the devil's cave only shook and the surrounding stones did not fall. Qin Feng couldn't help but secretly claiming to be strange. I saw waves of tremors in the demon's cave, as if complaining about the death of the nine-nether demon Jiao. Qin Feng had to lead the glorious worker bees to retreat into the corridor. In the corridor, they would not be affected by the demon's cave at all. At this time, Qin Feng's eyes fell on the devil's cave. The devil's cave experienced vibrations and trembled slightly. The wind around the devil's cave continued to surge, forming invisible whirlpools that kept moving. It was spinning in the devil's cave, as if it was carrying away everything around it. Waves of invisible whirlpools passed by like lightning, and waves of water mist visible to the naked eye seemed to emerge from the ground. The waves of water mist emerging from the devil's cave were like naughty elves, playing in the air. The water mist is constantly suspended, and gradually, more and more gather, forming water droplets. Water drops fell on the rock walls around the demon cave, constantly washing away the filth in the demon cave. At this time, there was a sunken pool-like place in the distance. Gradually, water mist from nowhere seeped into the pool. However, this water mist was different from the shallow water mist. The water mist is thicker than the previous water mist, but not as spiritual as the previous water mist. The water mist in the pool gathered more and more, and slowly formed water droplets. The water droplets gathered little by little until the water in the pool was full. Qin Feng carefully observed the condition of the water in the pool, only to find that the water was extremely clear and exuded bursts of sweet fragrance. He couldn't help but let the monsters drink it. Even the ingredients couldn't help but make his mouth water. But then he thought about it. As soon as I thought about it, the scene where the nine-nether demonic dragon appeared suddenly came to mind. Countless ice cubes turned into sweet spring water, and whirlpools were formed in the spring water. Then, it turned into black water exuding a foul smell. The nine-nether demonic dragon appeared from the black water. In a moment, Qin Feng felt that his stomach was constantly churning, like waves in the sea, constantly lapping at the shore. Suddenly, he lost all appetite, and waves of nausea rose from his stomach. At this time, the surrounding rock walls have been moistened by a little bit of water droplets, as if the lead has been washed away, and the rock walls have returned to their original appearance. If the sun shines on the devil's cave at this time, you will definitely find that there is a glow on the rocks. A new light appeared, and the monsters could not help but feel good when they saw that light. The ground of the demonic cave was also filled with water droplets formed by water mist. These droplets of water washed away all traces of the nine-nether demonic Jiao's existence, leaving not even a trace of residue. After being washed by water drops, the demon cave took on a different kind of vitality. Qin Feng looked at the new appearance of the demon cave and couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, if it hadn't been for the feeling of exhaustion left in my body after the battle with the nine-nether demonic dragons, this should be the original appearance of the demon cave. It was only after being invaded by the nine-nether demonic dragons that I lost my original appearance and changed. It's extremely dirty, except if some spiritual herbs, elixirs, or ordinary flowers and plants grow here, it will be even more vibrant. The devil's cave seemed to echo Qin Feng's thoughts. The water droplets in the devil's cave gradually melted and seemed to seep into the ground. After that, countless flowers and plants grew out of the cracks in the rocks, although only a small head was exposed. However, it made the green area in the cave appear full of vitality. Qin Feng looked around, feeling amazing. He stopped in the corridor and observed for a while. At this moment, nothing had changed. At this time, Qin Feng only felt that the wet and moist breath in the corridor was constantly invading his body, like a huge palm, stroking his body, stretching his tired body. Qin Feng couldn't help but subconsciously he looked around him, only to find that the surroundings were filled with mist. Qin Feng knew that the mist would turn into water droplets, so he led the glorious worker bees out of the corridor and entered the devil's cave. At this moment, the air in the demon cave was purified by the water droplets and the surrounding flowers and plants. It was extremely fresh. After taking a deep breath, I felt comfortable all over. At this time, Yongdao, just as Chen Feng thought, was full of water droplets. And the water droplets continued cleaning the filth in the corridor. Chen Feng looked at the strange scenes around him and thought to himself, "Why is this nine-nether demonic dragon trapped in this cave and not leaving for a long time? Is there some secret?" Chen Feng thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. He simply stopped thinking about it and looked around again. "System, make a mark here." The system rang in the composition's mind in an instant. Ding! The mark is set successfully. Please pay attention to the host. Then, a hive was built here. After the water droplets in the tunnel dissipated, they led the glorious worker bees to fly out along the tunnel. The journey was smooth. As soon as they came out of the tunnel, they saw Guangyu waiting outside the cave. It turned out that the worker bees were too wet in the tunnel, so they could only wait outside. Chapter 226 One-Horned Black Snake. Chen Feng and his avatar killed the 9-nether demon Jiao. After the 9-nether demon Jiao died, the demon cave underwent a transformation. It was no longer lifeless, but became full of vitality. Not only that, the water droplets in the demon cave transformed the demon cave. The traces of the 9-nether demonic dragon were constantly cleaned and then completely erased, as if they had never appeared before. The water drops cleared away all the filth in the corridor. But after everything was settled, Chen Feng led the glorious worker bees and left the devil's cave. Chen Feng came out of the devil's cave, looked at the sun in the sky, turned back, and saw the glorious worker bees next to him and asked, "How long has it been?" The glorious worker bees answered respectfully, "Tell me, King, a day and a night have passed." Chen Feng was surprised in his heart. He felt that time passed too fast, and it was difficult to keep it. Chen Feng calculated it carefully and found that there was only 1 day left to complete the task. Therefore, he did not dare to delay and immediately led Guangyu. The worker bees went to find another magic cave. At this moment, the words of the Jiao demon Jiao emerged in Chen Feng's mind. Although almost 9 out of 10 words of the Jiao demon Jiao were false, even if they were not entirely trustworthy, he might as well go to seek medical treatment if he was in urgent need of treatment. Give it a try. Chen Feng made up his mind and led the glory worker bees to flap their wings and fly towards the cliff halfway up. Not long after, he saw a lush tree protruding from the rock crack halfway up the cliff. Trees. This tree has lush branches and leaves, and the green leaves rustle under the wind. Chen Feng looked left and right and found that there was a tightly covered cave under the cover of trees. If Chen Feng hadn't built the hive in a place similar to this one many times, otherwise, he would not be able to find the cave at this moment. The entrance of this cave is neither large nor small. It is surrounded by withered grass. The front of the withered grass is covered by the leaves of trees. Under the sunlight, it exudes a soft luster. Chen Feng led some of the glorious worker bees to quietly approach the cave. Just as he was about to approach the cave, he heard the sound of hissing and the sound of monsters squirming on the rock wall. Then, he only felt that there were gusts of cold wind nearby, as if something was attacking. Chen Feng immediately led the glorious worker bees to avoid it. However, there were still a few low-level glory attackers who were attacked by poisonous hands. The sound of wailing echoed through the entire cliff. The glory worker bees were attacked. Their bodies were scratched, and they were crumbling in the sky. Gradually, the wings seemed to be unable to bear the weight of the body. Before Chen Feng and the other glorious worker bees could react, they fell under the cliff. Those few glorious worker bees who fell under the cliff knew without looking that they were close to death once they entered the cliff, with no possibility of survival at all. When Chen Feng saw this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he looked towards the place where he and the glorious worker bees were attacking. I saw a demonic beast that seemed to be the same color as the rock. It was lying quietly on the rock wall of the cliff, because its color was similar to the color of the rock. It was born from the rock wall of the cliff. The leaves of the tree were blocked, and for a while, his figure was not found. The demonic beast had a horn on its head, and its whole body was as gray as a rock. It was looking at Chen Feng and the glory worker bees with a snake heart, as if to warn them. This demonic beast was the one-horned black snake that Chen Feng went through so much trouble to find. When Chen Feng saw the one-horned black snake, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart and murmured to himself, "It's really hard to find anything after wearing iron shoes. It took no effort to get it. I didn't expect you to deliver it to the door yourself. So don't blame me for being rude. You will die in my hands anyway." The one-horned black snake looked at Chen Feng in front of him warily. The natural sensitivity of the one-horned black snake and the vague aura exuded by the morning breeze told him that the little black wasp in front of him was not easy to mess with. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Qin Feng looked up and down the one-horned black snake again. He could see that the one-horned black snake in front of him was just a demon beast from the first stage of Shenwu. He was more than enough to deal with it. Even if another one came, it would not be able to do anything to him. At this time, as if in response to Qin Feng's idea, a one-horned black snake slowly crawled out from the cave. Qin Feng couldn't help but be happy. The two one-horned black snakes came together. And so on. So you don't have to waste your time looking for another one-horned black snake. Qin Feng looked at the other one-horned black snake again. The horn on the head of the other one-horned black snake was larger than this one. And the body was thicker. His realm was in the triple mirror of Shenwu. While the others it makes no difference. The two one-horned black snakes looked at them with dust-covered eyes. And couldn't help but feel chills in their bodies. As if they were food that was targeted by hunters. The eyes were so hot that they seemed to be burned to death. The two one-horned black snakes knew that Qin Feng had evil intentions towards them. And they couldn't help but feel extremely angry. With a cold look in their eyes, Qin Feng came into contact with the eyes of the two one-horned black snakes. But he was not afraid. With a slight smile on his lips. But there was a treacherous and cunning look in that smile. Qin Feng remembered what the one-legged one-horned black snake had just asked. And then answered, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I came here to borrow something from you." The two one-horned black snakes couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. As if they were communicating with their eyes. Asking each other what they meant. The two one-horned black snakes did not explore the deep meaning behind these words. And then turned their heads to look at Qin Feng. "What do you mean? What do you want to borrow from us?" Qin Feng looked at the two one-horned black snakes with a smile. They looked like particularly bad monsters that were abducting young monsters. Qin Feng said unhurriedly, "I would like to borrow the horn on your head and the devil flower in your cave." The two one-horned black snakes couldn't help but became furious when they heard what Qin Feng said. "How can we give you our own things? If you want to do it based on your ability. Otherwise, don't even think about it." Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. "Let me remind you. Don't fight me. Otherwise you will die miserably and have no chance of survival. You might as well obediently give me what I need, so that everyone will not offend. It hurts the peace." The two one-horned black snakes looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. "I have to say, little black bee, you are really thick-skinned. We are so impressed. This is our thing after all. Now you are so arrogant to ask for the horns on our heads and the devil flower in the cave. It's no longer as simple as hurting harmony." Chapter 227 Falling Off the Cliff. Qin Feng and his avatar killed a ferocious monster in a demon cave. At the same time, he also learned about the two demon caves in the Xuanwu forest. After coming out of that demon cave, he led the glory worker bees to find another one. A devil's cave. But I never expected to be attacked. Qin Feng observed carefully, and found that it was the monster in the devil's cave. You were the monster that was asked to be killed on the task list. Qin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed and thought of another idea. If he could get them to hand over him with some effort. There is no need to snatch what you need. However, it was the one-horned black snake's own thing after all. It was impossible to get it without fighting. Xiao Haizi directly rejected Qin Feng's idea. Qin Feng heard what the one-horned black snake said. Without any trace of anger, he narrowed his eyes and said, "I have reminded you of what needs to be reminded. And I have said what needs to be said. Since you are so disrespectful, you can't blame me for being rude." The two one-horned black snakes couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Then stop talking nonsense and let's start the fight. We are not afraid of you. Since your face is so shameless, we don't mind helping you thin it out a little to let you know that we are not easy to mess with." A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. In order to prevent the two one-horned black snakes from escaping, Qin Feng looked directly at the glory worker bees and signaled with his eyes. Due to the experience gained from many battles, the glory worker bees understood everything in an instant, directly surrounding the two one-horned black snakes. When the two one-horned black snakes saw that they were surrounded by the glorious worker bees, their expressions changed and they looked at Qin Feng. "Are you planning to fight in a group? You have the ability to fight one-on-one." Qin Feng's eyes narrowed and he shook his head slightly. "Group/beating? I didn't beat you in a group/beating. Aren't you going to fight alone? I'll satisfy you. If you two can defeat me, then you can leave here safe and sound. If you can't defeat me, then you will stay here forever." The two one-horned black snakes looked at each other, thinking in confusion. Why is this little black bee, a demonic beast with the 9th level of Earth martial arts, so confident? How can he possibly have a chance of winning if he challenges the two of us with his own strength? After all, The gap between realms cannot be determined by anything else. Things can make up for it. The two one-horned black snakes and foxes looked at Chen Feng. Are you serious? Chen Feng nodded and said with a smile. Of course it's true. Once you say something, it's hard to follow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said that. The two one-horned black snakes looked at the sincerity in Chen Feng's eyes and believed what he said. Okay, that's it. But if we kill you here and turn you into an innocent soul, don't come here to find us. Chen Feng looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. If you can kill me here, it means I have no ability. So I won't blame you. The two one-horned black snakes nodded in agreement. And then a look of solemnity appeared in their eyes. They would not. Because Chen Feng was a demon beast with the 9th level mirror of earth martial arts and would underestimate the enemy, giving Chen Feng an opportunity to take advantage of it. Opportunity? Because they knew that Chen Feng would definitely have a backup plan if he said this. This was a major matter concerning their own lives, and they must not take it lightly. At the same time, a serious look appeared on Chen Feng's face. Although the realm of the two one-horned black snakes was much lower than his own, he always knew that underestimating the enemy was the biggest taboo in battle. So no matter what the situation, we should take all kinds of opponents seriously. Chen Feng and the two one-horned black snakes looked at each other for a long time. The momentum of both sides rose at the same time. No one was willing to be outdone. When the two one-horned black snakes came into contact with Chen Feng's momentum, they couldn't help but be shocked, because they had sensed Chen Feng's strength. It was not the 9th level mirror of the earthly martial arts, but the mirror of the divine martial arts. As for the several levels of the divine martial arts mirror, I didn't notice it. The two one-horned black snakes moved forward in unison and attacked Chen Feng preemptively. Deadly chain whip. I saw the bodies of the two one-horned black snakes rotating in a circle at the same time. The two snake tails constantly sweeping forward. Sword blades emanating from the two snake tails. And the strong wind showing moon-white curves. The shape of the moon, carrying Liang Li's momentum, kept rushing towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the strong winds and did not dodge immediately. If Chen Feng dodged at this time, the two one-horned black snakes would change their moves. Therefore, Chen Feng quietly waited for the strong winds to arrive. The two one-horned black snakes watched Chen Feng do not dodge and were always vigilant, because they felt that things would not be so simple. They saw the confidence on Chen Feng's face, so they never dared to take it lightly. The strong winds of the two one-horned black snakes were extremely fast, and they came to Chen Feng's eyes in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng glanced at the strong winds calmly, with contempt and disgust in his eyes. As if I disliked this strong wind? How could it be so slow? And now it is too late. The forbidden wind seemed to be stimulated and accelerated again. Xianquan technique. Knowing that the time was almost up, Chen Feng seemed to have unleashed his skills, and his figure turned into afterimages and disappeared into the air. The two one-horned black snakes opened their eyes wide and saw their strong wind tearing through Chen Feng's body with the sound of breaking the air. They felt a mixture of emotions in their hearts, including excitement, loss, and this an unknown contempt. I thought to myself, it turns out that we overestimated this little black bee. In fact, he didn't have much ability. He was killed here by us so easily. He didn't have the strength to talk nonsense. He was really not ashamed. And he wasn't afraid to let other monsters. He has really lost all the face of our monsters by laughing so hard. And that's right. What he said before. He is clearly very thick-skinned, so he definitely won't feel ashamed. However, before the two one-horned black snakes were happy for a long time, they discovered something was wrong. If you were killed in Chen Feng, there would definitely be screams and corpses here. However, except for those streaks in the air, the strong wind has not disappeared yet, and the others are the figures of the glorious worker bees. If they are killed here, no traces will be left. The two one-horned black snakes suddenly realized that they were happy too early. They reacted extremely quickly and raised their vigilance. They kept looking around, hoping to find Chen Feng, who disappeared into the air. Chen Feng looked at the rich expressions of the two one-horned black snakes for a moment and couldn't help but secretly chuckle in his heart. The strong winds only scratched Chen Feng's afterimage and did not really hurt his body. Chen Feng, no matter what they were thinking at the moment, they still had to attack when it was time to attack. If they could end it earlier, he could also hand in the task earlier. The earth groans. Chapter 228, instantly scared. Chen Feng came to another devil's cave, but met the two one-horned black snakes in the mission. After a quarrel, it was difficult to talk about one thing. So Chen Feng directly challenged the two one-horned black snakes. The two one-horned black snakes released their skills. Just when they thought Chen Feng had been killed by their skills, they discovered something was wrong. Chen Feng released his Qianquan technique. In an instant, Chen Feng came to the side of the two one-horned black snakes and released his thunder attack. The thunder attack exuded silvery white light and spread out in all directions with Chen Feng as the center. The two one-horned black snakes were hit by the silver-white arc of the thunder attack, and their whole bodies were numbed. They lost consciousness in an instant. The two one-horned black snakes screamed secretly, desperately trying to get the feeling of anesthesia caused by the thunder and lightning attack. But it had no effect. At this moment, they finally knew how powerful Chen Feng was. No wonder he could be so arrogant. It turned out that he had special skills and strength. Chen Feng saw the two one-horned black snakes being hit by his own skills. He didn't feel anything special in his heart. Chen Feng took this opportunity to release another skill. The poison of death. Chen Feng only felt a pain in his tail, and he directly showed his tail needle. The tail needle flashed with cold light, and he rushed directly towards one of the two one-horned black snakes. This series of attacks was so urgent and fast that the two one-horned black snakes could not react at all. In addition, the thunderous attack made it difficult for the one-horned black snake to dodge. The reader of Fu goes deep into the eyes of the one-horned black snake. This one-horned black snake had rough skin and thick flesh all over its body, and its eyes were its only weakness. Therefore, Chen Feng's attack went directly to his eyes without any mercy. The one-horned black snake couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. It felt the heartbreaking pain coming from its eyes. Due to the excessive pain, its body kept rolling on the cliff. However, this was not land. And then he fell directly from the cliff, and bursts of painful screams spread throughout the entire cliff. Gradually, there was no sound. Chen Feng used the Qianquan technique to quickly return to the original place, and then looked at the several glory worker bees next to him. Go and take a look and bring back what I want. Yes! The glorious worker bees immediately took the order, swooped down, and followed the trajectory of the one-horned black snake as it fell. The scene in front of him shocked the one-horned black snake next to him. The one-horned black snake looked at Chen Feng, and then at the fallen one-horned black snake that had no shadow. It was extremely frightened. At this moment, he finally knew that what Chen Feng said was not a boast, but a fact, and he couldn't help but want to quit. When Chen Feng ordered the glorious worker bees to search for the body of the one-horned black snake that fell off the cliff, the one-horned black snake could not help but slowly slide away into the cave nearby. The one-horned black snake moved as gently as possible and slowly approached the devil's cave. However, how could the one-horned black snake escape so easily? When Chen Feng ordered the other glorious worker bees to act, they did not forget the existence of the one-horned black snake. After all, the task list stated the horns of two one-horned black snakes. Therefore, none of them could escape. Chen Feng heard the friction sound caused by the one-horned black snake sliding on the rock wall, and turned back directly, looking at the one-horned black snake with a trace of teasing in his eyes. The one-horned black snake was entirely focused on its own devil's cave, completely unaware that Chen Feng had discovered him, and was looking at him with that teasing look. Just when the one-horned black snake was very close to his devil's cave, a different kind of light burst out in his eyes. It was the desire for life, and the luck of escaping from the clutches of the devil. However, Chen Feng's voice sounded in his ears. It sounded like a thunderbolt on the ground, exploding in his ears. What are you doing? Where are you running away to? The one-horned black snake felt its body stiffen and did not dare to move. It eased the fear in its heart and slowly turned around to look at Chen Feng. I don't want to escape anywhere. Can we discuss it? Chen Feng stretched and looked at the one-horned black snake leisurely. Discuss? Discuss what? I haven't fought enough yet. Please accompany me to fight again. The one-horned black snake secretly complained about Chen Feng. What kind of beating? You hide from our eyes as soon as you strike. You are so cruel and ruthless. How can we withstand it? My little friend must have been smashed into a pulp at this moment. I am not stupid. I am fighting with you. Then I will definitely explain it here as well. The one-horned black snake looked at Chen Feng with a smile, its face full of flattery, but it did not express the dissatisfaction in its heart at all. How about we stop fighting? Your Majesty, please spare me. Chen Feng glanced at the one-horned black snake and thought to himself, this one-horned black snake is too cowardly. I only used one set of skills to defeat one-horned black snake. How could the other one escape without fighting? Originally, I wanted to rely on they tried to test my skills and made me more proficient in the connection between skills. But they never thought that I would lose this opponent. What a pity! After that, Qin Feng touched the chin of the bee and stared closely at the one-horned black snake. The one-horned black snake was so stared at by Qin Feng that his heart went numb. The snake's skin on his body became cold, and he couldn't help but retreat back. Qin Feng looked at the frightened one-horned black snake and shook his head helplessly. Why didn't you run away when you heard my voice? If you ran away, I would have other reasons to fight you again. Maybe we can be equal by then. When the one-horned black snake heard what Qin Feng said, its head shook like a rattle, and cold sweat broke out on its forehead. Your Majesty, please spare the little one. How dare the little one run away? No matter how fast the little one is, he can't match your speed. He caught up with the little one in an instant. When the time comes, the little one will definitely not be spared. The little one doesn't want to suffer the pain of flesh and blood. Wang Dan, please spare the little one's life for the sake of the little one not escaping. Qin Feng couldn't help being amused after hearing what the one-horned black snake said. It stands to reason that when an ordinary monster encounters a situation that it cannot defeat, it will basically try to escape. Even if it is stopped, it will escape into the cave if it is close to its own cave. But it will never escape. Thinking that this one-horned black snake had different thoughts from other monsters, it was fortunate that his thoughts were different from other monsters. Otherwise, he would not be so lucky. If a poisonous little black snake escaped at this moment, Qin Feng would kill him directly and take away his horn. He would have no chance of survival. However, at this moment, this one-horned black snake was so humble. Having said these words, Qin Feng could hardly bring himself to kill him. Chapter 229 Helpless to Compromise. Qin Feng fought against two one-horned black snakes. However, the two one-horned black snakes did not know Qin Feng's true strength. Therefore, after Qin Feng released a set of skills, the eyes of one of the one-horned black snakes, he was pricked by Qin Feng's tail needle. Because his eyes were so painful, he forgot for a moment that he was on a cliff. While rolling, he fell under the cliff. The other one-horned black snake saw his companion falling under the cliff. He did not think about immediately avenging his companion, but chose to escape. He knew that with his own strength, it would be difficult to fight against Qin Feng. He didn't want to risk his life in vain, so he had no choice but to run away. However, when the one-horned black snake was very close to his devil's cave, Qin Feng called out to him. The one-horned black snake stopped in its tracks and did not try its best to enter the cave. He was self-aware and knew that even if he entered the cave, Qin Feng could catch up with him. Then, the one-horned black snake kept begging for mercy in order for Qin Feng to let him go. Qin Feng looked at the one-horned black snake in front of him that kept begging for mercy. For a moment, he couldn't bear to kill him. But Qin Feng would not let him go so easily. After all, if he could not complete the task, the consequences would be very serious. Look under this cliff. Your companion has fallen off the cliff. He may be dead at this moment. Is it possible that you don't want to avenge him? The one-horned black snake didn't feel any anger after hearing Qin Feng's words, and still maintained a flattering expression on its face. Your Majesty, you have already said that my companion fell under this cliff and may have died. There is a saying that goes like this: if the beast is not for himself, it will be destroyed by heaven and earth. And even the small one cannot do it for a little one. The dead monster has taken his own life in vain. After careful consideration, it is not appropriate at all. I hope that the king will spare the little one for the sake of his life. The little one can be a cow or a horse. I will never forget your kindness to Xiata. Qin Feng looked at such a cowardly monster and couldn't help but feel speechless. After hearing his explanation, I didn't even know what to say. Anyway, no matter what I said, I wouldn't remember the fighting spirit of this monster and let him do it. Resist. Qin Feng sighed and looked at the sky. In that case, are you willing to hand over your animal horns and devil flowers? The one-horned black snake paused. After all, this skinny leg grew from his own body and was part of his body. Moreover, his own skills also relied on this horn. Now, if he loses his horn, which is equivalent to his own strength being greatly reduced, the one-horned black snake raised its head after thinking carefully, then looked at Qin Feng, thinking to itself, one is to lose the horn, and the strength is greatly reduced. As for the mahua that day, it is an external thing, and it is not important. The other is to lose one's life and disappear from this world. That's still the case. The one-horned black snake made up its mind in an instant and looked at Qin Feng firmly. Your Majesty, I am willing to teach you my animal horns and the demonic flower. I hope your Majesty will spare my life. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, smiled and nodded. Do you want you to hand it to me yourself? Or should I get it myself? The one-horned black snake closed its eyes slightly, feeling a slight pain in its heart. And then its heart skipped a beat. You don't have to do anything. The king. I will do it myself. Qin Feng looked at the one-horned black snake and nodded with satisfaction. In this case, as long as you keep your promise and give me your tree legs and laminated flowers, I will spare your life. If you don't keep your promise, you will bear the consequences. The one-horned black snake nodded hurriedly, looking at Qin Feng with some expectancy in its eyes. The little one can go back to his cave, take off his skinny feet, and then give the devil flower to the king. Okay? Qin Feng's eyes condensed, and his aura suddenly emerged. You must not play tricks. Otherwise, even if you are in the cave or escape to other places, I will catch you out. By then, I will not ask for your horns, but for your precious life. The one-horned black snake felt the aura on Qin Feng's body, and couldn't help but trembled in fear and broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, your majesty. The younger one doesn't dare. The younger one will definitely hand over his animal horn and the demonic flower. Qin Feng nodded with relief and let the one-horned black snake go. The one-horned black snake, Lin Xiong, walked forward, glanced at Qin Feng, carefully moved towards his cave, and slowly got into his cave. The one-horned black snake entered his cave. He looked at his tail and touched his horn with the tail. He closed his eyes and felt confused. He knew that Qin Feng would not give up until he took off his horn. Yes, since there is no room for maneuver, then be determined to take off your own horn. When the time comes, your horn will slowly grow back. The one-horned black snake made up his mind. His snake tail slowly moved towards the top of his head. Then, the snake's tail tightly wrapped around the only horn above his head. The one-horned black snake used all his strength and broke it to the side. The one-horned black snake felt a heartbreaking pain that spread throughout its body. At this time, only a crunching sound was heard, and the animal horn brought out a trail of blood, which was sprinkled on the rock wall of the cave. A bloody smell filled the surroundings of the one-horned black snake in the cave. The snake felt its horns leave the top of its head, and couldn't help but cry out in pain, and its vision went black for a while, almost as if it was about to faint. On the top of the head of the one-horned black snake, the hands and feet were torn off, and blood was flowing down along the snake's skin. At this moment, outside the cave, the glorious worker bees sent by Qin Feng had returned, carrying a medium-sized animal horn in their bee feet. Qin Feng looked at the horn up and down. One end of the horn. There was still blood at this moment, and it looked like it had just been taken off. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the glorious worker bees, with a look of approval in his eyes. How's that one-horned black snake? One of the glorious worker bees immediately replied respectfully, reporting to the king. The one-horned black snake was already dying when it fell. We didn't care about him. We just took off his horn and came back to report to the king. Qin Feng nodded, indicating that he already knew. At this moment, he felt a little confused, unable to bear it. For a moment, his eyes looked elsewhere. The one-horned black snake came to the entrance of the cave, and he felt his eyes go dark. It wrapped its tail around a horn and a devil flower. Your Majesty, I have brought the animal horns and the devil flower to you. I hope you will accept them. Qin Feng endured the discomfort in his heart, nodded slightly, and then motioned to the glory worker bees on the side, asking them to go and get the horns and the demon flower. Gradually, his eyes fell on the unicorn, on the black snake. Since you have kept your promise, I will keep my promise. Qin Feng took another deep look at the one-horned black snake, and then led the glorious worker bees to leave this place and fly towards the inner perimeter of the Xuanwu forest. The one-horned black snake finally breathed a sigh of relief as it looked at Qin Feng's retreating figure, then slowly squirmed back into its cave and fainted on the ground. Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees just after they left the core area of the Xuanwu forest and came to the inner perimeter. From a distance, they saw several monsters waiting there. When he flew closer, he recognized that the Earth Bear was leading a group of monsters, as if they were waiting for something. When the Earth Bear saw Qin Feng, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly came forward. Qin Feng looked at them suspiciously, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Bear of the Earth, what are you doing here? Could it be that you are waiting for us and want to fight with us again? Right. I am in a hurry now, but I don't have the time to waste time with you. When the Earth Bear heard what Qin Feng said, there was no anger at all. Instead, there was a flattering smile on his face. Your Majesty, we are indeed here to wait for you, but we have no ill intentions, and we are not here to challenge you again. We are here first to thank you, and secondly to ask if you need anything in the future. Just say a word and I will go through fire and water for you. No matter what. After hearing his words, Qin Feng nodded and felt relieved. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed to remember something, and his eyes fell on the earth bear with some fiery eyes, which made the earth bear feel hairy all over. When you said that, you really remembered something. Do you know how many demon caves there are in this Xuanwu forest? The earth bear kept looking at Qin Feng, and there seemed to be some complicated expression in his eyes. My lord, don't you know this? There have always been 2 demon caves in our Xuanwu forest. Whether it's the demon beasts in the Xuanwu forest, the demon beasts in other forests, or the demon king's palace, everyone knows about this. The earth bear paused and continued. And everyone knows that their 2 devil caves are on the same mountain peak. And the devil cave under the mountain is the most dangerous devil cave. The earth bear glanced at Qin Feng, who was deep in thought, and continued to explain in detail. However, there is another devil's cave halfway up the mountain. Although the name of this devil's cave sounds domineering and dangerous, it is not as dangerous as the rumors say. And there should be many geniuses and treasures in the devil's cave. Many monsters came to challenge it. And since it was difficult to defeat the monsters in the demon cave, it became known as the demon cave. When the monsters and beasts were unaware, Qin Feng thought with a vicious look in his eyes. Sure enough, there are 2 demon caves in the Xuanwu forest. In order to plot against me, the great elder of the demon king's palace actually changed the demon cave halfway up the mountain to the one at the bottom of the cliff. It is really cruel, but it can also be done thinking about it this way. The mission he originally asked me to perform was the devil's cave under the cliff, and the purpose was to make me die. Qin Feng put away his expression, and his eyes fell on the earth bear again. Okay, I already know the situation. Time is running out. I'm leaving now. See you next time. The earth bear looked at Qin Feng with some reluctance, and kept sending Qin Feng forward until he reached the junction of the inner and outer areas of the Xuanwu forest. Then he stopped, with a look of reluctance in his eyes. Qin Feng looked at the earth bear's reluctant eyes, and couldn't help but stroke his forehead wordlessly. He always felt a sense of guilt rising from his heart. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh and stopped looking at the earth bear. Directly led the glorious worker bees to fly into the distance. Qin Feng and the Guangya worker bees arrived at the outskirts of the Xuanwu forest. He did not want to take the Guangya worker bees back to the demon king's palace. Therefore, he directly asked the Guangya worker bees to build a hive and set up camp on the outskirts of the Xuanwu forest. Qin Feng simply explained to Guangyo everything about the worker bees in the Xuanwu forest. After that, Qin Feng rushed to the demon king's palace day and night, and finally returned to the demon king's palace at noon the next day. With only a quarter of an hour left to complete the task, Qin Feng came to the door of the demon king's hall to receive the task. Slightly out of breath, he did not go in swaggering to show that he had completed the task. In order to keep a low profile, Qin Feng quietly came to the front desk of the demon king's palace. At this moment, he saw the 3-tailed fox at the front desk, and suddenly felt extremely friendly. When his eyes moved to the side, he couldn't help but look gloomy. He saw that there was a giant gorilla busy at the front desk, although this giant gorilla was no longer the same one. At this moment, when Qin Feng thought about the scene where the great elder used all possible means to plot against him, Qin Feng was filled with emotion. Seeing the giant monster ape, a feeling of disgust arose in his heart. After all, Qin Feng had experienced life and death battles and countless things, and had honed all his attitudes towards things. He tried hard to suppress the disgusting feeling in his heart, and his face was full of emotions. Everyday expressions emerged. Qin Feng turned his head. His eyes fell on the busy 3-tailed fox, and said softly, "I want to hand in the mission." The 3-tailed fox heard Qin Feng's voice and paused, but then made no move. Chapter 231 Obstacle. Qin Feng got the horns and the devil flower, and rushed to the inner area of Xuanwu forest without staying in the core area of Xuanwu forest. However, he never expected that he met the earth bear in the inner area of Xuanwu forest, and learned from the mouth of the earth bear. I learned about the demon cave. However, due to time constraints, Qin Feng did not ask any other questions. Instead, he led the glorious worker bees to the outskirts of the Xuanwu forest. After settling the glorious worker bees in the outskirts of the Xuanwu forest, he explained everything clearly, then flew back to the demon king's palace and went to hand in the mission. Qin Feng came to the front desk of the demon king's palace and noticed that after the giant monster gorilla left, another giant monster gorilla took its place. He couldn't help but suppress the anger in his heart. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the 3-tailed fox at the front desk, and he whispered to hand over the task. However, the three-tailed fox seemed unable to believe it, thinking that he was hallucinating, and ignored it. Then, he shook his head helplessly. Shake his head. Chin Feng couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this, and his voice raised another level, and he said, "Sir, I have to hand in a mission." The three-tailed fox heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice again, and a Jingxi look burst out in his eyes. He quickly turned back and looked away from the front desk. The three-tailed fox looked at Chin Feng with a look that was 3-part surprise. 3-part surprise, 3-part self-blame, and 1 part inexplicable. There was a slight tremor in his voice. "You're back?" The three-tailed fox heard his voice and felt his expression. He couldn't help but clear his throat, straighten his expression, and continued before Chin Feng could speak. "The mission has been completed?" The three-tailed fox slapped his head in annoyance. At this moment, Chin Feng was actually a little confused, thinking to himself, "What's going on with this three-tailed fox? I've already come back and you're asking me if I'm back? I've already told you that I'm here to hand in a mission, and yet you're asking me if it's been completed? Could it be that you don't believe that I can complete the mission? That's why you're so surprised." Chin Feng suddenly felt that his idea was reasonable and couldn't help but nodded slightly. The abnormality of the three-tailed fox has attracted the attention of the giant gorilla next to him. His eyes fell on Chin Feng for an instant. His face changed slightly, and then returned to normal. Then, his eyes returned to the three-tailed fox and Chin Feng. Moron Feng looked at it. The three-tailed fox calmed down its emotions before returning to its original appearance and looking at Chin Feng seriously. "Hand over the task list and token." Chin Feng nodded and took out the token and other things slowly. For convenience, Chin Feng had taken out those things earlier, wrapped them in a small bag, and put them aside. The package next to Chin Feng was smaller than Chin Feng's body is more than 10 times bigger. After all, there are 2 animal horns and the devil flower inside. Chin Feng pushed the big package forward and handed it to the three-tailed fox. The three-tailed fox looked at the package and thought to himself, how did this little black bee transport this big package out of the forest? Although the three-tailed fox thought so, he thought again that Chin Feng would definitely have his own way to transport it out. And then he shook his head and threw away those thoughts. Chin Feng watched the three-tailed fox shaking his head, feeling a little confused. His father looked between his package and the three-tailed fox. Then, without finding out anything, he gave up and quietly waited for the three-tailed fox to accept him. Task. The three-tailed fox opened the package. The giant devil gorilla on the side did not speak from the beginning to the end. He just kept looking at them, watching the three-tailed fox about to open the package. His eyes also fell on the package. The three-tailed fox took out the token and task list from the package, as well as 2 huge horns and a devil flower. The three-tailed fox kept stroking the lines on the horns. And you suddenly knew that these 2 horns are the horns of the one-horned black snake of Shinwu first level mirror. The three-tailed fox looked at Chin Feng in surprise, and looked up and down at his strength. It was only when he saw that there was no change in the monster beast that Chin Feng kept using the 9 mirrors that he withdrew his inquiring gaze. How did you defeat him? Chin Feng tilted his head, and there was nothing unusual in his eyes. Isn't it enough to hand in the mission after completing the mission? Do you still have to explain how you defeated them? The three-tailed fox was stunned for a moment. There was no anger on his face. He even smiled and shook his head. It's not necessary. I have already checked your mission. Don't worry. You have completed the mission. Chin Feng didn't show any surprise when he heard the three-tailed fox congratulating him, but just nodded slightly. The three-tailed fox took out a lot of elixirs and placed them on the front desk. Little Black Bee, this is your mission reward. The giant demon gorilla next to him finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke. Three-tailed fox, what you are doing is not in compliance with the rules. Generally speaking, there are regulations for completing tasks and coming to receive rewards. And the amount is also regulated. You can't be so biased. The reward for this little black bee is higher than that for other monsters. However, since it is a reward for yourself, you must take it no matter what. After all, the Demon King's palace has accumulated a lot of elixirs over the years. After all, it is something given to you. If you don't take it, you won't get it. What's more, you are still the Demon King. The palace master approved it, and he accepted it with greater peace of mind. Chin Feng took 2 steps forward and silently packed the elixir given to him by the three-tailed fox in his own small package, without being affected by their quarrel at all. The three-tailed fox stole a glance at Chin Feng. Seeing Chin Feng's appearance, he couldn't help but feel helpless and shook his head slightly. These are the rewards you deserve. Take your time and don't be in a hurry. Qin Feng glanced at the three-tailed fox and said nothing. He continued to pack the elixir he had obtained, as if he was afraid that other monsters from the Demon King's palace would come to snatch it. After Qin Feng finished packing the package, he looked at the three-tailed fox and said, "Although this is the reward I deserve, I would also like to thank the Lord of the Demon King's palace for me." The three-tailed fox nodded, with a smile on his face. He still remembered the serious expression when the palace master summoned him. The palace master of the Demon King Palace told him to take good care of the little black bee, and never offend the little black bee. He also told him that when he completed the task, he would give an extra portion of the reward to the little black bee. Although the three-tailed fox didn't understand what the owner of the Demon King's shop meant by doing this, he always believed in his heart that what the owner of the Demon King's hall said was right. Qin Feng picked up the small package containing the elixir with his front feet, and then slowly and leisurely walked away, without any feeling that he had become the center of discussion among the monsters. The three-tailed fox looked at Qin Feng's retreating back, thoughtfully. At this moment, the back of the giant demon gorilla had disappeared at the front desk, and he was hurriedly rushing to the palace of the chief elder of the Demon King Palace to report the news. At this moment, the great elder of the Demon King's hall was closing his eyes, frowning thoughtfully, thinking about something. The giant demon orangutan slowed down its breathing, came to the palace, and knelt on one knee. Reporting to the great elder, Little Black Bee has completed his mission and returned. Not to mention, the three-tailed fox at the front desk gave an extra part of the reward to Little Black Bee. When his subordinates tried to stop him, Qin Feng failed, because this seemed to be the Demon King's palace. It is up to the great elder to decide on the order given by the Lord. When the great elder heard the report of the giant demon gorilla, his eyes opened with a snap, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. "Oh, really? Now that the palace master has spoken, let's stop causing trouble. That's it. Yes." The giant demon ape heard the words of the great elder. Although he was a little reluctant, he had nothing to do, so he quietly retreated. Qin Feng returned to the cave and sorted out the spiritual treasures. There were 3 Xiantian 9 lotuses. He was a little happy in his heart, and couldn't help but admire the Demon King's palace for its wealth. After this mission, Qin Feng took on several more missions. The elder of the Demon King's hall tried his best to embarrass Qin Feng. In this Demon King's hall, Qin Feng kept fighting wits and courage with his opponent. Although Qin Feng's strength in the Demon King's hall was quite average, there were people behind him. As a legion, he can solve all the opponent's demands. Time flies by, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng looked at his strength, which was almost restored to its original level, and the white liquid in his body that was attached to his limbs and bones was no longer strong at this moment. Gradually it became transparent, then disappeared, and returned to its original strength. At this moment, Qin Feng clicked on the attribute panel and saw that his evolution points were full. So Qin Feng decided to use this opportunity to upgrade. "System, I want to upgrade." For a moment, the system's voice sounded in the dusty mind. "Ding! The host has successfully upgraded. Please pay attention to the host." Qin Feng felt a pain all over his body, from the bee's head to the wasp's feet. There was no pain anywhere, as if countless ants were gnawing at his body. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and endured this pain silently. The pain, while rolling back and forth, fell from the throne, but it did not relieve his pain at all. Gradually, the air in the hive surged, causing the air in the cave to constantly change. Then, the air gradually became thicker, as if water could drip out, and continued to pour into the hive. Then, he removed the dregs in the air, pulled out the traces of spiritual energy, and continuously entered Qin Feng's body, flowing among his limbs and bones, like a stream, flowing slowly. "Qin Feng, I just feel that after being nourished by the stream of spiritual energy, my limbs are warm, and the previous pain is gone." Host, Qin Feng. Shenwu 7th Mirror, 1/*******. Skill, Shenwu Sword Shadow. First level, Shenwu Sword Shadow paralyzes the target for 5 seconds. The earth groaned. Within 100 meters of the host's body, there is no difference in thunder attacks. The number of attacks is limited to 44, which is equal to the host's own level. Light Shield, first level, defense skill. Defense power is equal to own strength. Enemy attack has 15% attack effect. Xianquan technique, second level, anywhere within 5,000 meters of the host's body. Clone technique, limit the number of clones to 2. Invisibility, limited by level. Time is 10 minutes. Secret technique, death's poison, first level, after the venom is used, Honey can be absorbed and converted into venom. The attack poison is enhanced by 30%. And the hit damage is reduced by 30%. But Qin Feng didn't want to expose himself prematurely. So he took another Shenin grass. Taking the Shenin grass this time was different from the previous one. This time, as soon as Qin Feng took the Shenin grass, he felt dry and hot all over his body. After that, he lost his strength. Qin Feng was shocked in his heart and worried secretly. Chapter 233, Kill First and Tell Later. Qin Feng spent a month in the Demon King's Hall. During this month, the chief elder of the Demon King's Hall made things difficult for Qin Feng countless times, constantly asking Qin Feng to perform dangerous tasks. Even if the three-tailed fox stopped him, there was nothing he could do. The great elder is determined to kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng gladly accepted the task every time, and then returned in triumph. Slowly, the three-tailed fox no longer stopped him. Every time Qin Feng left, he gave Qin Feng an apologetic look, and then told him to be careful on the road. In this month, every time Qin Feng returned in triumph, he received many rewards from the Demon King's palace. These rewards were somewhat more than those of other monsters. Qin Feng knew that this was the preferential treatment given to him by the master of the Demon King's palace. The effect of the Shenin grass taken by Qin Feng was about to disappear. Qin Feng took this opportunity to upgrade his strength and took another Shenin grass. However, when he first took the Shenin grass, Qin Feng felt that all his strength had disappeared. This can't help but frighten him secretly. In fact, this was only temporary. Gradually, Qin Feng returned to normal. Then, he was surrounded by white mist. The white mist gradually concentrated, entered his body, and attached to his limbs. At this moment, Qin Feng's strength was not hidden in the 9th level mirror of Earth Martial Arts, but in the 1st level mirror of Shenwu. On this day, the Demon King's palace summoned all the demon beasts to gather in the hall, where they went to receive the mission. Qin Feng immediately flew out of the hive, and went to the hall of the Demon King's palace to receive the mission. At this moment, all the demon beasts gathered outside the hall, and there was a dense sea of demon beasts. The beast's head is moving, and from a distance, it looks like an army of monster beasts. Qin Feng looked at such a grand momentum, and felt a little puzzled. Qin Feng looked around, and found the only tree on the ground in the sky. He stayed on the leaves, and observed the surrounding situation. After waiting here for a long time, the master and elders of the Demon King Palace arrived belatedly. The master of the Demon King's palace came to the top of the cave, looked around and saw that all the monsters had arrived. Then he cleared his throat and said, "Today we summon all the monsters and beasts to go to the Demon Cave." Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when he heard this, thinking in his heart, what kind of place is the Demon Cave? With so many troops and people mobilized, could it be like the 2 demon caves in the Xuanwu Forest? If so, wouldn't it be possible to get in with just 1 or 2 monsters? As if he knew what Qin Feng was thinking, the master of the Demon King Palace paused and continued. Perhaps many monsters don't know about the Demon Cave, and there are 2 demon caves in the Xuanwu Forest. You may guess that the Demon Cave in the Demon King's Palace is no different from the 2 demon caves in the Xuanwu Forest. However, this is not the case. Compared with the Devil's Cave in the Demon King's Palace, it can only be said to be insignificant. This place is equivalent to a ruins. You can find anything here, provided that the difficulties and gains are mutual. Only then did Qin Feng understand what was going on. However, Qin Feng now had a lot of spiritual treasures and elixirs in his hands, so he didn't have much interest in them. Then, the Demon King's Palace began to select monsters. At this time, the great elder of the Demon King's Palace stood up and looked around at the monsters. The focus of this Demon Cave is on training, in order to give the new monsters a chance to experience. Hereby, several monsters will be selected from among the new monsters to participate. The chief elder of the Demon King's Hall turned around and saluted the master of the hall again. Palace Master, what do you think? The master of the Demon King's Palace narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, this great elder is really cunning. He has used the trick of killing first and then showing off. He knows very well that after all, he is in front of all the monsters and beasts, and it is difficult for the master of this palace to refute his face. Therefore, before fighting with the monsters and beasts, he is very cunning. After you finish speaking, come here to ask for my opinion from the master of the palace. This move is really effective. There was a smile on the corner of the Demon King's Hall's mouth, but there was no smile in his eyes. He looked at the great elder without blinking, and the elder looked at him not to be outdone. Oh, There has never been such a rule in the Demon King's palace. How could it be like this? Besides, the new monsters are inexperienced. If anything happens in the demon's cave, who will be responsible? The Great Elder exuded a fierce aura in his eyes, and his whole body exuded a sense of unwillingness to admit defeat. Palace Master, although there has never been such a precedent in the Demon King's, although Chen Feng heard clearly what the Elder of the Demon King's Hall said, and knew that it was directed at him. Even so, he did not worry much. Chen Feng thought in his heart that since the Elder of the Demon King's Hall had made a move, then he would see after a lot of tricks. When the time is right, they will kill all the elders of the Demon King Palace and never be able to stand up again. Moreover, Chen Feng is also curious about mushrooms. He also wants to explore the strange things in this devil's cave. Therefore, even if he is allowed to go deep into the devil's cave, it is not a bad idea. If he gets something precious by then, he would also thank the Great Elder for his recommendation. After some careful consideration, Chen Feng didn't care that the Elder of the Demon King's Palace was targeting him this time. It might be an opportunity. However, he would not easily agree to go to the demon's cave. He had to gain some benefits before he was willing to go. At this time, the Elder of the Demon King's Hall saw that the Master of the Demon King's Hall had agreed to him, and sneered secretly, thinking in his heart, "Little Black Bee, the mission I assigned you before did not cost you your life under such difficult circumstances. Instead, you completed it and got a lot of rewards. This time I will let you take what you got. Spit out all the rewards, and your life will remain there forever." The Elder of the Demon King's Hall thought of this, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Chapter 234 Controversy. Chen Feng spent a month of difficult time in the Demon King's Hall. During this month, Chen Feng was made sad by the elders of the Demon King's Hall countless times. But Chen Feng overcame many difficulties. Finally, the final test came. The Elder of the Demon King's Palace killed first and then played. He wanted to select a few monsters among the new monsters and enter the most dangerous demon cave in the Demon King's Palace. Chen Feng knew that the Elder of the Demon King's Palace was targeting him. That's why he made this decision. The Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace looked around and selected 2 new monsters. Then, his eyes fell on Chen Feng, who was sitting on the leaves of the tree not far from the Demon King's Palace. And he suddenly evoked a sinister smile. Then, he saluted the Master of the Demon King's Hall. The Master of the Demon King's Hall looked at the Great Elder's attitude and knew that the Great Elder had no good intentions and must have come after the little black bee. Just as the Master of the Demon King's Hall thought. The Great Elder said unhurriedly, "Reporting to the Palace Master. In the past month, I have observed that the little black bee is strong and capable. It can be said to be the leader among the new monster beasts. I hope that the Palace Master will grant permission to let the little black bee if you enter the Devil's Cave to experience it. You may gain greater rewards." The words of the Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall were neither loud nor soft. Just enough for all the monsters to hear, including Chen Feng. When Chen Feng heard the Great Elder of the Demon King Palace talking about him, he immediately became vigilant. After hearing these words, he secretly hated the Great Elder for his insidiousness. He had not yet settled the accounts with the Great Elder for the previous incident, but he never thought of him. Ignorant of repentance, she still continued to trouble him relentlessly. "Since you want to go to the Demon Cave, you definitely want to stay there forever. Although the Demon Cave is dangerous, it also saves a lot of troubles. And maybe there will be another opportunity." Chen Feng made up his mind to go to the Demon Cave to explore. But he had to wait and see what happened first. At this time, Chen Feng heard the Master of the Demon King Palace say, "Little Black Bee, although his strength is quite average in the Demon King's Palace, his ability is also very good, and he also has great talents. But he is a new monster after all. If he goes to the Demon's Cave this time, he will be so damaged. A talented monster will be a loss to the Demon King's Palace. So let's let the little black bee take over the mission in the Demon King's Palace." The Master of the Demon King's Palace paused and continued speaking with meaning. "And if a beast with a heart takes advantage of it and targets this little black bee, it will deal a heavy blow to this little black bee. At that time, if other monsters take advantage of this matter and spread it, it's hard to say anything about our Demon King's Palace." After hearing the words of the Palace Master, the Elder of the Demon King's Palace rolled his eyes, thought of another statement, and took a step forward to continue. "Hall Master, if this little black wind dies in the Demon's Cave, it will mean that he has no chance to enjoy a happy life. If he can get even a little bit of something in the Demon's Cave, it will be a great influence on his future and future development. The icing on the cake. This is it. Why not do it? The great elder of Demon King Palace cleared his throat, raised his eyebrows, and said proudly, "Besides, although this little black bee has talent, strength, and ability, he cannot grow up under the protection of the Demon King's palace forever. If he always grows under the protection of the Demon King's palace, he will not be able to grow into a Demon King, the mainstay of the temple. How can you see the rainbow without going through wind and rain? Just like this little black bee. How can you grow into a more powerful monster without going through hardships? This elder also considers the future of this little black bee. And also I hope the palace master will think about it carefully." The master of the Demon King Palace waved his front foot slightly, and said with a headache, "This palace master will carefully consider the opinion of the great elder. The selected monsters have been decided. They will rest for a day tomorrow, and set off to the Demon Cave the day after tomorrow." The important thing is that when we heard the news, some were happy and some were sad. Going to the Demon Cave to experience it can be said to be an opportunity, a challenge, or a road to death. Some demonic beasts learned that they were selected, and went to the demonic cave for training. They were so excited that they could not control themselves. They thought in their hearts that they would try to catch him by going to the demonic cave. However, some demonic beasts knew the power of this demonic cave well, and heard that they being selected. They couldn't help but feel downcast and unable to cheer up, because they knew that if they went to the demon cave, they might die there. Qin Feng is not worried at all. Being selected or not selected is the same to him. When the demon beasts learned that it was time to go to the demon cave, they immediately returned to their caves to prepare everything. The master of the Demon King Palace and the great elder also returned to their dormitories. At this time, the master of the Demon King's palace took a rest in his bedroom, and then opened his eyes, his evil eyes slightly raised. "Coming beast!" Hearing the summons from the lord of the Demon King's hall, a three-tailed fox immediately ran in without losing its composure, knelt down under the throne of the lord of the Demon King's hall, and said, "Palace master, what are your orders?" The lord of the Demon King's palace glanced at the three-tailed fox kneeling under the throne with his evil eyes, and said with a smile on his lips, "Go to Little Black Bee's cave. Invite Little Black Bee, and invite him to the palace of the lord of the palace. Tell him that the lord of the palace has something important to discuss, and he hopes to come and talk about it." The three-tailed fox glanced at the master of the Demon King's hall with some suspicion. Just as he met the eyes of the master of the Demon King's hall, the three-tailed fox felt a chill all over his body, shivered, and immediately lowered his head. The master of the Demon King's hall only saw the suspicious look in the three-tailed fox's eyes, and did not give any explanation. He just said, "Go! The master of this palace has his own plans. Go back quickly, and be sure to invite the little black bee." "Yes." Although the three-tailed fox went to the little black bee's cave to invite Qin Feng, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart, and he couldn't help but think about it. How virtuous and capable is this little black bee? It dares to trouble the master of the Demon King's palace. From the moment the master ascended the throne, he has never been polite to anyone. He actually did this to a little black bee. Even if you want preferential treatment, you have to invite him to come. As the palace master said, he has his own reasons for doing this and that. As subordinates, we don't dare to question it, so we better go back quickly. Thinking of this, the three-tailed fox couldn't help but quicken its pace and immediately went to Qin Feng's cave. However, the three foxes arrived at Qin Feng's cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he was choked by the dust in the cave and sneezed. He couldn't help but look around with some disgust, seeing that the surroundings were extremely desolate and full of dust. There was no trace of the lively atmosphere of the monsters. He couldn't help but feel sad. He was scornful, and there was a look of disdain in his eyes. However, I thought about the preferential treatment and respect given to this little black bee by the master of the Demon King Palace. So I put away the trace of disgust and contempt in my eyes, and couldn't help but speak loudly to the hive. "Little Haifeng, our palace master has come to invite you to come over. We have something important to discuss with you, and I hope you will be honored." Chapter 235 Selection. The Demon King's Hall wanted to select a group of monsters that would go to the Demon's Cave. In order for Qin Feng to enter the Demon's Cave, the great elder of the Demon King's palace did everything possible, using the excuse that the new monsters also needed to go to Mushroom Junior High School for training. Selected 2 new monsters to go to the Demon Cave. After that, he reported to the master of the Demon King's Hall that he wanted Qin Feng to enter the Demon's Cave and experience it. However, the master did not immediately agree to the proposal of the elder of the Demon King's Hall. Instead, in order to delay time, he said to the elder of the Demon King's Hall that he need to think carefully before making a decision. In order to delay time, Chen Feng was asked for his opinion. So the departure time for the Demon Cave was set for the day after tomorrow. The master of the Demon King's palace returned to the cave and asked his men to go to Chen Feng's cave and invite Chen Feng to come and discuss it. The three-tailed fox sent by the owner of the Demon King's palace came to Chen Feng's cave and saw so much dust and desolation in Chen Feng's cave. He couldn't help but feel a little contempt. But when he thought of the preferential treatment given to the little black bee by the owner of the palace, then he put away his contemptuous thoughts. Chen Feng was in the cave and had known about the arrival of the three-tailed fox early in the morning. However, he did not go out to greet it immediately. Instead, he kept observing the three-tailed fox in the dark and watched all the expressions of the three-tailed fox entering the cave. You can see it clearly and know it by heart. Chen Feng heard the polite call from the three-tailed fox and stretched. He did not come out immediately. Instead, he sat on the throne with his legs crossed and his front feet holding the straw, drinking royal jelly leisurely, making slurping noises from time to time. After the sound, Bee's eyes narrowed slightly, with an expression of enjoyment. If the three-tailed fox saw Chen Feng like this in Chen Feng's cave, he would be so angry that he would jump to his feet and smoke would come out of his head. The three-tailed fox didn't hear the reply, so it couldn't help but look around suspiciously and murmured to itself, "Hey, why are there no monsters? Maybe I came to the wrong place. It's impossible. Many monsters in the Demon King's palace say that this little black bee lives here. Maybe I came by chance." And he just went out. Then, he turned around and wanted to leave. But when he came to the entrance of the cave, he realized something was wrong. Thinking to himself, the selection of demon beasts from the Demon King's palace to the Demon Cave has just ended. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to run around. Could it be that he has been watching me in the cave and saw my expression and movements when I first arrived? In his eyes, he thought I was contemptuous of him. And that's why he didn't hear my voice and didn't speak out. The three-tailed fox turned around and looked at the honeycomb embedded in the groove of the cave. He felt horrified and thought of the mission given to him by the master of the Demon King Palace. Cold sweat slowly fell from his forehead. The flow went down. He knew that if he could not complete the task this time, the Lord of the Demon King's palace would definitely not give up. Although his methods were not as insidious and vicious as the Demon King saw the Great Elder, since he could become the palace master, his methods were not in vain. Thinking of it, when he came here, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chen Feng saw the three-tailed fox walking to the entrance of the cave and then coming back, and saw a series of his actions. With a sneer on his lips, the three-tailed fox came to Chen Feng's hive respectfully and bowed to salute. "Little Black Bee, I have offended you a lot in the past. I hope you will ignore the villain and go beyond the Prime Minister's belly to support the boat. Please forgive me this time. I am here to apologize to you." Chen Feng saw the three-tailed fox doing this, and a flash of surprise flashed through his heart. He did not expect that the three-tailed fox understood the reasons behind the matter and could actually do this. After that, he nodded slightly and said secretly, "There is really nothing to say about the subordinates trained by the master of the Demon King's palace. As the saying goes, the three-tailed foxes all did this. If Chen Feng didn't go out, it would be unreasonable. So, Chen Feng stretched his body, stood up from the throne, vibrated his wings, and flew out of the hive. The three-tailed fox saw Chen Feng and flew out of the hive. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he took a step forward and greeted Chen Feng. "My lord, what do you mean when you come here?" The three-tailed fox heard Chen Feng's impact and couldn't help but take a step back in flattery. "Sir, don't take it seriously. I'm just an errand for the Lord of the Demon King's palace. Your words, sir, are really embarrassing for me. If our lord hears this, I will have to suffer a lot of physical pain." The three-tailed fox paused and continued. "I offended you a lot just now. I hope you can forgive me." Chen Feng waved his front foot and said, "I also have my faults. Let's cancel each other out. Don't dwell on this matter anymore." The three-tailed fox heard what he said, and it was exactly what he meant. So he stopped talking about this incident, and then continued, "On the order of the Lord of the Demon King's palace, I'm here to ask you to go to the palace of the Lord of the Demon King's palace. The Lord of the Demon King's palace has something important to discuss with you, and I hope you'll show your respect by going." Chen Feng nodded, looked at the three-tailed fox and said, "Okay, I'll go with you and lead the way." The three-tailed fox nodded and immediately led the way. Chen Feng seemed to be touring the mountains and rivers along the way. He looked left and right, as if he had never visited the Demon King's palace before. He felt novel about this place. But in his heart, he was thinking about the Lord of the Demon King Palace inviting him to go. He knew that the Master of the Demon King's Hall invited him to go because of the proposal made by the Elder of the Demon King's Hall during the day, although Chen Feng already had the answer in his heart. But how to maximize your profits requires further thinking. The three-tailed fox led Chen Feng all the way to the palace of the Master of the Demon King's Palace. As soon as the forward entered the palace of the Master of the Demon King's Palace, he saw the Master of the Demon King's Palace lying on the throne, his charming eyes unblinking, looking at himself with blinking eyes. Chen Feng always felt that there was a conspiracy hidden in those charming eyes. Rushing towards him, Chen Feng immediately tensed up and raised his vigilance. He knew that the Master of the Demon King's Palace was a cunning fox, and the bad water in his stomach was as deep as ink. How could Chen Feng not be alerted? Chen Feng came to the throne of the Lord of the Demon King Hall and bowed to salute. But there was still no tendency to relax. "Palace Master, please come here." "What do you mean?" The eyes of the Lord of the Demon King's Palace were blurred, and a ray of light shot out from Mifen's eyes, with a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. "Little Hathing, don't you know why I asked you to come here? You are so smart. You can't guess it. Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. So you are here just to discuss something with you. Fan, just take a look at your inner thoughts." Chen Feng secretly complained about the Master of the Demon King's Hall before continuing. "I'm not as smart as the Palace Master said. I hope the Palace Master can give me some advice." Chapter 236. It's hard to recover from the flood. The Demon King's Palace wanted to select a group of monsters to go to the Demon Cave. However, the Demon King's Palace Master and the Great Elder had a disagreement over Chen Feng. In order to delay, the Demon King's Palace Master asked Chen Feng's opinion and told the Great Elder to think about it first. Ichiban, the Master of the Demon King Palace, returned to the cave and sent the three-tailed fox to invite Chen Feng over. The three-tailed fox spent a lot of words and effort to invite Chen Feng over. Chen Feng came to the Demon King's Palace and pretended to be confused. He knew clearly, but he did not tell the purpose of the Palace Master inviting him to come. Instead, he threw the question to the Demon King's Palace Master and asked him to come and answer. When the Master of the Demon King Palace faced Chen Feng, he knew clearly but pretended to be confused, expressing his helplessness. He no longer made twists and turns with Chen Feng. He could only stroke his forehead and look at Chen Feng and said, "My Palace Master invited you here to go to the mushroom room during the day. I just want to ask you what you think about this. After all, you are the subject of our discussion. If you don't agree, then my Palace Master will refuse. Great Elder, if you agree, then this shop owner will go along with the flow and agree to the Great Elder's request without having to waste any time." Chen Feng's eyes were spinning in his sockets. He lowered his head to meditate for a while, then raised his head to look into the eyes of the Master of the Demon King Hall. "What do you think, Palace Master? Should I agree or not?" The Master of the Demon King Palace sighed helplessly. "The Master of this palace does not mean to be arbitrary. I just want you to think about it. You need to know what kind of character the Demon King Elder is. His purpose this time is to let you go to the Demon Cave. In order to achieve his goal, he will definitely use various means. Even if this Palace Master does not agree, he will use other methods to let you go. Do you know the reason behind this?" The owner of the Demon King's Hall paused and continued without waiting for Chen Feng's answer. "Actually, the opinion of the Master of this palace is that you still want to go to the Demon Cave. As the Great Elder of the Demon King Palace said, the Demon Cave is a very good place for monsters to experience. Opportunities and dangers coexist here. If you can overcome many dangers, you can get unexpected things. And since the Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace will use various methods to make you go to the Demon's Cave to die, you might as well face the difficulty and block his mouth directly, so that he can cause trouble again. What do you think?" Chen Feng touched B's chin and thought to himself. The old fox, the Master of the Demon King's Palace, has already thought about everything he has done. Isn't it clear that he should go to the Demon's Cave? Now that he has made a decision, he still asks for his opinion. It really makes the monster speechless. But in that case, I might as well go with the flow and make a profit from him. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly, made a bitter look, looked at the Master of the Demon King Palace, and said, "Palace Master, since you have made all the decisions for me, the biggest problem now is that I am not strong enough. In case I enter the Demon Cave and be directly killed by the monsters, you are carefully, isn't it hard for me to bear all the planning? I might as well not go." The Lord of the Demon King Palace heard what Chen Feng said, and was lucky not to fall off his throne. After all, he did not expect Chen Feng to say such a thing. It stands to reason that ordinary monsters would agree to this request, but never thought that Chen Feng would do the opposite. The master of the Demon King Palace sighed helplessly, looked at Chen Feng and said, "If you have any requests, feel free to ask them. I will try my best to grant you whatever my master can agree to." Chen Feng laughed, hee twice. His expression was very flat, and he said to the master of the Demon King Hall, "Palace Master, you also know that I am very poor. After all, I am not strong enough, and I need some spiritual treasures and elixirs. How about you take a look at it?" "Palace Master?" The Lord of the Demon King's palace shook his head helplessly. He had always known that Chen Feng was more persistent in the Ling Bao elixir, but he never thought that he would be so persistent. However, he also liked Chen Feng, who was so direct and shameless. The Demon King's palace master had that iconic smile on his lips again. His eyes narrowed into slits and wavered on his face. "Since you have made a request, that is, you agreed to go to the demon cave to experience. What you said just now is that you want spiritual treasures and elixirs. The master of this palace cannot refute your face. Do you want to just ask for any elixir you want? And I, the Lord, will give you whatever elixir you have in the Demon King's palace for you to use. What do you think?" The master of the Demon King's palace smiled proudly at Chen Feng, "Which means that I am generous. I will go and give you all the elixirs you want. And letting you go to the demon cave is not in vain." Chen Feng saw the expression of the master of the Demon King's hall, and was a little dumbfounded. However, he would not let the master of the Demon King's hall go. He looked at the master of the Demon King's hall with a sinister smile in his eyes, and said, "Palace Master, I can get as many high-grade god-level elixirs as you want in this Demon King's palace." Chen Feng thought of that scene. His eyes narrowed to a slit, and flashes of excitement flashed. He looked at the master of the Demon King Hall again, and put on the same expression as the master of the Demon King Hall. "That means you have a look. How powerful I am. How much I care about your Demon King's palace. I only want high-grade divine elixirs and nothing else." When the master of the Demon King Palace heard Chen Feng's words, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was so confused that he didn't fall off the throne. He looked at Chen Feng feebly. His expression was so suspenseful that he didn't cry. "Do you only want the top-grade elixir from the God Realm? You no longer want to consider ordering other elixirs. After all, the elixir from the Demon King's palace is also limited." The master of the Demon King Palace gave Chen Feng another look that you know. Chen Feng also followed the words of the Lord of the Demon King's hall, lowered his head, and thought for a while. Seeing Chen Feng's meditative look, the master of the Demon King's hall couldn't help but feel relieved. He thought that Chen Feng must have some other elixirs, so that he could reduce the number of high-grade god-level elixirs. However, Chen Feng raised his head again and nodded slightly, which made the master of the Demon King Hall more confident that Chen Feng would tell him that he wanted other elixirs. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "I really want something else, but I'm afraid the Lord of the Demon King's palace won't give it to me." The master of the Demon King Palace heard Chen Feng's words, slapped his chest, and said to Chen Feng with a smile, "You are the pillar of this Demon King's palace. Training you successfully can be a big help to me. I have already said that you can ask for anything you want. As long as our Demon King's palace has it, I will give it to you." After the master of the Demon King Palace said these words, he couldn't help but raise his head and glanced at Chen Feng's expression. He couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart and screamed secretly. As soon as he said these words, he knew that he had been tricked. But what he said out loud was like water thrown out, which could never be taken back. He could only bite the bullet and listen to Chen Feng's next words. Chapter 237 Flesh Pain. The master of the Demon King's hall invited Chen Feng into his palace to discuss going to the demon's cave. However, the words of the master of the Demon King's hall made Chen Feng's original willingness to go to the demon's cave more intense. However, this also inevitably leads to the idea of killing the master of the Demon King Hall. Chen Feng thought so, and then did so. Chen Feng opened his mouth and told the master of the Demon King's hall that he wanted a high-grade divine elixir. After hearing what Chen Feng said, the master of the Demon King Palace couldn't help asking Chen Feng with some pain if he needed other levels of elixir. Chen Feng looked at the master of the Demon King Hall and said a few words with great seriousness. "Palace Master, I still need high-grade spiritual veins in order to better improve my own strength. High-grade spiritual veins are what I need most right now." Chen Feng said these words and snickered secretly in his heart. However, The master of the Demon King's Hall was different. Just when the master of the Demon King's Hall thought that Chen Feng needed elixirs of other grades, Chen Feng's words made the master of the Demon King's Hall feel extremely annoyed and wanted to fight him. The urge of his own mouth. The master of the Demon King's palace slapped his head and thought in his heart, "This little black bee is obviously very obsessed with elixirs and elixirs. How could he want other low-grade elixirs and spiritual veins? Since he has such an opportunity, of course he will speak out and say what he wants most. How could I agree to him and let him choose whatever he wants? These are the things that the Demon King Palace has worked hard to accumulate." The master of the Demon King's Palace couldn't help complaining to himself in his heart. He had forgotten that the ordinary monsters would be polite and would not be so shameless as to ask for those spiritual treasures and spiritual veins. However, Chen Feng is different. It is not an ordinary monster. In terms of thick skin, he is thicker than any monster. How could he not give up those elixirs and veins that can be obtained for the sake of shame? It is impossible even if you think about it. Demon King, the master of the palace, said secretly that he was careless. However, he could not regret it. He could only follow Chen Feng's wishes and let him get those elixirs and spirit veins. The master of the Demon King Palace secretly reminded himself that he would never fall for Chen Feng's trick again next time. Such big words in front of me. The master of the Demon King's Hall has been on the throne of the Demon King's Hall for who knows how many years. This time, he has indeed fallen into Chen Feng's hands. If this spreads out, his reputation will be in jeopardy. Thinking of this, the Demon King, the master of the palace, looked at Chen Feng with a darkened expression. "Don't spread today's events to anyone else. Otherwise, if the elder of the Demon King's palace gets a handle on it, I, as the master of the Demon King's palace, have nothing to do with it. However, you are different. You have no protection and can only be squeezed and suppressed." Chen Feng laughed dryly, continued to use his thick eyelids, looked at the owner of the Demon King's shop and said, "The master of the palace is serious. I promise that I will never tell anyone what happened today. What's more, I am not without protection. You see? Aren't you protecting me?" The lord of the Demon King Palace heard Chen Feng's words and looked at Chen Feng helplessly. However, he felt a lot more comfortable after what Chen Feng said. Although this was equivalent to a slap in the face. But this effect is still excellent. The master of the Demon King's Palace stopped chatting with Chen Feng and signaled a three-tailed fox to go down with his eyes. He went to the treasure pavilion of the Demon King's Palace and took out some of the high-grade god-level elixirs and high-grade spiritual veins. At first glance, the three-tailed fox was the confidant of the Lord of the Demon King's Hall. He knew very well what the Lord of the Demon King's Hall meant. With a look from the master of the Demon King's Hall, he took the order and went to the treasure pavilion. Not long after, he left the treasure pavilion. Get the god-level high-grade elixir and high-grade spiritual veins. Although it is not difficult for the subordinates of the master of the Demon King's Hall to use so many high-grade divine elixirs and high-grade spiritual veins, it still takes a lot of effort. In the Demon King's Hall, they are deeply favored by the elders of the Demon King's Hall. This also created a lot of trouble for the head of the Demon King's Palace. The three-tailed fox returned to the palace of the Lord of the Demon King's Hall. The owner of the Demon King's shop saw from the expression of the three-tailed fox that it was hindered in the process of getting the elixir and spiritual veins. The owner of the Demon King's Hall couldn't help but he sighed, with a look of helplessness on his face. The master of the Demon King's Palace cheered up and handed Chen Feng the elixir and spiritual veins he took from the treasure pavilion. Chen Feng took the elixir and spiritual veins from the hands of the master of the Demon King's Hall. He raised his head and looked at the expression of the master of the Demon King's Hall, feeling a little unbearable. After all, the master of the Demon King's Palace has helped him several times. Even if he has any conspiracy or purpose, it will definitely not be the kind that harms him. Otherwise, he would not do such a thing for an unknown little black bee. After a lot of effort, Chen Feng asked slowly, "Palace Master, what's on your mind? You can talk to me. Maybe I can help you solve your problem." The master of the Demon King Palace shook his head slightly and looked at Chen Feng with a smile. "Little black bee, you are really smart. But now is not the time to tell you these things. When your strength improves and I can tell you, I will tell you, and I will still use you to help you. I'll solve some troubles. And maybe if you return triumphantly from the Devil's Cave, I can leave the worries in my heart to you to solve." Chen Feng's expression turned serious for a moment. He looked at the master of the Demon King's Hall, nodded slightly and said, "Okay. Then when I return triumphantly from the Devil's Cave, you will tell me the whole story. If I can help you by then, I will definitely relieve you of the serious trouble in your heart. However, I'm helping you for free. Don't forget to prepare the spiritual elixir and spiritual veins. The master of the Demon King Palace couldn't help laughing when he heard Chen Feng's words, and the trace of haze in his heart disappeared. The master of the Demon King's Hall touched his chin and continued. However, don't tell the Great Elder in the past 2 days that you have agreed to go to the Demon Cave for training. After all, this is a major event, and it is a major event that the Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace is extremely anxious about. It is better to let him worry about it first. Fan, wait until the day of departure. Let's put on a big show again. Okay? Chen Feng nodded, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It looked exactly like the smile of the master of the Demon King Hall, and they were both sinister and cunning. Just what I wanted. Chen Feng and the master of the Demon King's Hall looked at each other and smiled. After that, Chen Feng returned to his cave excitedly with the elixir and spiritual veins he had obtained from the master of the Demon King's Hall. Chen Feng returned to the cave and took out the spiritual veins from the small package. As soon as he opened the box that sealed Ling Mai, a strong and pure spiritual energy rushed to his face, making himself feel comfortable all over. Chen Feng slowly pushed aside the mist caused by the rich spiritual energy and looked into the box. Lying quietly in the box, he saw 2 short high-grade spiritual veins. Chapter 238: The Great Elder's Anxiety. Chen Feng, the master of the Demon King's Hall, discussed going to the Demon's Cave, but was cheated by Chen Feng's lion. Chen Feng got a lot of spiritual veins and elixirs from the Demon King shop owner. Chen Feng returned to his cave from the palace master's chamber of the Demon King's palace, opened the box that sealed the spiritual veins, and found 2 short, high-grade spiritual veins lying there quietly. Chen Feng was overjoyed and secretly admired the generosity of the Lord of the Demon King's Hall. Chen Feng counted some of the elixirs of the Divine Street Champagne, and then put them into his own water drop space. The elder of the Demon King's Hall was always frowning, thinking about how to let Chen Feng go to the Demon's Cave. The elder of the Demon King's Hall decided to go to the palace of the master of the Demon King's Hall to have a chat with the Demon King's Hall. The Lord discussed Chen Feng's trip to Mushroom and the Devil's Cave. The great elder of the Demon King's Hall made up his mind, got up from his bed, and went to the palace of the master of the Demon King's Hall. At this time, not long after Chen Feng was sent away, the master of the Demon King Palace had been resting on his throne, with a hint of tiredness on his face. However, at this time, the great elder of the Demon King's Hall walked in, and regardless of whether the master of the Demon King's Hall was resting, he bowed and saluted. Palace Master, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but I have important matters to discuss, and I hope to delay the Palace Master for a few minutes. The master of the Demon King's Hall raised his front legs, rubbed his slightly aching head, and stroked his frowning brow, then opened his eyes and looked at the great elder of the Demon King's Hall. Great elder of the Demon King's Palace, what's the important matter? If it's just for the sake of daytime, there's no need to talk about the matter of letting the little black bee go to the Demon's Cave. The lord of this palace has already said that he needs to think about it again before giving an answer to the great elder. The great elder of the Demon King's Palace heard what the lord said. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. All the words he wanted to say were blocked by the lord of the Demon King's Palace. The great elder of the Demon King's Palace calmed down. Xianshan looked at the non-negotiable expression of the master of the Demon King's Hall, ignored the words of the master of the Demon King's Hall, and continued to speak. Palace Master, the third elder knows that the Palace Master needs to think again about the little black bee going to the Devil's Cave. However, this elder is outspoken and has something to say in his heart. I hope the Palace Master will forgive me. The master of the Demon King's Palace glanced at the elder helplessly, sighed, and waved his front foot, signaling the elder of the Demon King's Palace to speak his words. The great elder of the Demon King Palace got the approval of the Palace Master, and then he said slowly, Hall Master, this elder still believes that it will not only be good for little Black Phone to go to the Devil's Cave to experience it, but it will also be good for our Demon King's Palace. If little Black Phone gets something he needs in the Devil's Cave, it will be of immeasurable benefit to his future growth. And besides, the strength of the little black bee has been improved, which will also add luster to the strength of our Demon King Palace. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not do it? The master of the Demon King's Hall looked unmoved. He nodded slightly to the elder of the Demon King's Hall, raised his front feet, rubbed his head slightly and said, Okay, this Palace Master knows. I will definitely think about it carefully and consider the advantages and disadvantages of this matter. Great Elder, if you have nothing else to do, please come back. The Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall was once again blocked by the words of the Master of the Demon King's Hall, and looked quite annoyed. However, the Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall knew that he could no longer continue speaking at this moment, and continuing to speak would be useless. Could only leave the palace of the Lord of the Demon King's Hall angrily. The Lord of the Demon King's palace looked at the Great Elder's retreating figure, with a smile on his lips. Then he closed his eyes, and laid down on the throne to rest. The tired look was no longer on his face. The Great Elder of the Demon King's shop returned to his palace, and sat on his bed. He thought of the palace master's expression and words again, and couldn't help but get angry. He breathed heavily and stood up. He walked back and forth in the bedroom to vent his anger. At this time, a giant demon gorilla hurriedly ran in from outside the palace of the Great Elder of the Demon King's palace. This giant demon gorilla was a monster guarding the treasure pavilion of the Demon King's palace. The Great Elder of the Demon King palace put away his messy steps, returned to his bed, and looked at the giant demon gorilla with a serious expression. The giant demon gorilla saw the expression of the Elder of the Demon King's palace, and knew that the Elder of the Demon King's palace was in a bad mood at the moment. He couldn't help shrinking his body, and was secretly annoyed, complaining that he came at the wrong time. However, it was too late to withdraw at this time. The giant demon gorilla could only take a step forward and said with a trembling voice, "Report, Great Elder. Today, the subordinates of the Lord of the Demon King's Hall came to the treasure pavilion to extract a large part of the high-grade god-level elixirs and high-grade spiritual veins. The subordinates tried to stop them. But after all, they are the Demon King. I can't stop the palace master's orders. So I hope the Great Elder will punish you." The chief elder of the Demon King's palace looked calm, and the anger in his heart was dissipated a lot by this news. And he couldn't help but think in his heart, what is the purpose of the palace master taking out so many elixirs and spiritual veins from the treasure pavilion of the Demon King's palace? Could it be that it is for little Black Bee to use when he goes to the demon cave? Then there is no need to take out so many even if the strength of elixirs and spiritual veins is to be improved. It cannot be improved by a large level in these 2 days. This is simply impossible. Is it possible that he does not want Xiao Haifeng to go to the demon cave to experience? So he gave little Black Bee uses part of his spiritual veins and elixir to practice in seclusion. When the Great Elder of the Demon King Palace thought of this, his heart trembled. He felt that the second idea was the closest, but he still asked without giving up. Did you know that the Master of the Demon King's Palace took out this batch of elixirs and spiritual veins from the treasure pavilion? What's the matter? The giant demon gorilla thought for a while. His heart became more and more nervous, and his body was shaking a little. He carefully recalled the scene at that time, and finally remembered that the subordinates of the Master of the Demon King Palace came to extract the elixir and spiritual veins. What he said at that time. Report to the Great Elder. It seems to be for the monster beasts to practice in seclusion. At this moment, the Elder of the Demon King's Hall was more certain of his thoughts. There was anger in his heart. In order to maintain his majesty in front of his subordinates, he suppressed his anger and moved his front foot to let the monster beast go down. Looking at the departing figure of the monster beast, the Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace had an angry look in his eyes, thinking to himself, the owner of the Demon King's Palace has already made a decision in his heart. But he is so perfunctory with me just to delay time. Don't think that you can avoid the experience of going to the demon's cave this time. Don't even think about it. I will definitely try my best. Destroy your plan. Let the little Black Bee enter the devil's cave, and die without a burial place. The Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace looked into the distance, with a conspiracy in his eyes. Quietly born. Chapter 239 Collection. The Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace went to the palace of the Lord of the Demon King's Palace to discuss Chen Feng's trip to the Devil's Cave with the Lord. However, he never expected that the Lord of the Demon King's Palace was resolute. You still need to think about it yourself. As an excuse, he rejected the Great Elder. The Great Elder was helpless. Next, he could only return to his cave. The Great Elder returned to the cave and received news that the Master of the Demon King's Palace had taken out many elixirs and spiritual veins from the treasure pavilion. Under the careful interrogation of the Great Elder, the giant demon gorilla who came to report told the Great Elder that it was for the monster beasts to practice in seclusion. This made the Great Elder more sure of his thoughts. And then, trying his best to get Chen Feng to go to the demon cave to experience. Time is like sand between fingers, flying quietly. Every minute, every second. What flows gurglingly is not only the blood in the body, but also the source of life for survival. Listen. Every strand is drawn out. Slowly but quickly. In the blink of an eye. 2 days passed like this without even realizing it. During these 2 days, the third elder of the Demon King's palace also approached Qin Feng and asked for his opinion. However, Qin Feng answered the third elder with some acquiescence. The third elder did not mind. No matter whether Qin Feng went to the demon cave or not, the impact is not big. Not only that, the third elder prepared a lot of elixirs for Qin Feng out of good intentions. If Qin Feng went to the devil's cave, it would be useful. Qin Feng was naturally moved, thanked the third elder for his kindness, and pocketed the elixirs. On this day, it was the time for the demon beasts of the Demon King's Hall to go to the demon cave, in order to practice for the demon beasts. The master and elders of the Demon King's Hall arrived belatedly. At this moment, the face of the master of the Demon King's Hall has lost the tired look. He is full of energy and in a good mood. His iconic smile is still hanging on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes are narrowed to a slit, exuding an evil light. The great elder of the Demon King's palace was different. He took great pains to let Qin Feng go to the demon's cave to practice, so that he could take action himself. The great elder of the Demon King's Hall took a sneak peek, and saw that the shop owner had no intention of letting Qin Feng go to the demon's cave. He couldn't help but feel angry secretly, thinking to himself, "Is it possible that this old fox didn't give me an answer just to delay this elder? Once all the heavy monsters have set off, even if this elder wants Qin Feng to go to the demon cave to practice, it will be of no use. This old fox has a good plan. But don't think that this elder will give up. I don't believe that you can delay it in front of all the monsters." The master of the Demon King's Hall glanced at Qin Feng without Yao Yao's attention, and there was a tacit look in his eyes. The master of the Demon King's Hall stepped forward and gave a speech to the monsters. "This time I go to the demon cave to experience. I hope that you monsters among monsters will be more cautious. I hope you can return to the Demon King's palace safely. Not only that, but you can also get what you want and need. I, the palace master, hope that you can return to the Demon King's palace safely. Always here to welcome you back." The demon beasts heard the encouragement from the master of the Demon King Hall and couldn't help shouting passionately, "I will certainly live up to the palace master's expectations." Just when the master of the Demon King's Hall wanted to leave the demon beasts to set off, the words of the great elder of the Demon King's Hall interrupted what the master was about to say. "Palace master, among the new demon beasts, there is still one missing among the demon beasts that went to the demon cave to train. This elder still thinks that the little black bee can take on the important task. The palace master said before that he needs to think about it. But now he can think about it. Yes, I hope the palace master can give me an answer." The master of the Demon King's Hall couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the great elder's words, with a displeased look between his brows. The great elder of Demon King Palace said these words, and saw the expression of the palace master. He was secretly proud and thought to himself, "You want to avoid this problem, but I won't let you go. I want you to face this problem head-on." The master of the Demon King's Hall cast his gaze on the great elder. "The great elder, this little black bee, is a pillar of talent, but his strength has not yet reached the standard to enter the devil's cave. Why do you have to be aggressive and force this little black bee to go and die? Is it possible that you have something to do with him? What deep grudges?" The great elder of Demon King Palace heard the words of the palace master. "Hall master, I don't have any grudge against this little black bee. How could I want to harm him? I really want to cultivate this little black bee. So I want him to go to the demon cave to experience something. Maybe there will be greater achievements, which will also be an indelible contribution to our Demon King's palace. This elder is just showing good intentions." The lord of the Demon King Palace heard the great elder's words and nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the great elder's painstaking efforts. The great elder of the Demon King's Hall paused, and looked at the master of the Demon King's Hall, who wanted to end the topic, but showed no sign of further explanation, and continued to speak unwillingly. "Palace master, you see, in order for this little black bee to survive in the demon's cave and become a pillar of the Demon King's palace, this elder has deliberately prepared a big gift for him." The great elder of the Demon King's palace waved his giant palm, and at this moment, several giant demon orangutans walked out from behind the great elder, holding several boxes in their hands. The lord of the Demon King's Hall glanced at the great elder suspiciously, and then his eyes fell on those boxes. After that, his eyes kept wandering between the great elder and the boxes, with an inquiring look in his eyes. "Great elder, what do you mean by this? What are the things in this box?" There was a smile in the eyes of the Demon King's palace elder, and the corners of his mouth curved. Palace Master, these are all the gifts I prepared for Little Black Bee. These are all high-grade god-level elixirs that I have obtained over the years. I have taken great pains to prepare Little Black Bee in the Demon Cave for training. The elder of the Demon King's store was afraid that the owner would not believe it. So he used his eyes to signal the giant monsters to open the lid of the box and let the master of the Demon King's hall browse it. The master of the Demon King's hall glanced over the elixirs in the box. At a glance, he knew that they were all genuine, high-grade, god-level elixirs. He couldn't help but snicker secretly in his heart. But there was no trace of it on his face. Still said seriously, "The master of this palace knows that the great elder has been working hard for the Demon King's palace until his death. However, the little black wind that our master is going to school is indeed not strong enough to enter the demon's cave. The two demonic beasts were previously allowed to enter. This has already broken the precedent in the demon cave. And our temple will definitely not agree to this unless they see that their strength has reached the second level of the divine martial realm." The master of the Demon King Palace paused and continued. "However, this little black bee has just reached the first level of Shinmu realm, and his foundation is not yet stable. How can he be allowed to enter this devil's cave? It's not like you don't know how dangerous this devil's cave is. In such a dangerous situation, how can we let him go?" Chapter 240 Deception. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of leaving for the devil's cave, the great elder of the Demon King's palace still asked relentlessly about Qin Feng's trip to the demon's cave. However, the owner of the Demon King's palace still held objections, and did not agree with Qin Feng's going to the demon's cave. After experience, even if the elder of the Demon King's hall took out the top-grade elixir from the god realm that he had treasured for many years, it still did not change the mind of the master of the Demon King's hall. The great elder of the Demon King Palace heard the words of the palace master and nodded in agreement. "Palace Master, we can't act arbitrarily. Why don't we ask the little black bee for his opinion first? Maybe this little black bee wants to go to the devil's cave to experience it in his heart. We can't deprive him of his power either. Isn't it?" The master of the Demon King's hall could only pretend to be helpless and nodded. "Then let's ask this little black bee for his opinion. If this little black bee agrees to go to the demon cave to experience it, then this palace master will not stop him. If he is not willing, then the great elder does not need to say more and let this little black bee is staying peacefully in the Demon King's palace to improve its strength." The great elder nodded in agreement. The eyes of the Demon King Palace Master and the great elder fell on Qin Feng not far away at the same time. Qin Feng felt their gazes and knew that it was time for him to appear. "So it doesn't matter?" He walked forward slowly. Qin Feng stepped forward and saluted the lord of the Demon King Hall and the great elder. "Palace Master, great elder, what are your orders?" The great elder of Demon King Palace said impatiently. "Little black bee, are you willing to go to the demon cave to experience this time? If you are willing, all these elixirs in the hands of this elder will be yours. I heard that the master of the palace also gave you some elixirs. With the help of these elixirs, you will definitely survive in the devil's cave." The great elder of the Demon King's palace looks very confident. He has already found out that this little black bee likes to collect elixirs the most. Under the temptation of these elixirs, he will definitely decide to go to the demon cave to practice. However, Qin Feng glanced at the elixirs unhurriedly. His eyes lit up. And then he pretended not to care and withdrew his gaze. The great elder of the Demon King's palace caught Qin Feng's gaze and expression in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved. Qin Feng glanced at the great elder of the Demon King's hall with some embarrassment. "But the elixirs given to me by the palace master are all for me to practice in seclusion. How can they be used to go to the demon cave to practice?" As soon as the elder of the Demon King Palace heard what Qin Feng said was interesting, he continued with a slightly anxious look on his face. "This is easy to handle. This elder will take out some of the elixir from his hand, so that you can go to the demon cave to experience it." The elder of the Demon King's palace signaled with his eyes that his men would take out some more elixirs. When Qin Feng saw the batch of elixirs in front of him, he couldn't help but lie. This part of the elixirs was also a top-grade elixir of the divine order. However, this batch of elixir is much less than the one just now. It may be the last bit of elixir. The great elder of the Demon King's palace couldn't help but secretly admire his wisdom, fearing that the little black bee would use this as an excuse. Therefore, he prepared some more elixirs and presented them twice. With a bit of pride in his eyes, Qin Feng sighed in his heart that the chief elder of the Demon King's palace was really rich and powerful. He couldn't help but secretly chuckle. But on the surface, it was best not to show his joy, and said righteously, Since the Great Elder invites you so kindly, I can't refuse any more. I would rather obey the order and follow the Great Elder's arrangement to go to the Devil's Cave to experience it. The Great Elder of the Demon King Palace nodded with satisfaction and signaled with his eyes, asking his subordinates to hand over the elixir in their hands to Chen Feng, as if he was afraid that Chen Feng would regret it. At this time, the master of the Demon King Palace heard Chen Feng's words, and his eyes fell on Chen Feng. There was an unknown meaning in his eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, "Have you thought about it? Going to the Devil's Cave of the Demon King's Palace is like a narrow escape. Without the protection of the Demon King's Palace, you can only survive in the Devil's Cave by relying on your own strength. If you are not careful, you will die forever. If you stay there and never come out again, it's still too late to regret it." Chen Feng nodded slightly to the master of the Demon King Palace and said firmly, "I have already thought about it. I want to go to the Demon Cave to experience it. It is not only for the support and recommendation of the Great Elder of the Demon King Palace, but also for myself, so that I can develop better and become stronger in the future. Can be a great help to this Demon King's Palace. I am willing to give it a try." The previous performance was performed for the Grand Elder of the Demon King's Hall. The purpose was to get the Grand Elder to take out the elixirs he had treasured for many years, and these elixirs were intended for Chen Feng to improve his strength. This time the inquiry did indeed reveal his sincerity. The Lord of the Demon King's Hall was indeed worried that Chen Feng would be difficult to come out after entering the Demon's Cave. Chen Feng also knew that the Lord of the Demon King's Hall was worried about him. So he answered the question of the Lord of the Demon King's Hall sincerely. Question. The master of the Demon King Palace sighed inadvertently and nodded to Chen Feng. The elder of the Demon King's Hall heard the conversation between them and turned around to look at the master of the Demon King's Hall. There was a proud look in his eyes, as if he was showing off to the master of the Demon King's Hall. However, when the hall master saw the look in the eyes of the elder of the Demon King Hall, he did not show any anger. Instead, he showed a trace of a sneer. But the sneer at the corner of his mouth was not easy to detect. The mind of the elder of the Demon King Hall was always full of deceiving Chen Feng into a mushroom. The joy in his heart did not notice the sneer on the corner of the palace master's mouth. The master of the Demon King's Hall took a sneak glance at the great elder, who was still feeling proud, and thought to himself, "This great elder is usually very shrewd, but he was so confused at this moment. He was so proud of having fallen into the trap. I really don't know what to say. Could it be that he thought he could kill this cunning little black bee in the Devil's Cave? No. In so many missions, this little black bee has been able to save the day from danger, and this time is no exception." At this time, Chen Feng took out the elixirs from the box, wrapped them in a small package, took a step forward, and bowed to the master of the Demon King Palace. "Palace Master, I hope you can give me a few minutes to go and pack up the elixirs and things that need to be brought into the Demon Cave before heading to the Demon Cave." The master of the Demon King Palace nodded to Chen Feng, and Chen Feng immediately vibrated his wings and flew into the distance. However, he did not return to his hive. Instead, he found a secluded place without any monsters. The package containing the elixir in his hand was placed into the water drop space. Chen Feng had no strength. After putting the elixir into the water droplet space, he did not go back immediately. Instead, he stayed there for a while with his legs crossed. He then looked up at the sun in the sky. He felt that the time was almost up. And then, he was shocked. Wings flew back.